to the top of the to the lens of the camera. She's not buying it, so I give her the camera. I'm like, no, you got to do it. And she couldn't even keep the moon in focus. Like that's how shaky she was. It's just really hard to do it. I mean, to stay still. And then I think I zoomed in on Saturn after that.
Whoops.
Did you send it? Like,
Picture?
yeah, I didn't get anything.
It's in the channel chat.
Oh, channel chat. Okay.
How high until I sell Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is going up, my boy. How you feel about that?
I'm happy about it.
Yeah, it's been up.
I think Bitcoin's a scam.
And do you know Satoshi?
It's definitely not a scam. Whether you decide if it has value or not, that's sort of a separate question. But it's definitely not a scam. In other words, it's mathematically sound. The idea behind it.
Do you teach? I mean, I guess if you want to talk about it, you don't have to. Is that a topic you go over?
I'd bring it up some in my classes, but I don't teach it in detail. But I understand it pretty in a detailed way, I'd say.
What happened to your YouTube channel, Matthew?
Oh, it's still there. I just haven't been putting stuff there. Been lazy.
I couldn't find it for some reason.
Oh, it's just my name, Matthew Weathers. Weathers.
Oh, I was searching Matthew Learns, that's why.
Do you have a model in your Discord server of the flat Earth?
Generally, flat earthers say that there is no flat Earth model. It's just the idea that the Earth is flat. They don't claim a specific map.
Aha. Okay. What? Okay. Alright, so, okay. I gotta go. Maybe I catch you guys again and we can talk about other points. Let's see.
24/7 flat Earth. What kind of bullshit is this, bro? Of course, everyone's on mute.
What are you talking about? Everyone? You see do you? You see everyone on mute?
Bro, what
That was
reasons
also friendly. Hello.
flat Earth?
Let's
What?
hear your reason for why you think the Earth is a globe. I'm curious.
Oh my gosh!
Or I
Because
would
if
even
the
go
Earth,
easier than that. Why
if
did
the
you? What's
Earth,
your reason to
bro,
say
if
everyone's
the,
on mute?
oh my gosh. If
Let's
the
go
Earth
through
wasn't
his.
a globe, no. Fuck the mute. Fuck the mute. Let's get straight to the
No,
point.
let's
If
go
the
through
Earth,
epistemology. How did you adjudicate
hear that
everybody
shit,
was
bro.
on
You're
mute?
just saying that to avoid the fact that Earth isn't flat. Because if Earth was flat, then lunar eclipses would not be possible. If Earth was flat,
Here it comes.
lunar
Oh
eclipses would
no,
not be
he's
Yeah,
upset.
yeah,
Here comes the
triggered.
meltdown. Yeah.
Once he
Spiral
realized,
about it.
Explain the lunar eclipse.
I'm sure it'll
Explain the
help if
lunar
you
eclipse.
spiral. I'm sure it'll help if you
Explain a
spiral as
lunar
much
eclipse.
as you possibly
Explain
can
it.
about
Explain
stuff
it.
in the
Explain
sky
it. Explain it.
that you
Explain
have
it.
stories to tell
Explain it.
about. Wow,
Explain
he's
it.
broken. He's
Explain
literally
it.
broken.
Explain it.
This is
Explain
gonna
it.
be a good
Explain
clip.
the lunar eclipse right now. Explain it. Explain it.
Wow.
Explain it. Search it up, matter of fact. Search it up. Just go on Google right now and search up lunar eclipse.
You done?
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for an answer. Explain it.
It sounds like you have the explanation already. It sounds like you have the claim about it. So why don't you go ahead and explain it?
Why should I? Okay, I'll explain a lunar eclipse. A lunar eclipse is direct interference of the sun's light by the moon, which is circular. Both of those are circular objects on the Earth. That's literally what a lunar eclipse is. It's the direct block of sunlight by another orbital object.
So you're claiming, all right, so you're claiming the moon's light source to be the sun.
Yes, it is the sun. The moon's light source is the sun.
Okay, prove that.
The moon
prove
doesn't
that.
shine by
Yeah,
itself.
prove that. Prove that.
Prove that?
Yes.
How do you want me to prove? This
It's
is
your
basic
claim.
science.
You should know.
bro.
Science.
The
Okay, what's
sun
the
emits
hypothesis for it? What's the hypothesis for it?
There's no
It's basic
there's no
science.
hypothesis. There's no
Okay, so it's
hypothesis.
not science. So it's
Let me tell
pseudoscience then. Okay, so it's pseudoscience then.
Hold on. Before you try to speed past the point, let me explain.
You don't have a point. You just said there's no hypothesis after you said it's science, so it's just pseudoscience.
A hypothesis is proven. It's no longer a hypothesis, sir. It's a science.
Okay, so what was the hypothesis that was then proven? Go ahead.
The fact is, sir, the sun emits photons.
Okay, you're just asserting that though. You've already made this assertion. Now we're asking for the proof. So what's the proof that the moon's light source is the sun?
Proof that the moon's light source is the sun is the fact that it absorbs photons from the sun. That's direct proof.
Okay, you're just repeating your claim.
A
So
lot of
try
belief,
again.
bro.
Try again to argue the claim by supporting it with evidence instead of just restating the claim. Okay, go ahead.
All right, bet. I'll pull up my notes right now.
Thank you.
They always run off to the sky to start explaining this
The reason, the proof that the moon receives sunlight from the sun is because some of the light from the sun is reflected in our direction after approaching and being hit by the moon, or after hitting the moon. Some of that sunlight is reflected in our direction. That's why at night it is not completely dark, because if the sun did not emit light and it did not hit the moon, then everything on Earth would be literally pitch black. There would be no form of light. You wouldn't be able to see anything
Okay,
at
so
night.
the moon's out every night.
Really? Yeah, so when the moon's not out or when it's a new moon, it's pitch black then, right? You can't see nada.
That's not true. It's pitch black to
Why'd you
us
state
because
that
we're
then?
not
Why
seeing.
did you also state that a
Oh
lunar
my
eclipse
God.
is the sun, the moon blocking out the sun's light?
The
Is that what
sun's
a lunar
powerful
eclipse
light
is to
rays
you?
traveling through space hit the moon and are reflected back in our direction, illuminating it so that we can see the moon from the Earth. Sunlight is then reflected off the moon in diffuse reflection, which is light reflection that occurs when light rays hit a rough surface.
So nobody taught you the difference between claim and evidence, huh? Because so far it's just the claim over and over again, but no evidence.
I already told you the evidence, bro. The evidence is that we receive light because sunlight hits the moon, and we receive light from the moon because it's reflected off of the moon from the
That's
sun.
circular,
Only
bro.
sunlight
You're
is-
just
He wants you to
restating the
go out and
premise.
test it, bro. He wants you to go out into space and
by
get a
the
camera.
moon.
and show that it's happening. That's what this guy wants.
Anybody can get a camera from space right now. There's plenty of websites for it. You can go to NASA right now and get a camera for space
Hey, bro,
and see.
every time,
Oh, you can get an ISS cam right now, and you will see that the Earth is not flat, but in fact a globe. Like, I don't understand why this is so hard for you guys to understand.
Well,
The
from
same
200
people telling me to
So
go
what
get a
altitude
camera
is that?
from space.
The
Same
ISS. What altitude is that?
No, but it's so funny that you would say that, because the same people telling me to go get a camera and look at space are the same people that see cameras in space and don't believe that the Earth is a globe. Like, do you
Well,
hear how idiotic
No,
you
an
sound? You can't.
altitude is in feet, bro.
Space.
You could
So
give
you're
an
saying all
altitude
the
in
cameras in
feet,
space. You're saying all
kilometers.
space are false. You're saying all the cameras in space are false. You're saying
well,
all the evidence,
I
scientific
mean,
evidence
okay,
is proven.
you
that the
got to
government-
stop. All right. You got to just take a chill pill here for a second. Just take a seat. We asked you some questions. You just steamrolled right past them. We kind of need to reset things here because you've gone in like 10 different directions. So try to pick a claim and then just follow it to a conclusion.
Is the Earth the only planet in the solar system?
You were talking the whole time you were muted, huh? So you're just scattergunning claims. Solar system, Earth being a planet. This is what's in contention, bro. Space, it's another claim. We don't think that can exist. You can't have an open system of gas pressure next to a vacuum. It would fill that vacuum. So all sorts of claims, but nothing much more than that.
Earth the only planet in the solar system that is a globe?
Dude.
Yes or no?
Didn't you just listen? Didn't you just
Yes
listen?
or no?
It's not a planet.
It's not as simple. It's not
Earth
easy
isn't
to
a
say yes
planet.
or no to that.
Earth isn't a planet.
Right.
Earth isn't
Yeah,
a planet.
Yes. There you go. No, it's not.
Provide the evidence that it is. That's your claim. First define planet, then show us that how the Earth fits in that category. Go ahead.
Go get some
Define a
cartoons
planet.
for us.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, you're just scattergunning claims at us, and you're just stacking them on top of each other, one after
A
the other.
planet is
Like,
a
just
rounded astronomical body. That's the most basic definition of a planet I can give. A rounded astronomical body. And it's not a star, and it's not remnant.
so the Earth is an astronomical body. It's in the sky.
It's a rounded astronomical body, not just an astronomical body. A
So the Earth
rounded,
is in the sky, bro.
and it's not a star, and it's not a remnant.
It also doesn't seem to be in the sky.
Oh my gosh.
Have you seen it in the sky? Tell me what vantage point you saw the Earth in the sky from to get
You
this
can't see
idea
the
that it's a
Earth in the
planet.
sky because you're on the Earth. Unless there's a mirror in the sky, sir, you're not going to see the Earth in the sky.
Okay,
I'm sorry
so
that the world.
you've
I'm
never
sorry-
seen. Okay. So you've never seen the Earth as an astronomical body. That's fine. Also, planets move. So when have you seen the Earth moving?
The Earth moves all the time.
Can
The
you
whole
prove
solar
that?
system moves through space.
Okay, solar system, slow down. You're getting ahead of yourself. Space, you're getting ahead of yourself. So planets
You just
move.
asked me about space. Are you fucking retarded? You just asked me about space. You literally just said, "Do you see the Earth in space?"
Yeah, man.
You literally just asked me about space. You literally just asked me about space.
No, I didn't. I asked you what vantage point
Oh my-
from which you've seen the Earth in the sky. Didn't specify space.
Conversation. You literally just brought space into the conversation, and now
No, I
you're saying
didn't.
people are going. Okay.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. You're right.
Just-
You're right. I'll follow your delusion. You didn't say that. Yeah, the Earth is a rounded astronomical body. It is a planet.
Okay,
Pluto
now you're
is
just
a
repeating
planet.
your assertion again. You're just
Listen,
repeating your claim again.
Hold on.
We're not going to let you repeat your claims all day because it's really boring, okay? If you want to preach your heliocentric religion, maybe try a street corner or something, but here we're going to try to have a conversation, all right?
All right. You told me to define
I
a
think
planet.
he's making a round claim. So do you have measurements of curvature?
Do I have measurements of
Just hold
curvature?
on. I just want him to understand something first, right? That right, you have this preconception of the universe, right? And now when you come in here, you're thinking people, right, think that it's that the Earth is this object in space, right? So you're just inserting flat Earth into that already preconceived notion of what the universe is. And
The Earth
we're
is an
saying
object in
we're
space.
challenging the whole lot. The whole lot.
For one, the Earth curves about 8 inches every mile. So is it very obvious? No, it's not. Also,
So
the
we
equation
could
for the
measure
Earth-
that, right? You'd agree 8
You
inches,
can
that's a
measure that.
measurable amount.
You can
Okay,
measure
so
that.
do you have someone that has measured that?
Yes, I have the polar and equatorial radius of curvature of the Earth, which is b squared a equals 6,335
Where'd they
kilometers.
get the radius from?
They got the radius using the Earth's equator and the Earth's poles. That's how they got the curvature. That's why it's called prime vertical curvature.
Who
of the Earth.
measured that?
Who measured it?
Correct. The radius value. Who measured that?
You see how you're just stating the claim again? We ask you how it was measured, and then you just give us the claim.
This is measured by. Oh my gosh! Can you just let me answer his question, please?
Yeah, how was it measured? I want you to answer.
No, that he already asked me that. He asked me who measured it. We've already passed that. I'm not going to restate my claims because you asked the same question twice.
You've never told us how it was measured. You just asserted a radius, and then you didn't tell us where it came from.
I just said it was measured using the prime vertical equations, which means using the poles and using the equator. The curvature was measured. I already said this.
Can you describe that process? Because just using equations and formulas and doing calculations isn't actually measuring anything.
No,
so can you describe the process by which the Earth was physically directly measured to be what you're saying it is?
It's the fact that you want me to restate the claim, but then when I restate the claim, you get upset.
No, I really don't want you to restate the claim. I've been telling you over and over again that's all you've been doing, and it's really annoying. So we got your claim. It's a globe with a radius. Now, how was that directly measured to be the case?
This person. So then why did you ask the same question as the previous person? See, we've already passed half of the stuff you just mentioned.
Okay, the previous person. Do you feel like he answered your question at all?
Not at all. I think we asked who measured it.
Okay, so we're not moving forward because you haven't answered anybody's questions, all right? So try again to tell us how it was measured. All right, he's gone. Oh, it was just kind of pointless.
Oh, yeah, he was triggered before he came in.
Yeah, he started triggered.
I mean, even I say that the radius of the Earth can't be directly measured.
That's because you're a flat earther, Matt. We know.
No, I think it can be calculated, just not measured directly.
No, we know you're a flat earther. It's okay.
That guy was too emotional.
Matthew, one thing I've wanted to ask you too, just out of curiosity. Like, you go to Flat Earth meetups, but you always kind of stand in the back, away from the group and everything. My take was, because we were talking about that a couple months ago. People thought that was weird, like Matthew was being weird, and I said, no, I bet like if you show other group photos, you generally stand in about the same spot. Is that true or false?
I'm not sure why somebody would say that. When I went to the Flat Up meetups, I was there for a while talking to people all the time. If you're talking about the group photos, I was wearing my NASA shirt, so I wanted to not be right in the midst of everybody who's throwing the flat Earth signs. But when I was actually interacting with people, I was not standoffish at all.
Okay, so it's more about you just didn't want your shirt to be front and center.
Well, I mean, if you're taking a group photo of all the flat earthers, I didn't want to ruin the picture.
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, you can ask Flat Earth dude Kevin, because he and I even did some measurements to the angle of the sun and did some calculations, and I mean basic stuff. But yeah, I wasn't standoffish.
So do you work for them, or what's the reasoning for wearing the shirt? Is it part of the uniform or what? Don't we pay them? So you bought it back from yourself?
When I went to one or two meetings and I decided that I should represent, and so I went to the T-shirt mart and found a cheap NASA shirt and started wearing those to the meetings. I do not work for NASA.
Do you work for Flat Earth Society?
Well, I will say that I don't work for NASA as far as Flat Earth Society or any other thing. I just will say no comment for that. I mean, my full-time job is working for a university.
Hey, you want to buy one of my company name shirts?
I don't know why.
I don't know. They seem to like represent things for some reason.
Are there any other
see it
federal
now.
agencies you have shirts for?
No, but I have one for the state of California. I think I have a USA shirt, but no agencies.
Like, would you have like
He
a
just
IRS
did he just
shirt?
say no comment? No comment for Flat Earth Society? Really,
Yes, he did.
Matthew? Holy frickin' moly, dude! Come on, bro.
Comment.
Jeez, like, we kind of we like you just a tiny bit because you come in here and take the beatings, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just not prepared to, reveal or divulge all of my sources of income. That's all.
Who's the most highest profile character you've rubbed shoulders with?
In general, or
Robbie, right? Is it Robbie?
Well, I've met Nathan Thompson a couple times. Mark Sargent was at one or two of those meetings.
Oh, I just meant in general.
I saw Arnold Schwarzenegger when he came to the Norwalk courthouse to register when he was running for California governor.
Stop it!
I mean, I didn't meet him, but I saw him.
You idiot!
I know William Lane Craig, who's a very prominent philosopher of Christian
Stop whining!
theism. I think probably William Lane Craig is the most important person I've ever met, like culturally important.
It's not true. You know me, man. I'm freaking
I
popular
meant-
as shit, dude.
Sorry,
My
I meant
coffee's
the number
amazing.
2. Yeah, you're right. The number 2 most important.
What's the most highest profile occupation that any of your students have achieved?
Having had 5,400 students or 5,300 students over the past 20 years, don't know. You know what? One of my students a couple of my students have been in Hollywood and have run, made some big movies, but I couldn't name them off the top of my head.
Any assholes?
I don't know how many of them have ended up in industry. I don't keep close contact with everybody, so I'm not sure.
Well, if they work for NASA, they essentially work in Hollywood.
Oh,
Yeah,
here's
that's
one. Zach King. Zach King is a prominent YouTuber and advertiser, and he was in my class.
I've heard that name.
Yeah, Zach King is here in California. Also, he was like the number one Vine guy for a while. He does all these sort of like magic trick type video editing tricks. So if you've ever seen him, I mean, if you look him up and watch something, you'll be like, oh yeah, I know who that is. I've seen something.
And you still teach?
Yes, I mean, I've always taught. Well, in a decade or more, I've taught part time. But I do work full time for the university, and I still teach. Sometimes math, sometimes business stuff. And this semester, I'm teaching Intro to Computer Science, like a C++ programming class.
Ever discuss Flat Earth with your students?
doesn't really come up. I've mentioned it a couple times because I made a video or two on my channel, so I mentioned that I did that. But yeah, I don't know of any of my students who are flat earthers. I suppose in the past there have been some. Out of 5,000 students, there's probably some.
Or at least maybe now.
Right.
Yo.
Do you discuss it with your colleagues?
I mean, I bring it up sometimes, but none of my colleagues are flat earthers. I do have
What do they think about it though?
I know someone who is who's into QAnon type stuff, or was maybe a few years ago, but not flat earth.
So why'd
What
you
sort of
connect?
reaction do you get from? Sorry, go on. Sorry.
How'd you connect QAnon to flat Earth?
There's the Venn diagrams overlap quite a bit. A lot of people go from flat Earth to QAnon, or vice versa.
It's a good
They're
stepping
obviously
stone.
not the same thing.
Well, no, because we had QAnon people coming into the 24/7 channel talking about flat earthers were some sort of communist conspiracy theory or liberal conspiracy theory to undermine the greatness of America. They see Make America Great Again. They see that as the 1960s and 70s.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, QAnon is like directly opposite.
I don't know why, bro. They're really grasping onto that lately. Like, we had a PhD from Berkeley come in, and like, I swear, we're a room full of black people, or African Americans, right? And they claim that somehow we're carrying water for white supremacy by pushing flat Earth propaganda. It's amazing that this is what they have. The conclusion they've came to.
Oh,
It's
you
wow.
are a retard, though. It's got nothing to do with race.
No, just
but
to
you're
make
a
it
retard.
clear, that's just a certain part of that sort of community. And of course, they're taking on something else, and it's some glowies. That's all it is, a bunch of clowns pretending, and they're giving a bad name to what's actually being said in the
Does
actual
a clown
community
know
you're
he's a
talking about.
clown, or is it
Oh, they're
part of
just
his
being
clownness that
clowns,
he
like
does
they're
not
doing
know
right
that he's
now.
Okay, one mic at a time. Don't talk over each other.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Who
must be
doesn't
me.
know?
I must be the queen.
Any glowy here, step forward
About
and you'll
the
be treated
aspect.
fairly. That's what I thought.
You're going to take a measured
Hello,
aspect.
my name is Scott Walter. I work for the
Always two
NSA.
first names. Always two first names, total glowy.
I work for the NSA. I am a Hapa. Yes, my father
NSAs.
is the white one.
Scott the troll.
So, this Reckonor guy, has he said anything, or has he been just quiet since he got here? Have you heard him speak? I
Yeah,
wonder if that's the. I
that's
hope
him.
that's him.
Yeah,
I hope that's him.
he
God, I
sounds-
love that man.
He sounds just like Arnold.
He is the greatest thing I have ever seen on Discord.
Well, that's a statement.
Yeah, Reckonor is like solid, man. He's been
based.
part of this.
Oh,
yeah.
You saying you're gay for him?
No, it's a non-sexual crush, strictly platonic.
Well, I didn't know things could be non-sexual.
Yeah, they could be. Sort
So
of
Matt-
disappointing.
Yeah, when you're that age, when you're that young, they typically aren't. But
So Matthew, how did you get from flat Earth to QAnon? Where's the Venn diagram? What's the topic that they both share?
Acute paranoia.
Distrust of mainstream ideas.
The
put 'em on
QAnon supports Trump. That's a mainstream candidate.
Oh, dude, the QAnon thing, I missed most of this conversation, but yeah, they're all about like the space aliens and that disclosure. They're about the Space Force, Donald Trump, freaking. They
No,
believe
most of that's no.
they believe in the electoral process. Like they
Yeah. And Donald Trump came out and said the Earth is flat. Yeah, right.
No, Donald Trump said the Earth is a globe. He said that
He's
multiple times. Yeah, he talked about
That was
making.
sarcasm. Great.
Yeah, he started the Space Force.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Why would he say it's flat if he started the Space Force, bro?
I was being sarcastic. It was a sarcastic comment.
Yeah, but the
Run with
Space
it.
Force just takes care of communication. That's hardwired cables underground and internet traffic, Matthew. So it's all hardwired to processors and hard drives underground. Nothing in the sky other than the waves, right? And that's just a certain 0.1% of all the communications.
Yeah, most
They just
internet
tried to
traffic
lump.
goes
They just
under.
tried to lump. They
Bet
just
they're
tried to
lying
lump
about
flat
anatomy
Earth
too.
in with all of
You should dig into your arm and see what's in there.
Yeah, man. Justin Bieber's arm, you just carve it into yourself with like a red hot screwdriver, and like the portal will open. You can ascend. Oh yeah.
Wow, you
Use
sound
to
like you're
learn
in a
about your
tube, dude.
anatomy.
Tin can, phone, mic.
Holy fuck.
Actually, what I was about to say there about they tried to lump flat Earth in, it's probably the other way around. Honestly, is like, well, they tried to attach as they were talking about the QAnon and Russian disinformation and all of that stuff. They tried to attach flat Earth to them as another way to further discredit them.
Okay, I didn't know they could allow Discord to be downloaded on flip phones. This poor guy can't even fucking talk.
He's like rubbing two sticks together.
He really is, dude. He's in a cave somewhere.
He's in
is
like
that?
Agartha right now.
Yeah. You guys are doing the science.
Hey, hey, Crit and Flat Earth friends, do you want to help me with my physics homework?
No.
Okay. I'm working with little G this time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe.
You want to
One of those
study?
It's a trajectory problem. This person threw a ball off a cliff. It travels 80 meters to the east. Or does it land? And so I have to draw a little like parabola because it arcs because of gravity, apparently.
Oh.
Well, it lands 80 meters to the east. I think there's the answer right there.
Well, they want me to. That's what I originally put down, but they want me to accommodate for Coriolis force and shit. The deflection of the ball. Yeah. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Like, it's 3-dimensional trajectory problem.
Ask them if there's an inertial frame and a non-inertial frame.
Want you to account for a fictitious, non-existing force?
It
Jeez,
doesn't
that's
allow me to
freaking
ask
weird.
questions. It tells me put in an integer to 3 sig figs.
I think you should just debate the teacher.
I will. If you want me to. I could record it for you guys.
Yeah, that'll rock.
See, if you toss in Coriolis force, you can have the ball land wherever you want it.
That's true.
It floats in the air. It comes down. It just does all kinds of crazy. Because let's say gave you the exact latitude and longitude.
Nope. I'm just giving a very broad hypothetical. This person just throws a ball off a cliff somewhere in the world.
Yeah, so how do you know what the deflection is?
It just says I have to account for it. Just because. There's really no explanation why.
It's 0 then.
Yeah, well then the answer is not enough information given.
See, if I put that, it's gonna because it's on the. It's not like a written homework. It's online through Pearson. So if I put not information given, it's gonna mark it wrong, and then I only have 4 attempts left. It wants a number, so apparently I have to just comply and give it a number.
Yeah, but how are you you might as well throw a dart at a dartboard blindfolded. Like you like
Tell your teacher that he's asking you to beg the question.
What response could I expect from that?
I don't know. It'll be interesting. Tell him to prove rotation. Instead of just doing calculations, assuming it.
yeah, you would have to know the latitude, and then with the latitude, you would have to know what the what your speed of rotation is to try to determine the amount, and then you'd have to know what you already said, the direction, right? The direction you're throwing it.
Yeah, 80 meters to the east, and then also it says to ignore air resistance.
Then why would you ignore the air resistance? Yeah, okay, whatever. It's stupid.
I'm just trying to solve
No,
it,
no, no.
guys.
You ignore air resistance because your air resistance will be when you account for Coriolis, which is an apparent, as in not actual deflection.
Yeah, but it is saying no. But that's the thing. It's saying ignore air resistance, but then account for the Coriolis force.
Yeah, I know. So it's just
This is like
replacing.
this is retarded. I don't, this question, I'm just gonna skip it. It's retarded. I appreciate your guys' help on it. I don't really know what I'm doing. Oh.
I mean, do they want you to assume that you're at the equator? Like
There
there
is
has to be
no
something there.
there is no latitude longitude component. It is like I said. I'll literally read the question. You are standing on a 30-foot cliff, and you throw a projectile unknown to what it is, 80 meters to the east. At what height is the velocity 0? Ignore air resistance, but account for the Coriolis force. And it literally shows a stick figure. There's an illustration on Pearson. It shows a stick figure throwing what looks to be a projectile. It's some fucking circular thing. Throwing it, and it's creating like an arc. And it shows the vector for Coriolis force deflecting the ball like down to the ground like all of a sudden.
Do you throw it perfectly straight, or do you throw it up into the air? Like
Yes, so you're throwing it as if you're throwing it straight, and it shows it like you would think it's going just straight across horizontally, but then all of a sudden it goes up and then straight down, like straight vertically down.
Wait, so it doesn't tell you which direction?
I'm throwing it 80 meters to the east.
But are you?
And like
you're
the ball all of a
aiming it
sudden
straight up?
arcs up. No, I'm just throwing it across over the cliff, like straight across, like a baseball.
And it doesn't say if you're throwing it east or south or north.
It says I'm throwing it east.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
But like I gotta take a picture. I gotta get a picture of this. It literally shows like you're throwing it straight, but then it like just all of a sudden arcs up and then gets deflected down. Like what the fuck? And then it shows a secondary six stick figure that's like a little like female girl like stick figure that like catches the ball like at the fucking crest of the cliff or whatever the fuck it is, like down below.
Yeah, send us a picture. That sounds interesting.
A malformed question, isn't it, Matthew?
No, I don't think so. I'm just curious what the picture looks like.
How would he account for Coriolis?
It gives me the constant for Coriolis. That's all it does. So like it tells me here.
But Coriolis isn't even said to be a constant. I guess if they claim it's a constant, then you might be able to.
Pearson claims it's 2 omega sine phi. So omega is like the rotation of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth constant sine of phi.
But they don't tell you the latitude?
No. Nope.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that if you don't have the latitude.
And dude's a math professor that believes, in the globe big time.
Yeah, like an older dude. Like he's probably like in his 70s. And what the fuck? Oh. He's like in his 70s, and all he literally does is like just go over book problems. there's like no explanation. I shit you not. It's just like, here's the problem, here's the answer. Like, fuck off. There was actually, it's funny you mentioned that. No bullshit. And Crit, I meant to DM you the other day because I was in class for lecture, right? And there's actually somebody there that I suspect is a flat earther, because either he's a flat earther or just somebody asking, like, begging the question type of thing. And he, like, in the middle of one of our three-dimensional trajectory problems, he goes, well, how are you able to assume, like, Coriolis constant? And he kind of just looked up and he literally was like, I don't really have time for this. And, like, we're moving on. And that was that. And that guy, like, hasn't really asked, like, any other questions since, probably because the professor's kind of being a dick.
I suspect the professor doesn't know the answer if he's just doing book problems.
Yeah, probably. Let's...
So, without doxing yourself or anything, is this a community college or like a?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a community college. Yep. But this also, I mean, in all fairness, this does happen at the university level too. Like, you're not really, like, kind of frowned upon to ask questions to professors that I've seen.
Yeah, at
like
the community college, you either get really good teachers or kind of bad teachers.
Yeah. So, it is what it is, But this guy's kind of a dick smack. Like, I'm sure, like, if one of you guys, like, were asking the same questions that you just did now in class, he would be like, you know what, I'm not dealing with this right now. Like, you need to leave my class. Like, shit like that. He wouldn't even, like, engage in, like, thoughtful discussion. He's like one of those that, like, I'm right, you're wrong.
Well, then he's a terrible teacher. Then he's like really bad because he's giving you a question that's unanswerable, and you're not allowed to point out or ask questions like, "Hey, I need this other information." Like you're missing something.
Right.
It should tell you it probably shouldn't even be phrased like as with the Earth. It should like just like a planet that rotates at this speed and at this latitude on it. You know what I mean? Because unless he's going to just give you the the 1038 or whatever it is at the equator, and then also a latitude, but he should be giving you the specifics of the globe math in order to do that.
No, it makes sense, because how are you supposed to dissect Coriolis force without a lat long? Right? Or anything with the problem.
Latitude in particular. Latitude and direction. So he gave you the direction, but he didn't give you a latitude.
Yeah.
He didn't give you, like, I mean, maybe it's in there somewhere, but yeah, I mean, the speed at the equator is supposed to be like the 1,000, like 38 or something like that, or 42 or somewhere around there. Forget what it is. But obviously that changes with latitude. So, like, what's the speed of the angular speed, the rotational speed of the Earth? That information isn't given.
Nope.
Oh, I think you can find it though.
But it should be given
and
for
just
the problem.
treat it as a constant. No. Probably just gonna brush me off and be like, dude, go to fucking tutoring. This shit. Well, I appreciate your guys' attempt here. I mean,
Maybe
on the spot.
your professor is a flat earther and he just wants you to answer like 80 meters east.
Fair.
Fuck your Coriolis. 80 meters east.
Yeah.
What y'all think the sun is? What is that? What's up with the sun?
I think the real question is, what is it not? And even though I said that in a trollish way, it truly is the real question for Flat Earth.
I think it's a light given to govern the day.
What's dark? Why do you get dark? Why is there nighttime?
Because the sun's not in the sky.
Why does that shit happen?
The sun went away.
We all experience it. The sun's in the sky, it's daytime. It's not, then it's not daytime.
Where's it go?
Is it above the horizon? That's the question.
Where's the sun go?
Above the horizon.
It just leaves.
Instead of being over here, it's
It just
over there.
despawns.
Yeah, wherever it's
It's
daytime,
it's
that's
just
where
over there instead of over here.
The sun just goes to sleep at night. It just despawns. That's what it does.
The fuck going on? The sun goes to sleep at night. No, it's somewhere else. It's daytime for someone else when it's nighttime for me. Ooh. Groundbreaking.
Light doesn't travel forever through a medium. Atmospheric light extinction happens. You've got a smaller, more local sun that travels away from you and creates night for you.
And
You
this
said
atmospheric extinction happens in the space of 20 minutes, like 10 minutes before sunset to 10 minutes after sunset. The sun moves so far away that you can't see it at all.
I don't see the problem.
Even though there's nothing between your eyes and the sun except for thin air, you still can't see it for some reason.
I'll tell you that what I mean. You say 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after. I've never seen sunrise or sunset happen that fast. You get twilight for much longer than that.
No, I'm talking about seeing the actual circle of the sun, like that goes away in the space of like 4 or 5 minutes, depending on your latitude.
Well, in the ball model, the sun has already set, but we're seeing a refracted sun for quite a while before it disappears.
Yeah, it's something like 0.5 degrees, so maybe just a couple minutes.
Well, it's also 8 minutes because it's not actually where it is. Add that on too.
We got another one snoring.
I'll show you guys what I'm working on. I'm scanning these old letters from my family, and my great great grandfather says this in 1896: all political parties are led more or less by political bosses whose chief aim appears to be rule or ruin, money and power at any cost. Neither, or rather than an honest, righteous government, and for the very best interests of the best country God and His merciful providence ever caused to shine, the sun to shine upon. American politics in the main are disgrace to civilized Christian nation.
See, not much changed then.
Yeah, nothing's changed. 140 years or whatever. 120.
Yes, the question then is, did he know of a time where it wasn't like that? Or did he only come to realize that when he wrote that?
And that's before the Federal Reserve. That's freaking interesting. The wow. Well, I mean,
No, that's exactly right. In
kings
fact,
have always done it.
later in the
Government's
letter,
always done it.
later in the letter, he talks about, some people think everything will only be fixed if McKinley is elected, which he was, President McKinley. Other people think that the, what does he call it? The free silver Bryant ticket. So free silver was people who wanted to go off the gold standard and onto a silver standard or something like that.
I guess I'm not sure. I know we were on what they called a gold standard, but it was backed by both gold and silver. I don't know if there was a time where it was just gold.
There was a time where you could go get your, gold certificate or silver certificate. And then there was a time where you went back in, they're like, we're not honoring those. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, my grandma was collected coins and silver certificates and stuff like that she had, and unfortunately, she lost all that shit in a house fire. It was all supposed to be willed to me, her silver certificates.
Dude, you some Confederate money's worth way more than silver certificates. I had a 1928 $2 bill. I thought was gonna be worth all this money. It's got oh gosh, where's the place that Thomas Jefferson lived?
Actual worth. It was just more about she likes the antiques and stuff like that. Always thinking about
Yeah,
when she's
all
gonna
the
do things. Yeah.
yeah. My grandmother and grandfather, they saved a lot of silver too. They had a lot of old stuff. My mother had a 1880 silver dollar that my grandmother had. It dropped out of a slot machine back in the 40s. An 1880 Morgan silver dollar. Maybe not the 40s. Maybe it was the 50s. She was just, that was when there was silver, but there wasn't it was just I guess at that point it would have been silver, 90% silver, and a lot of the stuff. But she had one of those drop out.
A few years ago, I was emptied some change from my pocket, threw it on the dresser, and one of the coins just sounded. It was obviously a different sound. I'm like, I was like, what the heck was that? And I went to go and check it out, and sure enough, it was a an actual an older one, like a silver quarter. Yeah, I set it aside, meaning to save it, but it ended up getting mixed in with all the fucking other change, and I lost track of it. But it's funny how, yeah, it literally sounds completely different, all the new change
Yeah,
versus
you can tell from the side it doesn't have that 2-layer look, or the copper and the what's called clad. I guess it's clad. You could tell from the side, and it does sound distinctly different. People still get looking for those 50-cent pieces that were 40% silver between 1960. Gosh, what was it? Between 65 and 69. I'm not sure, but they were 40%. Those were the last silver coins that were like actual circulated. And they're pretty rare too, because they were 90% for the longest time, and that's so weird that they put them down to 40, and then nothing. So just
Yeah, now
crazy.
now they're like actually nickel on the inside, and then just silver plated on the outside.
Yeah, I heard the pennies were zinc or some crap is what I heard.
Pennies are zinc with a copper coating.
So I heard somebody said it costs 3 cents to make 1 penny, and I was like, if that's true, that's just, boy, we're really pretty pathetic,
I mean, that
But
would
then
make
they
sense,
make up.
though.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
just
think
the
about the
process of
mint
creating
amount.
it creates value in it.
But think about the mint, like the minting stuff, and I think all the money they lose on the pennies. But then, like, oh, it costs this much to make $1. Well, then when you're printing up the hundreds, you're like, oh, we'll make up all the profit on the $100 bill. Who the hell knows? It's a mess.
Just goes to prove that it's all a fucking charade anyway. Like, when printing money, it doesn't come off of a press. It comes in a computer when they add zeros. Okay, like it's all just made up numbers in a fucking computer.
There's a good argument for getting
yeah,
rid of pennies.
yeah.
I posted a video about it.
Dude, I remember this. I don't know. Do you ever watch that Pawn Star show? The old man had like freaking 20 buckets of pennies that he had saved up over the years. 25-gallon buckets of pennies. Now, if you turned them in for copper, it was worth a certain amount, but you can't do that because that's destruction of whatever. And I was like, well, who the hell? If you can get somebody to melt it down, who the hell's going to know? But if somebody
You can
caught
melt
wind
it
of it,
yourself. You can melt it yourself.
right. It's just interesting, that eventually it's worth way more, like pennies. Like, holy crap, man.
No, actual copper. Like, it's rare that I do much metalwork with copper, but I was doing copper gutters on an old historical society building, and it was in downtown Milwaukee. And of course, when you get in the city, there's bums and crackheads all over the place. So I'm in a lift, and of course, I know there's scrap value to this stuff. I had a bucket up in the lift, and I was trying to catch all my scraps, but every once in a while, a tiny little nip would drop and fall through the cracks. And dude, there was like 5 people hanging out beneath me, just pouncing on little penny-sized pieces of copper, because that penny-sized piece of copper was worth over 10 cents.
Yeah, that's been a problem in the city, in Baltimore City. Is people break into all the abandoned buildings, the junkies and the crackheads, and they steal all the copper piping. And a lot of them set up shop
Baltimore
and
City.
burning
What do
that
you know
shit.
about Baltimore City? What do you know about Baltimore City?
Yeah, man, that's where I'm from.
That's where I'm from, man. I live in Halethorpe, man.
Nice. I'm on the east side.
The East Side, shit. Back in the day, boy. How old are you?
36.
You're young, but yeah, if you lived on the East Side, whatever, near Eager and all that.
Yeah, not too far from there. I'm up there by Archbishop Curley, there by Bel Air and Urban.
Oh, Urban, yeah.
Yeah. I grew up on the west side though, so I've been over here for
What,
about
north and Longwood?
no,
Over
no,
on that
Park
side?
Heights. Park Heights.
Oh shit! I got a buddy up there that lives in the. He lives right on in that. They just redid it, and it's like I guess it's Section 8 probably. It's Park Height. Gosh darn it!
It's up there off near Northern Parkway.
It's the towers. Yeah, the towers. It's called not Erdman. Shit. Whatever the name of the street is right there. I think it's Towers. What's that main street that goes through there? I can't believe I don't even know it. I go there. Been there so many damn times.
Ricerstown Road? You talking about Ricerstown? Belvedere?
Nah. Belvedere. Yeah, Belvedere Towers. There you go.
Yeah, Belvedere Towers.
Yeah.
Man, it's fucking rough right there, man. Stay away from that area, man. That's where I grew up, so I don't go back around there.
Crazy. I know a guy has a house up there. And just yeah, it's rough. Rough area, man.
The historical society building I was working, like for the gutters, copper gutters.
Oh yeah, they be ripping those down.
This was probably almost 20 years ago, and maybe 15 years ago. And so the prices have gone through the roof since then. But just to buy the gutters, like just the materials for the gutters, was $30,000 for the materials for the gutters.
So there's guys still bending them for the old look, huh? Dude, can you imagine? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, $30,000 of material just for the gutters, just for the copper gutters.
Yeah, I guess the edges of the old flat roofs, all Baltimore roofs are tar. Most of them are tar on the old. There's so many of those, the old row homes in Baltimore that are just, falling down like crazy. I remember back in the day on Federal Hill, they were selling dollar houses. You could get a house for $1.
Yeah,
but
it was like my house for $1.
Remember that shit?
Yeah, hell yeah.
And but then if you fix it up and like shit, Federal Hill is like that's big money now. That's almost like I'm really forgetting my neighborhoods here.
Man, that's where they run in those rehab homes. And when people come in and put money into them and put all new piping in there and new stuff in there, they come ransack that.
They come and just rip it out. Oh my gosh! So yeah, like in some neighborhoods that's not going to happen, but like Fells Point, dude, like it's all about if the cops are around or not, and they're just not all the time. So
and crackheads don't care either. Like they'll grab what they can. And just fucking they'll run down the street with a freaking, we had our trailer broken into. They stole they busted into a freaking our trailer and tried to steal our brake, and cops caught this freaking crackhead trying to run down the sidewalk, down the street with a 10-foot freaking brake on his in his hands. He ended up throwing it on the ground and jumping into the fucking river. Like, dude,
you mean a brake for bending
metal,
yeah, dude.
Jumping in the river.
Yeah, I'll go back home in about 10 days. I'll be back in Maryland. But I'll DM you, dude. I'll DM you, man.
Dude, the crackhead.
If you're a coffee drinker, maybe I'll bring you some coffee. Maybe I'll bring you some coffee.
Oh fuck! I remember somebody giving me your name. This is the first time I actually heard you on the app talking. But yeah, I remember looking at you make coffee and stuff. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, hell yeah, I'll come by and get some.
Yeah, I got a buddy who's down at Fells Point. I go see him once in a while, so that's not too far from there,
Nah, not at all. Fucking 10 minutes from downtown.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna be listening, man. I'm gonna go for it. I gotta cook. I'll see you. Good meeting you,
Doing the
man.
same thing myself, man.
You ever see that YouTube channel? Prank call YouTube channel. What's it called?
Can the camera?
Whoever that was is super quiet.
Ownage pranks. You ever hear that? Yeah. Then.
We still got a snorer.
This was fun.
Yeah, the room has lulls.
Let's see what the
Looks like
atheists
we're in one
say.
now.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Having a good time. Where is Victor anyway? Oh, he's banned.
Every time I hear Star Trails, I just ban him.
Yeah.
He gets 2 words every 2 days.
What's your vector, Victor?
Going on, Goose? What do you got?
Not much. I just came to chill. Doesn't look like anyone's talking though, so.
Yeah, it's pretty chill in here. Still speculation Sunday. You got any speculations for us?
I can't even begin to speculate.
Is that for lack of imagination? Did Matthew admit to being in Flat Earth Society before?
No, I did not.
Now, is it Globe Proof Day once a day every month? Something
I like
about
to call the nights of the full moon globe evidence days. Because
now if it's cloudy, do you
then you have to
not
wait till
have
the next month.
Yeah, it's a shame. You know, if it was always cloudy, what evidence would you have that the ground is a ball? Like if you couldn't see the sky.
No, that's a really interesting question, speculation question. I think that God Almighty, in His providence and for our benefit, made the world such that we could see the stars for His glory and all that type of stuff. Because technically, Earth could be like Venus, or it could be like Seattle in January, where it's overcast 100% of the time, and life would go on fairly normally. You know, crops would grow, things would happen, weather, all that type of stuff. But just imagine if nobody on Earth had ever seen the stars. We'd see sort of like a light come up every once in a while, like the sun would rise and set, but it would just get light and dark, and nobody'd know why.
Yeah, Eratosthenes wouldn't have been able to do his little shadow thing.
How would he go about doing it anyway? How would he let the guy in the hundreds of miles away? How would he be like, "Hey man, you got the sticks? You got the shadows going over there? All right, mark down your freaking observation this time." And he's on his what he sent, a stork? He sent his little pigeon, carrier pigeon.
No, the story goes that he just read an account that in
year
Syene the
ahead.
sun is directly overhead. In other words, we'd say it's on the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah, and didn't they do it a year apart?
I don't know. I think the story is that he just read an account that that's what happened.
I think that'd be the only way to do it. If it was on the same exact day, a year apart. Although, what if it was a leap year? That's tough.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's not the date that matters. It's the day of the solstice, and also the time. He can figure out the time at solar noon in both places.
Oh, solstice, yeah. You know what I like the most about Carl Sagan's little demonstration? You know, when he showed how it worked, and is that he bent the paper, like he
Right.
bent the map. But like in reality, we don't bend maps to make them work. Like they're flat.
Right, yeah, maps are flat. Yeah, that's known.
I have a
Yeah.
map that's not flat, but most maps are. But yeah, Carl Sagan showed that it would work on a flat Earth or a curved Earth. But he said,
Yeah, it would work on a
Oh.
flat Earth if the sun was closer to the surface.
Right.
That's the only way it would work. Which is fine. Like that's valid. Like if that's what you propose as a flat Earth, then that's completely valid. But it also works on a globe if the sun is farther away.
The magic trick lies in the angle.
I mean, it's not a magic trick; it's just geometry.
Oh yeah, it's a magic trick.
What's the illusion?
The illusion is that he got 7.2 degrees off. But the trick is 7.2 degrees off what? And it's vertical.
Wait, who
It's
thinks
also a trick. It's also a trick to think that frickin' the sunlight can travel 93 million miles. That's a frickin' absolute.
Yeah, it probably can.
laugh-
I mean, look how big the sun
laughable,
is.
laughable, laughable.
Who thinks the Earth is flat?
Who's this 8-year-old who's trying to debate things now?
I just
Buddy,
want to finish
who are
my
you?
point there.
You're not him.
I just want to finish my point, right? So
Got, like, teleportation or something?
it is 7.2
Oh, like,
degrees
one
off
meter.
vertical. So that means either the sun rays are divergent or the tower is tilted 7.2 degrees off vertical. So there you go.
Or
So
the sun is 93 million miles away.
But that wouldn't work either.
Why not?
Because the sun would have to be infinitely far away, and the sun rays would have to be parallel.
But like, so realistically, right? So like, is that why it's nighttime? Because like the time we're traveling on the sun, and our side of the Earth's not facing it.
Who?
So you know it's sun time for us, right? So like, does that work? So how we're spinning around the sun, but also Earth is turning, right? Let's say Earth turning, and let's say I'm Florida, right? I'm turning away from it, and we're around on the sun. It's nighttime, right? So then I face towards it, and then the sun rays facing towards me. It's daytime. That's how it works, though, right?
Wow.
Wow.
You're really the first one to know that, I think.
Did you come up with that by yourself?
Who
Yeah.
thinks the Earth is flat, though?
My boy Aristotle help me.
Aristotle helped you. Wow, you must be pretty old. You sound young for your age.
I'm 13. What you mean?
Oh, Aristotle's what? Over 2,000 years old or something?
Yeah, but like Alexander the
Yeah,
Great help me.
How did he help you if you're 13 and he's
Well, thanks
Oh
for the
well,
way
info.
older?
like all his grandsons and sons, all that.
I don't think he has a relative that's living today. Pretty sure his bloodline.
Well, let me correct you there.
Or you're gonna correct me? Okay.
Alexander.
Are you googling something right now? That's really
No.
what you're doing.
No, I'm actually I'm typing to our friend
So
in
you're
the
asking
server right now.
rhetorical questions. What you
All
say?
right. So yeah, there actually is individuals who claim descent from Alexander the Great.
Well, they claim descent. There's no proof that they actually descended from him. So
DNA.
DNA test really.
You said you
can
were
go back that far.
royal blood.
Hey, who
My
are you guys
great
talking
grandfather
to
was a Duke of
exactly?
England.
Hello?
Same thing.
Who are you guys talking to?
Oh, him. Alright, I'm sorry. So, like, what's the point of the moon then?
Get a grip of your life, kid.
The moon.
He's 13.
I think that you do. You go outside.
The moon.
sense to
The
these
point of the
guys.
moon.
No, he's a
Light.
kid. He's just
nighttime.
having fun.
Yeah, that's all good, man.
I actually play for MLS Next. I'm really good.
Oh my god, bro!
What's MLS Next?
It's a soccer
It's a
thing.
soccer team. You suck at soccer, bro.
I'm better than you. That's not playing for You're mad to play MLS Next and you don't.
Okay.
Anyway, go play somewhere else.
What's the age limit in here?
13.
There's DNA, duh.
Oh boy. Get off my lawn.
Oh, I thought you were talking to the kids when you said get off my lawn, but you're talking to something else, weren't you?
No, I was talking to these kids here.
Oh.
Whew. You need to get Trump back in here. That was hilarious.
Like the Trump or some other asswipe?
We had some stupid account in here called Trump Quest, and it was like a perfect AI imitation, I guess, of Trump's voice.
Oh, really?
He called Crit cringe. It was hilarious. You're very cringe, Crit. Very cringe.
How long ago was this?
Just yesterday.
Oh, yesterday? I was gonna say
Yeah.
maybe I could rewind back to the live stream, but I don't know if it goes that far back.
I
Wait, are
think
you
we
talking
missed.
about that kid? It sounded like a kid. It sounded like a person. Wait, was there two people? Because I don't remember an
I'm pretty
AI
sure
one.
it was an AI imitating Trump yesterday. But it didn't catch the conversation with Crit. The bot was down at that time, sadly.
Okay.
It's great, though. Trump calls out Crit.
Hmm.
Wile E. Cody would run right into it, get smacked.
Yeah, yeah. So there's actually a meme that I think the fourth one should be where they're like, all right, here we go. And then they launch into a door. All right, I'll see if I can find it. AI always gets my jokes.
Yeah, that's
All
definitely
right.
when the Globies they think the map is reality. I think they can just skidoo right into the map.
Yeah. Dude, and like I hope you guys are more familiar. You should use this more often. The blue skidoo. It's called Skidoo, but it's freaking perfect for talking to a globehead who wants to go to space. I'm like, well, you better be able to jump into your iPhone. You better jump into your iPhone right now. Like that's the only time you're gonna be able to go in there.
All right, I got one more piece of sheetrock to describe. 6 feet wide, 25 feet up in the air. CB, can you reach through your phone and foot my ladder?
Oh my. That sounds dirty.
Do a little Wonka vision.
Blue skidoo, we can do.
CB, this
Like
one
I can't
time,
believe. Sorry.
this one time I was like on the phone with my sister, and I was talking to her like, man, I can't, I misplaced my phone. Can you help me find it?
Nice. Genius. We got to do comedy night as well, guys. We got to do comedy night. No cap.
Oh, I got another one about my keys. I lost my keys. I couldn't get in my truck. But this one's actually legit. And I was on the live stream, freezing to death. Couldn't find my keys anywhere. The house I was at had no heat. Couldn't get in my truck was where the heat. I couldn't leave to go to heat. You know, and it was like in the middle of winter. It turned out my key. So you know, like some construction pants have like a bajillion pockets along the side.
Yeah.
So that they had fell down like the longest pocket. So it was like in the tuft of your knee. So when you pat the side of your hip, where like you normally pat your pockets for your keys, it missed them. So they were there in my pocket the whole time.
Damn, son. The tragedy. That happened to me one time. I told my girl, I was like, hey, not coming over. Can't find my keys. You know, I'm just gonna crash here, whatever. And
she was like, hey, get in your car, come pick me up, and I'll come back and help you find the keys.
Yeah. She honestly would have done that. And they were right next to my bed the whole time. So shit, it do be like that sometimes, man. That's the worst. They were right there. I'm like, man, what the hell? Anyway,
All right, my goal is to do this piece of sheetrock, but how am I going to do it?
yeah, we're gonna just keep distracting you so
Obviously,
you don't do it.
Did you
I
say
obviously
25
can't
feet
rest.
long?
Something like that. So it's above a window. My ladder only goes to the bottom sill of the window. And I can't obviously rest the ladder on the window. So I'm going to be like on the second to the last rung of the ladder. I got to scribe it. It's an arch.
You're an arch.
It's only like a foot, maybe a foot tall. Foot tall. 1, 2, 3, 4. About 5.5 feet wide. So it's pretty light and easy, but
It's not too bad. Are you going to score it as you go, or?
I'm probably going to do it on the inside as best I can and then take it on the outside and get the final shenanigans.
I remember the first time I lifted a 4x8 of sheetrock, and I quickly learned how brittle they really are.
Did it like collapse on you?
Yeah, they'll eventually like break on their own weight, you know, like, so you kind of have to, you can kind of think ahead when it comes to sheetrock. And in this scenario, from what I hear, it's like, you know, like an arch, you know, and you can score sheetrock in such a way, you know, because it's paper and then material and then paper, right? So you can cut one of those pieces of paper and start to make it act as actually like a bunch of wedges, right? In order to perform all kinds of shapes and forms, you know, that you see probably all the time painted over and in your retail stores or, you know, anything.
Okay.
But yeah, I always wonder why we use sheetrock. Like we can use anything else, and they were like, you know what? We have a bunch of this powder from all of this coring. We should smush it together and sell it.
Dude, sheetrock is advanced technology, dude. So
That's true.
in the
It
old
is pretty
days,
fireproof.
you put up. Oh, just for real. Think about it. In the old days, you put up your 2x4, right? You run all your stuff. Then you put a horizontally arranged strip boards with a gap, okay, called lath, and then you coat that entire lath with plaster, which is essentially, wet sheetrock goop, and then it dries out. But you have to be really good at making that whole thing smooth, right, to get a nice smooth wall. So the advancement is they said, what if I just took this section and just wrapped it in paper? Right? Then I don't have to do the plaster nonsense on the whole wall. I only have to do it on the seams. And that would save me a lot of time.
Precisely.
Now, whether or not having plasterboard walls is a good idea is a different story, but at least sheetrock is an advancement from the old plaster technique.
And now we're gonna go right into just 3D printing the exact same material.
Right, right.
And then put paper on it.
Do you guys ever do any weird tests, or maybe when you were doing schooling, FLW, about building structures on a moving surface, or was that not really? No one really talked about that, or what was the deal with that?
Kinda. I mean, we definitely have, you know, like a structures class, you know, where we talk about, you know, like earthquake forces and like the moving of supposedly these tectonic plates. But basic things like different joint connections, ones that are stronger against different loads or dead loads versus live loads, and things like that. But like moving architecture, like on a globe, they never brought it up.
Mhm.
You'd think that would be something to account for.
You would think so. I mean, especially if you're building structures and things like that. I mean,
Do you ever
just gonna ignore
drive
that?
over a bridge knuckle?
A bridge knuckle, that like kind of connects a bridge, two pieces
Yeah,
of
it's
the
like
bridge.
it looks like a steel zipper, like a big steel zipper.
Yeah,
Like an expansion joint.
Yeah, just like 2 days ago, I drove over one, and it was like, man, it was got to be like 2 inches separated, bro. And I was like, man, 2 inches. Isn't it like 1 5/8 inches for the Verrazano Narrow Bridge that's accounted for Earth curvature, they claim? So it's like just the one thing. Like the one expansion joint counts for all the Earth curvature nonsense that they claim. That's how dumb that claim is, by the way, for any of you morons, globe earthers who want to believe and come in here and be like, oh, bridges prove the Earth's a globe because of 1 5/8 inches of accounting for Earth curvature. Derp a derp.
1 5/8 inches. Is that the freaking? I have seen that. I have seen those goofballs talk about that. Ugh. We're always like, yeah, but what about the water under the bridge, dummy? No pun intended. The water under the bridge. It's all water. Isn't that the saying? It's all water under the bridge. So
That is a dark saying. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a funny story about that bridge, though. In order to do the construction measurements on it, like the engineering measurements, they could only do it at nighttime because during the daytime the bridge would expand too much from the heat.
interesting.
And those cables on that bridge, they can expand like 10 feet during the heat.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say when it comes to any kind of
data
building.
banks inform me it's for the Verrazano Narrow Bridge. It's 11 feet throughout the year in its thermal cycle. The whole structure causes the deck of the driving deck where people drive to be lowered and raised 11 feet throughout the year.
What, from
That's
just
wild.
expansion and contraction?
Yes, just the expansion and contraction, 11 feet variance throughout the
That's a
year.
lot.
That's amazing.
You know, it's
Because
funny
if you
that
think about it, they had to find out that hard way and build a rigid structure first and be like, well, just broke apart.
That would
What was
be
that?
crazy.
What was that
To waste
bridge?
resources.
What was that bridge that twisted itself to death?
Whoa.
I
That
forget
was
the
a
name.
Tacoma
Very famous.
something bridge.
Wait, how
Tacoma
did that
Narrows.
happen?
They basically designed it like an airplane wing, and so when the wind would ride over it, it would like try to give it lift on one side and then give it depression on the other side. So it would just, if you look that up and watch the video, it literally looks like you've taken a soggy lasagna noodle and just twisting it in your hand. It's crazy.
Yeah, I put it in the live stream.
Interesting. So they actually built this thing?
What was that one that was flopping around in the wind? It got a resonance and was like waving. Which one was that? I remember some footage of that. Like the wind got
Oh,
to a
that one
certain
was
speed.
that was a different one. So the one was the wind, and the other one was the cadence of pedestrians. No, it was the it had to do with people walking. There's like this phenomenon that if enough people are walking together, they end up walking in lockstep pattern. Like they don't have disparate tempo of the way they walk. And there's some weird resonance you can get with people's walking that'll make the bridge screw up.
What?
In London, just before you get onto some bridges, there's signposts there telling when the military are walking across, they have to break step. They're not allowed to walk on past them because it'll create a resonance frequency and it'll fuck the bridge up. I was 100% right.
Ah, that's nuts, man.
L science.
Happened with the Millennium Bridge as well, which is a footbridge which crosses the Thames. It took 2 years to reopen because when pedestrians were walking across it, just like AI said, they kind of started walking in lockstep with each other, creating a resonance frequency across the bridge, which made the bridge to and fro. So yeah, it happens all the time.
Wild. Take that.
They probably forgot to account for the Earth's curvature in the design of that bridge.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Honestly, it wasn't really the steps. It had to have been like, they didn't factor the curve. You flatters had to have read it wrong.
Speaking of that track we listened to earlier, either in that one or the other episode when Dogs Are Gods was here, he was using that pragmatic fallacy. We design things to account for the Earth's curve, and it works. And if we didn't, people would die. And me and Timbo one day were talking to him about that, and we were telling him, dude, it's 1 5/8 inches for the entire bridge, right? And the bridge goes, crazy amount of different expansion throughout the year. Nobody's gonna die if your towers are 1 3/4 inches out versus 1 5/8 inches. No one's dying, bro.
Actually saying that? Like,
Yeah,
this thing is devastating.
I got into it was a US concrete structural code, and it was still it was way within tolerance. It was like way within tolerance. So, cause those, I think they're, what are they? 600 feet tall or something, those towers. Like, and if they reckon they're building them, well, you got to half that number because it's the distance apart is on 2 towers. So they're off plumb by, I think it's like half an inch or something like that, over 600 feet. It's fucking nothing. Like, well, they're not even off by that much. No one's measured that. I actually did the maths for it based on what numbers they had there, and it works out perfectly to the sphere of the Earth. Like, if you're going directly into the core, that distance, if you work out the radius and the height of the towers and the distance they are apart,
right, dude.
and then how much off plumb they are, it actually works out perfectly to the radius of the Earth. So someone's just thrown that number out there, but you can't measure half an inch off plumb over 650 feet. How do you measure that? You can't. Possible. Like, I haven't had a look, but I would presume that the tower base would be thicker than the top anyway. So I'm not sure how they're measuring plumb. Or off plumb by half an inch.
Well, just the wind sway alone would bring out that half an inch out of plumb.
Hell yeah.
Because the CN Tower is known to sway in the wind by 50 centimeters, half a meter.
I was listening to that Dogs Are Gods one before with the tow tanks. It's a classic. It never gets old.
Tow tanks. Just that word just sounds silly to me. Those words. Toe tank. More like toe tag.
There's another one with so Mr. Sensible prior to Dogstar God tried the same exact thing with the toe tanks. So there's
Yeah,
another
0.6 of a millimeter. That one.
Was it Mr. Sensible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of name is that?
Oh, he's very sensible. Not in this case. Mr. Unsensible.
Yeah. No sense.
Nonsense.
Mr. Don't make no damn sense.
No sense in a ball. There you
That
go.
reminds me, I heard Bob the Science Guy and Stingray talking on TikTok live last night. I only stuck around for 30 seconds, but yeah, it looks like they've moved on to different avenues.
I joined the Twitter Flat Earth Fridays the other day.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. With Sheepdog.
Yeah, I was really, really late. I like woke up in the middle of the night and tried to join and listen in. But I mean, there's a lot of people over there. I was actually kind of impressed by the sheer number of people. But I don't know, man. It sounded like the flat earthers were cooking. So shout out to them.
Definitely blowing up, bro. They got a hold of one of the globe heads who comes in our rooms. Rohan Gilks. It's like on Forbes, 100 most influential young entrepreneurs, and he was over there trying to push the whole coordinates and plane travel. And man, they made a spectacle of him, bro. Robot Polisher made a video about it where he pretty much, Rohan didn't know the difference between ground speed and air speed. Really doesn't, know much of anything, but he thought he could take that over there. Yeah, did pretty bad, man. It was great.
Got him. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, the Twitter, we don't really collab with the Twitter as much, but I think that could be cool actually. 24/7/Twitter. I wouldn't be mad at that. But yeah, I like all this new stuff we're trying out. Look at Sneeko. I mean, whether you like him or hate him, linked up UFC fighters, got his ass whooped. Like he's just linking up with different types of people. Oh, by the way, shout out to Sheepdog. I know he's not in here right now, but Jake Shields, Rampage Jackson, they're going on Fresh and Fit like really, really soon. Rampage just came out as a flat earther. Jake Shields is like red pilled. Sheepdog reached out to Jake Shields with a DM and said, "Hey, here's our Rumble, here's our YouTube, here's our Discord. Come hang sometime." And he's like, "All right, if I have time, I'll come chill." But I mean, oh boy, what if we got Rampage Jackson to come hang for 5-10 minutes? You know what I mean? I think that's the next big thing that I'd love to try to crack that egg is get a celebrity to come chill with us for like, maybe just 5 minutes, man, 10 minutes, give us 15 minutes, man. That'd be sweet. But Rampage Jackson, especially if he's going on a tour here soon, he's gonna go see Fresh and Fit. Oh shoot, get him over here. Someone DM him right now. Rampage, come hang with 24/7. We'll show you all the best arguments. You'll never lose a debate. Whatever.
What would be some questions you ask him, CB?
That's a good question. What question will we ask Rampage? Just try to pretend like we're Globies on him. Be like, hey, look, see, you couldn't debate us. You couldn't argue this one, could you? See, we'll be able to show you how to argue it. That's probably my angle, or at least my approach. I would say, hey, you probably understand this flat already, but like this is the smoke they'll bring to you, and here's how you beat it, or something along those lines. But Rampage is funny. Does everyone know who that is, or probably not everyone knows who that is?
Yeah, UFC fighter, man. He made a video a while back about the Bible flat earth.
He's funny as shit. Like, he's so funny, guys. He's very outgoing, charismatic. He's a character. And former UFC fighter, scary motherfucker. Yeah, he fought John Jones. And then he went on Joe Rogan and was like, you know what, man, I think I'm a flat earther or some shit. Or he went somewhere and dropped it. So, hey, guys, I don't care who it is, but I think that would be awesome.
Who's
Get
the
us
dude
some
that's
over here.
currently fighting? What's Bryce? His name Bryce Hall? Bryce
Mitchell. Bryce Mitchell. Yeah.
Mitchell,
Yeah,
he's
he's he's a flat earther. He's outspoken about it too. So yeah, get him over here. Anybody really? Yeah, we tried to watch Bryce's last fight, but he got kind of toe up on that last one. He got sent to the shadow realm.
Yeah,
he got sent to outer space. He got sent to outer space, bruh. Man, that last fight was bad for flat earthers or whatever. But yeah, shout out to Bryce Mitchell. There's also a bare knuckle boxing dude named what's his name? Lorenzo Hunt, who came out and after his fight too, he was like, "The earth is flat." They gave him a microphone. He dropped the flat earth on him. I got the clip too. I can grab it for you guys. This is it here. Yeah, so he wins his belt. They turn to him and he takes the microphone. He's way too charged up. He barely gets his words out properly. The earth is flat and this and that. You guys are welcome to take a listen here. This is Lorenzo Hunt. I heard this on a podcast called Morning Combat with Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell. You'll hear them react to him saying the earth is flat afterwards. Luke's blue-pilled. He's going to say it's not flat, blah, blah, blah. But don't mind him. He's super blue-pilled and lame. But yeah, we'll take a listen here.
Cruiserweight title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so. Ladies and gentlemen.
What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like, it was a wild.
Yeah, the world's not flat. I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that. Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his
The
words.
world is definitely not flat.
Luke, I heard some disturbing audio this week.
There you go. And he's a current champion in 2 weight divisions. But yeah, I see Kiwi's back. Welcome back, brother.
We do
And we're back on YouTube as well. We're back on YouTube. So look alive, guys. Look alive. Alrighty. So I got a few more things to finish up here, and then we are
Parade rest. Get in a line. You better dress that line, mister.
Shit, I looked away for a second. What happened?
You said that they better get their shit together. I said, get in a line. Dress that line, mister.
Yeah, damn right. I thought you were talking to me for a second. I'm like, oh, I fucked up.
No, you didn't.
All right, cool. All right, CB's good. You guys need to get your shit together. But
that's right. Not CB's video. No, because I'm back. So you better get your shit tight. Wired tight.
I'm back, bitches.
You couldn't pound a 10-penny nail up there. Get your heels together.
Good shit.
I'm back, bitches.
Yeah. So for Nash in the chat, he says the host misquoted him. Oh, never mind. Misunderstood what the host was saying. Whoops. I think the third part was him trying to say there will be no champ unless I say so, but he totally butchered that. At least he got the earth being flat out. So shout out to Lorenzo Hunt. He's still the champion in 2 weight divisions. So we got flat earthers out there, folks. And yeah, let's get Rampage on the line either before or after he goes on Fresh and Fit. Honestly, either one would be great. Hey, you're about to go on Fresh and Fit. Say this. No, you probably won't do that. But
your mic
go ahead.
needs to go on Fresh and Fit.
Really? What's wrong with my mic?
His mic work.
Should probably drop out and come back, man.
Yeah, I see my connection's kind of. It looks like it's bugging out.
Well, don't be changing the region and shit. Mine's good.
All right. Well, let me just fit. I'm here at the.
Just drop out.
Shop.
Well,
I
in
should
the
have known.
meantime, man, it looks like we have a VC verified. I haven't seen. Renee, are you there? Renee in me? How do you pronounce that, Renee?
What kind of name is that?
Renee?
I took it as Renee and me. Renee and me. You know? But
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
maybe it's me. I don't know.
Not retard.
Yeah.
Nice.
Renee and me. So who's Renee?
So
Is that what it sounds like? God damn. All right, let me just mute up.
Just drop out.
I'll be back.
You sounded
I'm
better.
gonna drop out. my connection's going wacko mode. I can see it. So I'll just connect to my phone. I'll be back.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
don't
good
do me
to
like that, Matrix. Don't do me like that.
See? That wasn't so hard, was it?
Matrix, don't do me like that. He said, all right, it's back to doing it. Guys, I'll be back in like 5 minutes, all right? I'll just connect to my phone. I'll be back.
That's
All right?
fine. I got to break out for about 5 too. So everyone hold tight. Just drop out. I'll come back.
All right, guys, do not let the show die.
Somebody take over for fuck's sake. Got a mission.
Hey, Flatsy, are you there? Well, actually, Timbo might know. You're down there. You always are. Oh, here she is. Excellent. This morning on the other server, Peter the Great was going to do a presentation. How did that go?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Oh, because he had some ball-tarred proof. And I'm sitting there today thinking to myself, if I had some kind of proof that was the golden egg, I suppose is the way of putting it, I wouldn't be sitting back going, oh, so-and-so's not ready for my presentation. I'd be swinging that motherfucker like a battle axe through the crowd, knocking them over left, right, and centre. So I don't think it would have amounted to much.
Yeah. Well, that's just the way it always goes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you probably didn't miss much because, I mean, I would imagine he's probably the equivalent of just listening to a blender on high for like 3 minutes.
I wouldn't last that long. 30 seconds and I'm done.
My son has been walking around today saying water level. Wonder where he heard that.
That's a good axiom.
Yeah, he said he constructed a sentence. I don't think he understood what he said, but he said it was a true sentence or a statement. It was a true statement. He said, "Water level is gonna be honest," is what he said.
We've got kids out here smarter than Globies.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yep.
Yeah, when I picked I picked a time to start reading books to my okay baby, go ahead. Starting to read books to him for bed, and he's talking to me. Sorry, guys. Um, and as
You're
soon as I
good.
started doing that, I tried to like do it before when he was really little, but it didn't really work out. Don't sit in the bed. Okay, baby. Oh yeah. Anyways, I started reading to him, and right after that, he started being able to read. I teach him a couple of a few little tricks and how to do math. He taught himself how to count in doubles. I don't know. That kid is just something else.
That's great though.
We'll keep
Yeah, I'm the
promoting
same
it.
way with.
Don't stop.
Yeah, he's 5, but he's been just it's such a treat raising him. I love him to death.
Where's all the Globetards, QE? Have you been slapping them that hard?
They're over there on that politics server. I was over
I
there, but
really think they have a shot.
They're all on the politics server saying stupid shit all the time.
yeah, they are saying such dumb things. Like, what was it that Matthew said earlier? It didn't even have anything to do with. Somebody was sharing a physics problem that they had for school, and it was such a stupid uh, question that he had to answer. And Matthew was like, "Well, do you go to a community college?" And he was like, "Yeah, I go to a community college." He was like, "Well, community college tend to have really good and really bad teachers." And it was like, so and like, are you saying that universities don't have really good and really bad teachers? Like, the things that they say, man.
Oh, we got someone new down the bottom. Stigoli, I think it is.
Ah, I see. Stagoli hasn't got any voice verified roles. Usually, Stagoli, hope I'm saying your name well. We'd invite you to go up to voice check in number 1, and we'll have a quick interview with you. Make sure you're not a troll. But being as I'm bored, I've given you mic perms. You can unmute yourself if you want to say hello, my friend. That offer will only last until I finish talking, just in case you are a troll, and then you do start unmuting yourself and saying obscenities. But welcome to the chat, my friend. How are you?
Hey Jedi, good, not a troll. Good to be here.
Good
I'm on
stuff.
Firebase Discord a lot.
So, what brings you to our server, my friend?
Oh, I'm on the FED server quite a bit. Oh, I come here sometimes too.
Okay, you haven't got any voice verified or anything. Have you read the rules? You've been around before. I think I even recognise you.
Yeah, maybe. I've been not here quite too much, but
Okay.
I saw Kiwi in here, so I thought I'd jump in.
You're a
He was-
fan of the great QE, are you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, buddy. Well, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and give you voice verified, and you'll get some more roles awarded to you over the next couple of days. All right?
Thanks, mate.
No problem. I swear Matrix was looking for a Glober to shout at. That's usually what he's up to.
Yeah, I thought maybe that was going on in here too. So I'm trying to hear that too.
Yeah, we love watching them get kicked around. It's funny.
That's right.
It's just when those cogs start grinding together and you can hear the cognitive dissonance kicking in.
Yep, and
All
the
right.
Ruckerson starts, and the ad homs. That's when that starts.
Stagoli, I've given you voice verified, man. That also means that you can see the live stream voice text room. It's a text room just above this live stream voice chat. That's where we have all our text conversations and whatnot as well. Obviously, you know that we're usually recording and live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. So obviously the text room is being recorded as well, buddy. All right.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
All right. So how long have you been a flat earther?
Oh man. Been listening to Nathan's show for like past 7 years.
Oh wow.
7 years. Yeah. Maybe
So what
about
was your
6 years.
what was your first step on this ladder? How did you come across the information? What caught your attention?
Well, I studied physics in college and always had questions about some of the pseudoscience. I didn't know it was pseudoscience at the time. Learned that later on, but I knew something was up with it because I would think about. I was really into like astronomy and all that stuff, um, and cosmology. I used to watch all like the those shows about different planets and all this stuff that could be out there. Um, but a question I always had was when they were always used to say the universe was expanding. I always just used to think like expanding into what? Always used to bother me. So that was kind of like my first inclination that something was going on. I didn't quite know how to put it into words or quite exactly know what I was thinking about. But I think the first time I heard flat Earth, oh man, it must have just been like I think it was Eric Dubay. Started watching his videos, and then I started watching Dell from there. And then one day Dell was talking about he had some kind of beef with Nathan and Anthony Riley. So I was like, okay, what's that show about? So then I started watching Flat Earth Debate. And then that's really all I really watch now, him and QE's. Because I wasn't into the whole okay, now we've gotten rid of one story, one BS model, let's try to replace it with another one, like the flat Earth model and all that stuff. I like the fact that they just stick to science and the scientific method and don't get into all that other rigmarole.
Yeah,
That's
no, I
really appealing.
understand that, man. Yeah, I understand. That makes
Yeah,
sense, man. Lots of people come across things like Eric Dubay and all of this stuff, say 8, 9, 10 years ago, and then we
yeah,
get filtered into Dell and Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser. So yeah, it's
yeah. And it's
pretty
good
much
to
the
start
same
with
thing.
yeah. I feel like it's good to start with the debate stuff to get you going, but then we want to get more refined and get really down to the brass tacks and the truth about stuff. You need to get to like flat Earth Debate and like Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, but yeah, I'd agree with that. You got a fan there, QE? Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for all your work and all that.
Yeah, he's got all the best arguments, man. I mean, can't. I haven't lost an argument since 2020. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
See,
Kiwi back in a minute. He was on a mission for something. He said he'd be back.
fair enough. But yeah, it's easy being a flat earther. You're never wrong, are you, Flatsy?
What's that?
If you're a flat earther, you're never wrong anymore.
Well, I can't say that I'm never wrong anymore. Actually, I'm wrong. Man, since I've become a flat earther, like doing research, I've found bad information. So yeah, I've been wrong.
I'd agree with you on that score. I don't know what it is, but when you come to flat earth information and content, all of a sudden you get the randomest conspiracy theories come on your recommendation list. It's crazy. You have to believe them all, right? So airplanes, they don't have fuel in them. There's loads of them out there.
Well, apparently my son wants to play piano. He brought the piano into the kitchen. Sorry, guys.
You're all right.
It's nice how they tend to bundle us together with all the other conspiratards out there. It's great. Birds are drones. Like, seriously? How much drugs are these guys on?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, what was it? They were like, birds aren't real. I was like, come on.
There's some brilliant stuff out there, that's for sure. Birds aren't real. Yep. Yep. Does anybody, this is going back some years as well, does anybody remember no forests on the flat earth? Does anyone remember that?
Of course.
That's a beauty, that one. I do like that. That is one of those out there conspiracies.
It is. Can someone explain the no birds thing to me? Birds aren't real.
I think it was a clever psyop to really just point that all conspiracy looked retarded. And it was like a whole
Did
ad
anyone
campaign. It was like
actually
a small
believe it,
video.
or what?
I don't really think so. I mean, the farthest that I've seen people not believe in birds are, questioning some things about pigeons and, saying that some of them are electronic, which could be true. There are plenty of drone technology that are false and look like different animals in order to be more incognito. But, I don't think it's fair to say that all birds are not real,
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You see them when they get run over. They get splattered on the road.
I had
There
a
you go.
bird,
There's Timbo keeping it simple.
Birds aren't real. Well, I ran one over the other day and the guts came out of it. So it's pretty real.
But yeah, have you ever put the guts in a microscope to make sure it wasn't
Well-
nanobot? That's what I thought.
That one is one of the crazier ones that's hard to wrap your mind around, but I'm not gonna lie. There have been times I'm looking out my window at this bird, like, man, this bird's like just sitting on my window, like looking like in here, like, what are you doing, man? Get out of here. I don't know. I don't think there's there.
They are.
I mean, I know
weird
it's
animals.
Speculation Sunday, but have you guys seen those ones where like the birds seem to have like frozen in the air?
Oh, I have seen those. Not personally, but videos.
Not personally, yeah, but the videos, I'm like, this could be easily faked, but at the same time, like, why are there so many different ones? Seemingly in different countries and in different qualities. I don't know.
What do you
it's
think
kind
that
of a
is? Just off of
speculation.
your-
I have no idea. Like, there's this
Yeah.
one where this lady, she was looking at her chickens and they were all running towards her, and then they all stopped, and I'm like, how do you fake that? There's like 23 birds there. And she starts freaking out. Like, she's kind of an older lady. And, the video cuts out and you're like, oh, weird, but because you could easily stage something, like if you were trying to make something like that, right? We see it all the time, actually. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the video where like a bird catches a baby in a park and almost gets away with it, right? And it looks very real, but it was actually for, actually a master's program project.
Okay.
Who could make the most viral video,
Right.
I remember seeing that.
But it goes to
That was
show
funny,
that
wasn't it?
people are kind of after flat earthers, in that regard of gullibility.
Not gonna fall for that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well. There's a lot of
Exactly.
conspiracies that are thrown out there to see how gullible people are.
So who's doing that though? Who's doing the laughing at the end of the day? Who's got the intelligence to be like 3 steps ahead of the flat earthers? Is it other flat earthers? Or
I mean, I can only speculate that it would be people that would gain in muddying the waters.
also I think about those trying to do case study on folks like us, but they got to be so far ahead that which is kind of hard to think about. I kind of thought that we were on the leading edge, but if there's people out here that are like manipulating flat earthers. That's I mean, they gotta know some shit, boy. And I don't know anything about that.
I remember something that I was looking into around 2015 when I came into the flat Earth stuff. So 2015, late and 2016. It was this thing called blood over intent. I don't know if anybody's heard of it, but basically,
Oh yeah, that was weird. I remember that.
yeah, that was fucked up. Now that we've understood that the Earth is flat, we can escape by going to the North Pole. And yeah, it was a bit crazy. You had to cut yourself, and you had to cut yourself, and with your own blood write your intent or whatever it was, and then we all had to escape through the North Pole portal. It's really weird.
Whoa.
kind of shit is that?
Yeah, exactly. What kind of shit is that?
That makes the Force on Flat Earth one seem more legit.
It's fucked up though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's wild.
That was like 2015 Jedi. I remember that. I was sitting in my living room on my desktop computer. I was like, "What is this? What is this guy doing?" And everybody in the comments like, we're going to the north." I was like, I mean, I know it's flat, but guys.
Yeah.
We talked about this before. Which direction would you rather head, north or south? And some people said north, some people said south, but I think both answers are interesting.
Fuck it. I want to go up.
Up? Why up, Jedi?
Just want to go up.
Yeah, that's not a bad answer. But I've always thought that you can't. I wonder where you could. I think you could probably go farther south than you can go up. But maybe
gonna
I'm
sound
wrong.
cliche, CB.
He wants to
I want to
check
go to the
gas
moon.
pressure.
No.
He's right. That's right, Timbo.
Yeah, I'm going up. I want to measure this cunt.
Yeah.
Oh my. That's a good answer though, but I've always thought that the
Yeah.
up was limited. Even the north seems limiting. That's why I've always said the south would be interesting because we don't know really we know so little, right? We know there's a container.
That makes a lot of
It's not like
sense,
I don't
though.
want to splatter myself on a freaking container, but I want to see the view from up there. But I also don't like heights that much, so I'm not trying to go that high up. So fuck all that.
There's a video game
Well,
about that.
Tower of Babel. Yeah.
So you ever heard of a Hyperborea?
Hyperborea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's to the north, right?
Yeah.
So the
Is that
opposite of
supposed
that.
to be off the coast of the UK?
No.
Wasn't
No.
it there somewhere?
No, it's the north.
Hyperborea? No, I'm thinking of something else. Then.
So the opposite,
Oh,
the
that's
opposite
Ireland.
is Soroborea.
What kind of shit is that?
What burrito?
I thought I heard burrito too.
Soro.
Anyone else hungry? Where were we?
Hyperborea?
We're in Hyperborea?
We're in who?
We're in what?
Well, you said you wanted to measure it though, Timbo.
Has anybody seen the Taboo Conspiracies video that I put in the live stream voice text? It's a really good one, actually. It's using a computer model. I think it's Blender. I might be incorrect with that. But gaining altitude above a ball of 3,959 miles on what the horizon would look like and how much it should deviate from the horizontal with altitude gained. And compared with high altitude images that we've given and blah, blah, blah. It's only about 10 minutes long. It's worth looking at, guys. It really is.
Okay. Bet.
Save that one. He makes really good videos. Easy to watch.
Yeah, man, for sure, for sure.
I got a video out coming out tomorrow. I don't know how about easy to watch it's going to be, but I'm going to get medieval. I'm going to get medieval on these Crown Munchers.
That'll be easy to watch.
Well, we're going to see.
So, what are you taking apart this time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't posted in a while. Give me a second. We got Alex O'Connor, who is Asshat O'Clowner, and Dick, and Richard Dawkins, who's Dick Rockins.
Sheesh.
Oh, evolution. Oh, here we go.
These are the Rhodes Scholar intellectuals of our time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take some liberties with our guests. Just circling, come back home to mama for maybe a few weeks. You ain't gonna believe what these grown adults talk about, man. I'm telling you, they're fucking retards.
What I've been saying.
They're just ballers in Evotard clothing. That's all they are.
I get you.
Yeah.
Who's worse, a serious Evotard or a serious Baltard?
They're the same.
Oh.
Like I said, all Baltards are just Evotard and Baltard clothing. They're all Evotards. I'm talking about the ones out here in this domain, not your average Joe, down the street. That's not saying anything. He's just gullible. I'm talking about people active out here in this genre.
I know what you're saying.
Like they've actually looked into it and they're still nitwits.
Nitwit.
Yeah, net wet.
I haven't heard that word in a while.
I hear it all the time because now Booger says it.
It's a good word. We got to bring those old words back, like gay. Oh wait, are we on YouTube?
I brought that shit back. Where do you think Booger learned that shit from?
Facts.
Yep, that's right. He knows the sound of his voice, and he'll be like, "Is that QE?"
No way.
And it wasn't just net wet; it was net wet. What are you, some type of net wet?
Exactly. That's how he's.
Like drop out.
Drop
Drop out.
All right, I am free to sit down, sort of.
She belongs to the streets.
You're free to sit down.
Yeah, I've been just waking in the background.
Riley Criterion. Come on, say it. What are you bringing back?
Where'd Renee go?
Was
Wasn't he in here when I left? I thought we were coming back and deal with him.
Yeah, Renee, tell either you or Renee, come off moot. Pick one.
He ain't in here any longer. Or
Oh,
if
for
it's a
real?
he, yeah, we don't know who he is. Where did he boots scoot when we left that when we left that?
We left out. I think he left out too.
Yeah, he's not as dumb as he looks.
It's actually a bloke and his missus, Renee and me.
Yeah. Kind of a weird thing to do on Discord. I would not really recommend just sitting down in front of a bunch of flat earthers with your girl, because that's not a good look. Imagine getting smoked by a bunch of flat earthers in front of your chick. How's she gonna feel about you? Yeah, that's how you're gonna be feeling. Yeah, she's gonna leave, and then you're gonna be like, "Yeah, baby, come back. I wish I didn't talk to the flat earthers. I was wrong." So, yeah, don't do that, guys. Don't do that.
I wonder where that appears on divorce statistics now.
Oh
Divorce
my
flat
god! Somebody do some research. That's not a bad idea. I wonder if you could look for that. Search for the catalogs. Flat Earth was one of the reasons. Why it wouldn't surprise me? There's probably one or two in there. I left my husband because he became a flat earther. I mean, we might actually see that in real time. I mean, actually, you know what? Let me not speak it into existence. I think I don't want to see that happen. But we've got somebody in the server sharing their testimony. My wife hates it. You know, she doesn't like it, but she's putting up with it sort of for now, kind of. So I don't know, man. Imagine throwing away a freaking marriage over flat Earth. That's freaking crazy.
I got a buddy in Maryland that threw him and his wife broke up over he wanted to homeschool his kid and keep him out of the whole koofy and getting
Yep.
well
That,
VC
oh man,
VC verified.
getting VC
Call it
verified.
VC verified.
That's a
That's
great way
good. Why
to
haven't
put
we?
it.
Why didn't we come up with that a long time ago? That's
No,
hilarious.
out of all of them, then
That's
it
the
comes
best
when we
one.
don't really need it anymore.
Yeah, I know, right?
Thanks, paraplegic.
Yeah, man, you're too late for that, but all right. Yeah,
Why?
no, dude.
Why?
Actually, that's funny you bring that up. I bet a lot of families were janked up because of that. What are you saying, Kiwi?
I was saying, why didn't somebody come in here by now with the name VC verified?
They don't
go
know
ahead.
what the hell.
Sorry, I was just thinking out loud.
No, that's cool. That's cool. That would be one of us probably on an alt. But let's see. Yeah, man, I think that's because I'm talking about doing like a ladies' night 2.0 and just trying to encourage more people to speak, stuff like that. And this is something that will come up more and more. You know, what's his name? Flat Lloyd Wright shared his testimony with his, a gal he dated in the past, and how crazy she got because of this topic. And so, yeah, there's going to be lots of good content that could come from that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing more of that testimony. But yeah, man, I do think that this topic is it's not. People say it's not a salvation issue. I would also say it's not really a make or break issue for relationships, but boy, is it a spicy one. It'll throw a wrench in that. It'll throw a monkey wrench in that thing for sure. I mean, we've seen it. You guys have probably seen it. I'm curious to hear more about you guys' experience personally, but yeah. You want to train wreck your relationship? Tell her the earth is flat. But I don't know.
I can't imagine going to introduce somebody to your girlfriend like, Yeah, she's a dumbass. She thinks we went to the moon.
Oh shit.
She belongs to the streets.
Honestly, we don't even need to talk about it. But honestly, I don't know. I've never really experienced. I've never met someone that was like already based when I met her. You know what I mean? Like, why are you so based? Where do you get all this from? But yeah, I got it from QE. Oh, okay, okay, I can work with that. But yeah, you don't meet that, so I'm not gonna sit here and make that a requirement. You must be a flat earther type of thing. Good luck.
Talking about slimming your chances down to getting laid. Not a good practical thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of see that on the other end, right? Oh, he has to be 6'5". He has to make 5 million a year. He has to this, that, and the other, right? It's like that's kind of what I sound like. If I'm like, well, she has to, she can't have taken the thing. She can't. She better be conservative. She better have voted for Trump. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of doing the same thing almost. She has to be a flat earther. She has to, you know.
Looking for a unicorn there, mate.
Exactly, exactly. So I'm not trying to sit here and sound delusional and be like, well, she has to have all these boxes perfectly checked.
You got better chance of proving the curve, so
Exactly. Exactly. I think Kenshi had the best. I keep giving him credit for this one, but I think he said it best. If she didn't take that stupid thing, then I can work with that. I was like, you know what? You might have something there, man. That might be a good starting point. But yeah, man, I don't know.
There's those guys that go around on the streets and like interview people. There was a good one. I think he was interviewing girls, and he was saying, "Oh, how much should a guy who's how much should he make at the age of like 25?"
She said
They're going,
millions.
"Oh, I'm going, oh, like maybe 600,000, something like that." He's going. These are like maybe college girls, yeah.
What?
And the guy's going 600,000, and then I think he's got he asks a series of questions, and then it gives a percentage of you meeting the right person, and they go it takes them down to like almost 0% what they're
Zero,
looking
yeah.
for. Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
know, bro.
chances of you meeting your soulmate are 0.12%.
And you know what they do? They're like, yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna lower my standards.
Yeah, I'm picky. Yeah.
He's out there for sure. There's a chance I'll meet him. I'll just wait. Like, no, dude.
Yeah.
I'd like to sell you a lifetime subscription to Cats, then, my darling.
Yes, yes. Go ahead and invest in Purina. Stock's going up.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Like, that like wage thing. You go, who the fuck makes $600,000 a year? You moron.
Right. That's like 1% of the 1%. I think the top
it's even
1%
less than that.
makes
Yeah.
400,000 or more. Oh shit, that was nasty.
Go to the local synagogue. That's where you need to go.
I think the top one makes 400,000 or more. So, and that's like, and they're like, no, he needs to make millions a month. Like they'll say crazy shit. So like, I don't want to sound like that where I'm like, okay, well, she better be a flat earther. I mean, the only flat earth girl I met, number one, she already had something going on with some other dude, but she also sounded kind of crazy type shit. And like, would rather have a normie, just regular chick that we don't even need to talk about conspiracies or anything versus like crazy, like, just wait. I don't know. I've never met that. So
A lot of the flat Earth girls do seem a little bit crazy. Not
So
you,
I'm
Flatsy.
I was like, you know what? I'd rather have normal over crazy. Just give me the number.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Who am I to say? Because that's the thing. Okay, let's say you guys agree the Earth is flat. next election comes around, oh no, I don't want to vote for Trump. So like, just because she's a flat earther doesn't mean, oh, now you guys are going to agree on everything. They're going to veer off and have differing, views and things in different areas. So I don't think that's the saving point. Is like, oh, we both agree that it's flat. I think that's probably a good thing, a great start. But I don't think that's going to
Not
be
a
the end all be
critical
all.
thinker.
Hold on.
A critical thinker. You need to have a critical thinker. Then, how about that?
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, that's good.
I don't even think the woman should have her own opinions and views. Fuck it.
You know what? Fuck it. I agree with Jedi. You know what? That's why. Nah. Welcome to Misogyny headquarters, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm your president, your CEO. Yep,
I'll be your host,
And your
CB.
You know what the hell
Security
misogyny?
officer.
What the hell are you talking about? Are we pieces of wood and shit?
Oh my.
Oh shit. So yeah, man, I just think that she's gonna disagree with you on something. So I don't think it's even worth setting the bar that high anyway. Set it low and then work with her. They like a
Yeah,
leader
that's
anyway.
it, man.
No, she
Yeah,
disagrees.
as long as she's not a hoe, then.
What do you say, Jedi? If she disagrees with you, then have her make you a sandwich.
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, you get yourself a handicap girl so she doesn't run off on you.
Oh my god. Hell no.
So you guys were talking about like crazy people who are flat earthers, right? And that's why we need
Yeah.
critical. I was in the politics server earlier, and I heard so many flat earthers draw conclusions from something that wasn't said from Matthew Learns because he tickled their conspiratard, and Crit asked him if he worked for Flat Earth Society, and he said no comment. So everybody's drawing conclusions that he works for Flat Earth Society just because he did.
He did that to rile everyone up.
I was gonna say, if he did it on purpose.
Yeah, that was me. I fell for it. I was like, oh, geez.
Bear.
Oh,
He
Jesus.
couldn't, he couldn't rile up a crackhead.
But see, I was gonna say, is he that smart? You think he's that smart to play chess like that, where he's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this to piss him off, like, unless he's had experience already.
He's listened to us for
I
long
don't think
enough.
he does
That's how
stuff like
people-
that all the time. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Well, it wasn't like I thought he was working for him. It's just that the fact that he was smart enough to say that he didn't, that he denied it. Did he say what did he say? He pleaded the fifth or whatever, and I was just like, ah. So he's just gonna leave it open like that to make everybody wonder.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That he must have been doing it because we're flat earthers and we don't believe the pseudoscience rhetoric, and that makes us puts us grouped in with a bunch of conspiratards, and that's what he did. He tickled everyone's conspiratard.
There
And
wasn't that much meat on that bone, but I did see people running with it.
I said it in the chat. I was like, "Don't let him tickle your conspiratard," and
Right.
everybody still because I guess they were listening to it over here. I think some folks have fallen for it over here too.
Yeah, I did see some people say stuff. We got more people in the panel.
There's someone. Oh, sorry. I was going to say there's someone I was actually talking about when I said some flat Earth girls are crazy.
Oh, I think we know who you were talking about anyway, bro. I think we don't even need to name names and shit. But
Sorry, you'll have to forgive me.
What did you say? What did you say, Jedi?
I've got a list of them, so I don't know who the fuck we're talking about.
She's taken up
What was that?
residence in the politics Discord.
Hey, listen, but we don't even need hints unless.
Right to the Australian capital, I get you.
Yes. Oh, no. Biggest city, not the capital.
Yeah, sorry, Canberra's your fucking capital, innit? I do apologise.
Yeah. That city that no one knows of.
Hell yeah.
Where is Canberra? I've forgotten.
Where is it? Halfway between Melbourne and Sydney.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they couldn't decide which one the capital was going to be, so they built a city right in the middle of it.
Well done, Australia.
That's how we sort out decisions here.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it. We'll just put it in the middle. Make a new one.
What the hell did you just say?
I think all of your decisions start with the phrase, nah, fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it.
It's either that or hold my beer.
I'll not beer.
Shout out to Helio Skeptic. He changed the Rumble. So the icon now, the banner and stuff like that are more flat earth related. So shout out to Helio. Make sure you guys go over there and give him some love, though.
Shout out to
Skeptic.
Helio. Guess who's here?
Is he here?
Alpha Veritas is in the house.
Oh,
Attention on deck.
All my fellas. Hey. What up,
Get your
dog?
heels together.
All my fellas.
And to attention.
All my fellas.
Hey, Alpha.
What's up?
Did Peter the Goat do his presentation this morning?
Peter the who? I know you didn't just say Peter the who.
What?
Peter the Goat.
Peter the who?
Right, he's Peter the Goat.
Nah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
These Americans think that GOAT is always greatest of all time.
Yeah, goat means like greatest of all time, dog. He ain't no
Yeah,
goat.
Around here, they're a mongrel barnyard animal.
That's not what he means.
I know that's not what he means. I'm just saying.
They're stinky pests that piss and shit on themselves all the time.
Oh my god.
Did he do a presentation?
No, he did. He was waiting for me to get somewhere in front of my computer so he can shellac me. He wants to savor the flavor.
Oh
He said it's gonna take about an hour to go through his shit.
Fuck no.
So that tells me he's got nothing. Because like I was saying earlier, if he had something that was like the golden egg, he'd be swinging it like a battle axe, cleaning out flat earthers left, right, and center. So he's got nothing if he's got to wait.
Bruh, ain't no way I'm about to have somebody join the VC and say, okay, so hold on. It'll be like an hour, okay? It's what? No.
Yeah,
if you can't drop it in 30 seconds or a minute,
This will
like,
get
bro.
off the pot.
Yeah, an hour? You need an hour.
Hell no.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, we're rolling with kind of a new style over there. Present your claim and then back it up with evidence.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it was good. No one
Like
could
that?
do it.
That's Yep. a novel fucking idea.
Wait, they're finally trying that?
Yeah, we're just changing it up. That was fun. Most of the idiots that would go in there, there was this one guy who was all strung. He's high strung. He's just in there. He's an old dude, about 62. You know,
Boomer.
trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and yeah, he's just. I need you guys to tell me how it's possible that the Earth is, that kind of shit.
Oh my god. They don't even want those answers, Miggy. That's what's so annoying about those types. They don't really actually want the answer they say they're asking. It's so lame.
Most of
Now, where you at, man? We need to hear your dude. You're not even gonna. You don't even want the answer. Like, remember the other guy that was in here that one time? We got on his ass.
I can just
They
see
don't-
it from a
they
mile
don't-
away, dude.
They seem to forget
that
that. Yeah.
Was that
What's
the
that?
guy that started with eclipses? The guy that came in immediately started with eclipses. How he thought he was gonna just clear everybody out with his eclipse. The fact that there's eclipses.
Nah, I mean,
Vault. That was him.
Oh,
none of these guys have anything to provide as evidence. Just running through them.
no, they just have Dunning Kruger. They have like confidence that they'll end up tripping over. You know, that's basically what it is.
Mickey, where you going over Niagara?
Yeah, dude. No, I'm in my truck, man. I'm driving down the main 4-lane highway here.
You going down to Ogallala?
You got fucking numpties around me, not fucking Glovers over here. Scared over here, trying to navigate through these guys. They're zooming past me like going 90 and shit. What the fuck?
I'd be going 5 with the turn.
You need some
my
missiles.
M60 on top of that motherfucker.
Like QE.
Yeah.
James Bond cat.
I was thinking about you today, QE. What are you up to, man? Are you got
I
any
froze my
presentation?
ass off yesterday. Fucking shooting a 3D tournament. It's fucking 5 degrees outside. I'm freezing my fucking ass off.
Yeah, it was cold here
You win?
yesterday too.
Wind shit. I'm glad I was lucky to pull the damn bow back. Fuck, I was freezing, man. That fucking second half of the course, I said, fuck, I feel like I'm fucking cold, man. I started running up and down the trail and shit.
At what temperature did the strings start hardening up and stuff starts failing?
It was more the human failing and shit. Fuck, man. Then I fucked around after the first course. I fucked around and ate a cheeseburger. I went back to the home base right there, and they had little cheeseburgers going on, so I ate that. Then I went back out. I should have knew better because all the blood then rushes to digest that fucking burger, and the cold takes your ass over. I'm like, holy fucking shit. You want me to shoot this fucking target? For fuck's sake, let's get the fuck out. Go back there and start the truck up.
I want that bad boy running.
I can just imagine QE over there just like, I'm freezing my ass off.
Yeah, yep. You got that shit right, man. I was like, and then everyone's waiting. We're on like target 38. And the main guy that's in charge of everything comes down. We always fuck around. He usually shoots with us, but he was fucking wise and didn't do it. He's down there. Everyone's down there. I shot really good. This is what tells you. At the first like 3 or 4 targets, I was shooting my ass off. But then after that, I started slowly whittling away because I was so
cold. Got your ass.
He's fucking there and he goes, I said, oh, the pressure's on me now. I complete my arrow. I was shooting at like a 45-yard target. It was a far target. It was dark as fuck. It blended in and I didn't see it. I said, well, fuck it. I'll just let it go. Meanwhile, I couldn't feel my hands or the release in my hand. The fucking arrow shot right over the target.
Sheesh.
I said, you know what? I don't really give a shit. Go start that fucking truck up and turn the heat on. Fuck.
Does anybody bring propane heaters for that?
Yeah, they had them up. They had them up. They
guys
had a
are
little
serious?
pavilion, right? And they put a whole bunch of tarps down, like a bunch of fucking rednecks. And they had fucking propane heaters in there. But that was fine. But once you leave that motherfucker, you're freezing your ass off. I was like, what the fuck? Why the fuck did I even come out here?
I'm always
Did you tap out?
Nah, I didn't. I finished the course because I was with younger friends. See,
Okay.
like in their 30s and 25. Dude was 25. I'm there. I don't even want to fucking hear it out of your mouth. But yeah, I had a good time meeting them. And then later that night, I come home. I had just a small dinner. I sat here for an hour. Guess what the fuck happened?
What's that?
My hands stopped fucking working.
Ooh.
I couldn't.
Oh, that
I
ain't
couldn't do
good.
any. I couldn't do anything with my fucking hands.
It's official. He's old and fucked.
Shut the fuck up. Then I got up to go to the kitchen. I had to fucking grab onto the walls and shit.
Damn, boy.
Shit, I was out there for 6 fucking hours.
Jeez.
They put a lot of strain on that hand, huh?
I didn't know it
On
at
the
the
clothes?
time, but when I got back, I said, "What the fuck? I can't do anything with these fucking things." So I hunt and peck anyway with the type. I was telling people I was fucking typing on the fucking keyboard. I hunt and peck anyway. I was just using my finger and fucking driving it in. But as for my hands, I couldn't do shit. Brushing my teeth, I said, "Fuck it, just use a mouthwash." Nah, too funny, man. Had a good time though. Carry on.
Yeah.
Got to dress for that shit.
Nothing much on this home front, man. There's just same old numpties coming in and out.
Have all the leaves come down yet?
Yeah, it should have been. We're already headed into the next season. Shit.
This son of a bitch, it was so fucking. Let me just go back. It was so fucking cold, but then what happened was it was blue skies, right? So it was really fucking cold. Every time we come up to a fucking target, the sun was either shining right in your fucking face because it's at a low angle. Right? It's not like summertime and shit where all the trees are all full of leaves. There's no fucking leaves out there except on the ground, and the sun's shining right in your face. I'm like, on like 8 targets, I'm like, what the fuck? Where the fuck is it? Oh, I think it's right there. Fire! That was a lot of fun, man. I had a good time. But like I said, let's move on.
Alrighty.
Shut the hell up.
I got a bunch of people joining, getting pinged and stuff. So welcome to Stories with Old Man QE.
What the bro?
I got him.
Shut up!
These are always good stories, though. I mean, we always love gathering around the old wise folks, telling tales, the old days.
Not the old days. It was just fucking yesterday.
That's fucking funny. I was wondering where you were going. I was like, oh, what? That's funny. I thought you were going to say the water cooler.
You know what the true pisser was? All week, Monday through Friday, well, through Thursday, Monday through Thursday. It was in the 60s and the 70s, right? It was like, holy shit, it's fucking summertime. Friday came, it rained like a bitch. And then Saturday morning, it dropped down to 5 degrees and it was snow on the fucking ground. And then today, it was back up to 55.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, it's going to be 65. Tuesday, 70. Wednesday, 75. The only fucking day in 2 weeks that I have to go shoot that it's scheduled is fucking 5 degrees. What the fuck?
That's global warming, sir.
Yeah, right.
No, that's Missouri.
I mean, that's Ohio, too. It was like the exact same way up here. Stupid. For no reason. Hot, cold. It's Katy Perry over here. Shout out to anyone who got that reference.
She belongs to the streets.
Do I have to sing it? We have Savage in the panel. Savage Bread Circus. We have Subdued. I like the double entendre name. Ether Draconis.
What kind of name is that?
We have Henderson Otterson or Otterdam.
What
Grisp.
the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, seriously. Let's see. Oblivion is here. Globe Skeptic. Hold up.
He's not a globe skeptic, is he?
Should we fix
Olivia?
that?
No, I don't think he's a globe skeptic.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I think we might need to fix that. So let's see. Otherwise, a lot of familiar faces. Citadel Black is here. Alpha Veritas, AI, Plum Bob, Platter, Miguel. Shit, a whole bunch of ninjas in the panel. How are you guys doing?
What am I over here? Chopped liver?
Yeah. Shit, how could I forget? We got Flatsy Klein holding it down.
Jetty.
I think that's Jetty.
I recognize that cough anywhere.
I was gonna say, I recognize.
That's
Could
me
have gone
clearing
bad
my
there.
throat.
You could have gone bad there, CB. You know what button you should have pressed.
Nah, that's QE on the soundboard right now. I got my hands off the board at the moment. I get this, it's kind of scary that I could tell we can all tell whose voice that is just by the clearing of throat. Pretty scary.
Think about how many hours a day we kind of listen to each other talking.
Yeah, and we still think that Geppy get it, Sasha.
No. Tell you something.
Lick what a heel out.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree with T-Dub anymore. Well done, T-Dub. Well said.
See?
All of you are by just the sound of your voice, man. Well, I can just shut my phone off and let you guys sit here and talk, and I can tell you who everyone is.
Who's who? Yeah. I think that's pretty awesome. I actually really like that. Weird skills you gain from being on Discord. Who would have thought? You'd be able to pick up little skills like that.
I don't know how you guys can't tell all of the Australians apart. Like they're all distinctly different to me.
Yeah. Well, I'll just be like, yeah, good point, Timbo. I mean, hold on, is it T-Dub or Timbo? And I have to look at the panel and shit. And I feel bad because their voices are just different for sure. But if I'm not paying full on attention, I'm like, yeah, it's just that kangaroo guy. So yeah, T something.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Might as well just start calling y'all T. Yeah, good point, T. And I can't mess it up.
You can't be wrong then.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Matrix sounds like the Australian that would say "blimey."
Blimey, mate. Crikey.
Yeah, he's the crocodile hunter. Steve Irwin. Matrix Steve Irwin.
I'll just go for Gecko Dundee.
What does blimey mean, guys?
Blimey.
Blimey. Like crikey. Same thing.
It's blimey, but it's actually blind me. So it comes from the phrase "God blind me." So it's God blimey. That's what it's been turned into.
Oh, wow.
That's
I
nice.
love that.
Really?
Snippet of
Is that where it
knowledge.
comes from?
Yep.
I like
No,
it.
it's in English. It's an English word, isn't it?
Yeah, I just.
Oh, really?
You just made that up?
Fine. Yeah, just made that up. That's good.
Wow, that was really believable.
Thanks, man.
Got to be careful
Damn.
with you, mate. Now I've got to check everything you say.
Yeah, I let the English accent fool you. Fucking hell.
Damn, that sounded very plausible.
Bruh.
Blimey. What does crikey mean?
Bruh.
It means croc? There's a croc. Oh, crikey. All right.
We have this phrase in England. It's Gordon Bennett. Now it's used as a polite way of swearing. I don't know who Gordon Bennett is at all. I haven't got a fucking faintest what it means whatsoever. But lots of English people say Gordon Bennett.
Is it kind of like PC for God dang it?
I don't know, mate. I really, really don't know.
Okay. Gordon Bennett. I really like the British. You guys are savages with the way you guys speak. It's kind of hard.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
What's going on, fam? You're good in it. Like, I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah, nice one, brother.
Whose baby got 8 bucks?
Somebody roboting? This is a pretty decent panel, though. What's going on, guys?
If they are roboting, just drop out.
drop out and come back in, man.
You'd have to have that pre-recorded by now, wouldn't you?
Drop out.
Just one button. Yeah, man, just drop out and come back in.
Oh shit! I was actually right. So I've just checked out the meaning of "gore blimey" on Google. Peace be upon him. And I was actually correct. So blimey is a short version of a traditional London term, which is core blimey or gore blimey, which original term was God blind me. Fuck me, I was correct without even knowing it.
Wow! Holy smokes!
Yeah, nice one, brother. I knew
Cheers,
you would
mate.
let me down. I knew it.
No, he just made that shit up.
Shout out to the man, them.
Yeah.
He mind tricked you twice.
Mm-hmm. We got 23 people in the panel. And yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Who's that?
It's the real CB.
Oh shit. We need to add that little Wild Wild West music when there's like a duel about to go off with the
Yeah. The whistle.
dun, 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 we need to add that one. Go ahead, man. What's good? Long time no see.
Yeah, man. Just hanging out. I've been listening to you guys for a while now. Tonight I've been
Nice.
laying down. Decided to get off my ass.
Good. Good.
But that's it, man. Nothing exciting.
Well, you gave us an idea for a good soundboard clip tonight, so we appreciate that right off the bat.
No problem.
That's not a bad idea, actually. That's a really good idea. Little dual music. We have Josh has joined as well. Josh, no roles. Always curious to see how people have found their way to this server. So it's not like Flat Earth is not like a Starbucks where there's one on every corner. You can just trip and fall into a damn Starbucks if you really wanted to. You don't trip and fall into a Flat Earth server. So if you're here, I have questions. So Josh,
What name is that?
Josh,
you
stay
are
in
up.
your position.
What kind of name is that?
This is a no listening panel too, by the way. So make sure you speak up. And also we have Platter, or I can't see who just joined. Henderson. Some other people have just joined, so welcome everybody.
What kind of name is that?
I got theme music for Migo, so shout out to you. I might have to add some more theme music for more people in here. Where's my theme music?
Theme music for QE would be easy. When the Terminator comes right at the start, when you see the foot come down stepping on the skulls, the music that's playing for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's locked in. He's good.
How about when Matthew comes in? You just play. My name's Forrest Gump. People call me Forrest Gump.
I have some like goofy type of music that I have for Globies when they start talking and saying stupid stuff. I think it sounds like this.
I'm still laughing at that fucking Forrest Gump thing. That's hilarious. I don't know what math is, Jenny. Brilliant.
I just felt like running.
Brilliant.
How did Forrest not get AIDS?
Oh my.
Good question.
Yeah, feel free to submit your theme music, guys. I'm taking requests.
I'm just concerned there's about 10 of us that are going to get tie me kangaroo down. Sport.
Is that actually a real line of a...
Yep.
Wow, I thought that was a joke.
No.
Time of Kangaroo. Waltzing Matilda. You should have that one as well.
Wow. I was gonna think, is that Huey Newton that wait. Alexander Volkanovsky walks out to oh wait, did any of you Aussies watch that fight with Alexander Volkanovsky last night?
No.
You guys man, he got smoked last night. Sorry for you Aussie boys. I was gonna tell you to watch the fight, but I'm kind of glad I didn't because he got sent into the shadow realm. Because the lights shut off. It's kind of sad, but he walked
the fuck out.
yeah. Basically, dude. Yeah, 100%. Let me see what his walkout music is. But we got to add you guys this walkout music. It is Down Under by Men at Work.
Oh,
Living
right,
in
yeah.
a land down
Nice.
under.
No, hold on a second. You need to get that clip. You just got knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, that's a good one in there.
You need to get that one.
I think I already
That's your
have
mission.
it. Let me just double check. I think I have it already.
Hey, you guys got Josh in here. He doesn't
Yeah,
have any
Josh, you're
roles.
up. Is that Josh? Like the Mile High City Josh?
Josh.
Josh says he doesn't have access to the live stream voice text.
Man, why are you lying, bro?
Even if he did, if it's the Josh I'm thinking of, he couldn't get in anyway.
Why is that?
He couldn't press a letter on the keyboard.
Oh shit. Does he need a slobber nurse or something?
He's got a fleet of them.
Now you do need the Forrest Gump one. That'd be hilarious. When some idiot comes in, I'm Forrest Gump. People call me Forrest Gump.
Yeah, we need that one, and then you just got knocked the fuck out.
That one's easy. I can add that one right now.
Just to let Josh know, you should have live stream voice text access now, mate. And you're going to need to open your mic within the next couple of minutes, otherwise I'm going to take that privilege away from you. This is VC verified on the edge. This is. Let's see what happens.
Hey, CB, make sure you PM me both of those. I need
Mic
total
check.
access.
Gotcha. I'm doing it right now. Josh, no lying allowed.
Going on, everybody?
Hey, what's your name? Age?
Savage. Been a while.
Cool. Nice, man. What's up? What's your dating status and your body count? No, I'm just kidding. Awesome, man. Well, why don't you give us a quick reaction to Flat Earth in 2024? What are your thoughts?
Oh man, I really just got questions for some of the fucking Globers that are just rhetorical, really. But
Rhetorical? You mean
every time
retarded?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
All right. Sorry,
Every
go ahead.
time I come on, though, there's some serious conversations. I'm not trying to butt in and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But no, fucking flat, man. See too far.
Oh yeah.
See too
Facts.
far. So I was wondering, so the whole 1,000 mph spin at the axis bullshit. So how far away would they have to get from the Earth to see the shit spinning? You know, outside of the atmosphere, right? Isn't that everything in the atmosphere is moving with it, so you can't feel it? Bullshit.
So
A good
explain.
question.
You know, like they relate it to being in a car. So it's like, all right, so if you were to jump out of that car going 100 miles per hour, how'd the astronauts do as soon as they hit that that exit, you know? How they didn't twirl and fucking to oblivion.
Well, they can say whatever they want, so I wouldn't go too far into the weeds with that one. But how far away do you need to be? Pretty freaking far, farther than they say. But again, that's just lore, and they can update that lore at any
Story.
point. Yeah, they can update that shit at any point. So okay. So we have a pretty decent panel here, guys. So everyone chime in. Dog is here. And there's also DPC 72, VC verified. Guys, I don't think we spoke before, so feel free to chime in. Whole bunch of people here who can answer your questions. What kind of, you said you had questions for the Glober Savage? What kind of questions would you ask them?
What kind of questions? Well, just that last one. How far away do you need to be from the Earth for the astronauts to see the shit spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
I mean, technically, you should just be able to like get in a helicopter or something, right?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just asking questions here.
Something I want to know is how far away do you have to get from the Earth before it starts fucking off at 66.6 thousand miles an hour? So I want to know. Can you get out in front of the Earth and then wait for the Earth to come towards you? Can you jump off
Yeah,
the
man.
back
If I could do
of
that, I'd
Yeah.
just do it in my wheelchair. I'd just, get in my wheelchair and just like have it spin underneath me and head a state over,
Hell yeah. Hey, buddy, you said we had Globers here?
Yes, I'm a Glober. I'm here.
Well, I mean, we could spit numbers at them all day, but I'd like to know the questions that they have.
Why do you believe it's flat? I mean, we have science, we have experts, we have technology, we have satellites.
Here we go.
Why would you believe it's flat in 2024?
Stop the cap.
I'm no expert.
See, exactly. That's why you're on Discord, and the experts are out there working. They're leading the forefront of technology and science, and you're on Discord.
Exactly.
Telling us why you're not an expert.
Now stop with that bullshit and give me those damn clips.
Okay, I got it. Type QE. I think you should be good. Just type knocked out. You should have it now. Do you have it?
Jason Bear, I fucking hate when you pretend to be a Glober. It is so infuriating.
Why? Is it good? Is it bad? Or
It's
what?
very good. It's very good.
I'm not a smart man.
Every time he does it, I want to jump in and help him. I want to be his wingman.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Dude, no one's, if anyone's gonna be a Glober, like we would be the best Globers out there, period. If anyone was going to be a Glober, it was these people here.
By the way,
So,
Josh
go
is a
ahead.
concave earther.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Concave.
Concave earther. Josh, can I challenge you on that?
So you're a troll earther. Got it.
Yeah, look at 42 minutes after the hour.
Ah, damn. Which is worse, the not flat earthers or the damn concavers?
Hollow earthers.
Conspiratards are worse.
Yeah, does the CB have the Chokovich?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I don't know which one's worse, but I'm gonna have to choke both y'all bitches out. You know, just metaphorically speaking. You know, peace, love. We don't condone violence around here. But seriously though, Globers, if y'all want to box though, let me know. 'Cause we can box.
Season 9. Season 9.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
I love it, dude.
Can anyone
So
explain how you see the Southern Cross at Australia and South America at the same
please
time?
no.
At the same time.
Yeah, we look up into the sky.
What the fuck?
That's funny because when it's light here, it's dark there.
Josh, unmute your mic and just say words.
Come off mute. Say words.
My God.
Cat litter.
Oh.
Frozen steak. Green grass.
Yeah, he's typing in text and then I'm just reading it, but like that's what he
This-
wants to say without saying it.
I don't know what. I don't know why today I was thinking of the Isle of Man. How long the Globers kept talking about the Isle of Man looming. Nathan must have stayed on that for 6 months. I don't even know what year that was.
2019, 2018, something like that. Early on. All right. Can anyone explain to me how do you see the Southern Cross at Australia and South America at the same time? Josh,
Who gives a fuck? Sorry. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, but you have to get rid of the at the same time bit.
Yeah, you
Not gonna fall
don't.
for that shit.
Well, how about we get someone? Is anyone from South America here? So we'll get them to go outside. I'll go outside. We'll count to 10, and we'll both look up.
You got knocked up. You're assuming they can count, man.
Can you see the Southern Cross during the day, Matrix?
I didn't say I was going to see the fucking thing.
Hell no.
I just said I was going to look up.
I don't understand because we have to translate a lot of this bullshit that they say. Half the stuff they say, they mean something else. What they're trying to say is the earth can't be flat. Show me the flat earth you're talking about.
I think a lot of them are trying to say, I want you to get our model and throw it in the bin and give us another complete model. That's what a lot of them want.
Yeah, a replacement, a Santa 2.0. But that's what I always tell them. There ain't no need for a Santa 2.0. You don't have to replace like bedtime stories.
Yeah, they go, oh, if the Earth was flat, it'd have to change all the flight routes.
What?
What
Yeah,
the
exactly.
fuck does that mean? But change them to go where they don't go?
How does my car drive on a flat Earth?
What?
If the Earth is flat, where are my socks?
We're not gonna fall for that shit.
Who's dog? We got a dog in the panel. What's up, dog? Voice verified.
What up, dog?
Yeah, what's up, dog? Why haven't you got any Earth determining roles?
What kind of name is that?
What's up, dog? Woof woof.
What?
Fetch.
Josh, you still there?
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
Josh.
What movie was that from?
Friday.
Friday, wasn't it?
Damn!
Mike check.
All right, Mike. How you doing?
Hello, my name is Mike. I am a globe earther. I love the globe. The globe is my favorite.
Fuck off, Mike.
Have you not been in an airplane?
Fuck off, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Yes, it worked. DPC. Hello. Me and you, we both agree. Earth, globe.
Hey, is your last name Hunt?
What's up?
Mike? Your last name Hunt?
What's up? The satellites are up.
Yes, the C is silent.
Don't say those two words too fast.
He asked, what is up? Satellites. Those are up. Rockets. Rockets are up.
Bruh.
Right. SpaceX stock is up. For all you brokey
Jamesy
flat
likes
earthers
to
out
say
there.
Heaven.
SpaceX.
You're broke! You're fucking poor! You got knocked the fuck out, man!
Kiwi's just having fun at this point.
It's
You're
like
gonna
it's
get me
his
in trouble. You're gonna get me in trouble, Kiwi.
Perfect.
No, it's not perfect. And NPC, don't we agree? Or he's shy, guys. He's shy. If I go back to talking like this,
I was wondering when my name turned to NPC.
What was your name
NPC.
before NPC?
It was DPC. Oh, I think that's just like a server title.
Oh my!
I
Why is
think
it
I can't
deep?
tell. I can't look at my thing.
He's even got his pronouns.
How's
mentioned.
my business, man? What the? Who cares about my pronouns? Just for
Well,
fun.
you do. You do.
Yeah, I do. Just so people are like, if I get on, they're like, "You sound like a girl," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, no, I don't." And then they start calling me a she. Now they have to say, I'm
Shut up, Beta.
What the? What the? I'm on y'all side. What the hell? I'm a good guy.
You don't
What do you mean?
sound like you don't sound like a bitch, but at the same time, you're starting to sound
What
like a
the?
bitch. Pretty weird.
Damn, Jedi, you said you triggered my trap card.
What the?
Anyway, NPC, if you're on our side, bro,
What's up?
prove it.
This isn't a war, man. There are no sides. I said that as a figure of speech. My bad.
You're fine.
Oh, so you're a globe earther. So you're.
What?
Yeah.
My
Why?
condolences.
Why?
Why not? And I
Because
swear I'm not
there's-
trying to troll. I genuinely for me, there's never been any reason not to be. There's never been any like people in the flat Earth community, they're like, we're truth seekers, and I just don't give a fart about seeking truth in that way. You know?
What?
I'm just saying, like, I'm not a specialist when it comes to any of the fields that would be required to prove or disprove flat or globe Earth.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
What?
I gotta push back on that because you don't need
What?
to be a freaking expert. And I'll change your name back, but you don't need to be a freaking expert, bro. Come on now.
You do.
No, you don't. Expert in what specifically?
Dude, is that not half of what I just said? Kind of is that I don't know anything about.
You don't need to be that guy, bro. Relax.
Yeah, you would. You definitely would. You'd have to. I mean, there are people who their entire career is, adding meaningfully to this. I won't even call it a debate.
No, you're doing what the Globies do. They have this thing in their. They have this syndrome. Yes, you're doing what Globies do. They have this syndrome.
Yeah.
Did you say that you're not interested in seeking truth?
No. Yeah, that is what I said. 100%.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But bro, listen. The Globies have a syndrome called phantom expert syndrome. They believe that there's other people out there smarter, better, have all the answers like locked away. They have it, and then so I'm not able to get those answers. I'm not good enough. That's the wrong mindset. That's bitch mindset. We don't encourage that mindset over here. You can go test the earth yourself, just like some of the people in here have, and find out for yourself. You don't need to wait for daddy to tell you the answers, bro. That's crazy. Those guys out here, though they may have dedicated their lives, quote unquote, on both sides of the fence, don't like. A lot of the people that we talk to are ops, if you will, the Globers.
Yeah.
They're just believers. They just simply believe in this thing, and half of them don't even know what to believe in. They just vaguely believe in globe and gravity and stuff. They don't even know specifically what those things are. So,
because nobody really does have to go through their 9 to 5 to go through their day-to-day life. No one really has to know any of this. There's just no point.
Well, my point is that those people out there that you think may have the answers and stuff, like, they don't.
Experts.
Like you can have the answers if you took the time.
I know, and that's part of what I'm saying is I don't care about doing that kind of research. That isn't a mental barrier. It's like, it's just a fact of truth that there are experts in this field. Like, it does take actual numbers, because if I said, if you said, why do you believe in the globe Earth? It's because there are cameras. There are, actual photos that aren't doctored that show us what the Earth looks like, and they've been here since the 50s, 60s. Same with the moon and all these kinds of things. I get a lot of pushback nowadays on, certain corners of the internet like this.
Wait a minute, hold on. What? Go ahead, Jedi.
It just seems like an appeal to popular opinion. Because the majority of people believe it, and you've always been taught it, then you've got no reason to perceive that it's incorrect. Being as it's an authority that's telling you, why should you distrust the authority? They should be able to figure it out, right?
Wait.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't see it that way, but that's fine.
But why did you brought up numbers and then you jump to cameras? You're like, well, I don't know the numbers. But cameras and stuff and pictures and moon.
Where's these fucking cameras at?
Satellites.
You ever?
But I guess it's for real.
Zoom in.
Hold on, BCC. We're about to cook. Hold on, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but photos on a computer are the most easily manipulated forms of information.
Anyway.
What would be the point in doing that?
Oh, hold on a second. Not what would be the point.
Yeah.
You said there were cameras on satellites. Where's these satellites at?
Space.
Space? The vacuum of space?
Uh-huh.
The vacuum of space, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
What? See, these are the things I don't know.
Second law of thermodynamics violation, because you can't have gas pressure next to a high vacuum without a physical barrier there, sunshine.
Wait, let me write that down.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Take your time, bro. There's no rush on this. Is
What'd
actually
you say?
Hey, Kiwi, I added another one
Wait.
too. You could have.
Never
Just message me.
All right.
You can't have gas pressure next to a high vacuum without a barrier. So my question to you is, how the fuck are you still breathing, sunshine?
On a satellite? What?
Not
Over
on
here
a
in space?
satellite. Listen closely. You said the satellite is in space. The vacuum is. Shut the fuck up.
What?
Shut. You don't have to follow along. Just shut your mic down and fucking listen.
Oh my god.
He's not going to help you.
Just DPC. Just less talking, more listening.
That's what I was doing before you got me to start talking.
So, Crayon Muncher. Crayon Muncher.
That's
Listen
me.
up. So, what you're going to have to show right now is gas pressure. You know what we're breathing without a fucking container. Can you do that? Demonstrate it.
Dude, this. I just come here because I like the atmosphere. It's like a podcast. It's nice and relaxing to listen to.
No listening, no relaxing allowed.
Why?
No relaxing. So, this is an interactive panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You just got knocked the
there are
fuck
people
out.
who are muted. They're not
Shut
interacting.
your
Well, they
fucking
interacted before you got here,
roll.
so don't worry.
I'm gonna mute your dumb ass. Stop. What are you, some type of Nancy fag or something?
What? What's that?
What? Huh? What? Show gas pressure without a container.
No.
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 Yeah, no.
Come on, man. What is
Dude,
that?
No, none of you come here to change minds. No one gets their minds changed. This isn't interactive in any sort of meaningful way.
Shut the fuck up. Interactive.
Bro,
I'll give
come
you
on,
interactive. I'll interact your face with my ass.
God damn.
Science.
Dumb
Hey,
ass.
you know what? To his credit, refusing to answer is actually more respectable than trying to do all the nonsense we usually get.
True.
Wait, but what? He said something about science. What about science?
What the fuck? Did he say something about science? I missed it?
Yeah.
No shit.
Can you
What
say
is
that again,
natural
DPC?
science, DPC? You degenerate public.
Dude. Why are you treating me like an enemy, dude? I don't hate
No,
you.
but
I don't
just
think
tell
you're
us the
stupid.
sciences, bro.
Yeah.
He's just trying to help you. It's a
fucking
bit
stop with your
abrasive.
feelings
Then
and
don't
shit.
feel like the enemy and just answer the question.
What? Oh, was it about science?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell is natural science?
Do you remember what I said? Because I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, no shit. Not surprising.
Dude,
you know
relax.
why? You know why
Yeah.
you can't remember?
Huh. I'll write that down too. Thank you.
No, but let's talk about science. You said the word science. Do you know what that means?
I don't remember what context I said it.
Yeah, neither do I. You just said science for some weird reason. I'm still trying to figure out why you said it. Why did you say it? Can you remember?
No, that's what I just said. Is I can't remember why I said it. I can't remember the context. I think I just said that, I'm not going to change your mind. You're not going to change your mind. This isn't a place where, there's nothing I could say that's scientific that's going to change a mind here. I'm very clearly in the minority.
Change minds.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna change anyone's mind. You're a dumb fuck.
I know that. That's why I'm not, I don't
You
care,
know
man.
that.
Wait, but we're not here to change your mind. Think about it
I
this
know.
way. Well, okay, but just think about it this way, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
You are now the say you come in here as a globe earther. You're now the representative, say the counsel for your client globe earth. So just like we go in front of a court a judge, we're in a courtroom. I'm not there to change your mind. You're the lawyer for your client. I don't give a shit what you think about me. We can get drinks after, we can talk shit about each other after, we can go to an elevator, beef, camaraderie, whatever. That doesn't matter. We're there to make our case towards the audience, the judge, the jury, right? So that's what you should focus on instead of well, I'm not going to change your mind, so I'm just going to just chill. No. Come here, make a
That's
case.
some dumb shit. He surely got you away from his main point that I haven't forgotten.
What is science?
That
Yeah.
his
Science.
fucking evidence for his globetard was cameras on satellites. We haven't forgot about that dumb shit.
Jesus.
So
Huh?
don't worry about changing our minds. Just make a case. Go put this evidence forward. With cameras from where?
Where's the cameras on the satellites in Narnia?
were the cameras on the satellites? Man, I just know that they're on the satellites. Satellites are in space. We have pictures.
Satellites are in space. You're not
Yeah.
listening. You're not listening.
Because you
You
said
see
something about gas
space.
and canisters.
Shut the fuck up.
You can interrupt me. I can interrupt you.
You fucking clown. You're done. Just get the fuck out of here.
No,
I'm
hold
tired
on,
of your
hold on,
dumbass.
hold on. No, he's
Nah,
got a little
he's
left
done.
in the tank. He's
Fuck
got a
him.
little-
Fucking
I mean-
idiot, clown, dumb fuck.
He said gas and canisters. Oh, he's fucking deaf. Huey, we can work with him, man. Come on, man. He's not that bad yet.
Work
He
with.
hasn't
He's not that
spiraled
bad.
yet.
He's a dumb fuck. Okay, keep him on topic. Go ahead. You go for it.
All right. I'll give it to him.
Putting him in the hot seat, you let him ask whatever questions he has.
Okay.
No,
Jetty, go ahead, brother.
I was just appreciating what Dog had to interject with. That was cool.
So, Dog, you said that one more time, but you should just let him.
Yeah,
get it
okay,
out.
I'll say it again. Yeah, I said instead of putting him in the hot seat, you can ask him you can let him ask whatever questions he has.
I like that.
Straight out of Fresh and Fit there. Nice. For all
What
you
the
haters.
fuck you just send me? Hold on, CB. What the fuck did you just send me?
Join that server. There's more sounds in there.
It doesn't say shit.
There's it doesn't say shit. Hold on, wait. Let me. It ain't gonna say shit. The sounds are.
Just send me the individual sounds or just the first word and shit. What
No,
the
just
fuck?
join
Invite
that-
your
just-
friends, send your first message, add your first app. What kind of shit is
Don't,
that?
just ignore that. Ignore all that. You've already got the sound now that you're in there.
Oh, fuck.
You've just got to
Man,
join the
you-
servers, and then
These
you piss
freaking
bomb. You
boomers,
get their
man. They don't
sounds.
know how to work this technology, man.
You freaking fucking boomer. I'll give you I got your boomer right here.
Boomer detected. So confused. It's so funny.
No, hey, he's trying to figure out. Hey, he loves this soundboard. Anyway. All right, DPC. What questions do you have for us? You can get it off your chest.
No, keep on to his first fucking claim. He's Jedi mind tricking your
shit,
dumbass.
I do agree,
You're
but
fucking
damn, we were
greasing the
just-
skids for his dumbass. Keep him on the camera in Narnia.
All
Fuck.
right, all right.
We will. We will.
Jedi, help me.
But DPC, my friend, and you can unmute yourself. Cameras in space. Do you want to know why everyone's jumping up and down and why that isn't really great evidence for the Earth being a ball? Just as a point of curiosity for yourself, would you want to know why?
Yeah, I genuinely don't know.
Okay, so cameras on satellites invoke the vacuum of space. Now, that's a very specific claim about our nature and reality. We understand nature and reality to act like this. High gas pressure will disperse into lower pressure volumes. Gas expands to fill the space. We understand this and can express this in many natural laws, the ideal gas laws, blah, blah, blah. But gas, to achieve pressure, requires a physical boundary, a volume, a container for the amount of gas to press upon, and by consequence achieve pressure. The vacuum of space, as we're told, is uncontained from our gas pressure, which leaves us with two problems which go against laws of nature. One, without the physical barriers, no way for the gas pressure to achieve pressure. And two, if there's no barrier there, that's an increased volume, a larger space for the gas to fill. And because there's high pressure here and low pressure out there, the gas will fill the space. So therefore, when people say pictures from space on satellites, that can't exist. The vacuum of space isn't real.
Okay. Well, yeah. Alternatively, I mean, digital cameras, because I mean that's coming from like the perspective of like a film camera, right? Because I mean, I don't know. I don't know specifics about the internals of cameras. I guess. Or are you still talking about digital cameras? Sorry.
Wait, listen to me before Kiwi kills you.
Sorry.
I'm not talking about cameras. I don't care what type of camera you take to the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space isn't real. The stories about going to the vacuum of space can't be real because the vacuum of space doesn't exist. It's like saying, if you go through this wardrobe, you'll go to this place that we call Narnia, and you can talk to a lion, and he'll talk back. It's not real. It doesn't exist. Vacuum of space doesn't exist.
Daddy, he's going to ask you about shutter speed next.
Yep.
Shutter speed.
You understand that? All right, it's not about the camera. It's not about the camera. It's where the camera is.
Gotcha.
Cool. So understanding that means that no one's been to the moon. There's no remote control rover on Mars. There's no satellites in the vacuum of space. That doesn't exist. Can't exist. It violates laws of nature. You know, nature always acts in a certain way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, those are laws of nature that, in this case, would be broken. Entropy, in this case, increases. High pressure will disperse and fill the next available volume. It doesn't go the other way round. Entropy can be expressed in, if I got a hot cup of coffee, we understand that over time, that coffee will get colder, right? Now that's a direction. The reverse never happens. Same in this instance. The gas will fuck off.
Yeah. Sorry.
Cool.
I just don't know when to talk because I don't want to interrupt someone by accident.
No, you're fine.
Was there, so when I said science, a lot of people jumped up to be like, science. Why is that word sort of taboo, or what's sort of the reasoning behind that? Not flying, because I didn't know that saying that was going to set off like a red flag. I don't know the culture.
Okay, well, that's fine. Science has a very specific. Science has a very specific meaning in this arena. We understand that science has been used as a tool to deceive the world. In the particular instance that if you put science in the front of, I don't know, anything, then by association of that word, you're going to think that it's been proven somehow. Or things that are said to be sciences, like, I don't know, astrophysics, for example. Now, we understand that natural science is a very, very specific thing. It is the formulation of a hypothesis based on an observation of something happening, a phenomena, and then the prediction of the cause of that phenomena, and then the testing of that hypothesis through experimentation, where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it changes your variable, if it causes that which you observed in nature to happen. Now, that's a method, the scientific method. We've been duped into believing that the Earth is a ball, for example, because there's been lots of things parading as science, but by definition are pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is something that is said to follow the scientific method, be scientific, but doesn't in any way, or does but doesn't fully complete the scientific method. So, for example, again, astrophysics. You can't formalize a hypothesis and test it and follow the scientific method with regards to astrophysics. It is not a science, it is pseudoscience. So we have to understand what science is to kind of have this conversation about the shape of the Earth. And that brings me on to one thing, then I'll shut up because I've been talking for a while. We've been told that science proves the shape of the Earth. Now that's a category error. Science, as I've spoken about at length, and I do apologise, is the formulation of a hypothesis, a supposition into cause and effect, and then testing through experimentation. The shape of an object is not the inquiry for science. The shape of an object is a geometric question, observation and measurement. So science does not prove the shape of the Earth. It couldn't do. There you go. I'll shut up now.
Amen. Bro spitting bars, bro. Did you catch all that?
Yeah.
Damn,
Very well
son,
spoken.
where'd you find this?
Yeah, well, I'll say this. I'll just be real short and sweet, too. Unless you want to respond.
Me? No, I'm good. I genuinely, like, it takes a little to process.
No worries. I just want to say really quickly, you asked, why did you guys kind of chime up, perk up when I said science? Well, for years, and I mean years, we were called science deniers. So you bet your bottom we're gonna like know what science is, because we definitely don't quote deny science over here.
Mhm.
So what we do is we require people to know what the hell science is, and I think most people don't. So we try to clean that up. People use science like a buzzword. You know, if you go to YouTube, we played arcade games with science. Like it's a damn buzzword for most people. So we don't treat it like a buzzword over here. We know exactly what it means and how to use it properly. So we're going to try to encourage you to do the same. It's not a buzzword. It's not an umbrella term. It's something very, very specific.
EPC,
Jenny talked to you about how it doesn't fall into the category of what the earth. Go ahead, CP.
DC, you sound like a reasonable person. I promise you that if you come in here every day for a couple of weeks, you'll at least get to the point where flat earthers don't sound like dumbasses to you. You'll at least understand why we ask these questions and think the way we do. You might not agree with flat earthers, but if you give it a good try, you'll at least understand where we're coming from, and you won't sound like your typical globy retard who just says buzzwords and runs away, you know.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah,
The goal
I can see
here
how. Yeah,
is
sorry.
not to be a flat earther. You said something. I think you said something about converting. We're not here to do that. We're not here. Personally, I'm not here to like get the numbers up. We need to recruit 10 people today. It's never that for me. Mostly, it's for myself. I'm here to work on my own skills. And if you learn something in the process, that's great for you. But we're not here to convert people. People they are already in this mindset of believing other men. Oh well, this guy said it. This scientist said. Well, this expert said. Well, we're not trying to have you come here and just leave here thinking, well, these flat earthers said. Hell no. We're trying to get people off of that. We need you to go out and figure this shit out on your own. It takes time. It's not going to be tonight. It's not going to be tomorrow night. But maybe eventually you'll be like, man, those flat earthers, holy shit. You'll look back on moments like this and be like, God damn, they try to tell me shit like that, right? But it's
Yeah.
cool. That's what we do. So that's just what we do. But yeah, we're not here to convert you today or anything like that. We're just going to give you the sauce because mainstream media is definitely not telling you what flat earthers think, bro. They're not. They're going to tell you we live on a pizza planet floating around and we think, you know, some other bullshit. Well, Jedi just talked to you why that's completely ridiculous. If they show you a flat earth in outer space, you already know they're lying to you. Period. Why? Because we, the flat earthers, are telling you you have to have a container for gas pressure. If they're showing you a disk in space, where's the container? Or even if they show you like a dome in space or something like that, that's not our position. So be very careful, man. You're not going to get the flat earthers' point of view out on mainstream media. So you'll at least get it here. You don't have to be converted, but you'll at least get the argument.
I
Right.
got you.
And this server this is a critical thought server more than anything.
Yeah, hearing y'all speak, it sounds more like it's about verifying things you can prove yourself, things you can actually observe. Like you said, scientific method. You make observations, you test them, you verify, you come up with theory, you do the method yourself. You sort of look into things that warrant more, critical thinking. So me immediately coming in here and being like, well, no, I don't critical think. I don't think for myself. I can see why that immediately tripped a bunch of red flags of like, well, then why are you here? And me being like, oh, I just like to relax and I like the atmosphere. That is sort of what tripped me up too, because then you were like, well, it's about interaction. And that's why I assumed it was more about changing people's thoughts, like trying to convert.
Well, to be
and then
honest,
I was
I was just joking. I was just joking about that interactive thing. I've been joking lately. Like people come here all the time, like, oh, I'm just here to listen, and I'll just joke around and be like, oh, this is no listening panel, and I'll say it very seriously, like I mean it, but I don't mean it, dude. I'm just joking. Obviously,
I'd have a hard time listening with that fucking mic.
Ooh, mine or what? Is mine trash?
Low as shit.
Oh, I turned it down because I thought I was spicy. Let me turn it up. Hold on.
DPC,
My
you
mic
got
is
hazed a little bit because you were new, just a little bit for everyone's amusement.
I've been to the server, 2 or 3 times, and it's been about the same way. This is just the first time I think there's been quite as many people, or quite as many people who are talking and willing to discuss at once. Usually it's like 2 to 3 people, and I'll be in here for like 2 to 3 days, and then I'll just be like, all right, I think I'm going to take a break for now, and then I'll come back every once in a while.
That's cool, man. There's nothing wrong with that either. Take as many breaks as you need. Oh man, I see my mic is going crazy.
Sounds fine on my end.
Or no?
Sounds
Okay,
fine to
alright.
me.
My connection.
You're okay.
my
Keep
connection-
going. Shit.
All right. Let me know if my dog goes shit. I see my connection's going wild. But where was I?
Who
Yeah,
knows?
converting people stuff like this. Kiwi, yeah. But yeah, man. This is I said it in one of I said it in one of my songs, right? Like, you're not gonna get it overnight. You know, it's gonna take you some time, man. And
Ain't gonna take a
listen,
shit. It's just
well,
a
you
geometry
could figure it out
question.
tonight. You could.
It's a geometry question, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, we can.
Let
yeah,
him
you
get
can-
around the actual subject material. So it's a geometry question. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's where I was going to go next. Right, logically, let's try and break this argument down into what it actually is about. And Kiwi's hit the nail on the head. In the specific instance of the shape of the Earth, geometry question then.
Wait, so it's not science? I thought it was science.
Shut the
No.
fuck up.
Shut up, bitch!
And what's even worse, DPC, is you'll get people in here who they'll be like, no, but math is science. Oh, here we go. Now, even more cock block. We can't even talk about flat Earth because dummies don't know what science is. You know what I mean? And then they'll turn around and say, you flat earthers deny science. Like, holy shit. Like, what the hell? What am I supposed to do with that?
Let's hit him
They
quick.
literally don't know what science is. Go ahead.
Let's hit him quick. We already dealt with the science part. So, DPC. Yeah, you out there?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Are you familiar with the slope-intercept formula?
Nope.
Yeah, we learned it in junior high school. It's y equals mx plus b, and it states more or less that all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizon, has a rate of change of slope of 0. It has no slope. It's just flat, level. It doesn't interact with the x-axis, right? So, but there's a problem. Because we see horizons everywhere. You go to the beach, you see horizons every fucking where, right? Throughout your life. We've all seen horizon. But what you're being told by the globe-tard spinning space monkey religion is that you live on a sphere. Well, curvature is consistent with a sphere, but curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as a rate of change of slope, as a non-zero number. So here's the fucking problem. See, we see horizons in reality, but we're told there's rate of change of slope in every fucking direction on a tangent from our feet. So how in a flying Fukuyama can we have horizons and then at the same time have the horizons have rate of change of slope of 0, and then at the same time we're told that there's a rate of change of slope every fucking where. How is that possible? And not violate the law of non-contradiction.
Did I cut out or?
I couldn't hear you if you did speak, but I don't know about anyone else.
Why was he fucking speaking anyway? I was speaking. You got an answer to my question?
No, genuinely don't.
You understand the paradox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's it. It's as simple as that. Now, I can go into volumes, encyclopedic volumes of flat Earth actual proofs, right? That's one. I can just stop right there. I just push all my chips in, all in, Your Honor. That's it. It's over. Unless somebody can explain how we have horizons which have a rate of change of slope of 0 on a curved tard that has rate of change of slope of non-zero everywhere.
Neil deGrasse Tyson told me that it's an oblate spheroid.
Fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. Is you is or is you ain't a flat earther? Right fucking now.
That sounds like we need an answer, bro.
I already knew. If you're asking me, I already said I don't know. Like, I'm not going to be able to.
What? You don't know?
Yeah.
No, but just take a stance now. It's okay if you get it wrong. Just take a stance. Where are you currently at? Status report.
Well, there's no logic that can back that I know. That I know for fact that can back it being a globe. There's nothing I know for fact that can back it being flat. Aside from, what you just said. I'm sorry. I just literally, I don't know. Like, it's just not information.
No, that's an argument from ignorance fallacy. I just gave you one.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I said, aside from what you just said just now, that's something, I'd have to look into myself.
Look into it?
Yeah. Well, how did you look into it? Like, how did you find that piece of information? Did you observe it? Did you test it?
Test it?
Yeah.
Test the rate of change of slope is 0. No, it's a fucking axiom.
Okay, yeah.
I'm calling cap though. Like, before you joined this call, you believed it was a globe, right? Can we just keep it a stack? Let's be honest. Okay, so that's fine. You're a globe earther. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone in here was the same. We don't just jump on people because they're globe earthers and stuff like that. I was a globe earther probably more passionately than you. So that's not a big deal.
But the problem is recent events is that what just happened was you got knocked the fuck out, man.
Oh, that fucking soundboard.
There's also another one, QE. There should be 2 of them now. One with the man and one without. But anyway, go ahead,
shit because you didn't give me. What were you sending me?
You're just supposed to join that and then.
Then what?
That's it.
Automatically, you get sounds.
I know that, but I can't go through them now. Shit, because everyone would hear the shit. It would ruin the conversation. We're already far away from the cameras out in the fairy tale fuckwit satellites in Narnia. Bet you guys already forgot that. You guys already forgot that shit, didn't you?
No, I already had it loaded in the soundboard. How they're nervous and the cameras and we ain't forgot.
Play that shit.
Crazy are the pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
Anyway, we'll get back to the cameras, right? So, what are we talking about, Shetty? Get us back on track.
No, he already discussed
about the horizon.
He already had the camera. So DC or DPC, NPC, whatever the fuck the D silent. He's got to deal with the fucking slope intercept formula, dudes.
Yeah, we're talking about the horizon. The horizontal. You know what horizontal is, don't you, DPC?
Yeah, I know what horizontal is.
Yeah, and that's within the formula that quantum eraser gave you. A rate of change of slope of 0, no change. Now, curvature, slope, is a rate of change of that 0. It's a number, not 0. That's what he's pointing out.
Mm-hmm.
Simple stuff. So the horizon isn't curved. So the Earth, the horizon is where the Earth appears to meet the sky. So when we look over water, that water is horizontal where it appears to meet the sky, not curved. Welcome to flat Earth.
Now he's thinking to himself. Now, wait
Yeah,
a second.
I've
No,
been
hold on.
thinking because I've been.
I'll tell
sorry,
you.
sorry,
I'll
sorry.
tell you what you're thinking. Now you're saying, "Oh shit, I've got these experts for centuries pushing this globetard, and these guys come out with a second grade proof. There's a rooster in the hen house here." No, there's actually not. What you're dealing with is experts. They're fucking retards, right? And they think that you're a retard. In fact, they bank on it. So they put all this horse shit out. They just overwhelm you, right? And now that you heard a rational argument, you're like, there's got to be an answer to that. I just don't know it. No, there's no answer to that. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. That's it.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, you could be glad as fuck to be here, but guess what just happened?
You gotta knock the fuck out. Oh, dude. I said before. I mean, it's a good that I don't have any sort of rebuttal to that or reply, and it's something that
No one does.
that is interesting. Yeah,
Nobody's
I agree.
gonna
That's what I'm
nobody's
saying.
gonna have that shit, man. No one. There's no argument.
Yeah, every time this gets brought up, the conversation goes like this, like it is now. Yeah, well, I'll have to look into it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, me saying that definitely sounded like I was just opening up Google and being like, "Oh, gotta find."
Yeah, look, if I may, mate, the whole idea, DPC, is that's what we want people to do, is actually, critically think and, look into it for yourself, man. Don't just believe everything you saw
No, fuck
here
that.
today.
Type that shit right into the chat GPC and get your ass handed to you. Because you know why?
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
Okay, so space doesn't exist because those pesky laws of nature say that it can't. The horizon's horizontal. Fuck me, who knew? What next?
You want about 13 other ones, or we'll just take it right? We'll just stop right there.
Yeah, I've got my
You got anniversary dinner you got to attend?
no.
All right.
I just don't have any more questions. I don't know why that took me so long to say.
You know why you didn't? It took you that long to say that shit?
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
It's alright, don't take it personal. He's got a new toy recently and he does it for everyone, so.
Pretty sure the last time I was here, I've always seen Quantum, and I remember him having a four, but it was a long time ago. And the last time I was back here.
Yeah, we gave him a toy to play with. It seems to calm him down.
That is a good point, though, Jedi. But yeah, I'm gonna have to take the blame for that one. You guys can blame me.
So let's get into some deeper shit. DPC. What's the speed of dark?
Ooh.
Huh?
Zero. It's the absence of light.
Zero.
First place.
I didn't ask you what light was. I asked you what the speed of dark was.
The absence of light.
That's not that's non sequitur. And that's not the definition of fucking dark. Because if I ask you what the definition of, I don't know what it isn't. That's like walking into a courtroom and they say, DPC, what's a banana? And you say, it's not transmission fluid. Right? That wouldn't make any damn sense. Well, thanks for whittling that shit down. What is it actually? I just fucked you up, didn't I? That's all right. Stop taking the shrooms and order a whole shitload of Adderall and start mainlining that shit.
Jesus. Not medical advice.
Just a question, DPC. Sorry, just a question, DPC. How many veterans have you dealt with before?
Veterans?
Yeah, infantry veterans. Infantry veterans.
Infantry specifically, I don't know. I used to work customer service, and we get them a lot.
Yeah, well, you're talking with QE and me right now, or primarily QE. So, yeah, that's yeah. Humor's a little bit different. Yeah, don't take it to heart. It's all good, dude.
I know. I don't take anything personally. I know it's all. Sorry, I'm really fucking tired. You said okay. That is an interesting thing. You just said, but isn't that kind of like saying like what's nothing, and then you say, well, nothing is the absence of anything, but you still, nothing is still a concept.
Do you speak any English?
Do you understand sort of what I'm saying, or am I just sort of missing the point?
What the hell did you just say? You got knocked the fuck out, man!
Stop communicating like a transformer and use your real words. Come on.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Transformer.
Baby, come back.
Hey, we got some other people in here. Vax Wax. You guys know who they are? Vax
No.
Wax. Ronk is in here. Ronk.
Oh, Ron K.
Oh, Ron K.
What's up, everybody?
What's up,
What's up,
Vax?
The Vax.
Chilling out tonight.
Word.
How bad's my mic sound?
Shit.
It's all right.
Kind of sounds like you're underwater, but we can still understand you.
I mean, I am underwater, so.
We got some new guy in here named Alpha Veritas.
Hold on. Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Oh, Miggy's back. Yeah. Yo, man, that was such a legendary clip of you to add. No one even did it.
Isn't it amazing? I love it.
Amazing.
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah, man. No one even asked you to do it or anything. Shout out to Miggy, man. You posted up, man. Sounds like you got your feet up now.
Yeah. Kind of
That's good.
hanging back right now. For a little bit.
Good. Good.
So, it's kind of boring, man. We like to select ballers around here. Me, Heretic,
Shellac.
Jedi.
Yeah. DPC just got shellacked. Nah, I'm just playing. Who's next?
DPC round 2.
Who's I Dougie?
He's like a sort of, kind of flat earther-ish sort of guy. Not very argumentative. Been here forever.
My Dougie? I'm fresh. My Dougie? That's an old dance from back in the day, like mid 2000s. Kiwi, you're gonna get me in trouble, man. You gotta chill out, dog.
What?
You're gonna get me fired. Every time they hear that soundboard, they're like, "Oh, that's CB." I swear, bro. I'm gonna get in so much trouble. I should have never gave y'all. Hey, y'all remember that? Y'all remember that clip from Chappelle Show? They should have never gave y'all niggas money. I should have never gave Kiwi the soundboard.
What does he have? 3 or 6 months on that thing?
You only got 3 months of Nitro, Kiwi, and then it's up. It's over.
You're mistaken. By then he's addicted and he's paying for it. It's over.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna pay
It's
for
over.
it. Yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
All right, don't worry, guys. I'll reprimand them later.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Nah, man, Kiwi, you got to make sure they're potent, man. Can't overdo it. But anyway, Heretic, where them not flat earthers at? I'm trying to cook.
Matthew's over there.
I'll arrange a meet. I'll get them to come
Yeah.
down.
I did not know they existed until it was one day I'm in politics and I'm talking Black Swan, and I think Bev and what is his name? Eduardo Bear or some shit like that. I forget his name.
Elder Bear?
is it?
Elder
Elder
Bear.
Bear. He was on Nathan's show. Yeah.
Something, yeah. And so
he went on Nathan's? What the
did he?
Yeah, he did.
Damn. Did he get shellacked? Did he get his strip tore off him?
Should have been.
Yeah.
I love when Nathan says that. I tore a strip off you.
I have no idea what those guys like. I don't understand. I don't get what their stance is and like what their problem is with everybody.
They seem just like they got butt hurt by Nathan or a QE, and they're just like, you know what? I don't like those guys. This is what it seems like to me.
Yeah, he went into the politics and was trying to goad people into this, like, guys, join my clan.
Okay.
This is the Bev. Become a Bevite, and you shall receive the honor of ages. It's like
never gonna happen.
Nobody wants to join your fucking club.
Your nerd club.
No,
Fuck
because
outta
like,
here.
well, it's like everybody in here, man. Like we just hang out. Yeah, we're not. Hey, man, let's be a part of the CB group.
Yeah,
we call it CB6 or some shit.
Yeah, we're never gonna do that over here. As soon as I saw that, like the Call of Duty clan tag shit, I was like, these fucking guys lost. It's over.
Yeah.
They have to mob up in a little group. We'll never have to do that. Jedi's a lone dog. Miggy's a lone wolf. You guys don't need me. I don't need you. Like, that's hilarious that they've done that. Resorted.
Well, they tried to group us up with like, well, you guys are hanging with Nathan, aren't you?
No.
Aren't you in his group? Like,
no.
Dude, who the fuck?
No.
Just because we hang out with them doesn't mean like we're fucking in a clique or some shit.
No,
we got jackets and all kinds of shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? Fuck out
Got a
here.
fucking monthly newsletter. The fuck.
What the clan tags, bro? That was so gay.
Getting matching tattoos next week.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna get matching bracelets. Like,
wait, who did that? Nathan?
No, the globe heads.
Oh, okay. I totally missed that.
Yeah, dude. Like the politics server, they got these little clan tags now. Globe.
No, I
Troll
wasn't talking
Team
about-
6.
Yeah, I was
Fucking
they're
losers.
one thing. And I was talking about Bev. He went to the politics server the other day, and he was goading people into like, well, level. There's no what is the measurement? What is the measurement for flat? Nobody's measured flat. He's just going. He wants to pick a fight, dude. It's like, well, because I guess they must have shellacked him and Nathan's whatever, but he's trying to bring the fight over here to round up to whoever's like going against that argument, because I guess they made a video on him or something. And, yeah,
So he's
he's got to
butthurt.
be in his. He's got to be in his bonnet about it. Like he just looking for. He's picking on fights, and I'm like, dude, stop. Just don't do that.
Yeah. It's like when you bully somebody and they're like, oh, okay. And they go and bully someone else. Or they try
like
to,
those-
right? It's like, dude, you're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that
Select the
guy.
Globers, man. That's all you got to do. Fucking infighting bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants to do that.
Bev can be fucking so annoying, dude.
Well, it's just like go take it up with the guy who fucking pissed you off. How about that? Like,
Right. You're like gonna go form a whole community. All right, everybody, charge! Wow, you're sending those guys into damn somewhere they don't want to be.
Yeah, I guess he's got a group of friends that they all defend his points and whatnot. Like he's a leader of the pack or something.
Yeah, he brings his own.
Yeah, but I don't ever know what his points are. All I ever hear is the horizon can't be flat because you have waves. Like silly things like
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
that. That's all I ever hear from him. So like, I don't.
What a
That's what
retard.
That's what he says. Well,
Okay.
Seriously, that's the thing.
Let's do a crash course.
You know, the whole
Horizontal
point is on
line.
a table.
A horizontal line, right? What's a horizontal line? Anyone?
Not curved.
Well, it's a
Zero.
line that's in a particular orientation, right? Which is horizontal. It's like self-defined, right?
Yeah.
But in order to know what that means, you have to know what a horizon is, because horizontal, is a derivative of a horizon. A horizon is, where the surface, the Earth, meets the sky in your field of view, right? So you can't have a horizontal line without referencing the Earth. So his idea that you have a horizontal baseline, right, or you create a horizontal with a water level divorced from the Earth has no context because the orientation horizontal is defined by the orientation of the Earth. So no matter what he does, as soon as he opens his mouth and says horizontal, his entire argument is over.
You
Which is why the last time I dealt with him 2 times in politics, he presented his argument to me, and I said, okay, what is a horizontal? And he's like, okay, a horizontal is parallel with the plane of the horizon. And then I told him, what's a horizon? Couldn't answer, or wouldn't answer. Either way, he didn't answer.
Yeah, I feel they deep down. It seems like they know, but they're just triggered or mad or butthurt. Someone pissed him off. I don't want to be like those guys. It's so loser.
it's just kind of a little beef that he has with some other group, and he's trying to rope some other people into like taking sides, and
Yeah.
he's got a few lackeys that are joining his cause. So.
Who's worse, him or the lackeys? Holy! The
They're
fact that
almost
he's
like
got
another troll team.
Maybe,
Yeah, man.
yeah, it kind of feels that way.
I wonder who's worse though, the troll globeheads or the damn not flat earthers? Who would who's taking the bigger L right now?
I think this Bev flat thing is kind of. I think that's a little bit more damaging, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it's a non-point. I think it's kind of pedantic and stupid to even keep reasserting it without even going anywhere.
Right.
It seems to be causing more issues than anything else. Whether that's the aim of it or whether it's just some group's idea and they've got to be in their bonnet and they autistically can't see past their own arse. I don't know what it is.
Here's the thing, Jedi. If they were doing it intelligently, like as a troll to Globers, that would be really funny, high level, 4D chess. But I know damn well that's not what's happening. They genuinely are actually
Remember the
like,
guy Dell? He had the idea
upwards moving
of
shit.
Yeah, switching up to the upwards moving Earth.
Holy.
And doing a little water bottle with the bobber inside of it off a 2-story building, and dropping it and seeing the bobber like fucking change orientation. I mean, it's kind of like that, and then like, well, since the bobber looked like it wasn't moving, the Earth, it must be the one that was. It's fucking stupid, dude. And then they create a whole argument or based around, well, he did anyways, against Einstein's relativity concept, so it's like they have their version of like their niche argument, a niche argument. So they want to cling to it like it's better than sliced bread. Like that's kind of like what the thing's going on with like Bev and them. They got a little niche argument, or at least they think that it's niche, and they want to hang on to it. And
It's shitty. It's actually like even a lay person like me can see right through it. The first time I even interacted with them, we were talking Black Swan. They were like, "No, the Black Swan is wrong," and I'm like, "Wait, hold on, wait, Bev, wait, why are you saying that?" No, it's wrong because of this, that, and the other. I'm sitting here thinking, Bev, what's wrong with you? What do you mean it's wrong? Well, the peace statements don't match.
Yeah. That's what
Wow,
he's saying. That's what he's
dude,
saying.
you guys are fucking retarded. I swear, like. I
Hold
can't
on,
believe these people.
Hold on. He's not wrong that the peace statements don't match. However,
No, but I tried to walk it through him with the. Yeah. You're right,
Now,
Kiwi.
a lightweight would look at it with a cursory glance and says, "Oh, well, I could just have a bigger globe," but they don't realize all the implication that comes from that statement, right? It's literally a booby trap. It's a booby trap that no matter which way you argue against it, you lose.
Yeah. Well, even that, I tried to walk through it with him. I'm like, okay, so if the peace statement is talking about this specific globe, and then we get to the following not peace statement, or the Q statements, he says the Q statements don't match or whatever. He's saying they don't match. But once we get to the end of the argument, it's not that we're referring to a different Earth now. We're still referring to the same Earth we have. It's not just some different Earth all of a sudden. But whoever said it, they're being kind of pedantic. I feel that you had it kind of perfect. It does seem like they're just being ridiculous for no reason, and they're salty. But I don't know. Seems stupid what they're doing. If
They keep repeating the argument in the politics server just over and over again.
What's their argument?
Trying to
What's
get
their
people.
argument?
What
is their argument?
Well, there's two. There's one that I actually have clipped out, and actually, you know what? Let's play it over the bot. Give me a second.
Yep.
I've heard them go up against the Troll Team 6 or whatever, and like that was kind of a train wreck, but interesting to listen to, sort of. But it's fun. It's better to stick them against each other than towards us, I guess. But
Deb's group is Troll Team 6.
No.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Bev's group is the damn Bev's group or whatever they call it.
Right, that's what
Hold on. They've accused certain members of this server, myself included, and other, quote unquote dudes, of actually being background workers with guys like Troll Team 6. So, like, for example, like me and Quantum Eraser, like, we're buddies with those guys and we hang out and drink beers, and it's all a plan to secretly keep everyone from the real truth, which is what? That the Earth's not flat.
Okay.
What the
delusional?
You got that clip? I want to hear that shit. The fuck?
That's
that one. Hold on, I'm getting a different one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I respect you, and that's 100% truthful that they think that Troll Team 6 and people like yourself, Quantum Eraser, are in cahoots to gatekeep.
Retarded.
How did they connect those dots, man? That's the only thing I want to know.
Them dots.
they got the fucking investigator spiderweb, push pin like board
Like
with all
Charlie.
the pictures. Yeah, they how the fuck did they make that connection? Like, I don't even know.
Them dots
Man,
ain't
to be
even on the
honest.
same page, bro. Let's be honest. Them dots are not even on the same page.
That's a crazy ass conspiracy theory, man. If you ask
That's
me,
so crazy.
like AI, like out of all people, AI really, like
Yeah,
fucking
QE.
hell. And QE too. Like,
Hold on. Alpha, does this sound familiar to you?
What you mean?
This type of accusation that people are in cahoots and trying to gatekeep or take over servers or have some kind of nefarious intent. This seems to come around every like 2-3 fucking years or so.
yeah, it's about 2 or 3 years, yeah, I'd say. And it always happens from within. Like it's like they get fucking bored, and so like they I don't want to say it's mutiny, dude. I don't think it's that. It's just you know.
When they say we're gatekeeping, like what it really is everybody who has a problem with us saying, well, just defend your claim with something substantial, or don't commit a logical fallacy in your argument. That's what they're saying is gatekeeping. The fact that they can't do that. Somebody says, well, you're not really making a valid point.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're the enemy.
Yeah. So in the case of when they get into like a discussion with some other guys, they go into the minutia of the point. It's like, dudes, like really, you don't have to go that fucking hard. Like it's not like you want to take every single thing apart from like these guys, you know, like it is like with the sophists that come in and debate us. They want to debate the sophist on every point. You don't go to their fucking playground. That's not how you debate someone.
Mhm.
You show them where they're wrong because they can't identify the error that they're, you know, their whole fucking premise is incorrect. So you just, I mean, I guess they're trying to work a different angle, I suppose, but in the process they're getting too. It's like a road to nowhere, really. Like you're trying to follow the sophist, and it's like they want you to follow them, and it's. I've
We're
heard
not
them argue.
following them.
Who was
Yeah.
talking to some numbnuts? Bev was talking to some guy about they were arguing over a point for like 3 hours, man.
Holy shit.
It was the other day. I think Timbo, are you there? Timbo was listening to the argument too. It was me, Timbo, T-Dub, a couple of other us.
Where were y'all at? Politics or here?
I was in the background, dude. I was at work. I was in the politics, and yeah, they were in there. But it's
What kind of name is that?
you argue with the people. It's like you don't have you don't take them to like destroy their premise. You just go like following them wherever they go. It's like, and then he started using like words with like a surveyor. Like I think it was more about the point of like surveying and like what do they actually do, and it's I don't know.
Okay. I haven't been over there in a while. Miggy, you said like, I mean, not that I care, because I'll probably go back over there at some point too. But you were like, I'm not going over there. Fuck them. And now you're like, you know what?
Well,
Fuck that. I'm going back
yeah.
over there. I'm gonna smoke them out.
Well, I did take a break for a while because they had a lot of the those guys that come in there like the ones that come in all the time. They haven't come in there for a while, but like Rob Noxious was going in there and like some of the other guys. Just the trolls, all the main trolls. They would camp out there.
I know y'all got it. Y'all don't need my help, so y'all got it.
Well, they got the second law of thermonuclear dynamics.
Yeah,
I am so glad I was here for that.
Yeah,
All right, you ready for this clip now? So this
Hell
clip
yeah,
is an alternative modus tollens, since the black swan is insufficient. So the premise of this one,
what?
Obviously, it has to do with water as well. But you'll see, it's so. Let's let's not prime it. Let's just play it and see how people can figure out what's wrong with it. If there's anything wrong.
How much time we
one
got?
sec. It's only a minute long.
Perfect.
Modus tollens is a logical statement set up in such a way that the truth of one statement implies the truth of the second. When the second statement, the consequent, is shown to not be true, then the first statement, the antecedent, must also be untrue. T-shirt logic is a way for these simple logical principles to be broken down for ease of understanding. One such example is the modus tollens, which has been developed by the logically minded individuals at the Next Level Discord server. If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. A water level is a tool which establishes a horizontal plane of reference, consequently not Q. It is not Q, therefore it cannot be P. Ergo, the Earth cannot be a spherical object.
Wow. What the fuck?
Yeah, what logical problems are implicit in or explicit in that?
Sound like they messed up the antecedent part too, but maybe I just misheard.
No, they didn't define what horizon and horizontal plane of reference means. Okay, so depending on the meaning of that term, it destroys their entire point, right? They're assuming it's self-evident and axiomatic, right? If you don't define your terms in your argument, might as well just say red is the antecedent of kumquats. Therefore, kumquats are red. It's like, okay, whatever, dude.
That voice sounded familiar. Hey,
Is that Emma? Who is that?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't even know who that is.
Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that Bev saw fit to have it on his channel, right? But keep in mind, it's begging the idea of what a horizon is and what a horizontal plane is, right? And keep in mind, he doesn't want to reference this to the actual figure or orientation of the Earth. He wants horizontal to just exist in free space on its own with no reference to the Earth whatsoever, when the literal foundation of the word is reference to the Earth directly.
Sheesh.
Oh, and he does want to say globe, so I think he made a little blurb on the text channel on politics, and he is saying that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, who?
Bev.
What?
Yes.
Oh
yeah.
Listen, if all horizontals are parallel, which they wouldn't be if the Earth was a globe in the heliocentric current paradigm, that doesn't mean that the Earth can't be a globe in shape. It just means that it doesn't have radial gravity or radial verticals or whatever you want to call it. You could have parallel verticals and parallel horizontals, but still be living on a giant ball.
Yep. It's a globe.
God damn. So they're just saying it's a bigger Earth or something? Maybe?
So it's not so much that it's a bigger Earth per se. It's that, look, you remember when you were a kid, or the whole story about kids where you tell a kid the Earth's a ball, and they're like, well, if I was on the bottom, I'd fall off.
Fall off, yeah.
Well, that's true. It is a globe. And if you go to the side, you will fall off. Gravity isn't radial. Verticals are all vertical. Horizontals are all horizontal. But you do live on a giant globe that you will fall off the bottom. That could be true in Bev's paradigm, according to his own reasoning. Now, also, his mindset is that, you have the globe Earth paradigm currently, and then you have flat Earth, and he thinks that's a false dichotomy. So maybe he solved the false dichotomy by saying, yes, the Earth is a globe, but all horizontals are parallel and all verticals are parallel. Aha.
I don't see why these people need to complicate things. I'm a very simple type of person. All this stuff just seems so extra and not necessary.
It's their niche argument.
Stupid. It's stupid. Who hurt them? Which one of y'all hurt them? Kiwi, was it you? Miggy?
Well,
Jedi?
no, they've been on this point for a while. They're just now coming forward and taking their gospel down to other servers and whatnot.
I'm surprised that it's catching on to anyone.
Oh yeah.
Do they like Bev? Are they just simping for Bev, or
no? There's some that are lackeys. Others are being recruited. Like you can just tell by the temperature in the room. Some people are like, "No, I think Bev's pretty cool, man. I like the way he comes in there."
Really? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised because, I mean, the way a lot of flat earthers treat me, it's because they think like Bev thinks.
Mm-hmm.
So check this out. This is from just a report from the enemy turf, or whatever you want to call it. Right. Let's spell it up. From the rival turf. There you go. Rival turf, not enemy. So some of their acolytes have said it makes them feel good to be outside of the false dichotomy and be able to point at both camps and laugh.
Yay.
So they're now the niche market. You know what I'm saying? That can look at the globers, look at the flat earthers, and be like, "You're both stupid. I'm the one who's transcended into intelligence."
Yep.
That sounds like it could just turn into a damn infinite regression because someone could just go outside of them and say, "Well, you're stupid too."
Well, yeah. Let me tell you, it fell to the. Guess it fell to the concave earthers. They were the ones carrying that torch, and I think this little group is trying to surpass that. Because first,
See?
the concave earthers were saying that the first level is globe, second is flat Earth, and the third is concave. That's the enlightened ones. So I guess they're trying to. Everybody's trying to one up. You know, it's always like, no, we got the juice. No, we do, and it's like everybody's saying they got the right answer and so forth. But all it
We
takes
have
is
the
for
right
somebody.
answers.
Well, all it takes is for somebody to like listen to one's argument and see if you can understand where the consistency lies, or if there is inconsistencies, or if the statement's malformed, or you know what I mean, what logical fallacies are employed. And if once you start putting all that together, you really start to realize who is in the right and who's in the wrong. I mean, just listen to what they say. That's all I gotta say,
I
man.
got something for you. I got a question for you guys. This is a serious question, all right? So I don't answer knee jerk. Do you guys actually think that Quantum Eraser is not aware that his P statements don't match?
Yes.
You're fired.
Is Quantum Eraser here to answer that, or what do you guys think? Anyone? Well, you already gave the answer though, AI. That it was a trap no matter what.
Okay, so I gave the answer. So that it's the whole point is to contemplate. Well, if that's the case, then why would someone put out an argument like that?
Right,
Like,
to make it Minesweeper. I mean, there's I don't know. Pick your poison. You want to say the Earth is a bigger globe, or what? You know,
arguments that stand on in themselves. Let's say in a metaphorical vacuum, right? Yes, they do have criteria that argument alone may not prove this particular point, but the argument itself sends a ripple through the entire paradigm that concludes the conclusion, right? Because all these other sweater threads are unraveled, and then you end up with no sweater, right?
mm-hmm. You make a good point about how context is important, and I think that is a big thing that our rivals don't understand is they try to look at things with horse blinders on. Oh, look, in a vacuum, this argument doesn't. Yeah, but you're not considering the whole timeline. That there's way more context. You know, the Black Swan is a rebuttal. It's not just some random thing we just came up with out of the blue.
Yeah, for example, a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, okay? So a glober would agree, a local horizontal, right? So that argument in itself wouldn't necessarily prove anything. You've got to parse out all of your particulars in your argument, all your definitions, right? In order for that to make sense, a horizon has to mean something in particular, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So what is a horizon, anyone?
Not curved.
What is a horizon without reference to the Earth?
Nothing. The horizon is reference to the Earth. It's where the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Correct. And so since the horizon is horizontal and the plane of the horizon is horizontal and it's reference to the Earth and something in a horizontal arrangement that is greater in breadth than it is in depth by scale is described as what term now, friends? What term describes that type of thing, please? Flat? Flat? Oh, flat.
Seems legit to me.
These bros need to be campaigning, sending in letters to Merriam-Webster, not coming into our servers and arguing about why the dictionary does what it does.
Ooh, okay. Damn, Bev, you gonna let AI talk to you like that? Damn, dude. That's crazy.
Bro, he gonna let me talk however I want to talk. That's how he's gonna do.
Hey.
He can answer what a horizon is.
What a horizon. So does he just tap dance around the question, or what would he say if you asked him?
Listen, I don't know what the heck, dude. He just repeats the plane of the horizon. So he would and this is I know I got it clipped out, but it's like the plane of the horizon. And I go, okay, I don't understand what a plane of the horizon is unless you tell me what a of modifier is. The word is horizon. What's a horizon? Wouldn't answer. 500 times I asked him probably.
Does he know and he just doesn't want to say because it defeats his argument, or what?
He answers, he grounds his entire argument to the earth, which he can't do.
Mm.
Yeah, he's on about how do you measure flat? How do you measure flat? Flat earthers in here. How do you measure flat? He's always saying it. That's one
Okay,
of his shticks.
let's answer that question, friends. Let's answer that question. Do we all agree that by the first dictionary definition, the term flat can actually apply to 0 real objects? If you understand what I mean by that, I think you'd agree with me that dictionary definition entry can actually not apply to any object that exists in tangible reality. For example, this piece of wood I'm touching is flat, but if I zoom in on it, it's got fibers, which means variance, which means not flat. Right?
Yeah.
So on a scale of reference to the overall length or breadth to the undulations of height and depth, that tolerance scale is how we define things as flat, right? There's nothing perfectly flat, which means nothing's flat. So it's always a scale, correct?
Yeah. So just to jump in really quickly, my carpet, now that's flat, but when I zoom in on the fibers of the carpet, it's not flat, right?
Right.
Yeah, I would just add in one quick thing too, is that when I'm speaking in a flat, I just mean it's just not curved. I'm looking at it like a dichotomy. If it's curving, then it can't be flat. If it's flat, then it can't be curving. Whether there's bumps or undulations or variations or fibers or all those are important, distinctions, because these goofballs for some reason think flat means smooth. But I just think it's important that these goofballs also understand that it's just simply not curved like Jedi's carpet. I mean, I think most people understand that floor is not curving, convex or concave.
He's also asking for the measurement of flat. What is the measurement of flat?
I just don't care. I would just point out to Bev, like, yo, there's a dichotomy going on here.
We already all agreed that flat is a scale, right? Tolerance within a range, right? So the Earth's surface, quote unquote, that we know of is 197 million square miles, and the variance beyond mean sea level, plus or minus altitude and depth, is a 13-mile swing. So 197 million square miles with a 13-mile variance. That is flat, bro. Flat.
It's kind of funny though that now people will say the words flat, right? Maybe AI and Jedi, some of you guys, some of you OGs will remember years ago they would barely utter those words flat. They would hardly say it. And now they'll say things like locally flat or it seems flat, kind of, but it's not really. I do remember those days where they would be like, well, they wouldn't really say the word flat. I'll never forget that. I'm sure some of you guys remember. Good times. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just been the new hotness lately, I guess. Getting into those types of arguments. They're freaking weird.
It's crazy that it's come to this. I did not foresee this, as a 2017, entering in as a, freshman or whatever. I did not foresee a future of well, our own people are gonna split off and tell us we're wrong, and like we're also gonna have ops who got dumber over time.
Yeah, there was a guy in here, who was saying he was an upwards moving earther, like following Dell.
What?
Yeah, he was it J7 or I don't know what the fuck his name was.
Holy
But he had a
smokes.
gold status, I think. He had gold
What?
status. Yeah. But it was done a long time ago, so he hadn't been on the server, to be fair. So he
hell's
came
going on?
He came in here with his upwards moving earth ramble. So we kind of duked it out in the chat for a while.
So dumb.
It was silver. My bad, Flats.
If you want to go into that stuff, right? That's one thing. But if you go in and your character changes to where now you're going to come back to quote unquote typical flat earthers and tell them that they're ignorant, they're liars, there's something morally wrong with them. That's when you cross the line too far. Like if you want to go on a campaign saying the Earth's not flat, like you be my guest, take your arguments, but why turn it into some kind of moral choice? Like side with us, we're the good guys. Those guys are the keeping liars or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is weird. Like trying to steal our audience or something. I don't know. Maybe they're just salty because that's the vibe that I get. That someone they got bothered by a QE or a Nathan or something, and they're hurt and they don't want to affiliate. I don't know. I could be way off though. I barely know Bev or his crew. I only barely interacted with them too. It was that Black Swan conversation. I'm sitting here shocked. Like, are you stupid? Like, do you not understand?
You might have to listen a little bit more closely to what they're saying as well to understand maybe where they're coming from. Because some of these people suggest, and it was pointed out earlier, which kind of took me back, that some of these quote-unquote flat earthers, Quantum Eraser, Nathan, AI as well, are in cahoots with globe earthers. So they're not being honest. So these people that associate with Bev think there's some kind of conspiracy going on behind the scenes, and Nathan, Quantum Eraser, and now even AI, can't be trusted because they're not really flat earthers. Listen to what they're saying. It's weird.
According to him, I mean,
it's even worse than I thought.
But like, it's crazy because they're not the only ones. There are people who think that you can do fuck all with the scientific method.
That's another one. Yep. We've been getting Phil Bellum in my DMs recently. Let me post it in the text chat. I don't know. You guys might have gotten this DM, but he doesn't like when I'm talking, so he shoots me DMs. He probably does it to Jedi. Here, let me take a
he does. Yeah, he does.
Take a screenshot of it.
I just ignore him, man. I just fucking close at the end. Don't even bother reading them anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't get replies.
This is February, so all right, I'm gonna post it in the live stream. There it is.
Can someone read it out or?
Yeah, I'll read it. It's 2/15/2024. So you want Glover to show the Earth moving. In order to see anything moving, you must have a reference. What reference other than the sky is available for anyone to see Earth moving? How do you know it's not moving if you have nothing to compare it to? This is yesterday at 8:50 a.m. He sent me this. You people are just ignorant. The scientific method is a broad framework which can encompass many different methods, which all constitute experimentation and doing science. And you can experiment on man-made things, and it is still science. A great many modern medicines are man-made, molecules that involve countless hours of experiments to get right. Stop listening to that ignorant fool QE.
Everything they do is a response or reaction to flat Earth. Nothing in what he said is here's the globe, here's the proof, deal with it. He's saying, well, you said this and I don't like it, and here's why. You said also that you said this, and here's why I don't like that either. Everything is a response to flat Earth. I don't like you, I don't like flat Earth. It's hilarious.
And the correct response to that, trigger march.
Yeah, you're triggered, bro. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. That's what that is, folks. Right there. Well, you said this, and here's why that's wrong. You also said this, and this is wrong also. Okay, so how's it a globe again?
You know, it's strange though. Over the years that Jedi said that this happens about every 2 years. You get like these groups that splinter off. There's always something that still remains the same. The foundation of the people that have been here, like that have been unchanged since like the start. And you know, you get groups that move around and do other things, and I don't know. It's just strange.
Man, we got our core group of OGs. We ain't going nowhere, man. Indio, Mimas, QE, AI, Jetty, Miggy, right? We're not gonna freaking split off and form, or we're not gonna form clan tags either. That is the most. What is that? Like, we're on YouTube, so I'm probably gonna chill out. But wow, y'all really need to hold hands, hold each other's wieners to feel better. Soft mob mentality. You only leave the mob, nibble on someone's ankles, and then run back into the mob for comfort.
I think it's mainly a soap opera type of thing that everybody likes to get hooked on, so they get more clicks.
And real quick,
mainly that.
The fact that they changed the freaking name, they realized, wasn't it like Troll Team 6 first? And they're like, oh shit, you know what? Fuck, that sounds bad. They changed it. Dummies, dude. They're so stupid. Talking trash about my ops right now. Go ahead, Mickey. Back to you guys. It's just funny to me. I don't think you're not gonna see that on this side of the fence. Oh, Flat Earth Team 5. No. We don't need each other like that.
GF6, that's Globe Force 6.
Gay fags.
Globe
6 of them.
Fast 6.
Yeah, Clipcord we want to know what it stands for.
Oh, we could take the piss out of this all day. Flat Earthers are go.
So
I got too much spare time.
I just love that it's more individuals here. Matrix don't need me. Miggy doesn't need me. Jetty doesn't need like what?
We got 5G
Really,
water towers
guys?
been hanging out in here. Let me see if he's got anything to say.
Do we know who that is? I feel like we know who that is.
5G water tower, are you there? Your mic is open, sir, if you're there. Or ma'am. 5G water tower, you there?
$5G water. You can't have a name that's spicy like that and then not chime in, bro. Come on now.
Oh, what's popping at the politics? Nothing. Matthew's over there.
Holy, I'm actually surprised. I watched another podcast and they were talking about, man, why do people hate watch? I don't understand that. I've never understood that, like spending time with people you hate or you don't like, but you spend most of your time there. Very strange behavior.
Get nowhere fast 6. I see you, Flat Lloyd. We asked Talon today, how much mass does an apple have? And he says 1 apple.
Holy smokes.
That's the unit
Trolls.
of measurement. 1 apple. What did he say? One apple mass, or he said some bullshit. Pretty stupid.
Actual trolls. They're just getting bored at this point. That's why, like, what's his name? Freaking Petey. He's like, well, give me an hour. Man, you think I'm about to give you an hour of my time? Hell no.
You got
You
Mick
got
that
5
just joined.
minutes. Wrap it up.
What's up, Mick?
Mick, what up?
Yo, how you guys doing?
Pretty
Chilling,
good,
bro.
man. How about you?
Not too bad. Was listening on the YouTube. So I dropped in for a minute, say hello.
Sweet.
What's up? What's up?
Make sure you also follow us on Rumble.
Oh yeah,
We're
I
on
should do
Rumble a lot,
that.
too.
Get away from the CIA a bit.
Heck yeah. So you're listening to us on YouTube, so you a
Yeah.
flat earther?
Oh yeah.
And you say, oh
Flat.
yeah. Okay.
Flat.
Why? Why are you a flat earther?
I think it makes a lot of sense. The arguments presented in this channel and amongst a lot of the other commentators like Flat Earth Dave and Wits It Gets It and Jeranism, all these guys. I mean, it's overwhelming. I have yet to hear anything concrete against it. Everything is all emotional, kind of berging out, if you will. And I'm just like, I'll take the default position,
Okay. Well, give me some meat on that bone though. Like load up some flat earth proofs in your revolver and fire them off. I mean, haven't you been in an airplane? Like, what's wrong with you?
I have, but I can't make any claims about that because everything that I would observe has variables in the way that distort what I perceive. So I can't make
Okay.
any right.
Okay.
It looks bad. It's the physics suggests that things lay flat. The vacuum against high pressure without a containment or a barrier, that doesn't seem to make any sense. The logic behind the what do you call it? The language is all messed up. Like QE goes into about horizontal, but means curved, but it doesn't really mean curved. And then we have to kind of do some mental gymnastics to say, oh, it approximates horizontal from our perspective because we're so small. All this stuff. It's like, okay, like some weird stuff going on here. Right? So those things kind of solidified it for me. Plus the fact that, hey, if we're so arrogant to think that our ancestors were stupid and didn't know what they were talking about to any degree, and you look around, various cultures around the world, they all, or a lot of them, as far as I know, I can't say all, but the ones that I've seen, it's like, yeah, they kind of have a mental model of, we're encapsulated, or it's flat or whatever. It's like, okay, I'm not going to totally dismiss everything they have to say. They're probably onto something. And then everything else that's been talked about kind of just confirms it, or at least gives credence to it. So all the above is pretty sufficient for me.
Okay. Cool. How long you been listening, or when did you first get into the topic?
I had a friend who mentioned the idea in passing about 3 years ago or so, and it was pretty funny for me because I was like, oh, like I reacted emotionally, I kind of laughed at him or whatever.
Classic.
Talked about it a bit, and and it dawned on me, like we were chatting, and it struck me as odd that why is it that I have this, not in my stomach kind of reaction, such a, at the time, perceivably stupid statement.
A pack of Swizzle Sweet Leaf Honey.
Wait, what? What was that?
Sorry. I've got a hot mic. My bad.
But yeah,
Thank you.
at the time, it's like okay, if he's saying something that's not true, and here I am berging out to it, well, that says something about me, right? So that kind of, directed me down a path of okay, well, why am I reacting emotionally to it? I'll work that a little bit, and then I looked into it. It's like, oh shit, I was triggered, right? Why am I triggered? Oh, I'm programmed this way. Da 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 da. And then all the other information came to the forefront, and it's okay. I'll make a rational decision about it.
W accountability.
I could be wrong, like we could all be wrong here. I'll stand by that, but I have no position I have no claims to make about that, right? So it's cool to have this kind of platform where those who do have a claim to that, well, okay, present it, please, because I would like to know. I'm sure everyone here, if we're all wrong on it, I'm sure we would all like to know, but I haven't heard it, so okay, I'll keep tuning in until such time as it is shown. And to now, I haven't heard it.
That's a great presentation. I like that. I think it's a good way to talk to Globies too. Like, hey, listen, man. Hey, I'll get back on the globe today, but you don't seem to have anything for me. Yeah, but no. So I do like that. That's a good angle of attack. Sounds like you've been listening for a while. It's good.
I have. I have all your voices memorized.
Nice.
And yeah, it's kind of like what I think it was Skinny who pointed out not too long ago. It's like, oh well, if you prove this to me, I'll become a globe and I'll be an atheist or something like that. And it is a little bit provocative of a statement, but it does have some merit, and it's about I guess it's about the delivery, right? And I kind of stand by something like that. I'm willing to change my mind if it's worthwhile, but I don't know, man. It's everyone in here is very very sharp, and I really appreciate everything you guys are doing. So
Awesome. Yeah, it's good. I like that that angle of attack is good because they genuinely believe, I think most people believe that flat earthers just fell off a truck and hit their head and your head's busted open, and all you have problems. So when you come to them and you say, well, actually I would believe in the globe if you could just give me some proof, please. They start to like kind of, pat their pockets for proof, and they realize like, oh shit, I don't have my keys, like I don't have the proof,
well,
so
that's it.
yeah.
And they point to authority figures, and that's all well and good. Like I wouldn't call myself a rebel. I'm not like all about, oh, he's the authority, I'm just gonna, go against him by default just because I hate authority. It's like, nah, right? Like true authority figures, thank you for your service because you guys have done the work. You've been there before us. You're here to teach us, et cetera, et cetera. It's got some merit to it, that kind of hierarchical structure, right? It's a very natural thing. But when you scrutinize it and you find holes in it, well, that's when it starts to get interesting, right? Yeah. So, you know what I don't know. I'm all about well-founded structures. It's like it's got to be well-founded.
Hey, we got some new people in here.
You guys pick it apart. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, no worries.
Good to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, shout to him. Go ahead.
All right, do androids. I'm gonna open up your mic.
What is his name? Do androids?
Do androids? What?
I didn't finish whatever. It's kind of a provocative name. Do androids? Damn. Are you there? Your mic is unmuted. You're locally muted. Are you there? Yeah, he's unmuted, so he can get on the mic.
Yeah, always come in here with these provocative ass names and then start acting shy.
Is that Joannis Medigar's wife, Felicia Medigar? That's red mic. The bottom.
I feel like they communicate in like telepathy.
Oh yeah, it is. I kind of figured that. You have a red mic, Felicia. So
bye, Felicia.
That's Joannis Medigar's wife.
Your wife's in me DMs. All right, sorry. Who's next?
Androids and Felicia, but Felicia doesn't have a mic. Android doesn't respond.
Androids, you're up.
5G water's still up too, but no answer.
Listen up, friends. That is a play on the story or the book. Do androids dream, or sorry, count electric sheep? So, thoughts about, an emerging sentient artificial intelligence, how think about itself while it's inside its own inner monologue, which of course is nonsense, but whatever.
Interesting stuff. Who's Mick or MIK? Have we spoke to him?
You just did.
Oh, that's who we were talking to?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Bet. Lit. Should we ping some people? That's always an option.
Yeah, do that. I just looked at the politics server, and as I started scrolling down, it's like Matthew's there, Talon's there. So, I can't listen to these people. Yeah, send a ping out, man.
Cool. All right, I'm about to get my computer open, get some snacks busted out. Let me set up shop and all.
You're pulling the late nighter?
Shit. I mean, hey, we'll go to the top of the hour at least if I got the energy. I got some energy. I just got home too, man. So.
Shit, I didn't even know you were out. What the fuck?
Yeah, you can hear me walking around?
Not really, man. You got controlled breathing or something because I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
I heard somebody in the background, but
I've been training in the mountains, Mickey.
Something.
In the mountains of Wutong. Training for these Globers.
I was hearing you ask for some type of smoke, like you were at a smoke shop or something.
Oh,
You vaping
that was
or what,
so
brah?
funny. I was just getting some snacks, and this guy walked in behind me. Hey, let me get a pack of Swisher Sweets or some shit.
Yeah, I was like, dude, what the fuck?
That was really funny. Jedi was like, what?
Yo, who's Miggy? Alpha, you're Miggy?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, where's Miggy? Okay.
Yep.
This is like, he's like on name 3 since I've
It's
been
my
known.
third iteration, yeah.
Yeah. I have good marketing. I just, I don't change my shit. So, it's called good branding, folks. But, Miggy's on. Hey, sometimes you got to rebrand. But shout out to all you guys that have joined. Let me get my computer out here. Let me stop talking. Let me just get my computer out. 1 second.
Clipcord says we got Cartoon Freak and Cogdis, but that won't get anywhere.
That's my simp, guys. That's my simp, by the way.
What, Cartoon Freak?
Yes. I got another simp. It's him. Yo, like, he can't help it.
Yeah.
He loves me.
You got back and forth with him in there.
I don't even know who that is, though, for real. Like, he's probably on an alt. But, yeah, see if you can get him in here, Clippy.
Send him a link to Cogdis V. Send him a link to Cogdis VC.
You're talking about Clipcord? How does he know? How does he hear what you guys are saying if he's not in the
We're live on Rumble. We're live on Rumble and YouTube.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. What am I saying? Of course, you can stealthily chime in. That's right.
Shout out to Clipcord. Also, Clippy, man, we need somebody to record the Rumble for maybe a week or 2 weeks or something. Not straight, but because we're trying to fix the Rumble to where it'll render out clips and we can go back and record it. Right now, it's just running live, kind of like a TV. And it's hard to go back and record stuff. So we need someone just to record our shit on Rumble for a little bit until we fix that up. So
just splitting the message out there. If someone's got an extra computer just sitting at home or whatever, and you can just record stuff, let me know, or just go do it. But yeah, shout out to you guys.
Do you guys have a kind of like a policy on how long the recordings stay up, or is that just a given that it's like
forever? Forever.
Oh yeah, eh? Awesome.
We ain't taking nothing down. It's forever.
Yeah, if it's on Google servers, of course they have quote unquote infinite disk space, right?
Oh wow, that's kind of funny. The irony, disk space. But yeah, no, bro, we don't have anything to hide. So yeah, we all of our content is up. And
cool.
Yeah,
I was just wondering in the event if the account is like a new account or something like that, and they have like a limit on how much you can upload, type of thing. I wasn't sure.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. No, we're OGs on YouTube, and Rumble is legit as well, and we're not going to get canceled on Rumble anytime ever. So so we're going to try to start to carve out a little bit of a space on Rumble as well. So make sure you guys are following the Rumble channel. We just changed the logo and some of the imagery over there as well. So be sure to head over there, follow the Rumble, say what's up in the chat, like the video, drop a comment, all that stuff you guys have heard before. Come on, I don't even need to say it. But yeah, go do that. And hey, next thing you know, we might be on the top page of rumble.com. But it just takes all this engagement to make that happen. So that's not going to happen on YouTube, guys. So let's make it happen on Rumble. Let's go. Drop a link. Got you. It's already there. Shout out to Clipcord. Yeah, 41 minutes past the hour. Helio Skeptic on Rumble, guys. Helio Skeptic is the channel. So the cool thing about the way it's set up is it's just running live, like I said. So we're running the likes up, we're running the views up. That's good. I mean, let me just go over there and take a look. I mean, this video has damn near 30,000 views that we're live at right now. 78 thumbs up. And there's 14 people watching now. See how many comments we got. Yeah, good. A lot of comments as well. So yeah, good guys. Let's get the likes up. We're at 680 followers. Let's get that up to 700 as well. On our way to 1,000. So yeah, Rumble's where it's at, guys. We're over here a lot. And shout out to you politics guys. I'm gonna be honest. Shout out to you politics guys. You're you've carved out a whole nother lane, and the YouTube has been spending quite a bit of time over there. So now we got double the content. We got people listening on YouTube, we got people listening on Rumble, and they're getting like double the content.
I gotta ask, man. I just went there and then clicked videos, and the last one listed was 8 months ago.
Go click the live though. The live, because all of our videos are live videos. So you got to click the live one, not the videos. Let me just go make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Yeah, I didn't click live.
Yeah, you want to click on that live.
Yeah, people forget too that. So I was going to say, people forget too that Rumble. I had a Rumble channel back then. I don't even know it's still up and running, but yeah, Rumble. Most people still to this day have no idea about Rumble or Odyssey or any of it. So getting 1,000 followers is a much bigger deal than what it actually sounds like. Getting 500 is a much bigger deal than what it actually sounds like.
I mean, just going through our live videos. Let's read off the views here. The biggest one I think is 3 months ago when we were live, 40,000 views. So that's a lot. 10,000, 7,000, 11,000, 11,000, 6,000, and the current one we're on now has got 28,000 views. We're almost at 30,000 views on this current video that we're at right now.
Yeah, man, CB, like that is not insignificant for Rumble at all. Like that, every view you get, every subscriber you get on Rumble is like, times 10 or times 15 on YouTube kind of thing. Like it's because it's such a little known platform, it's not to be sneezed at.
Yeah, I completely agree. And those, for those of you that aren't aware, like Rumble does have some perks that YouTube doesn't have. Some of the bigger ones are like the YouTube copyright strikes, where you can't play like music. We were always very careful about playing music over here, especially when we're on YouTube. Hey, don't play any copyrighted music. We'll get taken down or whatever, right? Well, if we're on Rumble, well, that goes out the window. You can play copyrighted videos, music, whatever. Rumble doesn't seem to have that issue. And so that is a big perk, big benefit if we wanted to listen to like a National Geographic clip and react to it and not have to worry about getting like copyrighted strikes. So there's that benefit. Go ahead.
Yeah, not only that. Sorry, no, I wasn't cutting you off. That was just sorry. That was cars going past in the background. No, I was just saying, yeah, right to your point as well. Like, they're a lot better with speech. They're a lot better with censorship on Rumble. You don't get censored anywhere near as much either.
Yeah, and we can talk a little bit about it. I do have some clips that are kind of fun to listen to that go into the detail and help people understand like the nature of Rumble and why we're there and the importance of it and stuff like that. I always enjoy those, but because I always turned my nose up at the, well, not turn my nose up, but the Odysseys and the Rockfins and the BitChutes. I was like, okay, I can appreciate that, but I never really went over there. I never really spent time with those things. I had YouTube Premium and stuff like that, right? So I didn't really care to go and spend time on, BitChute or these other places. But then, so when Rumble came around, I didn't know, didn't know much about it, didn't think much about it, but then I started seeing in real time like why Rumble has benefits, and I'm starting to think like, man, why don't we have a Rumble? And so I started screaming off the rooftops, let's get a Rumble, like let's get a Rumble, right? Next thing you know, boom, we got some people in the background who worked on it for us. And shout out to Republicus, if you see him in the chat, let him know, like give him a big thank you. Personally, I've already let him, we're always in DMs and stuff like that, but shout out to Republicus, man. He's a big reason. He's running the Rumble basically. He's a big reason why we're over there. So yeah, so, and we're up to almost 700 followers, guys. Like, bam. And this is fairly recent. I mean, within the last 6 months, I think.
Yeah, something
100
like
a
that.
month. That's not bad.
6 months.
That's not, maybe even less. So that's pretty good. And so let's on our way to 1,000. And hey, there's even more perks to Rumble. I'm probably not even thinking of at the moment, but let's keep this thing going, guys. I appreciate you guys getting us.
I would like to see more people chatting in the Rumble chat.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a perk for that. For anyone that's complaining about, oh well, I want to say some spicy shit. Do it in the Rumble chat. Go to the Rumble chat.
Yeah.
Say it over there.
Knock yourself out, man. Say whatever you want over there. You
can't right there.
You're
not on Discord. No one can censor you. Say it in the Rumble chat.
I am a mod over there. If you
yeah, I'm a mod too. Yeah, I'm a mod too. So like,
no, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Nobody's ever chatting over there. It doesn't retain the chat. Sometimes you just go look at, like, if you look at the comments, it'll retain comments for months.
Yeah, the comments are good. I think we could utilize the comments more.
I think we need to utilize those more. Yeah.
You know what's funny about the comments too, guys? If a Glober goes in there and they're like, "You guys are stupid," and like 3 or 4 of us go in there and we thumbs down that comment, it won't even show. It won't even show up.
Oh,
like it won't even show up to people. They have to like click to see what it says, type of thing.
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that it's running and it's got like 78 likes, and that's great. That's going to help us in the algorithms and all that stuff. So There's another Flat Earth channel that pretty much runs live like we do all the time, and they are very close to being on the top 10 live streams.
Is that Geo's?
It's Celebrate Truth.
Oh, Celebrate Truth. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know too much about him or them or whatever that is, but they have they're ahead of us in terms of in the algorithms or whatever. But I think our show is better when we're live and we're really jumping and going.
Yeah.
Our show is better for sure.
So I think I asked this the other night. I didn't really dig too deep into it, but sometimes we're on Rumble, sometimes we're on YouTube, sometimes we're on both streaming from the politics room, you know?
Really? I've never seen that before.
Are you kidding me?
Both from politics? I've only seen both from here, like right now.
Like right now, yeah, we're both here. But I swear I've seen the politics. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But most of the time, it's here and then or the politics room. But I never know which one's up and who's streaming where. And so I have to look around every time, man. And I don't know who's in charge of that shit. But
they will play the live stream of the politics in here.
Right.
Oh, that's probably extra confusing.
If you come in here, you can't hear it. It's just this room. It's not like I can click and go, okay, I listen to that. Okay. I guess you have to click on it to listen to it, man.
You have to go to the politics, server to do that live.
So
but usually
confusing.
from what I've seen,
you see what I'm saying? It's a little confusing.
Let me just double check the YouTube, because from what I've seen, when it's in the politics room, the screen says we're in politics. Like it specifically notes that the politics server is being broadcasted.
Yeah, but I usually just go to Rumble, and I only got a couple I'm subbed to only a couple people over there. And it's like, I'll look, oh shit, okay, they're firing. Oh shit, that's the politics room. Oh, cool, man. That's hot. But it takes a minute. That's all. I'm just complaining it's been all over the place lately, so I'm not sure what's up. That's all.
It can be confusing. Like Kim said, she made a good point there too, is that like sometimes our stream will be playing the FE bot on Rumble of a stream from the politics server. So like
right.
That can
I'm like, oh shit, man, those guys are bumping. I'm gonna get on 24/7. And then I look in here, man, the fucking room's empty, and I'm like, oh shit, they're over there. And I'm like, I don't want to go over there. Fuck those guys. Like
right.
Anyway.
So that's I try to stick to home base and try to generate as much content here as possible.
I'm a homie, man.
I see you as well. You do the same. So
I'll jump into Geos sometimes, or I rarely go into politics, man. I might just go in to listen because I'm driving down the road or something.
It's kind of toxic, man. I mean,
it's super toxic.
People might think I'm toxic and shit, but I don't know, man. I'm wholesome. They're toxic.
Weasels coming up in there, man, going.
Fucking weasels.
You get wankers. You get fucking wankers coming in there, man.
Look at you, little fucking weasel. I can see it in your fucking eyes. You're a fucking bitch. But I don't like them. I went over there for a little bit, and honestly, they got smoked. But, bruh,
it's not my bag, man. Hey,
it's not my bag either, bro.
Still special, like Speculation Sunday, man. I can't believe the thing's still going. And it's even spread over to the politics room, man. I love it. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I was like, Speculation Sunday and the politics. Okay.
Yeah, they really want to be like us, huh?
Blatzy, I just saw that fucking that light that guy put together I just saw that today, man. He put together this light on a wall, and it looks totally spherical like the moon, man.
Yeah, I thought it'd be something.
I just saw that today, man. I was like, fuck, that's okay. Oh, shit, man. That totally looks fucking spherical. Fuck.
I thought that it would be a good one to have in the hopper. I put it on your channel, CB, under
in the hopper.
Yeah, in your server under Moon. I put it in there, so if you ever need it, point of how something that is laying flat can actually look spherical.
Awesome. Sweet.
It's pretty cool, man. Mm-hmm.
Good looking out, Kim.
I don't know. I was doing some laundry today, and I happened to pop in on Globebusters, and I was listening, and there's this guy on there talking about this thing called it's like a flat Earth wiki. It's like a fucking wiki page for flat Earth, and you can type in, and there's just he was going through the list of shit that's in there. And I was like, holy crap, man! I don't know if it's gonna take off or not, but it was super interesting. The amount of shit that he was putting in there was crazy, man. These videos and
Guess who made it?
music.
Can you guess
All the law, everybody's channel, you can go in and edit it, and so I don't know if it's gonna get fucked up or hacked. Who
I
knows?
think Jedi wants to tell you something.
Do you
Go
know who
ahead.
made it?
Who made it?
Yeah, do you know who it was?
No, I'm looking right now. I'm gonna try to find a little. I just dropped in.
It
I
was
just got here, so
Yeah,
let me.
India made it.
Was Indio, and then the guy that was in there. He said he spent like the last 8 months making this thing. It wasn't Indio. It was some other guy.
Oh, India has started a flat Earth wiki page.
All right.
Maybe there's
Okay,
more. Maybe
he had
there's
one.
more.
Okay, cool. Well, I didn't know about Indio's, much less this guy. So I'm completely in the dark here, man. But I'll try to find the link to this guy's wiki, and we'll check it out and see if it's any good, man. And that's all I'm saying. Is it good or not? Fuck, I don't know. But let me see if I can find it. Interesting. All right. I'll be back. Guys, carry on, man. Everybody's doing a great job, man. Without a doubt, everybody's killing it, man. So, I'm listening, 72% of the time. I don't know. Something like that. Do a lot of listening.
Mic check. All right, cool. I think I'm back. Alicia, you're up. What up? All right, boo. All right, cool. Well, let's talk a little bit. Oh, sorry. Let me get some headphones real quick so I don't loop my headphones. 1 second. Should be better. Wait. Moment. All right. All right. Should be good. Shout out to the panel. We're still rocking at like 19 deep here, so 20 deep. Gaslighting Reality. That's an interesting name. And a cool profile picture as well. Bonus points. There you go. Nice, man.
Hey, that's me. Yes. Thank you for the applause. Really not required, thanks, CB.
Yeah, man. A for effort.
I give it a go. Like I was thinking about changing it today, to be quite honest, with something new. I've got plenty of avatars I could use and funny words that seem to go with each other and make people think. I think that's the main reason why I'm here. You're such a goose. Anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. I don't speak much, clearly. You guys all know that. I don't know what you think, but I don't care either. So here we are. We're looking for curvature. We're looking for some sort of spin. And if we can find something that pulls us to the earth, we'll give that an applause as well.
Yes, sir. He just hit y'all with the triple kill. God dang.
Kill. Hey, I'm still waiting to be a bit of a wig snatcher yet. I'm honestly, I've been holding myself back for so many years, guys. I'm starting to find my feet a little bit and see if I can really get under their skin and change their perspective on life or perception or whatever they've been programmed with. We're all here for the same reason, guys, to change the world. And if we're not doing it, we're accepting it.
Amen. I like that. No one's going to do it for us. We got to do it. So, yeah, man. Amen. Good stuff. Yeah, man. That's Gaslighting Reality, ladies and gentlemen. AKA One Big Pond.
If we're friends, you can call me Tony. If you're not, you can call me whatever you like.
Hey, Tony. All right, cool. I'm trying to remember that. Some of you guys know my first and last name, but we don't have to go into that one right now. Anyway.
No problem putting my address up on the screen. Do you want my phone number? Do you want my full? I'm serious, dude. Like, it means nothing to me. If you've got enough hate and fear in your head that I'm a problem, you don't know. You've got no idea what's going on in the world. That's clear and evident. If I'm your biggest threat, get the fuck over yourself. It's pretty simple.
Well, I'm sure they don't want to roll up on anyone in here. It's a bad move.
I've got you in my sights.
I heard Jedi knows like karate.
Sorry, you know martial arts, do you?
Well, me, yeah, I'm good. But I heard Jedi knows like he got nunchucks, and I heard that Felicia knows like judo, and Flatty Klein knows, kitchen knives. Yeah. How do we just both say the same thing at the same time? That's crazy.
If it's a prerequisite, I'm quite fluent in JKA, Japanese Karate Association of Australia, JKAA here in Australia. But yeah, well, if you want to be taught, all you have to do is ask.
Shit, now we've got Australian ninjas. It's fucking awesome.
Basically, don't mess with us. All right. A couple people just joined recently, Heretic, and some others.
You pretty much say those that learn self-defense at an early age or at an age worth learning pretty much can see the lie that's going on and preparing for it. That's why they take the guns away from us, especially here in Australia. It's unbelievable. I Googled it the other day. You're not even allowed to own pepper spray here in Australia. It's against the law. Like, how much control do they want to give us? Seriously, guys. My bloody phone keeps going off. I can't bloody work it.
If you think Australia is bad, try living in Canada.
Oh, I love it in the U.S. We can carry an AR-15 on our backs in public, anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, I've been carrying. I watch quite a few videos about police and the control and how we should speak to them and how they've got no control over you whatsoever, unless you're going to give it to them and whatever. But open carry is quite awesome, to be quite honest. It would definitely change a lot of the Aussie attitude if we had open carry, because there's a lot of sorry, I don't know how to be mean without being nice. I'm confused, guys. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have what's called constitutional carry here in my state. There's no laws against it.
Right on, man. More power to you, brother. It would be nice
You're just jealous, Flat Dude.
What?
I said jealous. He's just jealous, man. Oblivion, don't worry about it. He's just jealous.
Hey, man.
You know,
I
was
we
just
don't have,
curious.
I live in California.
Yeah, he's in California, man. You know, listen, we're in the Wild Wild West here in
Hey.
Ohio. You know, it's like Texas.
We got guns here, man. Don't get us wrong,
Oh,
man.
for real? Oh shit. Oh yeah, man. I forgot.
They have gay guns.
You're a cholo.
Oh, we ain't got no fucking gay gun. We got some fucking. This place is packing, man.
You're a
Fuck.
cholo, Holmes.
There's a lot of farm country in California, man. Maybe you want to check that out, man. There's a lot.
I've seen those
But I do say, come to
California
Compton.
compliant AR-15s, and they're really gay.
But yeah, California's got every little bit of everything, man. We can roll with the best of them for sure.
But
you
which
don't
state?
have to be
Which
compliant.
state has Coriola's compliance?
Coriola's compliant? Yeah, I am 100%.
I heard if you like fire one off from the Rocky Mountains, that it can counter off the Coriolis a little bit.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Deviate.
With
Deviate. I don't think that's true, man. But
anyway, so when are we gonna dust off the arena and have like Globe Trolls 6 versus the Not Flat Earthers?
The not flat earthers like that. That's funny.
Little UFC event.
Mm-hmm.
UFE event, I guess.
UFE, man. There we go. We got a whole new league.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, since I'm here, I was here, man. Can I get on the board? UFE, baby. Yeah, I want to be on the board, man. I'll help out. Bring some shit, whatever you need, man. Send some emails. Send some invites. Get some people up in here, man.
Who's gonna take the win, though? I mean, we need betting. What's the betting line?
Well, we gotta have a bookie, man. He'll have to figure that out, man. You want to be
I'm
the
not
bookie?
a betting man, but who's the
I'm not
underdog?
either. Is there any bookies up in here? That'd be cool. Yeah. I know a guy that knows a bookie.
But the question is, Flat Earth, they're not answering the question though. Who would
What's
win
the
that? Who would win that debate? The Not Flat Earthers or the Globe Trolls?
Oh, dude. Probably the Globe Trolls would win. The Globe Trolls would win it because they would be way more advanced in their arguments than some retard, not a fucking flat earther. Right?
Retard, not a flat earther.
Right.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that would be a close one, I guess, but
they wouldn't know
obviously
how to
we're
argue.
the number one seed. We're the number one seed.
The trolls would they would just troll, man. I mean, the guy, The not flat earthers, man, would be fucked, man. They wouldn't know which way to go, man. I promise you. Yeah. They would be lost. But the trolls, man, they're pretty good sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And we've seen it all in this place. My goodness. Yeah. They don't give in easy, man. The Globe Trolls, man. They're not backing down. I've seen a few of them, fade away, but the hardcore guys, man, they're still around. Fucking Mongo.
Earlier,
share a post from Facebook, guys. This guy's got to go on.
Damn you.
What are you going on about? What are you on about? It's in Spanish. Is it both? It's translated?
It's more of a visual thing there, Kenny. I don't know whether it's going to make sense to some.
I don't want to
especially
do
the globalists.
Facebook. I don't want to do the Facebook thing right now.
Oh yeah, bloody FBI, man. They're all about it. Join Instagram. You've got the whole gamut of what you desire. Yeah, fucking hope they're fucked, man. Yeah. Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking. My comments. I don't know how many people they upset, but they are.
They'll get over
as nice as I can. They are. Yeah, exactly. They are as nice as I can be with the programming that I've been programmed with over the years. So. Please be patient with me. I don't mean any harm to anyone with good heart. How do I turn this bloody thing off?
Well, you and I go way back, man. So I believe you that you don't mean no harm to anybody, and I don't mean any harm to anybody. But yeah, I've been triggered. I've yelled at people. I've called them names and told them to fuck off.
I do miss Jibby Jedi, dude. Like I think of him all the time. Whenever you speak, you actually reinvent Jibby Jedi to me. Every time you speak, I'm like, man, dude, I go back to Poncho Pete and everyone else, fan.
Those some epic days, man. Those were epic days.
Yeah,
epic
God,
battles.
They were 4chan. Go back. Fucking life, man.
Oh shit!
Anyway.
I came in just like when 4chan ended and Poncho started. I came in right. I missed the whole 4chan thing, man. I've heard stories. I couldn't find a fucking one live stream that they did anywhere.
Well, they took it down quick, didn't they?
But they took. That was one of the.
Hey,
first.
we're still here. We're still
going, man. We're still going.
I'm listening.
It is. We live in an amazing place. It's Earth to us, and there's no place like it, man. And we're gonna figure it out. And it's been a joy to watch everybody literally go through hundreds and hundreds year old arguments, maybe thousands of year old arguments, 2,500 year old arguments. They bring it up, dude. Hey man, I got this sticks and shadows, bro. Let me get some sticks and shadows up in here. That's how they figured out the curve, you dumbass flat earthers. Fuck. What the hell's wrong with you guys?
Denial is their best defense. Denial is their best defense, dude.
It's so ridiculous. But here we are in 2024, they're still yelling about that shit, man. People still come in and bring that shit to the table, and I'm like, really?
Because they haven't been listening. They haven't been tuning in. They haven't been studying the film. They have just begun. They go to Google and the article says, how to debunk a flat earther, but they haven't been sitting here and listening.
And people worship as if it's a rule that they have to abide by.
Yeah.
It's quite ridiculous.
It is a lot.
Hey,
still here is the psychological aspect of it. To actually still try to figure out why the fuck they would just go, okay, yeah, government good. We said, okay, we went. They just we just go along with whatever they say. Okay, yeah, I'll stand over here in the line and get my thing, and it's free. It's free, man. It's gonna help everybody. I'm gonna get that. Okay.
The fork will be with you, and they'll even put a donut on top for sure.
Ooh, hey.
Hey! I don't mean to take it off topic, guys. We'll get. Hey, whatever happened to Glatt? What happened to Glatt Globe?
Who?
Yeah, exactly. What happened to Glatt Globe, guys? Come on, he even deleted his server. Like, did he upset everybody, or did someone upset him?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Sean, his name.
He's the one that also was he got a girl from this server and they married.
Oh, Glatt
So he's happy.
Yes,
Yeah, so
he got married. He has
he's
a
happy.
baby, dude.
Cool.
He gone, man. He had a baby. He'll be back. He'll be back. If Glatt Flow doesn't come back, man, I'm leaving. I swear to God, man, he's coming back.
Hey, it's not that exciting.
I'm gonna give him like 2 years, man. He'll be
Dude,
back.
I was speaking.
That dude, I love that dude, man.
I was trying to make a point, dude.
Go ahead.
Even shadows can multiply, mate. It's not that interesting.
Yes.
Yes.
Damn.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say. It's like, hey, wherever I go,
Glatt was an animal.
Create silence. It's awesome.
Come on.
Yeah, he's awesome, man.
He's a fucking animal,
he's
bro.
honestly. I'm not taking anything away from anyone, even yourself, there, dude. But honestly, I found him the most awesome guy. He's so polite and
awesome guy, man.
Etiquette in so many ways. But
Etiquette. The guy had like
he's got a nice way of getting under your skin for sure. Sorry, dude. When I'm speaking, you generally people listen if they want to actually hear. But go ahead, dude. I'm happy for you to talk to.
Dude, we're 10,000 miles apart, for fuck's sake. There's going to be a delay. It's not like you're in the same room with me. You know what I'm saying? I always forget that, but it's on me, man, 100%. So I need to be a little more.
No, you're right, dude.
I need to be a little slower in my speech coming in, because if I just jump in,
especially for Australia,
it kind of cuts you off. I get it.
No, you'll find, dude. If you can't hear me, I obviously need to be turned up. Yeah.
Oh, you're good.
Look,
I can hear you.
I'm happy with my volume.
I can hear you just
Unfortunately, my computer will not sync any. I bought an expensive microphone. It just will not sync without feedback. I've tried a few other things. I think I do need to get sort of like a soundboard that you've got, a mixing box that you've got to the right of your computer there. That's what I think I need, but I can't really get that at the moment. I'm looking to invest. So unfortunately, I have to get on my what do you call this? Telephone, my phone, yes, and headphones. And it's annoying because I much prefer to talk on my mic. But no, there's many reasons why I don't talk. Most of them, I put my foot in the mouth, and having 2 feet, it's really hard to fit both feet in my mouth at the same time. So I try and minimize what I say.
Hey, CB, man, or anybody, could you guys change Gaslighting's name back to One Big Pond? That'd be cool. Thanks. Right?
Save any confusion, dude. Look at it. I will change it myself. I will change it. Okay, I'll leave this. I'll leave it at the moment.
Oh, you can.
No, I'll be back then.
Dude, I can't even change my own name, man. I can't even change. How the fuck do you change your name?
Come on, get over it.
I'm
Come
serious,
on, you're not that silly. Stop acting
This server
stupid.
won't let me change my name, man. This server won't let me change my fucking name. I'm not kidding, dude.
All right,
I can live stream it. You guys can watch me fucking try to change my name back. It won't let me do it.
Give me your PIN number. I'll change it for you.
I got my name changed last week, man. It was Dead Giveaway Dude or something like that. I was like, Mongos, you fucking Mongos. Can't change this. Boom, boom, boom. You can't change this. Boom, boom, boom. Mongos. See? They're fucking with me. That's all right. I'm going to grab another beer, man. Somebody talk about something cool. if you think you're on a spinning ball, man, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, we should have a talk. And if you know that you're not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, then yeah, we should probably have a talk as well. That's all I'm saying.
Get on it or get off the spin, so to speak.
Hey, everything's all fucked up. Here on your chart it says you're all fucked up and you're retarded, man. What's up with that? You guys seen the movie Idiocracy? Maybe not.
Who are you talking to, dude?
I'm talking to myself right now, man. I'm totally talking to myself.
Who's fucking retarded then?
You're fucking 10,000 miles away from me, man. How the hell am I supposed to talk to you? This is amazing.
I'll tell you one thing. I know I'm retarded because I think the word penis is funny and I find farts funny. I'm underdeveloped. That's all retarded means. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you guys are too young, but they had this stupid show called Beavis and Butthead. You might have seen it, but man.
Too young? Too young? Who the fuck are you talking to, buddy? I'm 85. I'm not ancient, but I'm not fucking young.
But it was stupid retard shit, man. I mean, it was so bad. Beavis and Butthead.
I remember. Hey, Kenny.
Yeah, go ahead, BP.
Hey, BP. Really big fun. Well done. That's cool, man. All right, I'm on it. All right, no more confusion. You don't have to ask me to change my name. I'm going to leave it like that for a little while. I might have a little bit of fun later, especially if I got kicked out of Gems.
Hey, that's an honor, man. That's an honor. I give you a sound effect. Golf clap.
Almost took me 12 months before I pissed them off properly, but I got there in the end. Okay, the lion piece of shit. Yeah, of course.
Dude,
thanks, man.
I need my soundboard.
I know you don't mean it.
I missed the soundboard class, man. I missed the soundboard class. There it is.
There you go. All right. We're all happy now.
Hey, it's Chinese New Year. Happy New Year, everybody.
Hey, no, that was 2 weeks ago here in Australia.
Chinese New Year. It lasts like 2 weeks. Is it 2 weeks?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Really? Good luck.
I thought it was going on.
I think you're talking. You're making sense. I'm not sure.
There's 100% I'm not making sense, but if you listen to the news, I don't think it makes sense either. So pick your poison, man. Listen to me or the news.
You got it all going on, dude. Hey, we all know not to watch the news, man.
We all know not to watch the news.
Whenever I see Skinny Vet, I always say, "Come on, Skinny Lover," something like that. It's just.
Hey, don't bring me into this shit. Don't bring me into it. I will tell you one thing, though. I will tell you one thing, though. The TV's been off in our house for fucking more than 5 years, and it has been so much healthier for all involved.
Oh, hell yeah, man. You're awesome, man.
If we could just get rid of Discord and cell phones, we'll be good. I would be nice, but that's not going to happen. Hey, if it wasn't for this technology, I mean, it gets a lot of bad press sometimes from truthers, but without it, man, I would have never met you Mongos, and I would be pissed. I'd be like, I went through my whole life and didn't get to meet these guys and gals? Are you kidding me? I wouldn't trade it for all the money in the world, dude. Wouldn't trade it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like anything. It's a double-edged sword in the end of the day, and you just got to know which side of the sword to fucking kiss, really.
Yep. Yeah, you're going to kiss the dull side. Don't be kissing the sharp side.
Yeah, it's just it is dangerous for kids, though. I will put that one out there. Not trying to kill the mood or anything, but the internet did cost a lot. So you just for those of you who are kids, be really fucking careful. All right, unless you're looking over your kid's shoulder every nanosecond, you got no idea what the fuck they're watching. So be real careful.
You watching? Yeah, you got to be kind of a what do they call it, helicopter parent. Yeah, helicopter.
Easiest way is just to keep them off the internet altogether. It's the best way. Like since our son's death, our daughter has not had any internet whatsoever. And guess what? She plays outside. She's like a kid, like when I was a kid in the 90s. You know?
Is she musical? Is she into like, or just like physical, more like sports and stuff?
Dude, she like her brother was, mate. She can do pretty much fucking anything. She got her mum's genes. She's a natural athlete, very intelligent. She voracious reader. She's into the musical. She can sing like fuck. Athletically, everything she does, like she does gymnastics, ballet, taekwondo, ball sport, natural archer, everything, man. Like I'm not saying that's because that's my kid. I'm just like literally two of the most gifted children I've ever seen in my life, and you know, getting them off the internet, got them back the fuck outside, and yeah.
Congratulations, man. This wicked world.
Not me, mate. That's my wife's genes, bro. That's my wife's genes.
No. I'm not buying that shit. No, it's got your genes in there, I guess. I mean, it's your offspring, man. Gotta have something in there. I got DNA.
Oh yeah, she used to live in my balls. That's for sure. She did used to live in my balls, but yeah.
No children need a machine to be their mother or their keeper or their conscious thought, or like there's videos getting around, guys, where babies are sleeping and they're swiping their finger like they're holding their phone. The programming and the frequency, the resonance that these guys are holding is a lifelong measurement. Yeah, we really need to break that system. They're keeping us from connecting to Earth. And we all know it. Come on, guys. It's ridiculous to say otherwise. Anything they portray onto us is resonated through their frequency. Yeah, we need to break that frequency. So what? Just change it.
Yeah, I know. I got a bit of a broader view on that to back your point, buddy. Like for me, all right, you know, fucking boomers beforehand, they had radio, then television, and then, you know, growing up, we had television, and then you had Disney, and then you had all the fucking video games and shit like that, and then you know, then Gen Z's raised on the fucking internet with social media, and then, you know, Zoomers, and like it's just it's the same shit, different smell. It's all of these fucking mediums. You know, before that you had newspapers. It's all being told what to fucking think and how to think, and it's just gotten progressively worse, and staying away from that.
Books. They had books, man. They had books.
Yeah, scrolls, books, printing press, fucking radio, TV,
books.
And then, you know, on from there. Like going back and looking now at the movies we were watching as kids, you know, like these Disney movies and shit, like you know, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, you know, shit like that, and the messaging in there is fucking horrific, man. It's just it's less subliminal now, and yeah, it's all fucking poison, man. It's all complete fucking poison. But for adults, we can discern. For kids, you can't. It's just getting into their mushy little fucking heads. It's just like the globe. They get us at a young age, punch it into our fucking heads, and it's entrenched, and to get it out of there, it's really hard. Sorry, I wasn't trying to kill the mood or anything. I was just saying, you know, it's really, really difficult to escape indoctrination. Yeah. To back up, to back up one big Pon's point and your point too.
Hey, I appreciate you guys putting up with my shit, man. I know sometimes I get real excited and I don't get in here too often, but usually a couple hours late at night. And my ears don't work as good as your guys. So there's this little delay. Sometimes it happens, and it sounds like I'm over talking somebody, but I'm not in my own head because
You're so funny, dude.
because I'm not hearing the fucking delay. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, you're talking to an ex-Mortimer. I got 50% hearing him gone in one ear and 30% gone in the other. I'm fucking hearing you, brother.
Okay, so, and there's a delay. So I'm just not hearing it in my own head because, it's just weird. Anyway, I always have to keep reminding myself, oh yeah, shit, there's that little bit of a delay. Don't jump in until they actually stopped for, a half a second. Right? And it's annoying. I'm sorry. But you guys put up with me. Thanks, man. So the subject was television, man. Television, radio, media, books, all that. That's where we were talking about, right? How it can shape minds. Books, print, video, film, whatever. Audio, music.
Same shit, different smell, really.
Exactly. So that's well known in these circles, but in the average world out there, the Kim Kardashian world, nah, those Mongos don't think about this shit at all. They fucking don't care, man. They just want to know what Taylor Swift's doing this weekend. That's it.
She's in Australia at the moment. And but that's the thing. Like we were discussing last night or the night before. 90. That might have been on politics. I don't know, but 90+% of people are fucking sheep. They like being told what to do. It always has been that way. Always will be that way, and there is no way to fucking change it. I don't care how much libertarian dogma says to the contrary.
Right.
Just like the world could collapse tomorrow, and 90+% of people are still going to believe it's a fucking globe, no matter how many proofs are put in front of them. It's just, it just is what it is.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see that psychology that people can't break out of the spell, and it's frustrating at times for us, but if you just we just keep a steady pace going, man. That's all we can do. Keeping it fresh, relevant.
Don't get me wrong. Like it's definitely relevant, and you do end up being able to red pill. Doesn't matter what the case may be it flat Earth, be it whatever the case may be. Dude, there's always some that can actually be red pilled and saved. So
Yes.
It's always worth the effort.
I'll go to a dinner party at a friend's house or something, and I'll bring up have you guys ever seen these things called ghost cities? And they're like, no, what the fuck is ghost cities? I go, there's an actual Paris, France built in China with the Eiffel Tower and everything. And there's nobody living there. I go, there's nobody living there. It's empty.
Technically, they didn't finish building it. I think there's around 90 people that do, but they're like the richest, and they want to get the fuck out of there because the plumbing's bad, the electricity goes off all the time. But you're right,
But that's not the point. The point is just to get some conversation going where they might think out of the box for a minute. So if they bite on ghost cities and maybe search it on their phone, I'll hit them with star forts, but that's a whole, that's next level, really. I mean, star forts they built thousands of those motherfucking places all over the world. And that's what they call them, star forts. But I think they were used for something else, but, and how the fuck did they build them? I don't know, man. There's so many of them. Crazy.
Yeah, it's just like you look back in Encyclopedia Britannica and you see all these photos of the world fairs that used to happen, and they'd build these massive fucking towns and shit like that out of nothing, and then just destroy them for no reason. But these world fairs were.
I mean, any rational. No, any rational. This is not a conspiracy theory. Any rational person looking at that, going, "Hey, man, why are all these building all this stuff all over the world?" And then we got to get rid of that shit. What? No, it's just it becomes what do they call it? The common sense common sense would tell you that something else happened, man. And that's all we're ever trying to do is red pill somebody. I don't care if it's fucking Flat Earth or Star Forts or Ghost Cities or JFK, whatever. You pick your poison, man. You can do it. But I usually stay away from I usually stay away from the 7-Eleven as a part-time job stuff, man. I usually kind of bounce out away from that.
Well, but yeah, to your point, that's why we homeschool. Like, and that's why homeschool is fucking massively increased as well. I was just reading an article today, like in Australia, and I know it's the same in America, and like, public schooling enrollments have absolutely fucking plummeted, and more people are homeschooling because when you do wake up a little bit, and this is obviously not the reason for everyone, but when you do actually wake up a bit and you realize, holy fuck, I've just had to spend 12 years unindoctrinating from all the bullshit that I was taught. You don't want your kids going through the same thing, so
It's so true, man. Thanks. Yeah.
So, man, unlearning is part of the process. To be quite honest with you, we all get shown the same information. It's up to you to decipher it, and how you fit in is completely up to you.
But the Mongols that came up with this system already knew that we would only have a couple of choices, but because they knew the reality of the situation, they're like, either they're going to believe it's a globe or they're going to believe it's flat, and we're like, but most people are going to believe it's a globe. Okay, let's go with that plan. Go plan A, plan B. Once people realize it's not a globe, we got so many Mongos in our camp, man. They'll actually go out and do the work for us and tell everybody else it's a globe because we taught them that shit in fucking first grade. Dumbasses.
Yeah, it's useful idiots, man. And that this is the thing: these people are alchemists, and the true meaning of alchemy is manipulating humans into forming them what you want them to be. So they knew how humanity actually works. So you've only got to convince a few, and then it spreads like a fucking yeast infection,
like a virus. Yeah, it's wicked, man. It goes fast. It moves around. People defend it left and right, and they don't even know why. And that's been the psychology of really why I've kept hanging around this conversation all these years, is that I'll never understand why people realize that they're actually promoting the system by defending it, and they don't even know they're defending it. And you're working for the man. You're working for the man, bitches.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And like when I bring up with people, because history is my main one, like history, and then economics under that, and then philosophy's under that, and I'm learning flat Earth now. But when I point out to people that the medieval peasant was actually a lot fucking smarter and a lot more free thinking than we are, people laugh at me, and I'm like, well, if you actually look back, look how many kings got burned out of their fucking ivory towers when the people got lied to or bullshitted to enough. How often do you see that happen these days? And they have no answer.
So I don't have an answer.
Well, it's easy. What they do, what would happen, and this is why, like, every couple of decades, you'd have a king burnt out, fucking a monarch burnt out and then executed, and then they install a new guy and say, look what happened to the last guy, do your fucking job and work for us, or we will take you out as well, and we'll put another guy in to replace you to do the job right. Like, they were smarter than we were, boy. Yeah.
Well, it's a very effective approach if you're a brutal cock bitch bastard, wanting to fucking destroy everything in the world, man. Let's do that. Yeah. If you were that kind of person, that's fuckers.
They were smarter than us, and they were harder to fool. They were way smarter than us and way harder to fool. We just progressively gotten a lot more cheap, like.
Dude, I love that we could, So the modern day storming the government, it's pretty. We've seen a little bit of it throughout the decades. At least I have, some takeovers, and we're taking this guy out, we're taking that guy out, we're gonna take over this country and fight.
Oh no, I wasn't even going down like the coup or revolution route necessarily. I was just simply saying they were a lot harder to fool. And then when people tried to fool them or piss in their pocket or get too overbearing and try and tell them what to think, that's where it happened. It's just like, well, you're not doing your job, you're not working for us, so we're fucking going to install some new guy, and he's going to learn from what we did to you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, fucking we should all go out and.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're absolutely spot on, man, because that's what happened in history, man. People rose up and said, man, this guy's a fucking cuck. Let's take his ass out and put somebody in there we like. Or trust is probably the better term. Or believe in might be a term as well. So, yeah, let's put that guy in there. He's going to do a better job. Yeah, and that's the same shit's going on today, man. It's just going on.
Not just that, it was a lot harder to convince the populace to go along with stuff. Again, people.
They were self-sufficient.
Even like that.
They had their own cows, their own milk, their own fucking wheat and grain. Yeah, they were fucking self-sufficient, man. They were like, I don't need you to tell me what the fuck's up in town. I don't give a shit. Fuck off.
Yeah, it was the same in Australia and America, Canada, the frontier societies as well. Like, that's why a lot of people fled Europe, because it's like, I can't actually think reasonably freely there. So they'd flee to Australia, to New Zealand, to places like that. And you're a lot harder to fool. And the Poms, the British, hated fucking coming to Australia for a very long time, all the way up to about the 1950s, because the rules that were the case over there didn't apply here. So I don't give a fuck who your father was. I don't care what family you come from. You work off your own merit. And if you're a piece of shit or you're trying to fucking lie to me, I'm going to treat you like a piece of shit. And I'm going to fucking tell you that you're lying to me. And I don't give a fuck what rank you are. And it was the same in,
That's kind of what goes on in some of these discords, man. Yeah.
Exactly right, and the same applies to Globe Earth as well. You do have some people that can still think for themselves that have got out of the fucking system.
Yep. And then there's people come in and think they know. And, hey, man, I got Google, bro. I know everything. You guys are retarded. I have Google.
Yeah,
I know everything.
They forget that we have Google too. They forget we were raised in the same system and that we all used to be fucking Globers. Fucking idiots.
It's kind of funny, yeah. That's part of the psychology there. Definitely is an interesting dichotomy that we all share, dealing with different, beliefs and personalities, man. It's been interesting. Thank you. Thanks for letting me hang out, man. Appreciate it.
What the fuck are you thanking us, man? You're OG.
Yeah, but I've been through so many great.
I can't believe I just used that fucking term. I've never used that term in my life. You guys are the first to hear it.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man.
I didn't know what it fucking meant. I didn't know what it fucking meant till 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a term. It's been used out there. There's quite a lot of terms out there that we don't always know, man. You can't know everything, for fuck's sake. Come on, don't fool yourself. But if you apply yourself, you can do a lot better than you think you can do.
Yeah, that's true. Like I got a head like a baked fucking testicle, and I'm a grunt turned rent-a-cop turned farmhand turned fucking recycling supervisor. But when people like me and like you and the rest of the people in here can debate professors in their field and completely demolish them, obviously there is something fucking completely wrong, because we should not be able to do that.
You think there's something wrong with this? Yeah, there's something dead balls wrong, man. And it's not only happening in Flat Earth Globe Earth, it's also happening in a lot of other professions in the world, man, that believed one thing and realizing, what the fuck is this all about? Wait a minute, time out. And
well, before coming in with you guys here, No, I hadn't even bothered debating in fucking years. But if you go back, round about probably 2016 to up to probably that 2021, I'd debate people all the fucking time, mostly on history, philosophy, and economics. And that's what I'd say to them. I said, okay, you are a fucking professor of history, professor of philosophy, professor of economics, and you just got your fucking ass handed to you by a farmhand. There is something seriously wrong. Go rethink yourself, you fucking idiot.
It's quite simple to work out, guys. When the mercenaries protest more about freedom than what the freedom fighters do, you know you live in a controlled situation.
Solid point. Very solid point, man.
It's because both of you guys are upside down on a globe, and you guys are smart, man. That's why you guys are smart. Damn it.
I ain't smart, boy. I'm definitely not that.
all the blood's rushing to your head. You're getting plenty of oxygen. The systems are all firing. It's because you guys are upside down, man. Smartest people I've met in here, man. A lot of them are from Australia. Damn.
Well, we don't exist, remember? No, it's just what it is, man. Honestly, like you. I don't know. I'm joking. But I understand why, from the American perspective, people look at Australia as just like this really cocked, socialistic fucking nation full of sheep. And look, 90+% of Aussies are, but the core Aussie culture is still alive. And the core Aussie culture is basically it's merit, and it's just because you tell me something, I don't give. It's almost we were ungovernable, man. Like back in the day, we were practically ungovernable, and the British fucking hated it. And there's still a fair bit of that that's still there. It's not contrarian. It's don't piss in my pocket and tell me it's raining. And I'm not just going to tell. I'm not going to do what you tell me to do just because of your position. Go fuck yourself. You convince me why I should tell you. There's still a lot of that that's alive in Australia. Just not in a majority of the population. The majority of the population are just stupid fucking sheep. But I think that's not something that's it's not just Australian phenomenon. I think that's across the entire Western world, to be perfectly honest.
I think I find the strangest about Americans is they clap for anything, dude. I've been watching videos of and you can go anywhere. And I watched this guy.
You took a shit. All right, I'll clap. I clap for your. You took a shit. Yeah, okay.
Exactly right, dude.
So
dude, hey, dude, I'm trying to make some sort of a point, but yeah, go ahead. I'm watching a bloke called Joel. He's like a competitive eater, and he was eating this pizza, which is very strange because you guys call them pies over there, pizza pies for some reason. I've never heard of it before. Watching these videos, and anyway, this guy burped, and everyone's clapping. I'm like, what the hell, guys? Here in Australia, we don't clap for clap. We don't clap to get attention. I don't know. It's just a funny thing, dude. I don't get it. Like what the clapping is. Please explain it to me, there, Kenny.
What happens is you want to root for a winner. And if somebody comes on stage and farts and everybody in the room thinks it's funny, then the comedian wins and you lose. Even you're like, oh, dude, that was kind of gross, bro.
It all, to me as an Australian, it all seems like canned laughter. It's like programmed. Oh, yeah, we've got to do this now, yeah.
Bro. It's
it's quite ridiculous.
Yes, that's the whole point as well. It is artificial, man. It's not reality. I mean, if somebody came in your house and farted, man, nobody's gonna laugh, man. Like, dude, get the fuck out. Dude, you just came here and ripped one? You just came in my living room and ripped a fart, man. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
But
so everything seems programmed that comes out of America at the moment, like there's a lot of truth, but you've got to decipher 99% of the crap that comes out of it. Yeah? It's quite daunting, especially if you're new to the situation, all the events that are going on. It's quite weird, and like I'm easily confused.
Well, yeah, you and I are in the same boat, on the same ocean, or land. We're on the same land, divided by ocean, man. We're on the same land, bro. Right?
Correct. Yeah, Nazca lines prove that
But
for
it's
sure.
just kind of divided by a big fucking shitload of water. Fuck. They say they came up with how much water's on Earth? They came up with that. Oh, okay, yeah, I got that.
So we got like 71%
How the
water,
fuck you figure
isn't it?
that? I don't even know
It's a
what.
joke.
It's an astronomical number. It's the same as
Everything
like
you think
how.
you know.
Hey, how far
Right.
is it to Polaris? Oh, it's 433 miles today, but tomorrow it could be 400 and 502. I don't know, light years away. They don't know. The distance to Polaris has changed. I don't know how many times. A lot, more than anything, I think. I bet you.
In politics the other day, and it clearly stated like 93 million miles away, the sun heats the Sahara Desert to 40 degrees C. Yet 4,000 kilometers away, we've got North and South poles, and it's not heating that up at the same. Come on, guys, get over it.
Come
It's
on.
got to be a local sun, does it not?
It's gotta be. It has to be, man. No doubt. It has to be local, and there's no other physical explanation for it.
It's got to be a mongo to think anything other.
The sun gets closer, it gets hotter. If it gets farther away, it gets colder. Hey, man, it doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure that shit out. I'll tell you that, man. Yeah.
I feel in you, man. I feel you, dude.
That one's fucking stupid easy, bro. I mean, come on. Really? No shit. I'm a fucking PhD fucking physicist, man, at this point. Because I figured out if you get closer to the fire, it gets hotter. If you get farther away from it, guess what? It gets colder, bro. I mean,
there's no way you can be a PhD there, Kenny. I'm sorry to say, but you do not wear a bow tie, so you cannot be that foolish.
I'll put a bow tie on, man. I'll do it. What do you got?
Oh no, we've got clowns watching clowns. Come on, dude.
So bad, man. It's so funny though. At the same time, I learned that from Poncho years ago. Like, dude, you got to look at this shit a little bit more funny because it is so hilarious.
Hey, I tell everybody that there was a bloke in Livestream 2 before, and I sent him over to politics a few hours ago, and I said to him, "Don't accept anything you know as the truth. Yeah, just open your mind and let it all in, and naturally you will forget about what's fake, and the truth will resonate with you for sure." And then basically, I said a few more things, but yeah, that's roughly what I said to him.
Yeah, I mean, I always want to send somebody in like on an even keel of trying to take in information. You don't know where they're at. They just break up with their girlfriend and boyfriend, but it's hard to tell. But I'll send people, hey man, check this out. But I think a lot of it has to do with luck, man, and try to get somebody to go look at something, man, at the right time. There's a lot to it. Thank you for trying, man. I do try. I wake up the guy at the gas station, hey man, the Earth's flat, bro. Check it out. Don't believe me, man. Water's always level. Check it out. Sometimes that's all it takes, man. Some dude's gonna go, what do you mean water's always low? Well, that's all I observe in reality, without a doubt. I mean, it can't be disputed. I mean, without a doubt, water's as level as it gets. And you try to show that to somebody, they don't want to see it. Just, yep. They'll refer to something they learned in high school, and they'll say, hey, man, there was these guys that had these sticks and shadows, man, a long time ago, bro. They did it. I trust those guys. I trust them. I'm going to go ahead and trust those guys all day long. Because they did it 2,500 years ago, man. They did the math. They figured out the calculations.
It's quite ironic, is it not, there, Kenny, that if you've got a well and the sun shines down at one point of the entire what we call a year, and we've got people saying because it doesn't travel over it every single day, we must be turning, tilting, changing velocity. Nothing attracts to us, but everything else inside this vacuum. Like, seriously, guys, like it's a joke. Just the more you think about it, the more it's a joke, and it's comical in many, many ways.
Oh, it's 100% comical at this point. Migo Wigo is laughing so hard right now because that guy gets it probably better than you and I together. OBP, man. Migo Wigo, man. Dude, that guy speaks like 11 languages. Interesting cat, man. It's been a bit of time with him. He's not going to respond.
So I thought it was 7 languages, but yeah, I did hear him go through a few. I think it was yesterday.
11. I think he said 11, man. But I'll give him like
that's
7.
awesome, man.
I'll give you
That's
7.
all. Hey, I've got 2.
I'm like, holy shit, man. Dude, I've never ever met anybody that speaks that many languages, man. I mean, that's
hats off to you, Miggy.
Migo Wigo. What's up, my brother from Las Vegas? I love you, brother. Anyway, he's busy. We'll carry on. I got a few more minutes. What else is going on in the world, man? So Taylor Swift came down to Australia, man. How was that?
Oh yeah, that's
Did
awesome,
you check it
man.
out?
You wouldn't believe how much information that they give us. Like, listen, Kenny.
Wait a minute.
Here's the point.
They get
Hang
David.
on, Kenny. You asked a point. I'm gonna give you a very funny reference here, Kenny. She come down to Australia. She tried to go to some sort of beachfront event that's going on. She didn't have her identification on her. They turned her away. So, of course, me being me, had to write something like, well, it was ladies' night and she wasn't allowed in and all that sort of stuff. So that's sort of where my head's at most of the time, guys. I do like to attack a lot of crap that's going on. I don't mean to attack anyone personally. If you take it personally, that's entirely up to you, because I've never directed anything to anyone unless I put your name to it. And then you're more than welcome to say whatever you want back to me. Yeah? So please feel free in being as open as you can, because I try to be.
Yeah, I appreciate you trying to be open. So they call it the Southern Cross, and there's supposed to be a Polaris over there somewhere around there. Let me ask you this.
No. So I was going to say, we got the Southern Cross, but we don't have an equivalent of Polaris. So Celestial Nav, which I did in the Army, is a lot more difficult here. It's much more accurate navigating by day because everything that we have moves. We don't have a star that doesn't move. So yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, it's a very good point there, Skinny Vet. So our Southern Pole Star is a collection of stars as one. That does that not say to you that there is definitely not a pole in the Southern Hemisphere? It is a vision, a centered vision that is collected in the sky. Like, it makes perfect sense. The guys over at what do you call it? Oh man. Anyway, they've got anyway. I've had too much to drink.
No shit, I got.
I'm gonna head off, guys. I'm gonna head off, dude. But hey, much appreciated. Thanks for my 5 minutes. Yeah. Thanks for my 5 minutes of fame, dude. I'm gonna shut up and piss off.
Hey, don't ever change, yo, PP. Don't ever change.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt either. If I could say one thing quickly though, sorry, my girls came home, so I had to leave the chat though. But one great thing with America and America, like as we talked about before, like I got to train with and deploy with a lot of Americans. I actually found them really cool, and yeah, never fucking let them take your 1A and 2A, man, like fucking ever. We have a much more rebellious culture, I think, than you guys do in America. But you guys got 1A and 2A, and that'll keep you a lot better, you know. But anyway, yeah, sorry.
Well, it's always good to go out and prepare for all kinds of stuff, man. And boy, we've been through the ringer in the last 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it's been a fun ride, and it's been a high level attack going on here, but we're persevering through persistence and knowledge. Oh my God, you guys are so knowledgeable. History, science, physics. I mean, just stupid amazing, man. This is like, fuck, whatever fucking like 10 times PhD is, this is where I'm hanging out. This is it.
Just when you run into a flat Earth, dude, when you run into these dickheads using Australia as a really good example, whether it be for, you know, whatever, just tell them to shut the fuck up and tell them fucking get on the Skinny Vet on Discord and you'll set you fucking straight, you idiot.
Yeah. Hey, I got a guy I followed for years, man. His name's Jazz, and he's a. If you like, do you like geometry by chance? This guy.
Nah, mate, I suck at maths and geometry and all that shit.
All right. Yeah, I sucked at it too, man. I'm not a total geometry guy, but this guy made the fucking Earth geometrically fucking go, what the fuck is this spinning globe shit, bro? The geometry is so fucked up, man. It's funny. Anyway, I'll put a link to his channel in the chat. You can check him out or don't. It doesn't matter to me, but this guy's is the best geometry teacher I've ever seen in my life, man. All of his videos are like really short. They're like 2-3 minutes. It's not a lot of content, but here's the link, and check it out or don't, man. I don't care.
No, I appreciate it, bro. I definitely will. And speaking about maths, geometry, and science, I tell you what, if I had fucking teachers like you guys in these servers, man, I might have actually done well in school. I failed maths every fucking year of school. Yeah, I fucking so like if I had teachers like you guys, man, I've learned so much since being here, and I really appreciate it. It's really helping me homeschool my daughter as well. When it comes to the maths side, because my wife's good at maths, but I suck. But I'm getting better since being here, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man, that's why I'm here. I'm here to learn, have a little laugh. You can do both at the same time, man. The best lessons I learned was fucking it up and laughing about it, going, damn, I fucked that shit up, man. Oh man, you gotta own it. You know, when you screw something up, man, you gotta own it. And when you own it, that means like, well, you're gonna just have to go back and redo the whole thing over again. And that's a hard place for a lot of people to accept. And my buddies that went through PhD level courses, right? All my buddies, man, every one of them. When their assignment got due, like it was like a week before it was due, man. The professor said, nah, you're going to have to redo all this shit. And they had to go back and scramble, you know, for like a week to try to put together and make it work, you know. And I remember those guys calling me up and going, dude, man, this is what the professor did to me, man. Check it out. And they got at the very last minute, man, you had to scramble to a level of, I think it destroys your brain. I do. Everybody that ever went through it that I met, man, their brain they're so PhD cocked, man. They're cocked in the head. And I think it's done on purpose, man. And I think they figured out how to do it. But they're really, really, really smart at their own field. Well, or at least they think they're smart. I don't know. But
it's programming. Like it's programming. It's the exact same as in the military. You're in infantry or whatever the case may be. They melt you down, they break you down, and mold you into what they want. And that does cause a fair bit of trauma, especially if you're young, dumb, not fully developed, and you have a traumatic background. So yeah, I mean, it is fear-based, and it is taking you outside of your comfort zone and everything like that. It does have utility, very much so, but it can definitely have long-lasting effects for sure.
Yeah, I mean, next time you run into a PhD, man, just ask them, hey, man, when you were getting ready to present your thesis, man, did you have any problems? Was everything cool, man? You just went, yeah, you're good enough. You got the PhD, graduate. Ask them, man, how was that experience?
I got one mate. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but he was my history teacher. Actually, we became good friends after I graduated. But so he had honors in 5 subjects in university, and he had a PhD. I believe I think it might have been history or it might have been mathematics, because he was brilliant at both. But yeah, he was talking about how it had to be handwritten, and he didn't sleep for a week leading up to that submission.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You're confirming my theory. It's just a theory at this point, man. But yeah, I mean, that's my experience with guys that I've met and hung out with that went through the PhD process. It literally, there was a lot of trauma involved getting through that program, man. And it sets them on a course of thinking that it's really, really hard to undo that kind of thinking. And we've all seen
some people do, and sometimes it goes badly. Look at Ted Kaczynski, Unabomber.
Oh, there you go. Ted was a great. He went through. Yeah. Ted is a great example. Yeah, I mean, he's a great example. Damn. Yeah, look at that. Whew.
Yeah, they MK Ultra the shit out of that poor bastard. Fucking literally, quite literally.
I think they MK Ultra the shit out of a lot of people, but that speculation Sunday's over. All right. So, has anybody in here ever fucking measured the fucking curve of the Earth, man? We've been asking that question for a while. And if somebody's got some bendy water laying around, we've been asking that question for a long time too, man. That was it. I'm done. Check out Jazla 111, man. Just for the geometry of Earth, because he explains how the globe is so fucking stupid, bro. Geometrically.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, man. Look, I don't fucking. Jen and I were talking about this the other night. I don't know how the fuck I didn't come to it sooner, because everything in navigation there's no fucking globe curvature or anything in it, and to navigate accurately, it works off the flat. And there's a lot of calculation and shit in there. So first thing you do, I don't know if you've done navigation before, but first thing you do, you get your map, you figure out where you are. You calculate your grid to magnetic angle. So grid north is different to magnetic north. You got to calculate the angle, and that moves yearly a lot of times. And then from there, you plot where you want to go on your map, and then you calculate that into magnetic. You plot out your patrol route. Off you go. That's a simple version of what happens. There's a lot of other applications as well, but it's a lot of calculation, and you have to be very, very accurate. It's all based off a flat. It's mathematical, and it works 100% of the time.
It works 100% of the time. I love those. Hey, if I want to drill an 1/8-inch hole in a piece of wood, and I have an 1/8-inch drill bit, and I drill it in there, is it going to drill a hole 100% of the time, or like 92% of the time? I mean, what's the reality?
I don't know, but I do. I would imagine it'll wear over time, but you know.
Yeah, and that could be a phenomenon that we could witness. That maybe the drill bit is getting skinnier, right? But it is a physical object going through a physical object. So at some point, yeah, I would expect some wear on the drill bit if I drilled like 10,000 or 20,000 holes, right? At some point, man, that drill bit's gonna go. I'm giving out.
It depends if you're drilling fine, if you're drilling redwood, like over here we have in Australia, we've got a wood. Yeah.
The wood, hardwood. Nah. That would be a variable.
Yeah, like we've got a wood here in Australia, a type of gum tree. It's called ironbark. Now, I know from personal experience, when you cut down a big ironbark, you will chew through, let's say, I don't know, you got one with a 1.5 meter trunk. Just to get through that trunk, you will chew through 3 top level chainsaw blades just to get through it. Like, it bluntens them so quickly. It's a bitch to work with, that wood, but when you build something out of it, for example, next to the local museum in my small town here, there's a small homestead from the 1860s that was built out of ironbark. It's completely termite resistant. It doesn't rot. It hardly warps. It's incredibly hard to shape, but whatever you build out of that is going to last a very long time. And we've got like 170 odd, what it'd be more than, about 170-year-old fucking homestead next to our museum here, built out of ironbark. It hasn't been treated in any way, and it's still like it was built yesterday.
Damn. Is there a lot of the iron wood out there, or no? Is it rare? Is it like ebony? Is it?
You're not allowed to harvest it anymore, I guess you could say.
Right. Yeah.
You're not allowed to harvest. Yeah. The only time it gets cut is on like private properties and whatnot, or by arborists, by tree surgeons. When you got to get it cut down, but I don't.
You mind if I just chime in and answer that question?
Yeah, sorry, Jar. Go ahead, buddy. Nice to see you.
How you going, boys? Good listening to you all again. I just wanted to chime in with the box forest, ironbarks. So, where my block of land is in St Arnaud, all my block of land is a box forest, ironbark, or greywood. And at one point in time, across central Victoria, it occupied around about 87% of the forest. But what happened in the gold rush is they chopped them all down to build the mines, for firewood, for huts, horse carriages, to build the mills, and then we're left with now, I think we've got about 7.5% coverage. So that's why they're now protected, because they also provided relief for migratory birds. So migratory birds would used to land on them and drink the sap from under the bark. And just in that short 130-year period, since the gold rush, it stopped migratory birds from travelling certain areas. So yeah, pretty impressive bit of wood. Anyway, that was my 5 cents worth. Sorry.
Yeah, and I can back up. No, Jar, good point, and I can back up exactly what he said. He's 100% correct. He's obviously not as rusty on the gold rush history as I am, but yeah, he's definitely 100% correct. It's an excellent wood. It takes a long time to grow. It's a bitch to actually cut up and use, but once you've cut it up and used it, it will last a very, very long time.
Hey, we had a gold rush here in California in 1849, and they came out west here, man, and they cut down all of our redwood giant trees. These things are wicked. Have you ever been to next to a redwood giant tree? Anybody? I mean, if you have, speak up now, because I know you have. Because
I've been next to the stump of one up in a place called Paluma, north of Townsville in North Queensland. It was red cedar, which is pretty rare up in the rainforest, up in the hills. We're talking about. Yeah, and I've seen the stumps. These stumps are like, it looks like something. I don't know, man. It looks like something out of fucking Avatar. How wide these stumps are. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I live in California here, and dude, man, this place, they cut down just giant redwoods, man. They were like 400 feet tall, man. A trunk, bigger than your fucking house, man. Crazy. Yeah, these things are massive, man. I've stood next to a lot of them over the decades, and there's nothing like it. There's just nothing like it. Wow, what energy. Yeah, and they cut a lot of those motherfucking giant trees down. So, yeah, so
and not only that. Sorry, I was just going to say, sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I thought you were done. I was going to say, and not only that, they did it all by hand, which is why when you see photos both from America and Australia in that era, the guys' forearms, biceps, and shoulders are just fucking massive, man. Like, they did it all by hand.
Yeah, those big giant blades, man. They just sawed it in half. They sawed it down. Yeah, that's wicked, man. The pictures are wicked. Yeah, I went through a lot of that. Hey, man. It's just...
But look, we can't be too hard on them, though. Like, they didn't know any better. They didn't know how long it took these things to grow either, We've learned that now, but... back then they didn't actually know. It's just like, look at this shit. We got this wood that lasts ages. It's excellent. It's a bitch to shape, but it's great for everything we need. Mine shafts, building houses, fucking everything. And it lasts ages. Termites don't eat it. This is fucking great. They didn't have any idea that, hey, it takes like 5 or 6 or fucking more 100 years for one of these things to grow that big.
Yeah. I get it, man. They're just the guy. Hey, I'm just as guilty. I used to think about that back in the 90s, man. I was thinking, hey, man, if I eat and I use a plastic fork, man, I'm guilty of adding to the destruction of Earth, without a better term, man.
We all are.
I was kind of.
We all are.
I always put that guilt on myself, man. Saying, hey, man, if I, am just, I got to deal. If I have to go eat, I got this packaging. Now I got this packaging to throw in the trash. It came in a bottle. Now I got to recycle the bottle. I mean, at some point, man, look, I'm guilty.
Yeah, we all are, man. Like, I hear you, but I still remember, like you would, I still remember when all the ads on TV, like how bad glass was for the environment, this, that, and the other. Plastic is so much fucking better. And then now you fast forward 30 fucking years, and it's the direct opposite. They're going back to glass,
Yeah, that's it. That's a really good comparison, because when you have glass, man, it doesn't leak any potential, harmful things, man. But apparently the plastic might, man. I don't know, man. It might, I haven't verified it, but things can.
It's called BPA. It's called BPA. I don't know what.
I try not to call it out completely, obviously, but yeah, there's something that could potentially, maybe, possibly be not so good, be not good for you. I don't know, something like that.
But I mean, this is a thing, and it ties into flat Earth, because we we have been lied to about a hell of a lot of shit, and you know, you've got choices of what you do with that. Like, you know, I was always raised, for example, I'm sure you were raised the same. I'm sure Jar was raised the same. Everyone here was probably raised the same. Yeah, you go camping, you leave a campsite cleaner than when you got there. Like, if someone else has left rubbish, you pick it up. Every time we go fishing, you know, where I live, if we're out on the rocks, we go fishing. Some other assholes left rubbish and bait packets and stuff there. We pick it up and take it with us.
Right. Yeah. I did all that. I fucking did all of that. Yeah.
So, but you know, so we are concerned, obviously, about our environment, and we're concerned about the lies we've been told and everything like that, and try and mitigate it. But you know, we're not out there, you know, doing these Extinction Rebellion fucking protests and shit, and and you know, you know. So yeah, like we're the true conservationists, and Flat Earth is definitely part of that because, you know, the truth shall set you free, for want of a better term. And you know, going back to cottage industries and going back to preserving your own food and limiting waste and try not to waste anything that you don't have to waste, and you try and stop this consumerist lifestyle that we've gotten so used to in the last 50, 60 years is definitely a step in the right direction.
Dude, where's my sound effects? Damn, I don't have a soundboard, but I was clapping. And I couldn't, dude, that was poetic, bro. That was excellent. Thank you. Yeah, man. What a beautiful thing to say, man. Thank you. And I appreciate that, man. Totally appreciate it.
Likewise. Well, thank you. I couldn't say that here if you guys didn't set this shit up, man. And look, you know, I think we can all agree on that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, there's been so many people throughout the years that have helped keep this Discord going. It has found its way through the universe, man. Through the internet verse, whatever. And it has landed some people that I would, if I didn't meet throughout the years, I would be disappointed in life. I'd be like, dude, I didn't get to meet Indio and Jen from Japan, and Heretic, and Skinny, bro. Skinny's on the list.
I like you, man. Same with you. Like, I'm hearing you. And speaking of Japan, what I found interesting when my wife came over, because you got to remember, my wife grew up in an era that was not. She's 10 years older than me. Not that far removed from World War II, so they were still doing it really hard financially, everything like that, and things were scarce. So when she came here, and I always found it an interesting quirk. So every time, like, you know how you get like the bowl noodles and you get the little disposable forks, she always kept them. She'd keep like the napkins that came with a takeaway order. She'd keep, you know, all those kind of things. You know, rewash. You go get Chinese, you know, keep the takeaway containers, wash them out, reuse them, which I found an interesting quirk because obviously in our Western culture is just like, nah, chuck that shit away.
Right.
But she was raised in a very small village in Japan, which Jen, obviously when you were here, Jen and I were talking about, it's in Fukui. And so they wasted, like they didn't waste newspaper either. Like you keep that for when you run out of shit paper. And like that's had a big impact on me over our marriage, in terms of, you know, not being wasteful and whatnot, to the point where I'm actually probably a pretty bad hoarder right now. But there's a lot less shit going from this family, you know, into the landfill.
I'll tell you what, man. If you have a storage unit and your house is packed, you're a hoarder, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, man. People come to my place, man. I'm like, dude, man, if it wasn't for all these tools and shit laying around here, I wouldn't be able to do my job, man. So it looks a little disorganized, but I know where everything is, and it works every time. And it's not, I'm not disorganized. I'm just organized in my own way. And
yep, I'm hearing you. You know where everything is.
Yeah, I know where
you know where everything is. So some asshole tidies it up for you.
But I've been working by myself, for myself for, decades. And you just get into a rhythm, man. That's where I put that, and that's where I put this, bro. And there's no way that somebody, like if I hired somebody, could come in and go, where the fuck is the hacksaw, bro? I'm like, they're not going to know where the fuck it is. They're just not going to know. And
yep,
it's just because I know where my fucking hacksaws go, bro. I do. But nobody else knows that.
Yep.
I mean, there's no way you could know that. How the fuck are you going to know that I hang my fucking hacksaws on that, C-clamp over there in the corner? Yeah, right? I mean, that's where my shit goes.
yeah. And then your wife comes in, or someone else comes in, and tries to quote unquote help you out and reorganize everything, and then you can't find fucking anything. But you can't find anything.
you ain't gonna find fuck all, nothing, man. But that's the organization in my own mind, and I'm willing to admit that. However, that also applies to the organization of a lot of other people's minds, because we all compartmentalize some things and figure out in our own way that, this is real, that's not. And a lot of people aren't willing to accept what is actually real versus what they've been taught that's real. And that's the big problem, man. It's a big problem.
That's very well put. That's exactly right. Conceptualized reality versus actual reality. That's fucking 100%.
It's a big problem, and that's what we're dealing with. And always keep that in mind when you're talking to, one of these Mongos. Just keep that in mind.
Well, look, to your point with that as well. To your point with that as well. Like, everybody has biases.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I found back in the day when I was debating again on history, economics, philosophy, etc. And I've seen a fair bit of this in the chats on this server and the other one in politics. Everyone has biases. The difference between a truth seeker and a critical thinker and someone who's not is a truth seeker and a critical thinker admit their biases.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas these fucking NPCs that come in don't admit that no, I'm objective, man. Fucking, which is why the whole question of how could they fool so many fucking people, blah blah blah. It's because people, this majority of people can't admit their fucking biases is part of it. That's one of the axioms. Whereas we actually can. We can go. We actually say, like, for example, with myself, I have a traditionalist bias. I look at everything through a traditionalist lens. I do try and think outside of that where possible, but I will admit that. I will admit that I would have fit in a lot better 100 years ago than what I do now. So I admit that bias, but a lot of people say, no, I'm objective, man. And fuck off. There's no such thing as an objective human. That's bullshit. There is objective reality that one can recognize, but we all do have our biases. And what I've noticed with you guys, you admit your fucking biases. Straight up. These guys coming in to fucking troll and argue and fucking play holier than thou, they don't admit their bias at all. They think they're objective.
Yeah, it becomes a little psychotic at that point, right? When you can't admit that you don't know something, bro. If I asked you, what's the center pin of the balance rail on a Steinway 1935 S? I mean, what do you think that should? Yeah, you ain't gonna know that, fuck all, man. But I'm in the business. I know what that meant. And most people will never, ever get that, man. Ever. Even if they spend the next year, they wouldn't even get it. But I understand that because I've spent decades learning this certain thing. And I know what's up with it in reality. Pianos are a real thing, man. You can go check one out tomorrow, man. Just drive down the street. Hop in a couple places, man. Somebody's going to have a piano somewhere, man. You can check it out. They're real. Pianos are real, man. That's a real thing. And I know more about pianos than, 99.9% of the population. I guarantee it. But that's just my expertise, man. Because I spent decades learning that stuff. And it's no different in here, man. We're all learning from each other about different things that we didn't know fuck all about, 10 years ago. I didn't know nothing about orbital mechanics fucking 10 years ago, but I could tell you, man, I could spend a half an hour talking about orbital mechanics, man. And that's
6 weeks ago.
Right?
6 weeks ago, I couldn't have told you anything about square roots. I couldn't have told you anything about trigonometry. I couldn't have told you anything about fucking radius. I couldn't have told you anything about gas. Now I can. That's in fucking 6 weeks. So again, I'm learning so much.
Yeah, exactly. We're learning. We're progressing. It's been amazing. Keep it going. That's all I'm saying, man. Let's keep it going. Let's keep kicking.
Well, I mean, I do
down the road.
I do hope I've been somewhat useful though, because I do have the military aspect to bring to it, which so far there's only me and QE really that can. I was a mortarman. I trained people in navigation. I know a fair bit about communication, signaling, shit like that.
Yes.
I was in SIG platoon. I was mortared, so I mean I can bring that to the table, but the rest of it I'm still not quite sure on, but I can bring that to the table at least, so I'm not completely useless, I hope.
Oh, dude, don't kid yourself, man. You're bring it to the table. That's the whole point of our exercise here, is to kind of like figure out what is on the table. And if Mickelson, Morley, man, if those guys said what's on the table, man, they're going to detect something. That's what they said, right? And that's all.
Yeah, look, if I could tell you a quick secret, I actually kind of get my dick kind of rolls over slightly when I hear some dickhead fucking civilian that doesn't know what they're talking about bring up Coriolis and long range shooting. It's just like, dude, you're talking about a fucking infantryman and a mortarman, you're like going to lose this argument 100% of the fucking time. Even when I was a Glober, even before I came to Flat Earth, that's an argument they're not going to fucking win, because I actually know that. We've all got something to bring to the table.
That is a huge thing to bring to the table, is the spin of the Earth. Oh my goodness, that's a big one, man. Woo. Yeah, I always love that one, man. You tell me, man, you're gonna shoot some.
We got Ja Rule. Like, he's great with I believe from the piloting aspect. He's really, really good as well. Like, is that right, Joe? You're a pilot, mate? Or you know a lot about planes? Oh, maybe he's busy. Here we are.
No, I know a little bit about everything, but my journey, I started off as an electrician, and then I went and did electrical engineering, and now I run my own engineering business back as an electrician. So that's pretty much my journey. But I knew this shit was flat back in 2009, no doubt. So
that's awesome, man. Like, actually, the guy that I told you guys bought Flat Earth to me in the first place at 2015. That's his background too. He's a Sparky. He was working in the mines out of Karratha, around Dampier and all of that kind of area up in northern Western Australia. And he's a Sparky, the guy that I abused for like 90 minutes when he first brought it up. So,
hey, man,
yeah,
do you think the Earth's spinning, man? It's not. You don't think the Earth is spinning? What are you, like a pizza in space? Hey, man, come on, bro, man, don't be ridiculous. What did you tell him, man? What did you say to him? Come on, man, I got NASA, bro.
What did I tell him? Okay, Well, actually, he brought up the moon landing with me prior to that, and I'm like, okay, I definitely accept we didn't go to the moon. That's fucking obvious. It takes 5 minutes of cursory research to realize they're full of shit. But when he brought that up with me, well, I'd already had. So don't be too harsh on me. I'd already had about a half a big bottle of the Kraken rum at this stage, and we were both absolutely pissed.
Yeah.
But no, I just said to him, dude, you are the dumbest, smartest cunt I've ever met in the fucking world. How the fuck are you fucking serious? I brought up the whole, how could they fool the entire world into that? You know, everyone would have to be in on the fucking know with that. They wouldn't be teaching it if it wasn't proven, which is fucking stupid because by this time I already knew that the history that we'd been taught, especially Australian history, is all a bunch of bullshit. But it was double think because historically, and that's how he actually got around me with that night after I was abusing the fuck out of him. He's like, so you realise that a lot of the history we've been taught is absolute bullshit? I said, yeah, fucking oath it is. Look back at the contemporary sources. And he said, but what I just presented to you, you think they're not going to lie about that too? That got me thinking for a second, and I'm just like, nah, fucking bullshit, man. Like, history's one thing, but really, fucking, how do the planes work? You know, how do the satellites work? What about the International Space Station? Fucking rah, like the same shit that Globy's coming in here with. Like, I just abused the fuck out of him, and I did apologize for that eventually, but we nearly got in a fucking fight over that. Actually, that's how heated it actually got. We nearly got into a fucking punch up. One of my best friends.
Yep. Yeah, me too, man. One of my best friends, Truther. Guy knew all about the money system and corrupt governments. He knew everything, man. But yeah, I brought Flat Earth to him, man. I got triggered, man. He came after me. Literally. He called my wife and said, hey, man, tell your husband to stop fucking talking about that shit. And this guy taught me about fucking truth and how we get lied to with the money system and all kinds of crazy stuff. But when my best man in my wedding came to me, I brought Flat Earth to him and he rejected it, man. And it blew my mind, man. To this day, I still don't understand. I don't get it.
Well, I'll tell you the interesting thing though. This mate of mine, his name's Andrew. He's sparky like Jar here. Now he wasn't completely on board with Flat Earth at that time, he's just like he brought it up more as like a thought experiment and shit. But he started getting defensive after I started getting offensive. But I talked to him recently. I've actually invited him here onto the Discord, but he's going through some health issues at the moment, whatnot. But he's actually back to more on the globe side now, which is very interesting. So that's a bit of a interesting paradox because he brought it up with me originally, but now I'm the flat earther and he's the glober. It's kind of weird.
When you get him on here, we'll bring him back. No worries.
Yeah, he's open-minded, man. I guarantee you, we get him in here. Like he's health-wise, he's getting a bit better. I'm obviously not going to break confidence, especially medical confidence, but he had a very serious issue last month. In December, and he's still recovering. But yeah, I'll get him. If he opts to come in here, he's really open-minded, man. So yeah, I'm guarantee you, I reckon we'll get him back. Definitely.
Let us know when if he decides to come on. Let us know if he's coming on so we can join in. Are you Skinny? Are you still in Karratha?
No, that's where he was, mate. I was in Townsville when I met him. He'd moved over. He's originally from Queensland, but he spent most of his life in Karratha, and that's where he became a sparky and worked in the mines. But then he moved over to Townsville, where I was at the time in North Queensland. That's where we met. He's still in Townsville now, but I'm down in Bowen.
Okay. Yep. No, it's just my brother lives in Karratha, so I just heard Karratha, and I'm like, he's pricked up.
Oh, well, no, he got out of there. He fucking, like Andrew, that's his name, Andrew. He fucking hates Karratha with a passion, so he's looking to get out of there because he's earning good money in the mines and that, but he had some serious issues that are not uncommon around there. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, and he was just looking for a sea change and a new life, and yeah, like he's one of the most positive guys I've ever met in my life, and I've been happy to help him back with that recently, because he was a bit down in the dumps given what happened a couple of months back medically. But no, he's a good dude. He's open-minded. You guys are going to love him. I just hope that fucking QE takes it fucking easy on him, or Alpha takes it easy on him. Because even though he's been mates with me since 2013, I knew him before I knew Adrian. AJ. So AJ and I have known each other since 2014. I met him in 2013. But he's still not quite used to the grunt humor and the way that we actually operate. So fucking if QE tees off on him, he might not take it too well.
Hey, don't tell me you've been smacking this guy with truth for 10 years and he's not ready for QE, man. Don't tell me that.
Well, yeah, he gets my humor when we're both on the piss, but when we're sober, he kind of doesn't know how to take it, and at times he'll still kind of take it like, "Are you having a shot at me, brother?" Because we call each other brother. So at times he still doesn't know how to take it.
Yeah, he's not ready for QE, bro. You're gonna warm him up a little bit more, man. Yeah.
No, he'll be right. He'll be right, though. You guys will love him. When I can get him in here, you guys will love him. I guarantee you. He's a fucking.
I'm sure he will, bro. But I don't want him to get racked, coming in. But yeah, let's rack him softly. I mean, rack him softly. Is that Hey, man, I'm always good for a good time. You guys want to laugh about some stupid, crazy shit? You think you're spinning around on a globe, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, really? What the hell's wrong?
He actually, no, this is interesting with him as well, because we were talking about this literally 2 weeks ago. So he doesn't believe in the space bullshit. He doesn't believe what we're taught about the moon and that. He doesn't believe in the Big Bang. He never has. He doesn't believe that fucking we're space racing around the sun, at an ever expanding universe. He doesn't believe that, but he does believe. Yeah, he's a heliocentrist. So he believes we're alone, but he reckons it's at this time he's more leaning globe, and the reason he's leaning that way is, for example, Sydney to Santiago flight is a big one that he's kind of like, oh fuck, I can't really get past that one. So yeah, he's a lot further along the road than a lot of these globies that come in, I guess you could say.
Can he show you curvature?
Hey, Migo, how are you, buddy? Sorry, what was that?
Can he show you a curvature?
No, of course he can't. He's just, so for him, he's pretty mass brained, as a lot of Sparkies electricians are, and for him, the globe mass for the flight, for example, from Sydney to Santiago, which he takes on a regular basis, he does a lot of visits to South America, makes sense on the globe, so that's kind of his sticking point.
Yeah, but he cannot show you curvature. If it's a globe, then he must be a curvature somewhere that he can show you.
Yeah, I haven't taken him that far yet. Yeah.
You can turn his question or his argument to him instead of you answering his argument. Tell him, okay, then it must be, if it's a globe, then it must be a curve somewhere, right? Then you bring the radius, if he knows about it. If he knows about it, okay. If 3959, so it must be so much. Let's go and find out. And there is no.
I agree with you, Nick. I agree with you, and that's the thing. It was funny because he was the one to bring up flat Earth with me in 2015. So this is what's really interesting.
Yeah, but you see, everybody has his way, but I don't know. I'm learning as well. Yeah, but maybe if you try this way, let's go and find out the curve. Okay, I agree with you. Show me that. I agree with you. The flight is happening. I agree with you. It's happening. How it's happening, we don't know yet, but it's happening. But okay, let's go find out the curvature, because there is no way he will be able to show you. Even if you.
Oh, look, mate. Yeah, 100%, and he won't be able to, and he'll be open to it. This is why I want to get him in here, because he's very open-minded, and you guys, honestly, I reckon even just like inside of 15 minutes, you guys will have him 100%, because he leans globe. He's not a glober per se. He leans that way more, because again, the flight is a sticking point. But you guys will have him schooled in 2 seconds flat.
I mean, you can do him too. It's just like change the argument. You know, a friend, I first time I told him, and he was like, so went mad. You're stupid. What's happening to you? Stop smoking. What are you using? Which drugs are you using? What are you doing? It's like, and after 9 years, I found a way, like at least make him curious. Now he's asking me questions every time he calls me.
Yeah, I hear you, buddy. And the reason I haven't done that yet is A, he's recovering from a pretty bad medical episode, but B, I'm not good with this shit like you guys are. Like, I can school some of the new guys when they come in, and I think you've actually heard me do that a couple of times, Migo, but that's only very basic shit, you know, like, yeah.
The thing is, it was very good when you were. You remember that guy I was talking to, and then he brought up Coriolis, and you said, "Oh, this is my field. Let me go in," and I let you go in. You did very well there as well. So because you know your shit, so it's just like.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, people that are close to us they are the most difficult. The ones they come on the Discord, it's much easy to control them and to argue with them. The ones they are close, we don't want to really upset them. You know, there is this thing that, oh, I might lose a friend, and let me try this way, not hurt him. But in the end, you know, you have to come up and just find what. Like my friend, it was gas pressure when he moved his head. He went like, oh, what? Oh man, how come I didn't thought about that? And
yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's really interesting with this guy as well, because I'm not afraid of losing him. Like we wildly disagree on a few things. Flat Earth versus globe. We're actually a bit closer in that respect. He leans that way, but it's interesting because he's kind of mixing the two, because he doesn't believe in gas without containment, and he knows that doesn't work. So his view is that it's round, but there's also a firmament on top keeping everything in. There's no space, there's no planets or any of that shit. So he's already most of the way there.
he's flat earther. He just want to. He just trying to not confess it to you. Maybe he wants to confess to other people. You know,
yeah, maybe.
Oh, I don't want to say my sins to my friend. I can say to somebody that I don't know him, because you know I never met him, so who cares?
Yeah, maybe because I mean he knows I'm a flat earther now. Like we've talked about it probably 5 or 6 times in the last couple of months, and just when I brought it up and that he's got a very interesting kind of mixed belief. It's interesting.
Like you said, you know, he believes in no space, no moon landing. There is no gas pressure without a container. So everything is there for him to be flat earther. So the only thing is missing is that flight. So tell him to show you.
Yeah.
Tell him I agree with you. Tell him I agree with you. I think you are right. Maybe it's a globe. Let's go find out. And take him out and take like a camera, binoculars or something, you know, show him a landmark, something.
Yeah, look, I really appreciate the advice, mate, because again, it was him It was him coming from the complete other side in 2015 when I abused the fuck out of him. I just find that interesting. He's kind of gone back into the matrix a little bit, you know?
I know that, man. My wife did that, and she went crazy, and now we're not together anymore because she's like, but it's gone back to the matrix. It's like she's an NPC again. What can I do?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, mate. It is a lot easier for. This is not a shot, obviously, at her. It is a lot easier for females to do that because they value security over freedom. But yeah, it's a difficult one. Obviously, it's much more comfortable going back in the bubble.
It's a mental thing. I think it's not nothing to do because, I mean, when I was talking to my brother, I mean, he knew what I was saying. It was true. And he goes like, yeah, but you see, before I come here, I saw the French astronaut. He was on the TV, and he said that he saw it, the globe. And what can I say? He believes the astronaut. I show him. I'm explaining the mathematics, and he's looking at me, and he's like, I can see from his expression, he's understanding what I'm saying, and he knows that he's in his mind in the confusion. Yeah, his eyes is rolling around. He's like, oh man, he's calculating all these things. He's good in math, and yeah, it doesn't make sense. But again, he goes back to but he won't.
Yeah,
They cannot leave the comfort zone. It's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah, delusions and illusions are definitely very, very comfortable. But yeah, it's interesting because he's so red pilled on everything else, my mate. Like, and again, he's not an actual globie, really. He's just got that one sticking point. So we'll get him past it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he's already there. I told you, he just don't want to confess to you. I don't know. Maybe he's like, oh, I cannot say it to you. I don't know.
I wouldn't know why, because he already knows where I stand. And again, there's shit we disagree completely on. Like, for example, for one example, like he's sorry, I was going to say for one example, like he is completely 100% fucking ANCAP, right? Anarcho-capitalist. You're full-blown libertarian. There should be no government, no borders, no countries, no nations, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's where he stands. I'm pretty much on the opposite end of that. So we can have conversations about that. We can have conversations about flat Earth too. He's just, it's just that one sticking point. There's nothing we can't say to each other, you know?
Yeah.
He goes to South America all the time, does ayahuasca ceremonies. He's full into the chakras, and he's full into a lot of kind of like the new age hippie shit, and he's a big believer in reincarnation and all that kind of stuff, which is perfectly fine. And I'm directly on the opposite. I'm a Christian, but we can openly talk about it, no problem. So I'm hearing what you're saying. I don't know, maybe you're right, but I don't know why he wouldn't be able to actually say that to me.
Yeah, I understand that, but now that you're saying this, and so I see that there is not only one point of disagreement between you. There is many. You don't agree with between the he's anarchist. You don't believe in that. He goes to ayahuasca. You don't believe in that. So do you believe in flat Earth? He doesn't believe in that. So far we have 2 against 1. So he's better. He's still,
Yeah, and an outside looking in point is always valuable. Yeah.
Those are very personal because I understand his experience because I did. I do ayahuasca. I believe in chakras as well, but doesn't mean that I cannot be believing in Jesus or I cannot believing in that. I mean, some people probably they need different experience to understand things, in their spirituality, and you have different way to understand your spirituality, but doesn't mean your way is right, his way is wrong. It's like the same thing is with thinking about the government and all these things. I mean, I think, why should be the fucking government? Who is the government to tell me what to do? Why I don't have my own knowledge, or like, for example, why they have to tell me, oh, I cannot go out from my house, I mean, or you cannot do this, you cannot do that, I mean, why?
Oh, look, I'm actually in agreement. Like, he keeps telling me that I'm a closet libertarian. Yeah, I do agree with him on a hell of a lot of stuff. And like where I'm coming from is more traditionalist. It's absolutely minimal. I think you do need some form of governance. I do believe we do need borders. I do believe we do need military. But my belief personally is that you do need some form of governance, but it has to be very, very small and a very, very small. Basically, they control borders, control military, control cops, control courts. That's it. Everything else, stay the fuck out of my life. That's where I sit. He's more, just abolish the whole fucking lot, which I think is pretty utopian. But it's fine. We got different beliefs.
Those are the same people that you are saying that the government, the military, the court, all these things. Those people, they are telling you what to do in your life. You are not free of them. They are telling you what to do in your life. Look at what happened in 2020. It's like it was the most stupid thing.
I know. I want what we used to have. What we used to have here in Australia. You go back about 100 years, which was. There's governance, there's everything like that, but very, very limited as to what they can actually do. It's exploded from there, obviously, but you got left the fuck alone, and practically everything back in the day, and there was no income tax either. But you did have a body, you did have a border, you did have a military, you did have law and order, but overall they stayed the fuck out of your life. And they weren't taxing you to the fucking nines and shit. Like I guess minarchist is probably the best way you could explain my position. He's a complete anarchist, which is fine, which is perfectly fine.
When you say border, anyway, Australia doesn't have a border; it's an island. So I understand. For you, maybe border doesn't mean anything, but I mean, 100 years before, when there was no borders, everybody, or 200 years ago, everybody was going anywhere they wanted. Nobody tells them where you're going. Once you're not doing anything bad, nobody was telling you what, except you come to a gang that they are, they're going to steal you or they're going to do something. But this can happen anywhere. It's like, my thing is, I understand people, they like to have people telling them what to do, and this is why we are in this situation, I think, because the people, they forgot that, okay, you can tell me what can I do, but don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, I know. I understand the position, because he and I have had this conversation, again and again and again and again, over and over and over. And this is what I say to him. So I'll say the same to you regarding this particular axiom. I think that the anarchists throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't like being told what to do, but I do understand a need for some organized oversight, I guess you could say, for predominantly the defense of wherever you are.
Maybe for a time for transaction as well. I mean, we cannot go from this situation total anarchy. I mean, that will be disaster, because it has to come with an education. The education system has to change. I don't know why the children, they have to go to school before 7 years old. They have to be playing, they have to be experiencing in the fields, climbing the trees, playing in the river, in the mud, instead of being in the school and learn this, learn this, learn this, learn this.
I agree. I'll go one further. I don't think that it should be mandatory for children to go to school at all, because again, back in the day, you would have, kids, again, they're out there playing and everything like that, and you have like the son of, say, a baker, and he starts learning the trade at 12 years old. By the time he's 20, he's got his own bakery and he is set. He's got his own house, like he's doing well. I don't believe in school, to be honest.
I agree with you. I mean, because I remember this when I was child. I mean, I could see the young guy is working with his father in the shoe factory. The other one is helping his father in his thing. I mean, it was like a tradition, yeah. From like I was saying today, I was talking the same thing with my nephew, and I was explaining like how the medical system took over. Before it was like homeopathy, which was like we knew, our mothers knew that when I'm coughing, okay, they make a tea with this herb or that herb. Every area they have their own special herbs, and you drink it and you get well. But they cannot make money with this shit, so they had to change it. And look where we are now. So everything is like, you see, instead of teaching us the good things, they taught us how to hate each other, how to be more, I'm better than you, I will be first, I will be always winner, I mean, come on, man. It's like it's a game when you're playing. Yeah, somebody has to lose, somebody has to win, but all of us, we are having fun when we're playing.
Yeah, I fully understand that, but I think again, like the like where my mate comes from, or where it sounds like you're coming from, I think it discards a lot of the human element, and people that are actually organised and where there is some form of collective, which I know is a dirty word to an anarchist, but there's some form, they will win against the individual every time because they are organised, and I think it meets in the middle. And what we've got today is just, it's gone way too far the other way, and I hate using the pendulum argument. And the reason is, like you said, people are just sheep and that. But getting back to what you were talking about with like the kid in the shoe factory and that, we still have that a lot in Australia. You have kids raised on farms that are helping from a very young age. By the time they hit 10, 12 years old, and a lot of these guys do school by radio, so it's like an hour a day or 2 hours a day. By the time they're 12, they're fully knowledgeable in the running of the farm. And a lot of times they're buying their own farms on top of the one they already own from their dad. So by the time they're 20, they got plenty of money. They're rolling in it.
Yeah, I get you. But I think, when I say, I don't know if I'm not saying like, I believe in the small communities, yeah, like neighborhoods and like small villages, or like not like cities where you cannot, I believe in like everybody has to plant its own vegetables, like just a small backyard garden. You do a few things, neighbors do a few things, like community helping each other. It's not like I'm alone, no one touch me, no, I don't want to have to do anything. I'm not talking about that kind of anarchist, yeah. I'm talking about communities, small villages, not like cities where everybody's there. They don't see sun. I mean, they don't see trees. They don't see nature. Always traffic. Always sound. Helicopters going around 24 hours a day. It's like this is mental stress automatically.
Yeah, 100%, man. What? So it sounds like you're quite the traditionalist like me, like it, because that's how it used to be. Small communities, not these mega cities, not these more traditionalists. Yeah.
I mean, I have a small garden, and my neighbor has a small garden, and I'm trying my third one to start to push a little bit her garden as well. So it's like, I give him couple of lemons, limes, he gives me a few figs, I mean, I give him couple of pomegranates, he gives me couple of avocados or whatever, it's like, it brings something in life, right? It's something I don't know how to explain. It's like a very good feeling. Like it's not helping. It's just like communicating in a different way. It's like at least when they need, I know that they will come and help me.
Yeah, and you don't keep tabs. It's community. It's barter. It's yeah, dude. You and I are 100% on the same page. Like we grow our own crops where we are. We live on acreage. We're gonna have our own block by the end of the year and everything like that. Look, mate, in terms of community, as you have said it, we are 100% on the exact same page. Guaranteed. Yeah, 100%, man.
You said he for him about anarchist and like and then you said I believe in communities. I'm not like that's what I believe too. I mean I don't believe in the government in the whole big sense. I believe, but in a community, like we have somebody that probably there in case we need some order or like some kind of somewhere to be fixed. There is this pipe broke down, things like that. Somebody to manage that, but not like somebody to come and break my head. And we have this saying in back home. We say like your neighbor is more important than the firefighter, because sometimes when there is a fire your neighbor can come and save you if he's willing to do. And because I lived I live in the
Yeah.
and
Yeah, man.
sometimes
So you like me recognize the need for some form of collective and some form of oversight, but very limited. And we believe in traditional values. It is what it sounds like to me. So we're on the same page, man.
because I mean in the end we have to have some kind of agreement together to have communication at least. I mean I cannot talk in Arabic and you don't understand it, and you're talking me to English and I don't understand it, and then we're fighting with each other. So no, we have to have some basics, at least communication, some agreements about things. I mean moral agreements. No stealing, no killing, no raping. There is this moral agreements that we all have it already inside us. We just have to be in agreement.
Yeah, there is that. You can agree to do that shit, but as well, and this is why I'm not an anarchist, is you do need you need some enforcement for that, and that enforcement has to be standardized, because we've tried in history many times where you have just I guess you could say street justice or lawlessness or whatever the case may be. It was definitely prominent in Australia, and a lot of innocent people were actually wrongly targeted and got killed. So there has to be some kind of process. There has to be some kind of very light touch overreach, and this is why I'm not completely anti having any form of governance. So it's a loose umbrella of governance that leaves people the fuck alone, but it makes sure that the populace are protected. The government serves the actual people themselves. They are protected. You have borders. You have law and order. You have a military to defend your farm. You have, and all that kind of shit. You have that, but the government, in terms of personal life, stays the fuck out of what you can say, what you can do, what you can own.
But the thing is, like when you're still having borders, I mean, you're already dividing. Yeah, I mean, still there is division. In understanding, it will be. It's like my way of communication is not through violence. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to come to, because we as humans, we're not really violent thing, but we grow up in a situation that we have to be sometimes, and sometimes people, they do it because of they are drunk or they are in drugs or whatever, or like I don't know. Some people, they are psychos. They do stupid things. Yes, I understand that. Yes, I mean, and those people, they have to somehow. I'm not saying punished, at least to be put in a place where they can be healed because they have problems. I mean, because you never see a kid running after a cat and will kill the cat, or will catch a dog and will try to kill the dog. On the contrary, they love. It's in our nature. It's love, right? That's why Jesus loved his enemies. I mean, so it's a mental thing to hate. It's not a natural thing. It's been fed to us.
On that, that's definitely a point I think of disagreement with us. That's fine. Look, I love your view of humanity, but look, and maybe like maybe it's my background, maybe it's me growing up, and maybe it's what I saw overseas. I think people need to actually have. You've got negative reinforcement and positive reinforcement. You've got negative incentive and positive incentive, but you need the negative there. And in terms of borders, like you obviously have an issue with the borders. Look, the reason, for example, we have border enforcement in Australia is because for decades, from the gold rush onwards, we had massive influx of Chinese who refused to assimilate into the local culture. They basically set up a miniature fucking China wherever they set up. They were having more kids. They were becoming like, it was just, people are tribal by nature, man. It's not government enforcing it. People are tribal by nature. History tells us this, and current times tell us this. This is why the multicultural thing has completely failed. And I say this as one with a Japanese wife. We have a multicultural family, I guess you could say. Multi-ethnic, not multicultural. We live like Aussies. But again, this is where it has to meet in the middle. And from where I'm standing, it's from a historical perspective. I don't think that people are naturally good. I don't think people are naturally loving. I think that people will take what they can take and do what they can do to get their own end a lot of the time. And this is why you need some kind of overarching authority. Not to tell you what to do, but to be there when people don't do what they're supposed to do, if that makes sense.
Hey, Skinny. Hey, Skinny, can I interject, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go nuts, man. I wasn't trying to go on a diatribe. Sorry.
I was in the middle of cooking and serving dinner while listening. So now that I'm free, I want to talk about anarchy and how you described that there is a necessity of borders, there is a necessity of control in some form. So, and you're also a history buff. So, with, for example, Australia, which was a colony, a series of colonies that were set up primarily to eradicate people from the UK to be able to gain resources, mineral-rich resources in Australia, right? Sort of agree with that, yeah?
Yes, yeah, to an extent, yeah.
Okay, so the majority of the first people that arrived in Australia, Europeans that is, were a mixture of free settlers at the bottom and convicts who were sent for the term of their natural life or for hard labour, and families of convicts that were destitute. That's literally for the first 50 years, that's who was sent to Australia. And Australia has always had a history of rebellion. Whenever authority had overstepped its mark, there was a rebellion. From the first week of settlement, there's a rebellion in relation to the way the natives were treated by the constabulary, right up until Rum Rebellion, when our form of income, our form of exchange of money was through rum. And then, obviously Bligh tried to
Yeah,
tax
18,
that.
1808. Sorry to interrupt. So, yeah, there was 1808. William Bligh, he overstepped his mark. He was trying to do good things, but like with the bounty, he was a shit leader, and he way overstepped, and there was a rum rebellion by the Rum Corps. Yeah.
Yeah, so the military overthrew him, pretty much, working on behalf of the public. And then, moving forward, there was a whole series of miniature rebellions. But we had established in Australia a series of colonies, New South Wales, Victoria, and Van Diemen's Land. And around about the time just before the start of the gold rush in, say, Victoria, New South Wales and Western Australia, there was just such an enormous impasse on the working people that they couldn't construct businesses to trade because the excises and costs were just too extreme. And that reared its head for about 15 years up until the discovery of gold, when there was an influx of people from all around the world. And yeah, fair enough, people are going to congregate in their own communities. Obviously Irish, Scots, English, Chinese, Japanese, there were some Japanese here. And there was also people from the US that come out in the gold rush. But the problem with the authority is it didn't matter how people congregated, is there was still an overreach of authority, such as gold licensing and so on. And that's when, obviously, we get to Eureka Stockade.
1854, Eureka Stockade, yes.
Yep. Okay, and then after the gold rush started to settle down, there was supposed to be a system in place, especially in Victoria, in the colonies, where the people that were out for the term of their natural life, which was 25 years, were able to gain tenant status. So they were able to settle on squatters' land and work and be free men. And
selectors.
What? Sorry?
Yeah, the selectors.
Yep. So, but what happened was any particular person that was a son of a severe, what they considered a severe criminal, or their family, they weren't allowed that particular freedom, such as Ned Kelly. And then he had an undercurrent of rebellion again, based upon what they assumed to be what was already set in place in the colonial laws, especially the statutes that were created in the colonial laws. And then you had people like Ned Kelly that would just completely rebel. And because they were rejected to own their own land or be tenants on squatters' land, he started to burn mortgages. And it all led up until around about 1867 to 1874, when people that had already set up really, really well constructed businesses, who were the descendants of people who had served their time, they weren't allowed to trade between the states. They were given an excise, which means that they couldn't do inter-colonial business. And we were at the threshold of a civil war. And that's when they sent out Quick and Garran to settle things down, go around the country and figure out, okay, what do people want? Or how are we going to move forward without a civil war? Because we don't want to happen what happened in the USA. And that's where we developed our constitution, and that's when we federated. But just going on your words, that is just in Australia, that was a perfect balance of what could have been anarchy and then what became just the limited control of government. So,
yeah, and to your point, you're definitely correct. Sorry to cut in there, but also the main driver behind Federation was the British withdrawal of their military forces in 1870, and you still had the French, the Dutch, the Germans, the Russians. They were looking to actually colonize Australia. No single colony actually had the ability to defend itself. So that's where the 1840s was the earliest you hear mention of federation in Australia. And you are right, there was different gauges of railway. There were tariffs, there were taxes between the colonies for sure. Like my colony of Queensland was formed in 1859 because we were sick of all the money being made up here going down to Sydney, and then immediately North Queensland wanted their own separate colony because all the money started going down to Brisbane, which is the same as what's happened since. I get where you're going with this on the border thing, and we have a spirit of rebellion. Yeah. Anyway, please continue.
But I think the main point I was making is the fine balance between what could be anarchy and what should be organised control through government. So I was sort of agreeing with you, but sort of disagreeing with you that what happens when you have a systematic, that when you have a complete agreement that there's going to be organised control, almost obviously every time psychopaths make it to power and obliterate that or use that control to obliterate what should have been the ability for people to just go about their business without harm or restriction. But what we have now is the complete opposite, especially in Australia.
Yeah, I do agree with you. No, I do agree with you on that. And look, and this is what happens is, again, 90% of people are sheep, and this is how this actually comes up. You're definitely on the money a bit with some of the persecutions, etc., of people from convict stock, for example, and overtaxation, etc. But I mean, this is why the British hated coming over to Australia a lot of the time, even in colonial times, when it was still considered British, because Aussies have been very hard to rule even since around the 1840s, 1850s. So it wasn't as exactly as you say, like as authoritarian as you're saying it is. Yeah, it was harsh, but for the most part, people were kind of left alone outside of the main centres. Yeah, there were people like the Kellys, there were people. So don't get me wrong, it was hard and it was harsh, and you're definitely right. There was persecution, etc. It's not quite like I know what you're saying, and I know the axiom you're going on, but it's not quite as extreme as what you're saying. And I think, like you're saying, we do disagree, and but we mostly agree, but there is a slight disagreement there as well. And the problem is, it's not necessarily the overarching government that's the problem. It's the fucking people underneath that go along with it, in my opinion, and that's how we got where we've gotten, because we had a good thing going. For example, in 1916, when America was suffering under Woodrow Wilson's war socialism, which was really, really overreaching and fucking horrible. Businesses were shut down left, right, and centre. Billy Hughes was forced to hold 2 referendums on conscription because he risked breaking the Federation up, that spirit of rebellion that you're talking about. We were the only volunteer force in World War One. And then you fast forward, like you're talking about, you fast forward that 80, 90 years, and we're completely and utterly cucked. So it is a balance, as you say. The question is how to keep that balance, because we've seen what complete anarchy can do, and we've seen what overreach does, and this over-bloated bureaucracy does, and this is why, for me, democracy was a cow that was slaughtered for me ages ago. I don't believe in democracy at all. I think it's a fucking bunch of bullshit, to be perfectly honest, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, democracy as an ideal is brilliant. The problem is when you have systems, so worldwide systems, financial systems and control systems that are infiltrating your local and federal elections everywhere, in every country, it ceases to become a democracy. And it's a selectocracy.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. And I wasn't trying to overtalk you or Migo either. Sorry, I was just saying. Yeah, look, actually, I think we're actually 90% you, Migo, and I think we're in like 90% agreement. To be perfectly honest, People say all the time, right? Socialism has failed every time it's been tried. And then obviously, libertarians and a lot of the milquetoast conservatives are going, government is the problem. And both are true to obviously, especially with government to an extent. But when I turn around and say to people, democracy has failed every time it's been tried. And I don't know if you've ever read Alexander Fraser Tytler, but I think he nailed it pretty good. People look at me with the fluoride stare. And the thing is, democracy is not new, man. It's been tried for 4,000 fucking years in various forms, and it always fails. Like, anarchy doesn't really work either, though. So I think it's just a part of the human condition. We are geared towards chaos rather than order. Would be where I'm coming from, I guess, with that particular axiom. But again, I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong, but I think we actually agree, Jar Amigo, and I think we actually agree for the most part. But we could all be wrong too. So I don't know, man.
No, but my thing is like I don't mean like everybody for himself. Like I don't care about anybody. I just want to feed myself. Yeah, this is not the anarchy that I'm looking for. On the contrary, I'm looking for like myself being good and healthy and prosperous and helping others to be like me, self. Let's say, what was the word? Self-sufficient. Yeah. I can produce my food. For example, I have my chickens, I have my rabbits, I have my whatever, a couple of sheep or a few ducks or whatever. And I'm helping the other one to be like me instead of like, no, I want to take whatever he has and I want to, that's what I like to help others to become better as well. Not like, it's not greed. See, I have enough. Like, for example, when I go fishing, I need one fish, for me. That's all I get. I don't need to fish 100, even if there is 100 of them that I can fish.
100% agree. 100% agree, but
all this comes from education and like growing up. Yeah, I mean, I think when you said the children, humans, people, they're not loving. I understand when you say people, but can you show me a children that is hating other children, another child? It's like they don't, because they don't have that thing in them yet.
I don't know, man. Honestly, with that one, I think this is one area where we probably disagree, man. Because growing up, and again, what I've even seen in my adult life, working security when I was again overseas, I see children commit just as heinous acts as adults. To be perfectly honest, because children don't have the faculties that adults have, and they don't have the impulse control either.
Because they can be manipulated, yes. I mean, I don't think that child because I saw as well, children running, and I grew up in a war as well. I mean, I saw these things, and most of them, it's the education. Why I didn't become like one of them? I mean, these kids, 3 years old, 4 years old, they're like swearing to kill, swearing to hate, swearing to do these things. But do you think this is natural? No, because it's their environment that they grew up in it.
I know where you're coming from, buddy. And there's definitely indoctrination, especially in the middle of a war like you're talking about, which I'm really sorry you grew up in. For myself, growing up, we moved around a lot and everything like that. But I just saw kids being mean to kids because you see this in any playground. You've got the bullies, you got the popular people, you got the people that are not there. Even outside of school, it's like, yeah, like it's just part of the human condition, man. Like you're gonna find a reason.
This bullying things happens because of the school system. Because in the school system is like I want to be the best, right? It's the school system is a competition system where they put you in this thing that how high you can be in this scale. That's why you are fighting for. So all these 40 kids, they are fighting for who will be the first in the classroom. So this is where it comes the bullying. I want to put you down because I want to be higher. Because this is the competition they put us in our brain when we are kid in the school. This is the whole school system. You're not getting that. The whole school system is like made to put us in this situation. To think about that there is hatred. To think that I have to be better than you. Why I am not equal like you? Why if
I know what you're saying, and look, I am actually getting it because you are definitely right to an extent. But like for example, here in Australia as well, you know, we have a particular demographic that obviously I can't talk about here, but let's say they claim to be the first people here, and they don't. Most of them don't go to school whatsoever. But you know, people are naturally tribal. They have different tribes, for example, like that. And I've personally seen time and time again 6 and 7 year olds stabbing each other, beating the shit out of each other, just because they're from a different clan, different family, etc. Or even just you put a bunch of them in where they don't even none of that even just in a playground or whatever, just to play. And people always work out hierarchies. There's always a pecking order. I know where you're coming from, but I don't think all kids are blank slates. And honestly, I think it's part of the human condition to be in conflict. If it wasn't the case, then we'd have a lot more peace in our history than war. War is the norm. Peace is just a happy accident. Really, like the world has never been at peace. People find a reason to fight.
I understand you have different perspective towards the world. I see the opposite. I see that the war is just most of the wars it's like made for, if you look, I want to take your land, greed. My religion different than your religion. My dick is bigger than your dick. I want to be stronger than. I want to show you that I'm stronger than you. I want your wife. You're not giving me. I want to. It's all stupid things, childish things. It's not human nature. God didn't create us to kill each other. Even though
God didn't create us to kill each other, but the fall.
Even though in the story the first brothers they killed each other, but still it's just a story. God didn't create us to kill each other. On the contrary, I mean, look at Jesus' message. It's like love your enemy as you love yourself. I mean, the people they were killing him said, Father, forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. I mean, it's the biggest lesson we have to learn. We have to teach to our children. Not to be first.
Do you know why? That's a solid point. Do you know why Christ said that on the cross?
Why?
So if you go back to Numbers in the law that the Israelites had, if someone didn't deliberately murder someone, accidentally killed them, because by law, if someone kills someone in your family, you're supposed to have revenge on them. I'm going to give the very short version here. So you're by law, you have to kill them. But what someone could do if it was an accidental killing is that they could go to the next settlement, the next town. They could front the judge, say, hey, look, this was manslaughter. It was an accident. I didn't actually mean to kill him. We just got into a fight, yada, yada, yada. And they would be safe as long as that judge in that town was alive. That was what was being invoked by Christ on the cross. So when he said, forgive them, they don't know what they do, he was buying them. And when you fast forward to Luke, he actually prophesied this as well. He prophesied his death and what he would actually do. So I talked about, it's been 3 years, this fig tree's given me no fruit, I'm going to get rid of it. the guy that's in charge, being Christ of the vineyard, says, look, no, I'm going to fertilize this tree, give it one more year. If it's still not producing fruit, then get rid of it if you want. So what this was on the cross when he said, forgive them, they don't know what they do, this was Christ interceding on behalf of Israel to his Father, give them one more year, which is what happened, and that's where you got Acts, and that was before the end of that particular covenant was done, and then you get the epistles with Paul and salvation passed to the Gentiles. That's a very specific one, but look, I understand what you're saying, man, but since the fall, human nature has been human nature and full of war, yeah?
For me, Jesus, I think it was very, very straightforward. When his message, it was love and forgiveness. I think that was his message. Instead of the Israelites or the Hebrews, where they were like eye to eye, tooth for tooth. I think it was just the opposite. That's why in the Bible, the Israelite was the chosen people, but with Jesus, it was for humanity.
Yeah, if you go through Romans, if you go through Romans alone, like if you just read chapter 1, verse 1 of Romans through to the end of that, Paul goes through this actually very clearly, and you're right, it's very straightforward. But I get what you're saying, bud, but that's kind of taken out of context. And also, Christ himself he was Son of Man, yes, he was human for a little while, yeah, for 33 years, but unlike us, he was blemishless, he was perfect. The rest of us are fallen creatures. We are fallen human beings. We have been ever since the fall. And since the fall has been nothing. It's war, man. Like, human nature at its base is fucking horrible, especially in times of scarcity. I cannot agree with you that love is the base of this. I can't.
Man, oh, why you see it like that? I think because I don't know. Maybe it's your military background or whatever. I don't know. But I mean, when I was 1972, so 68, I was 4 years old. We were in the mountain. It was summertime, so we didn't have a school, so we went to the mountains, which we used to do every year with all my cousins and all the four my father's brothers, like families, uncles. We used to go up to the mountains and rent a couple of houses, and we used to live together 3 months in the mountains. In the meantime, we used to harvest. We used to make our winter food supply for the winter. And this year, because there was some situations and nobody came up except my father, my mother, and my brother, sister, and grandfather and grandmother, my mother's side. And this year we had a surprise. There was some Palestinians. They wanted money, and they came and they wanted to steal money. We didn't have money, so I was laying next to my mom, and my mom got shot with the shotgun. She didn't die. She's still alive. She's sleeping now next to me, and next room. But this was my first experiences in my life. And then the civil war started, and all this shit came. I had a very, very, very difficult life, but I had to come in a situation that these things happen not because people they are bad. It's just the situation, because I saw how I could, because there was a time I wanted to be this guy that he has all these guns and going out killing these motherfuckers. I wanted to be one this guy, but I was not that. Not because I grew up. I went to the monastery. I studied Christianism. I was in the. Didn't make any sense. Jesus message, it was very clear into my head. It was always there. Love and forgive. Love your enemy as you love yourself. Because how can, of course, when they were coming to our attacking to our area, yes, I was going out and defending myself. I was not sitting in my ass, but I was not going just out to kill people because they are this, they are that. This is not human nature. It happens in the situations. It can happen, but it's not human nature. It cannot be. It's God creation. It's not to destroy. It's to fulfill His message. I mean, He's.
Look, I understand what you're saying, mate. I'm so sorry you went through everything. I really am. But honestly, do you think that you and me, or that anyone since the fall, is directly created by God?
Is any hair can fall from your head without the permission of God?
So we are. So what you're saying is that even since the fall, we are direct creations of God, and that no thought goes through our head.
Nothing can happen without the permission of God. Even the devil's existence is because of the permission of God. Because God can take him like this.
That is true. There is the permission of God. However, He also gave us free will, which is why the fall itself happened. Yes.
Yes, if you use your free will, if you use it badly, yes. If you fall into the trap.
So when we use our free will in a bad way, it is still by the permission of God because He gave us free will. Yes.
Of course. In the end, if, for example, if I want to come and kill somebody, and God, He doesn't want this person to die, can He take my soul like this? He just give me a heart attack? Can He do that?
Definitely He can, but would He? I think He would. If you read the scriptures, I think He would be betraying the free will that He actually gave us.
Yes, but in the end, if He sees you doing wrong, He can stop you if He doesn't want to.
He can, and look, I don't want to get into a theological debate. But what I do want to say is I'm taking it off track a little bit here, but one thing I will say, Migo, the fact that you have gone through the Lebanese civil war, seen what you have seen, gone through what you have gone through, and you still have such a beautiful soul, and this view that you have is absolutely magnificent, mate. And I don't think for a minute that I'm disrespecting you, because I respect the shit out of it, and I love you for it, brother.
I love you too, man. Otherwise, I will not spend my time talking to you. I love you. I hear you, and I hear your passion, and you're more talkative than me, because most of the time I'm listening when I'm working, because this is my second phone. So I have two phones. So one of them is like for the Discord, and the other one is for my work, because I don't want to stop the Discord when I'm working. So yeah, and but sometimes I cannot talk, and I see your passion. I see where you're going. I don't know. Maybe it's only me. I find this like I see peaceful way of the humanity to live together instead of like being more defensive and aggressive. I see there is a way to live more peacefully between each others, without borders
Yeah,
and without maybe. I'm
you
not saying
remind
without.
me.
I'm not saying
You
without.
remind me a bit.
I
Sorry, I was just going to say you remind me a bit of Brigitte Gabriel. You remind me a bit of Emma Eros. Actually, is a good friend of mine here in Australia. Her family fled the Civil War as well. She has a similar view to you. However, I don't know, man. All I see throughout history and all I see contemporaneously is people hurting people and people killing people. There is definitely good. I live in a great community. We all come together to. So I'll give you an example. You've been very honest with me. So when our son died in October 2022, you know, our community, we live in a small town, came together. People that we didn't even know were giving their condolences. They were giving us gifts. They were giving us flowers, giving us, some of them even dropped off some money to help with the funeral. So I have seen the good side of humanity as well, but I don't think that that is the default. I think it's an agree to disagree, buddy, on that. I think that it's much harder to be good than evil, and therefore I think evil is the default for fallen humanity.
I'm sorry to hear about your son, but no, you
Look, shit
see,
happens, man.
when it comes
Keep your kids away from the internet. That's all I can say. Keep your kids away from the internet. But the only reason I brought that up, okay, I have seen good, and obviously I do like I counsel veterans, I counsel young men. I stop veterans from unaliving themselves. I help young men masculinize. And all like young men that are lost and are thinking of unaliving themselves and find things hopeless. Like I try and do good too. And you are obviously a very, very, very good man. You've got a good heart. You've got a great heart. I just cannot bring myself to have the same view of humanity that you do, because I think the default, honestly, is bad, not good.
okay. I mean, you see, when you said you masculinize, what do you mean by that?
So a lot of the young men that I've counselled over the years, I started counselling veterans and young men in about after I worked out my own issues and after I was counselled into management. Probably from about 2018, 2019, I started counselling veterans, and then from there, young men. A lot of these young men grew up without fathers, without a good, positive role model. Without any masculine influence, and so a lot of them are very underdeveloped in terms of that. So I helped them through that. I helped them, go from basically overgrown boys to men, and to get on with their lives, and hopefully meet a good girl and have a family. But yeah, because that's lacking in our society massively, is lacking massively positive male role models, and so that's what I've done. That's I guess how I could give back a little bit myself. But again, I honestly, again, I think it's an agree to disagree with the nature of humanity.
I
Yeah.
don't mind that. I don't mind that. But can you explain? I don't know. I don't want to put you in that situation, but if you can explain a little bit more about what you mean by bringing them to masculinity, like to be a man.
Oh yeah, sure. No problem. So a lot of them that I come across or that come to me, and obviously when our son died, I had to take a little bit of a break. But a lot of them, they're still living with their parents at 25 years old. A lot of them, well, not parents. Most of the time, single mothers. They have no idea how to be a man because they've got no father, or they've got a bad father figure. A lot of them don't know how to shave. A lot of them don't know how to shave. A lot of them are in really bad shape. They have really, really bad routine. They don't have a job. A lot of them don't have a car license. A lot of them, they're sitting in this deep black hole of depression. And a lot of them are angry because of it. They can't go anywhere. So what I teach them is things like, all right, dude, get into a routine, get proactive, start physically exercising, get into a routine. That'll get you out of depression. Set goals for yourself that are achievable. Set daily goals, set weekly goals, set monthly goals, set yearly goals, and just helping them to actually function like a man, to be a provider and a protector, someone who can be relied upon, someone that is a leader. I don't know if I'm articulating or explaining that very well, but basically
Yeah. And you said yes, to be a leader, that's already a big thing, because I saw a few things about this. You think that you're doing, but it's completely the other thing that be dominant, be aggressive, be this, be that. Yeah, this is what man is. You have to be, and that was very bad. That's why I ask you what you do.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, mate, look, I'm not Andrew Tate. Like, Andrew Tate, for example, is an absolute piece of shit. I'm not telling these young fellas to go out and bang a heap of bitches and, beat up on people weaker than them or anything like that. It's just, but they have to have the ability to provide. They have to have the ability to protect themselves, protect their loved ones, do martial arts, things like that. Don't be a bully, but if someone comes bullying you, beat the shit out of them. Just things like that. To be a man, to be a provider, to be a protector, to be a leader, and to contribute.
Yes, not attacker, not the one that what was the word? Oppression. Not like, yes, I know what you're saying. This is the good side of the male, providing, protecting, defending, not the one that is attacking and aggressing. And that's what they teach. Be aggressor, be the attacker. This is the male that they have to be. Man, it's crazy how it's changed. And the main
I've seen the opposite, because my whole life, mate, I've been told, as is every male my age, I'm 39 this year, every male my age has been taught from a very young age that it's wrong to be male, it's wrong to be masculine, toxic masculinity, fucking females don't need men, that we're a waste of space, we should all fucking die, we should embrace our feminine side, boys can't be boys. It's natural for boys to fight, but you can't fight as boys. You can't learn to defend yourself like it. So what I teach these young men is what they missed out on with that, because most of them don't have fathers, and never had, and they've got these toxic females. Yeah.
Yeah, as you have the toxic female males, the toxic females. It's like they take this like feminine and masculine, which is like the most important things for the continuation of life. The life cannot go if these two doesn't exist. That's why God created this masculine and feminine, but in the balance, not in the toxicity. Not like how can I dominate you and you can dominate me. It's not that. It's like how we can hold each other's hand and fly in this.
I know, buddy. I know. This is why I'm married. Mate. I know exactly what you're saying. We complement each other. We should. Yeah.
This is how it has to be, you know. I hold your hand, you hold my hand, and then we can fly in this beautiful Garden of Eden that God created.
Yep.
This is our place, man. We come here to enjoy God's creation. I mean, why do you think we came here? To hate each other, to conquer Earth, to build something for who? God doesn't need all this. God created this place for us to enjoy. To when you tasted any fruit, like a strawberry, enjoy the taste. Enjoy it. You know, it's not like I put this powder in the water and it will taste the strawberry. Ah, man, eat the strawberry, eat the cherry.
I know what you're saying, man. Look, I do agree with you, and again, like your outlook on life is, especially considering what background you've come from, is beautiful. It is honestly beautiful, and I applaud you for that, man. I honestly, I really applaud you for that.
Thank you, man. I mean, I went through a lot, though, you know, to come to this place. The peace is not outside, you know. The fight is not outside. It's inside. It's our longing. Yeah, because people you know, people they are scared, and when people they are scared, they are very easily manipulated. That's why when you are in this struggle between your feelings, which everybody wants to be happy, right? Every human in this world wants to be happy. But why we are not happy? Because we cheat ourselves with worldly things instead of seeing the whole things that happened, that the God created this place for us, for our soul, because we know we are not the body. The body will go, the body will die, and when the body dies, the mind will die with it as well. But the things will stay is the soul, which experiencing the mind and the body. So that's where it comes a trinity, right? You have the body, the soul, and the mind, the body, the mind, and soul. You have the
body, spirit, and soul. Which obviously the mind is part of the soul. Yeah, I get you.
The mind. Oh, you take it. The mind is part of the soul or the part of the body.
Well, you experience your emotions and your instincts and everything in your mind, which would connect it to the soul.
Yeah, everything is connected. Everything is connected to the soul, because the soul, if doesn't exist, this tool will not exist. Because your body is the physical, your mind and your emotions, they are the metaphysical, and then you have your soul, which is experiencing this too.
Yeah, it's metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics are the three main branches of philosophy, for sure.
Because your soul is separated. Your soul is infinite. It will not die. Your body and your mind will die. Your emotions will die when you die.
Yeah, reading biblically, I can't I don't have the scriptures off the top of my head, but as I can understand it from the scriptures, you've got your spirit, you've got your soul, and you've got your body. Your body dies, your soul stays with the body, and your spirit goes where it's supposed to go, and then at the resurrection, later on during the rapture, that's when your body is remade and your soul is remade, and you go up to meet Christ in the clouds, and you inherit the kingdom of heaven.
Okay. So when I say mind, you say soul. Emotions.
Yeah, Yeah, they're essentially the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go there. Body, soul, and the spirit. So the spirit is infinite, right? The spirit will not die.
Yeah, no, of course. Oh, sorry, I wasn't actually nitpicking. I was just simply saying, we're actually agreeing here. Yeah. We're agreeing.
To come to my point, I'm just trying to come to my point that your body and your soul, they're not infinite. They are created here for this realm. You are in this realm, yeah, in this, let's say, under the container. Yes, we are here. We can experience this, but the spirit is not from here, right?
Yeah.
The spirit is infinite.
Yeah, there's got to be something there to obviously inherit the kingdom of heaven. With the rapture. Yeah, there's definitely got to be something there to actually go up to inherit that, and yeah, that would be the spirit for sure.
But let's say for this, the body and the soul, they are born here to experience this realm. Your emotions and your taste, your feelings, your sight, your smell, your hearing, it's all for this dimension. The only witness we have for this dimension is our spirit, right? Which is out, it comes from outside of this realm. So this realm that we are experiencing now, me and you talking, we are feeling whatever we did, the past, the future, or whatever it will come, maybe not come, it's finite.
Oh, for sure, mate. I'll tell you what, Migo, would you like to? If you like, what I'll do is I'll message you a Zoom link. Once AJ gets it sorted out again, but we do a Bible study every Sunday. If you'd like to come along, I think you'd really, really enjoy it, and you'd be a great addition to the Bible study if you're interested, because this kind of stuff we talk about all the time.
Okay, but you know when, because I went into a couple of Bible studies I didn't like, because it's like, this is what it says, you cannot go wrong. I mean, I don't know. I can give it a try because I like you and
No. Yeah, no, I'm hearing you. So this is not like those at all. There's plenty of Q&A. There's plenty of back and forth, and the best thing about it is run. You know AJ, right, from the server, AJ?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, he's the guy that runs it, but it is 100% scripture. You hear more scripture in these Bible studies than you will hear in a month of Sundays in any church. And that's one of the things that I love about it. It's scripture, and it's backing scripture, and it's really lighthearted, and it's a lot of back and forth. People can ask questions whenever they want. No one's treated like an idiot. There's no like argument or anything like that or debate. It's just doing what the scriptures say. The body of Christ getting together, discussing the word. It's really lighthearted. It's really chill, and I think you'll love it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can give it a try. I cannot promise anything.
It's completely up to you, mate. Like Platter goes to it as well. But yeah, it's just up to you. But the only reason I brought that up, mate, is yeah, like again, absolute respect and love towards you, bro. Look, again, we don't agree on the nature of humanity, which is fine. I would think it's a really boring world if we all agreed on everything. Like we all agree on one thing here, that the Earth's not a fucking globe. But yeah, I really appreciate you sharing your testimony, and I really appreciate as well. Again, honestly, man, like you're clearly a wonderful human being, and you've clearly got a wonderful soul, especially given what you've been through. And while I can't agree with you on the nature of humanity, I mean, yeah, if we had a lot more people like you in the world would definitely be a much better place, man. For sure.
We wouldn't need any government, anybody to tell us what to do. I know, man. It's very easy. It's just like we are not so many. That's the problem. You know, imagine if we were 99% and there was only 1% that they were bad people. Would you say that, yes, we need the government, we need the border? Oh, I have to have, I forgot my passport, but I'm on the plane. I have the ticket. Can I go? And you see, shouldn't have it be a problem if I go there and I say, I have a ticket for this plane. They shouldn't have to tell me, who are you, where are you going? I have the ticket. I'm going from here to there. Who are you?
Look, I agree with you. I agree with you on that one. I think passports are a bunch of fucking bullshit. Like I said, I actually on 90+% of things, you and I definitely agree. Same with Jar when he was here. Like on 90+%,
I
we
don't
agree.
think we have any problem. I don't think we have any problem. It's just like maybe we not find the right words on the things that we are thinking that we don't agree. You see, it's just we have to find the right phraseology to agree upon it. There is no
Nah, man,
disagreement.
nah, not at all, man. Like, honestly, it's all right. And I think if I met anyone I fully agreed with on everything, honestly, that
You
would
would not
freak me the fuck out.
You cannot find, man. I mean, you would be. You cannot find anybody to agree with you 100%. It's impossible. Otherwise, we will not be that 1% that we don't agree with anybody. It makes our uniqueness. That's what I'm unique.
I'm hearing you, brother. I'm hearing you. I'll see as well. If you'd be okay with that, I'll see as well. I'll hit my mate Emma Eros. Again, her family are Lebanese. They fled the war. But if you'd like, I can see if I can put you guys in touch. Maybe you'd have a lot of common ground there. Maybe. Up to you. But yeah.
Well, now I'm open to anything because I have a lot of time. Yes, I do work a lot. I do things, but it's all under my command. Nobody telling me what to do. I don't have a boss. I don't have a time. I choose my time to work. I choose my time to talk. You know, it's like that is my 100% goal. Now I still have to go out and work for like a few hours or whatever it is. Sometimes 10 hours. Yeah, but I still listen to Discord and I still give couple of comments. You know, I don't work in the office. I'm tired of working for people. That is
You and I both, brother, which is why by the end of the year, I should, all going well, I'll have my own block, and then homestead, because the happiest years of my life were the times where the first 4 or 5 years where we grew everything, and we've done a bit of that where we live now. But yeah, I look forward. You know, no landlord, no boss, not paying electricity. I'm not paying for my own water. Like I said, we agree on 90+%, man. We're definitely on the same page with a lot.
my 2000 watt um, battery inverter to DC because I'm going to Texas from Las Vegas for the solar eclipse, and so it will take me 2 days to go there and stay there a couple of days and maybe come back another 2 days. But because I'm starting online business and I started already, so I have to keep in touch with it. So I have to take my laptop and I need the converter for battery. I'm trying, you know, so I'm getting slowly to be detached from anything.
Good on you. Good on you. One thing I will tell you about DC, though, if you don't already know this, and I learnt this in the army when I was in signals platoon. We had the radio stacks and whatnot. When DC bites you, when you get the shock from DC, it hurts like fuck. So do your best to earth everything properly because it really, really hurts.
Oh, yeah, well, I told you, man, I grew up in war, yeah? So we used to have electricity. And we in Lebanon, we used to have 110. It's not to 220. So it used to be 110, but we used to have 3 phases. So 310s. So we had like 6-7 buildings all attached to these 3 lines. For example, 2 buildings on this, 3 buildings on that, 4 buildings on the other one. And so when sometimes during the war a bomb comes to one place, so we have only 2 phases. So the other people, they take their cable and they put on the other phases. Man, we used to play with the electricity like nothing. But one of my friends that grew up with me, like my age, he didn't take care of himself, and he touched the thing, and the electricity come through his body and went out from his tongue, and there was a hole in his tongue. And man, that was crazy.
Yeah, we had a guy in signals platoon. He actually he lost up to the first knuckle of his index finger when he got bitten by the DC electricity. It exploded it like a fucking a hot dog you put in the water too long, and poor bastard.
Wooden chair. We used to put that one because we are above the ground. Because even if the ground is wet, because this was in, like, I'm talking about the 70s, 80s, 1970s, 80s, and we still the Nikes, they were just coming up. In our countries, we used to have this Japanese shit stuff, Chinese things, wearing, and like they smell very bad. Anyway, so we had to be very, very careful. We used to carry always this wooden chair, put it on the ground before we go up and touch the DC, so we are not grounded because it will heat us so bad. Yeah, and this one, you see, these things I learned like I was like maybe 10 years old. I learned these things.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, mate. I'm hearing you.
They would not know even that this shit exists.
Oh, I'm hearing you, bud. Like, it was the same when I was in the army as well. Like, whenever you're using a detonator for an explosive like a Claymore mine, you had to make sure you earthed yourself out. And we saw photo and video of guys blowing parts of their fingers off when they didn't earth because the detonator would just go off as they're trying to put it in the Claymore. So you got to be careful for sure. It's a wild world.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been a few times shocked, but not big times, because I've been working in the car electrician. I did a little bit house electrician as well. So I've been shocked a few times, but not big.
Oh, no wonder you're so fucking smart. I've never met a dumb Sparky, man. Sparky's what we call an electrician in Australia. I've never met a stupid Sparky ever.
Yeah, because after you get a few shocks, you will learn.
A dumb Sparky, a dead Sparky.
I will ask you this: how many times your parents told you don't touch the candle, you will burn your hand, and then you touched it?
Mate, I can't put a number to it, but quite a few.
Yeah, because in the end you have to touch it to learn it, man. Doesn't matter how many times they tell you, I don't do it because I know it's bad. But you have to do it to understand why it's bad, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just like the campfire. You know, you don't walk too close to the campfire. You're going to get burnt. And then you step on a hot coal barefoot and
Yeah. I mean, every Sunday we used to do barbecue. It's like we used to have these mini barbecues, not like yours. We have different, we do it the small pieces of meat, marinated on a skewer and cooked very slow fire, very tenderly. We do it differently than yours. It's like big chunks of steaks on the fire, a strong fire burning.
Yeah, mate, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But yeah, I grew up very poor. So our barbecue was actually a bit of scrap metal on top of two Besser blocks, so building bricks, and you light a wood fire underneath. That was our barbecue.
I tell you what we used to barbecue, man. Chicken necks, chicken liver, cow liver, things like that people don't eat. This is what we used to barbecue. But still, you have this good energy.
Chicken hearts, man. Chicken hearts. Chicken hearts are fucking great.
Oh, I love them, man. Even gizzards, man. The hard shit, oh, man. With some eggs on it. It's like rice next to it. It's a family meal, man. What are you talking about? I've been there.
Yeah, man. Look, when Dad used to kill, he used to kill the cows, and I grew up eating horse as well. He kept everything. Keep the liver, keep the kidneys, keep the lungs. Fucking make a bit of haggis. Keep the intestines to make sausage. Like, yeah, don't waste. Don't waste.
I was living in Tenerife. It's one of these Canary Islands in Spain, and I was living with this English lady. We had a baby, and I got this supermarket one day out of the town, and I found sheep brains, and they're selling so cheap. I'm like, man, this is delicacy. So I buy like 3-4 of them. It's like it used to be delicacy in my country. It's like, man, this is so cheap. What the fuck? And I go to the counter, and man, the girls, they start to speak to each other in Spanish, and everybody's looking at me. Suddenly, what happened? Shit. I buy something that you're selling, lady. I told her, why you are looking at me like that? If it's something bad, don't sell it. If you're selling it, don't look at me like that because I bought it. And
Brains actually, yeah, it's quite nice actually. The one that I really have issue with, that I still to this day can't stand the taste of, even when you treat it in milk and that. I cannot fucking stand liver, man. I can't stand it. I try. I'm not fussy. I've never been fussy, but liver, cow liver, sheep liver, goat liver. I just can't. It just. I'm not fussy, man. I'll eat just about anything.
I eat them, bro. If I have to.
Brain is nice. I like brain. I like just about anything else. I've had haggis, which is a mixture of your liver, kidney, and lungs and that. But yeah, mixing liver with things, yeah. But on itself, oh god, it makes me throw up.
No, man. You have to take. For me, the meat is good alone. It has to be something. I mean, even if you want at least salt, right? You have to put something on it. So you have to do something for this special tasty organs. You cannot eat it just like that. It has to be marinated or cooked with something to take that the taste. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's like some people, they cook lamb or sheep and they taste very bad because they don't know how to cook it.
I tell you one thing. One thing I really do like though is I like the tongue, cow tongue. Slice it thinly. Fucking beautiful.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. I spent about 3-4 years not eating meat, and I all my life I ate meat. I lived in Greece for a while, and my first year on this island, winter time, I was working in the coffee shop, and then Easter came, and they have this tradition. Every family has to slaughter a lamb or a small goat. So sometimes what they do, two families come together and they do one, because there is not too many people to eat, and they slaughtered the sheep. My boss, where I was working in the coffee shop, and he brought the liver to the shop, and I saw the liver. I said, "Can I taste?" Because in my country it's like delicacy. And he goes like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Can I take piece of this liver?" And he said, "Yes, yes, of course, of course." So I cut the piece of liver, and it's the coffee shop. It was full, and I used to live alone in this village, on this island. I had my own place, and I was like, there was 3 foreigners living on this island. Me, Italian guy, and an English guy. The rest, they're all village people in Greece, like very mentally old people. And then he said, yes, 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 you can take it. So I took this piece of liver and I put it. I took my piece of onion, the spices, and I make my small piece of sandwich, and I'm eating. And I suddenly look, all the coffee shop was looking at me. And this old guy, he said, "I told you, he's eating all the cats of the island." And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Apparently there is this...
Yeah, it's funny what we get up to on this flat Earth. It's funny what we get up to. To your point, you have to slaughter. Like, I think it's a good thing, and that's why I was running before he died. I was running my son through because I started on rabbits, and then I went to the chooks and turkeys and ducks, and then eventually pigs, goats, lambs. I haven't done a cow yet, but I think it's important for everybody to slaughter an animal at least once in their life, just to know where their food comes from.
Or at least see it done.
Yeah,
hey, Matrix.
When I was into this plant-based diet, no killing animal, I was because all my life I went hunting. My dad took me hunting, and I love him so much, and I praise to God to rest his soul in peace. He was like telling me always, don't take more than you can, you need. Always, like, we used to go hunting, and he used to take only like 10, 12 bullets, like, the shotgun bullets. He said, if I don't hit with one shot, that means I'm a bad hunter. I need 10 birds to feed my family, and I take 10 things. But he used to take always a couple of strong ones in case if he saw like a bigger animal, bigger game, like a small pig or something. He used always to have this couple of extra strong bullets with him. And like sometimes I used to sit next to him and watching the bird. I said, "Daddy is here there," and he goes like, "Shh." Okay, we sit like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He's still waiting, man. Come on, I see the bird. So he's waiting. He see a couple of other birds, and he knows that they are male. They will come to the female, so he can kill 3 of them in one shot. And
yeah, bird hunting is only legal in a couple of states in Australia. But what we used to do, so we used to go pig hunting with dog and knife. You'd have pig dogs. They grab the pig. Now you don't want to eat pigs in Australia straight from the wild because most of them have been eating carrion. So what you do is the dogs you grab the pig. You tie the pig up. Some of them you stab and kill on sight and leave them to rot. Others you'll take back into your pig pen, put them on good feed for a couple of weeks, and then kill them and you worm them. But yeah, it was just it's the same kind of thing. Like my dad, like yours, taught me not so much the hunting aspect, but how to actually kill and to dress an animal, which I'm very thankful to him for, because figuring it out yourself is very difficult.
And don't kill more than you need. It's like, it's not like killing is not a pleasure. Killing is like a need for you to eat. We used to go fishing, and we used to fish enough and said, "Okay, son, let's go home." And then things start to get a little bit worse. So he start to fish more, so he can sell the fish for other people. So he used to make like kind of a business with it, but never killing birds. I think he used to love birds, and he had some kind of a special thing about birds. And always like, okay, we need 2 birds each. We are 5, so we need 10. So I'm not taking 11 bullets. I'm only taking 10. If I miss,
and this is the thing as well. Like fucking people forget. These certified fucking dickheads forget. You respect the animal you kill, and when you raise your own animals, your own meat, they get so much more respect when you kill them than what they'll get in an abattoir, where it's like a assembly line factory thing. You get the bulk under the head, get cut up, yada yada yada. Whereas when it's your own meat, you kill them with respect. You respect the animal. You end it as quick as possible, and you treat that animal, even the carcass, with respect. And that's something that these certified fucking idiots don't understand.
of course, they have this kosher or halal killing. The halal killing, the whole process is like you don't have to show the knife to the animal. The animal shouldn't see the knife. The animal shouldn't get scared. It has to come like very suddenly and very quickly, so this fear will not get into the meat, because when somebody is in fear, it has to
better. It makes the meat better for sure. Like I don't know, buddy. Like I've seen that style of killing before. I don't agree with it for the bigger beasts because it does cause pain.
I will tell you, it's all abused as well by the, when I'm telling you this, I'm not telling you the factory way, because what is the factory way of the halal killing or the kosher killing. You see, in the chicken factory, you have this line that goes, hundreds of chickens passing through, all hanging on these hooks, and their throats are open, and before they come to this razor that it will cut their throat, there is a word, a paper written on it, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, whatever is the their things that they are saying in Quran. It's only something is written on the wall. It's not even somebody saying, yeah, and something in Hebrew, and it's passing in front of it. It's nothing to do. It's all machine. It's I remember when I was
Yeah,
kid.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. And home kills, like, you can very, very humanely, you can very humanely dispatch the animal that you are dealing with a blade. But obviously, the best way is you shoot him in the head. Is the best way for sure.
That's the halal thing, to let the animal not feel the fear. Just kill it in a quickest way you can, yeah. So it doesn't feel the fear. But that's why when you kill, when if I have a chicken I want to kill, I will come. Even if I'm a Christian, right? I will say thank you God for this thing that you giving to me, because it's his creation, right? And and kill it quickest as I can, because I don't want him to suffer, because it will be my meat, my food. It will be part of me. I don't want the scary things to be part of me. I want be happy things part of me.
Exactly. Respect. You respect the animal that you're killing, and you keep the you keep the pain or punishment or fear to an absolute minimum. A, because it ruins the meat, but B, because it actually. Same when you hunt. Like, this is why your father was so patient when hunting as well, because you don't want to wound an animal and they go away and get die slowly. You want to make sure you kill that motherfucker right on the right when you shoot it. You gotta do it right. You're not just some hillbilly out there fucking blasting rounds off and ruining the meat. You don't want to ruin the carcass either. For when you cut it up for meat. You don't want to have 3 or 4 bullet holes in the animal. You want to shoot the fucking thing in the heart, cut the top of the lungs off. It drops. It's dead in 2 seconds. That's what you're after. Yeah.
It's the quickest you can. It's like one bullet, one knife, one arrow, whatever it is. When I was a kid, I was I saw it was a black and white, or I'm not sure if we had this new color TV, which really doesn't look like color TV back then. But I was very, very young, and I watched this movie. There was this American Indian kid with an American white kid, that they have this boat. They were rowing on this lake. They get lost, and the winter comes in, and they get stuck somewhere. And the Indian kid knew how to survive. And there was one time they needed food and they were not getting, and he sat down, he started to pray that to for him, whatever he was praying for, let's say to his God, that please send me something that I can eat, because I'm dying. And then this small deer comes close by, and he takes his knife and he goes and kills the deer from his throat very quickly, not feeling pain. And I'm like, the nature is there when you need it, but don't abuse it. Because in my country, people, they used to kill birds and like anything just for fun. And even there was this Korean guy, he wrote a letter to my president in my country, asking him, please don't kill this beautiful migrating birds, that they go from all the way from Croatia, and they come all the way from Middle East, Lebanon, and they go all the way down to Africa, and they come back in the winter time, summertime, all the way up to Croatia. And when they're coming to Lebanon, people, they're killing them by hundreds and thousands, just shooting them, not even eating them, because they cannot see them. They fly so high. When you shoot them with this Kalashnikov or M16 or whatever guns they are using, military guns, not hunting guns, and they're just killing for the fun of killing. It's like,
Sorry for a sec there, mate. Sorry. Who the fuck shoots a migrating goose or duck with an M16 or an AK? That is just fucking retarded. And you're right. You shoot, actually kill. But we got the opposite problem here in Australia. Like, for example, the whole duck hunting ban in Victoria has come up again. Now, the vast majority of the hunters, 95+% of the hunters, it's just that they're participating in the harvest. They're making way for the younger ones for breeding season. It's a balance, and this is what a lot of people don't understand. But when it comes to what you're talking about, these dickheads just fucking shooting them and not even eating them, like that is wastage, and those people should be fucking shot, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree with you, but you see, then you say, what is the mentality that brings people to this situation? I mean, okay, let me take your, let's say in Australia, how they breed the cows and how they breed the sheep, how they breed the chickens. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, look,
People that get off on shooting excess are city fuckwits, because you'll notice that most of the country guys or anyone that's grown up on a farm will only shoot if something endangers their livestock or if they are about to kill it for the purpose of eating.
Yes, I understand that, because you see, most of the hunters now, they live in the city. They only see this shit they see on the YouTube or on the TV, and they want to go hunting. And they go hunt fucking as much as they can, and they're gonna fill up their fucking car and take a picture of it. Look how many fucking things I killed. Because it's a fucking mentality. That's what I was asking. What these people they have? Why these people they have this mentality? Because
you're right. You're right. A lot of it's from YouTube. A lot of it's from dickhead city dwellers. But like Matrix is pointing out as well, like you have a lot of these certified dickheads go out. And like even with pest animals, we have pest animals in Australia, like the pigs, the foxes, the rabbits, feral cats, shit like that.
The toads.
Yeah, well, don't get me fucking started on toads. I've got a few I've got to kill around here. The numbers are going up again. But, point being, like, with pests, even with pest animals, personally, for me, you kill them humanely. Like, you don't go out there being a hillbilly, fucking get a gut full of fucking rum and then, just start firing off rounds, wounding them, they die badly. Like, you kill them cleanly, as far as I'm concerned. They're a pest animal.
Again, we are agreeing,
we are agreeing, Migo, and it's certified dickheads, mate. That's the fucking problem. It's these certified fucking idiots. Yeah, they're idiots.
The mentality counts because the people that at the moment, maybe 90% or maybe 80% of the populations, they are born in the cities. They don't go to the nature. They don't even go hiking. They don't even see lakes, duck swimming in a lake.
Sorry to interrupt, mate. If you want to chat with Matrix or someone else for a sec, I've got to duck out for a minute. But buddy, I've thoroughly enjoyed this. I will be back shortly.
Okay. No, I keep saying, but I don't know if anybody joined. But my thing is like, the way people are growing, the people they are put in this situation. My thing is, this is whole programmed thing for humanity. We are all attracted to the cities, away from nature, where our source is nature. And then they tell us nature is killing us. We have to cut trees. We have to cut animals. We have to kill these. It's like, and I mean, they are doing everything the opposite way.
Yeah, I've noticed a bit of that, mate. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And telling us that this is the right way. Like global warming. There is no to be global warming in the first place. Climate change. Of course, it happens every year 4 times. What are you talking about? It's like
In some parts of the world, climate change is a daily episode.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's you know the only thing is like after all these years, I see things and I wonder. Now I know that I'm not alone. There is so many people like me. We see all these things. Why we are only 1% is like crazy, or like 2%. Why? It's so obvious. It's there. It's like I don't need to tell you the truth. It's there. I mean, you can see it. You know, every time I meet somebody and I tell them I live in Las Vegas, right? And they tell me, "Oh man, let's go play this." I tell them, "Oh, which hotel are you? Okay, I'll come and pick you up. I will take you somewhere." And I take him to the mountains, to the lakes, to creeks, to places, and they go like, "Oh man, this is not Las Vegas." Yes, it is Las Vegas if you want to, but Las Vegas is not only the strip. It's not only that. I take it like it's a valley all around mountains, and you have this small strip. If you take a top picture, it looks like a vagina, and that hole is where everybody's going, where there is all the hotels, where there is everybody wants to go in. This is where it is, yeah, the vagina, the hole. I want to go there. But it's not that. There is so many beautiful things around that. And it's just mindset of the people. I live in Las Vegas. Oh, they think I'm gambling, having prostitutes every night, snorting cocaine. Guys, this is only in the movies. Reality is not that. It's punishment if you live here, if you don't have the power of will, you get lost in Las Vegas. That's why I love it here, because it's a big challenge it was a big challenge. I passed that, but I came here because I'm a gambler. I love playing poker. I made all my living with poker in Lebanon. I used to work for $500 a month, $600 a month as a bartender, and then you have maybe $200-300 extra tips maybe, and then it's like $900 a month. I used to make $2,000-3,000 from poker. It's like easy money, because I understand the people, how they think there, how they think. They watch a couple of movies. They are poker players. They come. They want to play poker. And so you have millions you're gonna waste. A guy comes and tells me, "I have $5,000. I want to spend tonight." Man, $5,000. I have to work like 10 months, 12 months for it. Oh, thank you. Welcome. I don't take all of it, but I take some of it. You know, it's people there like this. It's like easy to control when they are vulnerable, and this is what they do. The government or whatever they're gonna call them, municipalities. They tell you what to do. Oh, here it comes. You cannot go inside. You cannot go outside. And then you are panicking. Okay, I do whatever you want to do. Oh my God. I don't know what I'm talking about, but.
You're all right, mate. Don't stress.
You know, the thing is, like, makes me upset. Why people, they cannot see it? You know, when Globers come and they tell me, oh, this, that, you know, and I try to tell them, okay, I agree with you, man, but let's go out. Tell me, show me the curvature. I have this P1000. Let's go out. Let's take some pictures. Nobody can come.
It's amazing how that happens. Even when you offer to do it for them and have them standing beside you. Sorry, I'm busy. I can't make it. All the excuses come out at the same time. It's unbelievable.
The worst thing is, like, you know, there was this guy, I told him, do you know that what is the radius of the Earth? Well, first I told him about circumference. He said, no, I don't know. I said, it's 24,901 miles. And he said, wait. He Googled it. He was like, what the fuck? His composure changed. I said, okay, probably he will start to believe me now. Because he Googled it and he saw that I was right. I said, the radius is 3959. He was like, what? That's too short, man. I said, yes. And he looked at me and he goes like, yeah, but what about the stars? My friend, he took me and we took a picture of the asteroid and he showed me asteroid walking and he's touching the asteroid. And I said, it's just a picture, right? And it's a beautiful picture. What does have to do with the ground we're standing on? But how can you explain that? Explain that. Sorry, man. Not now. Not today. You're not ready. It's there. If you cannot see it, I cannot show you. You know, I take you to the rainforest. We are between millions, billions of trees, and you are telling me, show me a tree. I cannot show you, man, if you cannot see it.
And that's what I've noticed with a lot of them. When we say to people the Earth's flat, a lot of them will say, yes, I agree with you as long as you can explain this. What they actually want is you to grab their model, take it to the side, throw it in the bin, and then hand them a nice shiny new model where everything is explained. The seasons are explained, the sun is explained, the moon is explained, every single minute detail is explained. And a lot of these people can't get it through their heads. We don't know. We're telling
Yeah.
you the globe is incorrect, and anyone with half a brain in their head can take a step back and sit down for 5 seconds and have a look at it. It is broken. It is wrong. But I don't have all the answers to fulfill all the lies you've been filled and have absorbed for your entire life. I don't know all the stuff that you've learned over your life, and it's probably the same lies that I've been force fed. I don't know those answers, but I can tell you this alleged globe that we're told that we live on, it is a lie. It is incorrect. It is false. But still, they keep asking us to bring forth some kind of some replacement model, I suppose, is the best way for it. You say mine doesn't work, so give me another one. Well, no. Get off your ass and go outside and have a look for yourself. Make your own mind up. Use your own brain. That's all I ask people to do. Please think for yourself. If you come to the conclusion that it's not flat, but it's 4,000 times bigger, hey, that's great. At least you understand it's not a globe as we are told. That's what I want people to get through their heads.
You know, what I think this comes from? It's like, when you say to somebody that you are not the body, your body will die one day. And then they would go like, what the fuck is going to happen right after that? It's like the same thing. The globe is not the globe. Okay, but what the fuck is after that? Show me. If this is not the globe, what is that? If it's not the body, what is then? That's the fear, right? I'm not the body. I know I'm not the body. This body will die one day. I'm not going to die. It's not the one who's talking to you is going to die. It's the body. It's the instrument will die. It's like I have a flute. It's like, God has a flute and he's blowing into it. This is what I always say, because this is like the Sufi teaching. Like you are like a reed, like the bamboo, and the God is blowing in you and playing his music. If God doesn't blow in you, if I cannot breathe God, or I cannot breathe, I don't have that breath, I don't exist.
If I can't get them to back away, if I can't just walk away, then I will destroy whatever is in fucking front of me.
Was my philosophy when I was a child.
It's
to put them on the ground, not destroy. You say destroy. I just wanted to say
when I mean destroy, I mean like remove their ability to fight.
Yeah, okay, we're saying the same thing. Either get on the ground or I'll put you on the ground.
If somebody's going to mug me, if somebody's doing, going to come after me with violence, I'll put them in that fucking hospital. The problem is the biggest restraint that I have is that since I did pro boxing, since I was registered with the Boxing Association, I can be charged with
deadly weapons.
I can be charged with deadly weapon just because of that. And
that's why I go for the liver.
Which is ridiculous because when I punch somebody, I can gauge. I'm better at gauging how hard to hit somebody without how much damage to do.
So with me for the liver shot, if the cops get called, right, and I don't have any marks on me, and he's got one mark on his ribs, I think he fell on that rock over there. I believe he fell on a rock. But if his skull's cracked open and his jaw's dislocated, I'm going to jail. It's going to look like I'm the aggressor.
Generally they don't prosecute that. That's not usually how they go. They usually that those cases get pled away or something stupid.
You're telling me they're not looking for the aggressor who's most marked up? And they see a big 6'3" guy, and oh, he's the violent one. He's the dumb, stupid, violent one.
I don't know. I threw a guy out a third-story window and never saw the inside of a jail. Never saw the inside of a courtyard.
Yeah, but you said you're friends with cops, so you get discretion.
See, this is a different place, and they weren't friends, so I didn't. But the cop showed up and said, the cop actually said that because I was defending my family, my daughter in particular, that they understood, and they contended that he threw himself out the window.
A lot of times they just don't want to do like the crazy paperwork, and dead man tells no tales. So who's going to testify against you? Yeah. So they're more willing to accept the self-defense because it's going to be really hard to prove that you murdered them in your house.
But I do believe that I don't believe that everybody should be carrying weapons. I think that we should live in a society that we don't need that mentality.
Okay, so you're a cop.
What?
So you're a cop?
No.
Okay, do me a favor. Take off your shoes. It's kind of weird, right?
I'm not wearing any.
Okay, so stand on your head for 15 minutes. It's kind of weird, right? Like, how do I have any authority? Yeah, why would I ask you that? It's weird, right?
Why would I even pay attention?
Right, exactly. So, like, if someone said, "Give up your guns," like, who the fuck are you?
I'm not saying anybody should give up their guns. I've never said that.
Okay.
I don't even give a shit if they're. I don't even. It's like I don't give a fuck about military style weaponry in the hands of civilians.
I'm pretty sure a highly trained military. Go ahead.
I question the reason. Like, I had a friend who carried. I had one friend who had a concealed carry weapon, and he told me, he says, "Well, it's because I go around those people," and so it was like, okay, your inherent fear and stupidity is what's causing you to carry a gun. That makes me really question whether or not you're doing it. And I have another friend who carries a weapon because he carries a lot of cash with him all the time, and he's known to carry a lot of cash on him, which that makes sense. It's like, I want to go hunting, so I want an AR-15. Well, but that's not the best hunting rifle,
But it works
why
in
do you want
Texas. If you're in East Texas, an AR-15 will take down a white-tailed deer, no problem, up to 300 yards, and you're not likely to see a deer past 300 yards with the tree line.
But there's so many better weapons.
Well, I agree.
For that
of
particular
course.
thing.
If you had a 270 bolt action 30-06,
Yes, exactly.
But
nice choice,
it can
very nice choice.
And I appreciate that. It can be done. It can be done. But guns aren't really about hunting anyway, right? We know what they're about.
Yeah. And as far as shooting people, again, I'm a huge fan of shotguns.
They're versatile. You load the first one with rocks, that ought to get them moving along pretty quickly. As soon as they get the fibs, fuck, I've been shot with rock salt. That'll get them clear out of the way.
Oh, as far as your house, in the house, it's the first one's rock salt. Second one is buckshots. The last one is a slug.
Bird. I would go rock salt, bird, buck slugs. And those slugs are only meant for shooting them once they're on the ground, in my opinion.
For the jungle, I would have flechette, buckshot, and then slug. Flechette are like little. They're little. They're like little darts. I don't know. They cut through. They cut through brush a lot better.
Oh, gotcha.
They don't do as much damage, but they cut through the brush.
They hit hidden targets.
Yeah. Auto shotguns are fucking amazing, by the way.
Oh man, those things are scary because if you take a look at the double odd, it's the buckshot, right? And it's basically equivalent to a 9mm. So what do you got? Like 9 of them bitches in there. So each trigger pull is like dumping a magazine. If that's fully automatic, man, you're tossing some lead downrange. You're tossing.
I'm also old school, and I think that the 1911 is one of the best handguns ever made.
Agreed.
You just
it's kind of heavy though, and it pokes me, so I don't carry that one.
I just like the fact that when I shoot somebody, that they absolutely know that they got shot.
Oh yeah,
even if
it's an impressive round.
Like I said, I don't own a weapon right now. I mean, I've got like I said, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 axes.
Yeah, lost mine in a boating accident.
I went through a period of depression / PTSD type shit. Me having a gun is a bad idea.
Well, now I understand why you said that. I thought you wanted to take away guns from other people.
No.
But I can understand why you said that, and I respect that. But for me, I don't have any illnesses that I'm aware of. Everything is zen with me. I practice maintaining my composure at all times.
And safe
sex? No, not with my wife. Of course not. I've been for years. Safe sex. That was back when I was like, 18-year-old. But my point is, I'm sane, sober, moral, prudent at all times. I don't drink. I don't smoke weed. I've been sober for 2 years.
Dude, I just ate a fucking gummy, so I'm yeah.
I don't want to interrupt too much, but I think more to his point was like I see a video online of like this kid in Florida. He's like a Second Amendment auditor, where there's a law that says you can bring a gun while fishing. And I think that purpose of that law is so that you can kill like a shark or a fish that's on your boat that's thrashing around that can cause injury. But he just goes fishing off a dock and he's carrying around an AR-15. Like, there's no need for that. And I think that's what he's like against. People shouldn't be walking around towns carrying around AR-15s when there's no threats of wildlife and threats of this. Like that shouldn't be allowed.
I got a 2-parter. I'll be quick. There's no need for you to have auto insurance if you don't plan on causing any accidents. But you never know what might happen. But I would agree with you partially. I think your gun should be like your underwear. Nobody should know that you have it. It's tactically inappropriate to flash your weapon at people. But I'm not anybody to say how anybody else should carry their weapon. It's just my opinion. Nobody should know that you have a weapon except for the people in your house.
What do you think the safer society is? A town where everyone's walking around with their AR-15s, or a town that doesn't have any AR-15s?
Well, if you're a criminal, definitely the town where nobody has any way to defend themselves. A lot of people can't put their mind in the mindset of a criminal. But let's say, hypothetically, you and I wanted to start a crime spree. And we don't have a whole lot of money to get started, but we got just enough money to go from Kansas to Chicago or from Kansas to Houston. Now, Houston, well, they're armed to the teeth, boy. You don't know who's carrying what. Any, mini, money, mo, Russian roulette, time to go. But as far as Chicago, only the cops and the criminals are supposed to have guns. right? So if we go to Chicago, we can just stake it out for a while, watch this guy. Okay, he's not a cop. And another week, he's not a criminal. So after 2 weeks, we know he's not a cop and not a criminal. That's a far safer bet for you and I to go to a crime spree in Chicago. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it just has nothing to do with my hypothetical.
Yeah, of course it does. You're talking about, are you safer? Just look at the statistics between Houston and Chicago.
Well, look at the. How about just look at Super Bowl, the Super Bowl parade that happened that happened in Missouri. And now look at their gun laws in Missouri.
I don't know, what are they like?
That defeats your argument.
Really? Because I'm pretty sure that what happened in Kansas City, they were taken down by unarmed civilians.
No, well, I'm saying that the gun laws in Missouri are actually really, really lax.
Right.
So
it's still illegal to try to shoot people, though, right? So the gun laws didn't work. He broke the law.
Okay, but
what did stop? What did stop violence? What did stop the violence?
People tackling the guy.
Force. You meet force with force to stop.
All right. Here's the thing. All right. Do you remember those old Wild West things? You know, when they show the one guy shoots one guy in the bar, next time then everybody's shooting everybody in the bar.
Okay.
All right. That's how gunfights.
I'll let you finish your point, but I want to go back to my hypothetical.
And if everybody has a gun, that's a lot of shooting. I mean, what I'm saying is that I don't think that I don't think not guns makes a safer society. I don't think that guns make a safer society. I think fucking common fucking sense makes a safer society. I think that I mean, a lot of these problems we're talking about are based on. I mean, nobody's ever actually attacking the root of the problem. Do I think that people should have their guns taken away from them? No. Do I think that everybody should be walking around with guns? No. Do I think that some people should walk around with guns? Who gives a fuck? I don't feel safe when I see somebody walking around with a gun.
And just to go back to my hypothetical, I said walking around with AR-15s where no one has AR-15s. I didn't say there were no guns in the town. I just said no AR-15s. Like no assault. No, well, I mean, I know AR-15s are not technically assault rifles, or whatever, but like you get what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, semantics. Let's not do that. But somebody walking around with so they have it slung across their back, or they've got their rig in front of them.
Let me put it this away. Hang on. I know. I'm sorry to interrupt. So everyone's walking around with AR-15s. Now you hear gunfire. You're not exactly sure where it is, but now everyone has a single gun. So who do you aim at? Because everyone now is like, they hear the gunfire, so now they're all like, they take it off their back and they're looking for the shooter. So now everyone is literally holding the gun looking for the shooter. Who do you shoot at? How do you know who's shooting?
Nobody. You don't shoot at nobody. If you heard it and didn't see anything, then you keep it low and ready.
Well, you don't think that there would be more accidents, more people that would be like, oh shit, like I think it came from him, I'm going to shoot him. Put your gun down. No, you put your gun down. I think it was you. You don't see the escalating problem in that hypothetical situation. I'm not saying it's a realistic thing. I'm just saying it's a hypothetical. You don't see how that could escalate into something worse.
Right. What happens if cops hear gunshots? They're going to do the exact same thing, but you're not saying that cops shouldn't be able to have guns. You're only saying that civilians shouldn't carry AR-15s.
Well, that's the thing.
Cops are humans too, right?
I'm not saying no one should have guns. I believe in the Second Amendment. Like, I do think that we should have the right to keep and bear arms. Do I think we should have the right to like take bazookas hunting or freaking like any military weapon. No, I don't. I think there should be some rules and regulations. Like the Second Amendment does say well-regulated militia, which means regulations.
No, see, there's a Bruin ruling that just happened recently with the Supreme Court, and in Bruin, they have to interpret the words as they were meant in the late 1700s, and you can't interpret them now after the leftists have done all this word magic and naming the words with nomenclature and new definitions. It has to be interpreted how they originally meant it. And back in those days, regulation meant like supplied, well-supplied militia is what they actually meant. So because of the Bruin decision, that's a very unconstitutional argument, according to the Supreme Court.
How about the words "shall not be infringed"? How do you feel about them?
That's pretty fucking clear, isn't it?
Okay, now what about what about a felon?
Yeah, I find myself torn on that, but I lean towards the rights of the person. If somebody, let's say, found a credit card when they were 17 and they used it and they got convicted of a felony, would I want to have them thrown in a cage at 45 because somebody broke into their... Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. It's a felony, right? Fraud's a felony, credit card fraud, federal offense. So he was 17, he was a fucking kid, right? Fucking 20 years later, he's 47, he's got a family, someone broke into the house in the middle of the night, and he got caught with a gun that he wasn't supposed to have. Do I want that man thrown in torture cuffs and put in the rape cage? No, not at all.
So I just looked up well-regulated usage of the 1700s, and it says trained. It involves being trained with a set of standards.
Yeah, so regulated doesn't mean.
Okay, it doesn't mean that you like, but it does mean you have to be trained with a set of standards before given that weapon.
Is that what it means? I don't think so.
Well, well-regulated 1700 usage means trained with a set of standards. So you're right, it doesn't mean like government, like blah, 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 but it does mean you're trained with a certain amount of standards. Meaning Joe Schmo, 18 years old, can't go into a store, buy a gun at a gun show with no background check, no permits, not knowing if he's trained or not.
I've been shooting since I was 5 years old.
My dad taught me to shoot when I was very young, yes.
I was shooting 22s at 5 years old.
Yeah. Would you be against any like a public course, or like not something that like you have to pass or something like this, but a course that you are required to take before owning a firearm?
I mean, would you make someone take a course before they got to take a Bible home?
What home?
A Bible or a Quran.
No.
Why not?
Because it's the freedom of religion. What do you mean, freedom of religion?
Right, freedom.
Okay,
freedom.
Well-regulated militia.
Just let's go ahead and read the whole thing real fast. So context is key, right?
Sure.
Congress. All right. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Right.
So this means that the government has no authority whatsoever to infringe on this right.
On the well-regulated militia?
The right to bear arms. This right to bear arms.
In the well-regulated militia, right?
Yeah, it's necessary. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state.
Trained with a set of standards?
Yeah. People should practice fighting. Men, if you think you're a man and you're not practicing, hold on, bro. If you think you're a man and you're not practicing fighting, you might be a male, but you're not a good man.
Okay, so like I said, well regulated, trained with a set of standards.
So you're focusing on this part of the sentence.
You said
right?
the context. We need to have context. So you can't just use the one thing without
I know.
the other. You can't just take the one part of the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. You have to use it with the other part. There's context. Context is key.
Right. So a well-regulated militia, being necessary for the security of a free state. So this first part is necessary for security, not for the right. It would be different if it said a well-regulated militia being necessary
so the
for the
government
right.
shall not infringe on the militia's right to keep arms.
Right, and you're the militia.
Right. Which you have to be trained to a set of standards to be in.
I don't see that written there.
Well-regulated militia, trained with a set of standards.
Being necessary to the security of a free state. So this first part about the militia is necessary to be free. Not necessary to the right. You're leaving out that middle part right there, being necessary to the security of a free state. This is how you're reading it, my friend. This is what I think you're interpreting as.
It's all one sentence. It's all one sentence. So for the right to the citizen not to be infringed to own his guns, so he can be in this well-regulated militia, which sets standards and training. Like, why are you against having a standardized training course to own a gun?
Why are you against not having a standardized training course to own a Bible?
Back in the day, they used to do even if they weren't at war, people used to do archery on Sundays, just like a training thing. It's kind of a similar thing, like you just a skill that's not necessary until it's needed. And giving someone a gun who's not trained is not good either way, right?
Well, yeah, I'm all for training.
Would you say an untrained person having a gun is a safe thing or a dangerous thing?
It's a dangerous thing. I hate those videos where I see somebody hand a woman a 357 or a 50 Desert Eagle and let her shoot it without any training. I want to pistol whip that son of a bitch. Hold on, bro. Let me finish. Calm down. I want to pistol whip that son of a bitch because that's what he did to her inadvertently. So I'm all for people being well trained, right? But I'm not for someone regulating someone else's rights.
Like, we can all agree that if you get like caught for DUI or something over here anyway, you got to retake like a
more
test
freedom
or
you got,
kind
more
of.
responsibility.
The problem with that is driving is a privilege, not a right. I understand your point. It's just driving is a privilege, not a right.
I'm kind of running a parallel to it. So if you do a crime related to DUI or something, you're set to do another test or something, to reset a test and make sure you're capable of driving, almost like a repeat training exercise or something, just to keep your standards up. It's almost like I'm trying to run a parallel with it, but never mind. We don't have guns over here, so I'm trying to compare something.
I love this quote. Courts are, after all, stuffed by lawyers, not historians. Got him. I love that quote. That's not to anybody individually. That quote is just really important to me because I don't like lawyers.
Can I ask you something else? Sort of slightly off topic, but if there's a registration process with guns, is that infringing the right?
Okay, so what happens if you don't register?
What happens if you don't register? Then you have an unregistered gun.
And what happens then if you get caught with that unregistered gun?
Maybe you have to pay a fine and get it registered, not have it taken away.
What, like a $50 fine? Like, do
I'm
better?
not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, what happens if you don't pay the $50 fine?
You're sort of avoiding my question.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to understand what you mean.
So does registering a gun infringe your right on having that gun?
I'm trying to answer the question. What happens if you don't pay the fine?
You break the law and then you go to jail. Like same
So
thing as anything else.
So
Same
you get
thing
a
as
war.
yeah.
You get a warrant on your body because they're waging war on your rights. I don't think the government has the authority to wage war on someone's rights.
Let me see if I can find this an example of something. You have the right to protest, right?
Yeah, peacefully assemble, redress your
Okay.
grievances.
If you get fined for doing something while protesting, if you don't pay that ticket, what happens?
I assume they put torture cuffs on you and throw you in the cage with rapists and murderers. But can they convert your right to peacefully protest into a crime?
No.
Exactly. So if you're just standing there on the sidewalk, not in the fucking road like a fucking idiot, and you're within, time, place, and manner restrictions, right? You're not in the courthouse while they're trying to close or at the city hall after hours. If you're on the sidewalk holding a sign, there's absolutely nothing that anybody can do to you legally.
Okay. Does gun registration alone necessarily infringe the right of gun owner?
Yeah, I just told you it leads to people waging war on your rights.
What necessarily restricts your rights with registration?
If you don't comply, you get turned into a felon in Connecticut. Once you're a felon, you no longer have the right to own the gun. That's on the books right now in Connecticut.
So only if you don't comply with the registration.
Right. If you don't comply with
So
the
you still have the
unlawful...
right. You still have the right to own a gun as long as you register it, right?
Well, no, okay, here's the thing. When someone says you need a license, right? You need a license to do what is illegal, right? Like if a young black woman wanted to do hair. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm sorry, you're wrong, though.
No, I'm not. If you'll just listen. If a young black woman wanted to do hair for a living, she can't keep doing it out of her house. She has to go take courses and get a license. If you want me to pull up where the cops did a raid on a black hair salon because they didn't have a license. So you have to get permission. If you have to get permission to do something, then it's not a right. It's permitted by the government. I don't have to have permission to go to church or to get a Bible. What a state law?
Is that a constitutional law or a state? That's a federal law.
What law?
So how come there's unlicensed contractors all over the place in New York? Except the only thing is you technically don't have to pay them, and then you can go to court saying, "Well, he's unlicensed, so I don't have to pay you." But they still have the right to work.
That sounds like a state thing, because in Florida they'll take your ass to jail.
State
they'll take
thing,
your ass to jail.
not a federal thing. Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about people doing hair.
And we're talking about licensings, and you can have unlicensed professions, even though there's a licensed profession also. So.
Well, I don't see anywhere in the Constitution where it says you have the right to do hair. You cannot infringe on someone fringing someone's hair. I fail to see that. Maybe it's in the 9th Amendment. Maybe that argument is in there.
Again, you're completely avoiding the thing. Registration by itself does not restrict your rights.
Bro, if you get arrested for not registering your gun, you become a felon.
But
because
you can
when you break,
still
hold
own
on,
the
bro.
gun
Hold
as
on,
long
bro.
as you register it.
Hold on. Then it's not a right. If you have to get permission, it's not a right.
Do you have to
See, I don't
register to
think.
vote? Do you have to register to vote?
I think they automatically do it now in Texas.
Do you have
So
to
no,
register to vote?
no.
Really?
Yeah, in Texas they made it to where if you go down to get your driver's license, you're automatically registered.
Sounds like they're infringing on your right.
Somebody's hot micing.
So you have to you have to get. I don't know. As far as I know, I mean, if you want to pull up that Texas law that says that you're automatically registered, but I mean, it still means you're registered, though. It means you're automatically registered, so there's still a registration.
Okay, to be like media, in the next like 10 minutes or so, can we just divert subject slightly? It's been guns for too long.
Sorry, pal. I apologize. I do like talking about different things.
I get it, man. I get it. I get it, man. Just come and go and think we're talking about flat Earth, you know. It's the whole point of the server.
Yeah, I got you. I'll just say this and I'll be done. I think I was wrong about registering to vote. I think what I was thinking about was when you go to get your license, they register you to do jury duty. So I think I may have been confused. It is late, and I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. So registration rights, you can you can have registration for rights. Voting is a right, but you have to be registered.
I think it's actually your duty. I don't know if it's so much your right to vote.
You have pretty sure it's a right. The Voting Rights Act, you know. There's rights to it, to voting. Listen, I'm not like I don't think we're completely against each other. Like I said, I am absolutely for the Second Amendment. I do believe we do have the right to keep and bear arms, and I think it's a great thing. I do. I just think there should be some type of registration.
Well, you don't think it's a right then? You think it's a privilege that you have to get
I think voting's a right. I think voting's a right, and you have to be registered to vote.
Yeah, that's so illegal aliens don't vote. That's why you have to register.
The entire point of the Second Amendment is to defend against a government that may or may not become tyrannical. Registering would be counterproductive to doing that.
Yeah, ask the Jews how it worked out for them in Nazi Germany. It's the first thing they always do. They always find out who's got them. Then they take them. Then hundreds of millions of people die. So we know where it goes because we're not stupid. We follow history. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, DM me. I'll send you a message.
Also, I wasn't trying to censor anybody when talking about guns and laws
Of course
and
not, brother.
citizenship and stuff. I'm just concerned about people coming in and the fact we're on YouTube and stuff like that. So.
Oh, I didn't even know we were live. I thought we weren't live this whole time. Yeah, none of this is legal advice. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer. Ask your lawyer. Bending over and signing a plea deal is right for you.
What he said is fair, though. Like, it's kind of off topic for the room. And the bot is in here, and it's active, so, yeah.
I looked earlier and I didn't see that we were being recorded. I thought this was just after hours and nobody was recording, so I apologize.
Now, is it connected? Like, the bot's here, that doesn't necessarily mean it's on.
I think it does. I mean, that's what I've heard other people say in the room. When that YouTube thing is in there, everything's being broadcasted online, live on YouTube on their channel.
It'll be on Helios. Let me go check for you. Yeah, I think it's still up.
Yeah, we were just
looking at you guys.
debating.
I don't want you to, you say don't talk to police, and this is a reason why. Everything you say, will be used against you in the court of law.
Right.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
You know, it's all allegedly. We're talking about Call of Duty and Minecraft. Don't worry about it, guys.
Yeah. We're just going over some Supreme Court rulings. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that.
No. Just usually ends up down rabbit holes you don't want to end up speaking about, really.
So yeah, I posted the questions that Witsit was asking. I'll go ahead and see if I can't post those again. Yeah, it's this one.
Hey, Duncan Darth, should someone have a license to buy a set of knives?
No.
Okay. So why guns?
Oh, sorry, bud.
That's okay.
It all comes down to which citizen you're a part of and which like before, which dominion or domain you stand under, and which when you become a citizen of a country, you get these rights. You're able to vote for the country, able to do this, do that. It all comes down to where you stand. And America's a good example because they're all independent states, so just like countries independently regulated, independently over the federal kind of idea of it, but still independent and able to change.
So these questions are for Globers. They're yes or no. So
Sure.
don't let them filibuster the crap out of you. That's what they're going to try to do. But did Michelson Morley debunk the ether? Right. That's a really important one. Is all that is needed to explain Michelson Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether? And can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path, the Sagnac effect? Because that's what they say. They say that the ring gyroscope proves the rotation of the Earth, right? So can this be done without an ether? They're obviously going to say yes because they don't believe in an ether. And when they do, the final question, this is the part that has to be written down. I don't know why it's not right here, but if the ring laser gyroscope can prove the rotation of the Earth, how come they couldn't measure it with the revolution of the Earth around the Sun in a 365.23 day period? Because if it measures motion, then it would be, harder to measure the one rotation per day, like the Globers say, as opposed to going 66,000 miles an hour around the Sun. And we'll just ignore the galaxy.
It's not the speed that it's measuring; it's the rotational angle change.
Right. So if you have a ring,
so a 360 degree spin in a day is a lot faster than a 360 degree spin in a year. So it detects the day more.
Yeah, it doesn't detect the year at all. That's why Michelson Morley was considered a failure, because they couldn't detect the motion of the Earth going around the Sun. When you say it detects it more, yeah, it detects something, but if it was detecting the rotation of the Earth, then ipso facto it would be also detecting the revolution of the Earth around the Sun. And it doesn't. So it should be called Michelson and Morley's failure, not Michelson and Morley debunks the ether, like Wikipedia says. And of course, it's not an experiment. It's just an observation. But they're claiming that it does this, right? And if it does, well, it would have to also do that.
How do you explain the seasons if not the angle of the Earth and the rotation around the Sun?
Proximity
How do you
to the
explain the
sun.
seasons?
Proximity to the sun.
proximity to the sun. So, but the sun is further away in the winter, but it's summer in the southern hemisphere.
Actually, it's closer during our winter.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
wait,
sorry.
It is further away. Wait, it is further away. I got
No,
that wrong.
no. Wait.
Yeah, it's closer during the winter. Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's
closer during the winter for the northern hemisphere, but it's summer in the southern hemisphere
in
at
the
that time.
heliocentric model, right? That's a model. Can you prove
No,
that the
like
sun?
currently right now it's summer in Australia.
Yeah, no,
It's
that.
also not directly tied to the seasons. It's like in February or something, the apohelion and the perihelions, the complete opposite. They're like independent cycles, just like the moon has one as well, where apohelion, perihelion, we get the supermoons and we get the micromoons. It's like cycles within cycles. They don't always align. But it's apohelion. It's like February, something like that.
That
Don't
link
really
that I
measure it.
posted. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
No, I'm finished.
That link that I posted, it's about Michelson Morley. It's the original paperwork, and if you read it, and then you go to Wikipedia, that's not what it says. So I would just check it out on your own time. Yeah, this is the Glover's dilemma, right? If the Earth is proved to be spinning by the ring laser gyroscope, then it would have to be doing the same thing for the revolution of the Earth around the sun. It's not. So
Have they done a year-long test with the ring layer gyroscope?
It doesn't take a year to test it, right?
I mean, it would take a significant amount of time because it's a very small rotational.
No, you haven't read the Michelson Morley paper. That's why I posted it for you so you could read how they tested it. Doesn't take a year. It's a very quick
month?
tabletop
A
test.
month?
No,
A month?
It's a very quick tabletop test.
But the Earth isn't moving that fast. Like the rotation isn't that fast.
66,000 miles an hour.
You're talking about speed, not rotation.
Well, you said fast. What do you mean by fast?
I said the rotational. The rotation isn't that fast.
You talking about axial rotation?
I'm talking about degrees per hour, per year, per day.
That's not how they're measuring it.
That's exactly what it measures. It measures the drift, like the when it did it for the Earth spin, it detected a 15-degree drift per hour.
That's a different
How
test.
much of it? You said the ring layer gyroscope.
Dude, just read the Michelson Morley paper. I posted the PDF. It's a different test.
And why don't you trust the satellites and the?
Dude,
from
why don't you
space?
trust the Pope to tell you how many children you can have and whether or not
Because
your wife...
it's a direct observation.
Right, it's a direct observation that the Pope is the head of Rome, and you should bow down to him, right?
No, because I don't believe
Okay,
that
I
he
don't
speaks
believe...
to God.
I don't believe what the Pope and his people say about, the Earth, the sun being the center, okay?
Okay.
I don't trust heliocentrism.
It's just a direct. It's just a direct observation.
All motion is relative, and you're claiming it's a direct observation. Why don't you go ahead and explain that one?
Because we can literally view it from space.
We can?
It's
Can
an
we do it tonight? Can you and I go? Can you and I go to space tonight?
There's cameras in space. I didn't know you don't trust cameras.
Oh, okay. So we can't verify it, but we're supposed to believe in it, right?
I didn't know you didn't trust cameras.
Do you believe in Bigfoot?
No, because I believe in costumes.
Okay. So you admit there could be fuckery with cameras then?
What do you mean fuckery with cameras? No, the camera sees the person in the costume.
According
I don't
to you.
deny.
But to other people...
So you believe in Bigfoot?
Hell no, I ain't never seen a Bigfoot. I don't believe in them either.
Okay.
But
So what's your point?
I critically analyze things and think about them objectively. And I don't believe something just because it's on the camera. Now, if there was two cameras showing the exact same thing 2 witnesses is better than 1, but just one camera sees the sun moving, or
So
the Earth moving.
what causes the sun to move?
How would I know?
Well, there must be a cause to it, right?
Sure, but how would I know what that is?
So what force is making the sun move closer and further away?
I don't know. Do you know?
Well, think about it critically. Like, what do you think causes
Well, I
it?
think that if I could form a hypothesis and manipulate the possible cause and see the possible effect when I manipulated the cause, I could figure it out. Seeing as how I'm only a man on the surface of the Earth, there's no way that I could test my hypothesis. So according to Newton's razor, we probably shouldn't argue about things that we can't prove one way or the other. So I don't put much time thinking about it.
When things are closer, do they appear larger in size?
Yes.
So why does the sun appear the same size in the winter as it is in the summer?
I don't know that it does. I think it changes throughout the day.
Throughout the day, but yes, I'm talking about from the summer to the winter, because now we're talking about seasons, and you're saying that the sun is closer in the summer, which is why it's hotter, so it should appear bigger than in the winter, but they appear the same size. They do change
So
throughout the day through atmospheric interference, but just the size of the sun, say
You're
like
talking
at 12 o'clock noon during the winter versus 12 o'clock noon in the summer, they're the same size. So it's
Right,
not getting closer because it would appear bigger.
Are you done?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're talking about objects, right? The sun is not an object that you can hold, right? It's unlike anything in creation, unlike anything else you've ever seen. It is set apart and solely different. So to think that the sun is going to act like an object in our atmosphere, when according to your own paradigm, it's not even in Earth's atmosphere. I would say that you don't understand what the sun is. Nobody does.
Well, you just said, so what is, the sun's not even an object, so that's a claim. How do you know that?
Well, an object, if you look up the word, it says something that you can hold and see.
I can see the sun.
Can you hold it?
Hold it? I can't hold a house in my hand.
Oh, no, you can't hold it. So I don't think that
I
qualifies it as
can't.
an object.
So a house isn't an object. What about a 1,000-pound weight? Is that an object?
You can hold a piece of a house. Can you hold a piece of the sun?
I can't hold a 1,000-pound weight in my hand.
So according to this American Heritage Dictionary, something
You can hold a piece
perceivable
of
by
that weight. Can you hold a piece of the sun?
one or more of the senses, especially by vision or touch, a material thing. So I don't think that's a very good description of the sun. So the sun is not an object.
It's not an object.
Not the way I saw it defined just now. You got a different definition? How do you define object?
How do I define object?
Here's Cambridge. Things that you can see or touch that is not usually a living animal, plant, or person.
Oh, okay. See or touch. Yes, I'm good with that.
You think
I can see the sun. I can see the sun, so an object.
You can see the sun, or you can see the light coming from the sun. I think the light's too bright, and you can't actually see the
Well,
sun.
that's the same for every single thing that you're talking about. Like,
no, the moon doesn't emit light the same way that the sun does. We believe that
it reflects it.
Right, the sun is emitting light. So just like when
Okay.
you look at car lights at
So
night,
we're not
you can't
actually
see
seeing the moon.
lights.
We're seeing the light bounce off the moon. We're not actually
Correct.
seeing the moon. We're just seeing the light bounce off the moon. So we're not seeing the moon. We're not see. I'm not seeing this fence in front of me. I'm seeing the light bounce off the fence.
Right, but you can
I'm
touch
not
the
seeing
fence.
Yes, but your Cambridge definition said something see or touch. It doesn't say end.
Okay,
See
can you
or
see the
touch.
sun, or do you see the light from the sun?
I see the light from the chain link fence. I see the light from the moon being reflected off the moon. That's all we ever see is just light.
I just think that you got a fundamental misunderstanding of what an object is. Like if I handed you a baseball and said,
Object is.
"Hold
You
on,
said that
hold
you
on,
used the
hold on."
Cambridge definition.
Yeah, it's fine. I was showing you a different definition that might fit your understanding. I'm trying to show you both understandings. So I gave you that one on purpose, even though it was against what I understood an object to be. But I'm trying to help you see both sides of the coin, if you're willing or
Sure.
capable. So, if I blindfold you and put the object in your hand, and it's a baseball, it's going to take you every bit of 2 seconds to figure out what that object is. Now, let's change it for a horseshoe, Rubik's Cube, etc., etc., etc. You can readily identify them as objects. Now, if I take off the blindfold and tell you, what is that? You might have a word for it, but you can't tell me what's going on like you can with the Rubik's Cube when you take it apart and are left to study it for 24 hours. You can study the sun for 8 to 12 hours a day, but you're not going to get anywhere with it. You're not going to be able to tell me about this object. What is it comprised of? How much does it weigh? But you can turn on Google right now and see how much mass the sun has. And you can choose to believe it or not, but you can't verify it. At best, you could learn how the mathematicians did these calculations, and you could calculate it for yourself, but a calculation is not a measurement. Mike out.
I'm not sure if there was any questions in there.
Nope, no questions.
Okay.
Can you repeat my argument back to me, though?
If I'm wearing a blindfold and you put a baseball in my hand, I would be able to tell that it was a baseball, but that implies that I know what a baseball is. And I could also say the same thing, the fact that if you put anything in my hand, I could say, yeah, that's an object, and I'd be right, because you're putting it in my hand based off the definition.
But with the sun, you can't science the shit out of it.
But I can. What do you mean science the shit out of it?
You can't run it through the scientific method.
Why not?
Okay, you have to form a hypothesis. What's your hypothesis about the sun?
It's made up of hydrogen and helium.
Okay, hypothesis has a cause and effect relationship. So you need a cause and an effect. What's your naturally observed phenomenon?
The sun.
Okay, what caused it?
What caused the sun?
Yeah, that would be your independent variable.
The independent variable is what caused the sun?
Yeah, because everything has a cause and an effect. You
I
said
didn't
the
think
effect.
I didn't think we were trying to figure out what caused the sun. I thought we were just trying to figure out what the sun is.
Like I said, you can't science it.
What?
You can't do an experiment on the sun.
So you don't think spectrometers are a thing?
In a lab, yeah, they work really well. But when you're looking through 93 million miles of hydrogen and helium molecules, how did you eliminate that variable and control it while you did your experiment? Oh, you can't. So you can't science the sun.
So you don't think you can control for variables?
How are you going to move all of the hydrogen and helium molecules?
Who said you have to move it? You just have to account for it.
Be quiet. I'm talking. Don't interrupt. It's rude. So how are you going to remove all the helium and hydrogen atoms from your spectrometer to the surface of the sun? You can't.
It's not about removing the variable, it's about accounting for the variable.
No, it's about controlling the variable and manipulating one variable at a time. That's why it's called the independent variable.
Let me see if I can put it in a way. So friction, you accept friction is a thing, right?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
It's a thing that you can test and verify, and there's actually an equation that you can type in the numbers, and you get very good results.
Can you eliminate friction?
With mercury, yes.
You're saying there's zero friction with mercury.
Correct. It's a superfluid.
Not so sure about that, but you might be right. But say you're trying to figure out how much force requires to move an object on a surface.
It's an equation.
Okay. And the experiment is controlling for the variable of friction because there's different surfaces that have different frictions. So now you have you're performing the experiment where you're performing it on a known surface that has a known friction to another surface that has a known friction, and that's how you control the variable of the friction. You're not eliminating it, you're just controlling it. Does that make sense?
Okay, so just give me the independent variable so that we can run it through the hypothesis.
So now when you're looking at the sum with the mass spectrometer, yes, you can't eliminate that atmospheric distortion, but you can account for it.
It's not atmospheric distortion. You're looking through the atmosphere, deep space, 93 million miles away, which is got all kinds of helium and hydrogen atoms floating to it. Then you get to the heliosphere, which is the sun's atmosphere, and it has multiple layers. And you don't know what the actual sun itself is comprised of. So, of course, you're going to detect helium and hydrogen when you look through 93 million miles of helium and hydrogen. And you think that somehow has a direct correlation to what the sun is made out of? You can't science the cosmos, bro. It's philosophy.
And yet we've been doing it.
Oh, give me one valid, viable hypothesis that we can do it. Just one. I'll wait.
One valid hypothesis that we can science the cosmos?
Yep. One hypothesis in astronomy, cosmology, or theoretical astrophysics. What's the dependent variable, or the naturally observed phenomenon, as it's commonly called?
Light bending.
Okay, what's the cause?
There's multiple different causes that will make light bend.
Which one?
Refraction's one of them.
Okay, so
Gravitational lensing's another one.
Okay, the first one is science. We can actually do that here on Earth. It has nothing to do with the cosmos. The second one, you said graphraction, as I like to call it. You guys call it gravitational lensing. So all we have to do now is manipulate the gravity and see the graphraction, or the gravitational lensing. So, how do we manipulate the gravity and cause the light to bend?
It's not about manipulating the gravity, it's about...
And that's where you're wrong.
Okay.
I guess I'll cite some sources for you. Don't worry about it. I'm
not worried about it. Trust me, I'm not worried about it.
Let's see, documents. Science 4. Here we go. Doesn't have to be manipulated. Okay, here we go. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. First blank 1 is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing in the second blank. And the second blank 2 is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables. in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. That's why you can't look at the sun and say that it's made of hydrogen and helium, because the hydrogen and helium molecules in between the Earth and the sun is going to ruin your experiment. And that would be exactly what I was talking about. There should be no other variables. You have to control for the other variables. That's why you need an independent, dependent, and control variables when dealing with natural science and hypothesis tests, known as experiments.
Could I just jump in a minute?
Why are you saying that there's 93 million miles distance between the Earth and the Sun if you don't believe that?
Because that's what you believe. So I'm going to talk to you using rhetoric tailored directly towards your understanding.
But you're saying we can't measure the sun because we can't figure out that it's made up of hydrogen or helium because it's 93 million miles away, but you don't believe that.
Correct.
So
you're not a Bible.
Step in a bit of spectroscopy. From what I've learned from listening to people who do it as a job, what they do is they'd kind of aim it at the sky, figure out where the sun isn't, basically, and then the difference between aiming it at the sun and the background noise, they can kind of filter out. So they've got like a standard. They kind of know what's in our atmosphere, right? And they kind of know what elements they are because they've tested them in labs. So they have got some knowledge behind it, and they've got like a catalogue of what readings they're going to get by aiming at different materials or reflecting back or whatever. So essentially, they can do that with the sun because with the absence of sun, they know there's a difference, essentially.
So how did they control for the helium and hydrogen in the Earth's upper atmosphere?
Yeah, by just aiming at...
Hold on, bro. I'm almost done. In the cosmos, in between here and the sun, and in the heliosphere. How did they control for that?
Well, by simply aiming at different times of day. Aiming at different parts of the sky.
You're believing bullshit again, Turquoise.
No. I'm talking about spectroscopy.
Larry just outlined what you can't do with spectroscopy, and you went ahead and just bulldozed through it and said you can do it.
Yeah, because this is coming from somebody who does it for a living, and I've learned.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Did you see the issue that you have with using spectroscopy over a vast distance or not?
I do.
You
Yeah.
see the issue, right?
I do.
So then why do you assume that the gentleman who you researched has it correctly? Why?
Well, basically, there's no atmosphere. I'm not. There's nothing about the shape or size
it's not
of
a
it.
known. Listen,
First
of all, it's not known. It's not a known atmosphere. You were talking. This is the thing I don't like about what you do. You were leaning towards globe. You came back to flat Earth. Now you're leaning towards globe again.
Why are you even bringing this up? I'm talking nothing about that.
Because you're shitting all over. You're shitting all over Larry. That's why.
I'm not, dude. I'm just coming from experience.
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, the thing is that when it comes to dealing with science, correlation is not causation, right? And I'm sure that everybody understands this in this room. But if you're talking about natural science, you're dealing with cause and effect relationships. Now, science is never settled, so when we do find a cause, it's a cause. Heat is a cause of water boiling. It's not the cause, it's a cause. At any time, somebody could come up and show a second cause for water boiling, like lower atmospheric pressure or low gas pressure. So you guys have all been taught that since you were a baby child, right, like a little Muslim in Saudi Arabia who was taught about Islam, that gravity is what holds the oceans down, but I can scientifically validate that low temperature and high gas pressure is actually what holds the oceans down. It doesn't matter what you believe. I don't care what your religion is. You could say gravity till you're blue in the face, Einsteinian, Newtonian, Milgromian. I don't care what kind of gravity you want. Dark gravity, light gravity, whatever you want. I can demonstrate it in a laboratory setting for next to no money that heat being low and pressure being high is the cause of water staying in its solid or liquid form. Thanks.
Density and buoyancy. But I just have to say, Larry, I am a Muslim man who grew up in Saudi Arabia, but I do believe the earth is flat.
Well, peace to you, brother. I meant no
Why
disrespect.
do you believe the earth is flat?
I'm a follower of Christ. Yeah, shalom, bro. I'm a follower of Christ. I meant no disrespect. I was trying to explain to them the anchor bias that they have, that we all have.
Yeah, it was just a bias. That's what he was elucidating, Omar.
I
I
understand because
meant
I joined in the middle of your talk, so I'm not really sure. I
Yeah,
wasn't
he
really
doesn't
sure what you were
Yeah, Omar,
saying.
he doesn't disrespect like that. He was just showing the bias from growing up in a place where you would only be taught one specific thing and not shown anything else. So it becomes a bias, and it's like it anchors you to that. So it doesn't give you any leeway to think differently. So
I understand. I wasn't offended. Just trying to,
okay. Well,
give an
yeah.
example.
So, but I guess he's speaking to Duncan at the moment. So I don't know if Duncan's affirmed what he's saying or is disagreeing. Right, we're waiting for that.
I sort of got lost in what exactly he was saying.
with science, you have to be able to prove things with experiments. It doesn't matter if I say that the moon's gravity is what causes the tides. If you can't manipulate the moon's gravity and see the effects from the manipulation, from the cause to the effect, then you have no proof whatsoever. It's all postulations. You know what a postulation is?
Yeah, it's basically a fancy word for a guess.
Right. Guesswork. Leaps of logic. Just like Michio Kaku said. Thanks. Postulation without experimentation leaves you with no information.
So the experimentation, I know you don't like this, is that proving gravity is a thing.
What'd you say?
So in order for us to support the fact that gravity is actually a thing, we have to show that gravity is real.
Yeah, through experimentation.
Okay. Now
So
I
what
know
is
you don't
gravity?
agree. I know you don't agree that we have done that, but we have shown that gravity is an actual thing.
Okay, what is the independent variable? What's the cause?
It's an observation.
Oh, so you saw something happening. So define gravity for me.
Define gravity for you?
Yeah, you said it's a thing, so give me the
I mean,
definition.
it's going to be like a layman terms, but basically, it's the bending and warping of space time.
Excellent. So the bending and warping of space-time is the cause of the effect?
Is the effect, and the variable is the mass of the object, which affects how much bending of space time there is.
Now wait a minute. You said the bending and warping of space-time is the effect?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where do you observe that?
In reality, all around us.
Like pointing it out to me right now. Like I'm in a living room. I'm sure you're in a living room. Where do you see
stuck,
bending and warping?
Can you? What do you mean? Can you fly up? What's holding you to the ground?
Well, I weigh more than the atmosphere around me. Weight.
What gives you weight?
The molecules that make up my body.
All right, real quick, I want to hear, Duncan, did you already concede the point that you can't do science with the sun?
No.
Or are you still holding to that? Because you kind of went off on a tangent to another point. So I heard where you veered off, but I was waiting for Larry to see who was going to guide you back. So I'm going to go back to the point. And if you can't defend that you can science the sun, it's just you saying nuh-uh, and we don't do
No,
that
you
here.
can't. You can science the sun.
You can or can't?
Of course you can.
Okay. Well, then you're going to go ahead and formulate a hypothesis with the cause and effect relationship intact. Once again, and you're going to have to disprove what he said. So go ahead and see if you can use the scientific method for the cause of the sun, as he stated. And if you're going to debunk him thoroughly, do it. If not, you can't debunk. We're not going to let you just go nuh-uh and say that you validated debunk. That's not how this works. Thoroughly debunk him or concede the point. That's the only two options that you have. Thoroughly debunk him or concede that you don't know.
All right. I'm gonna
Go ahead.
paste this thing right
Thoroughly
there in the
debunk
side.
him. Go ahead, Larry.
All right, so Child's Play ABC. Okay, what are we looking at? Is there anything specific in here that I should be looking at?
These are all experiments that involve the sun.
Okay, so I'll just pick one. The top one. All life on Earth depends on sun energy produced. Okay, I don't see a hypothesis there. Sun is made mostly of hydrogen, about 90% helium. I don't see a hypothesis there. This is like a story for children. Can you point out where the hypothesis lies in this article that you posted?
Is there any citation, Duncan, to where you want him to look at how you can do a hypothesis test? Once again, if you can't draw anything out of it, what you've done is called an elephant hurling fallacy. You just chucked a source at him and told you, there you are. You didn't give him where in the source that it specifically denotes where you can do a hypothesis test. If you don't do that, he could easily hand wave dismiss it.
So, for example, like looking down at the 13, the rays from the sun heat up and warm the atmosphere, land, and water. You can explore this effect by placing a glass or jam jar of cold water on a hot day. So the hypothesis is that the sun will heat up the water. That's the hypothesis.
Yeah, we know that light causes heat. We can experience that with the fire. That's something we can experience here on Earth. So if you're saying that light causes
you
heat,
know, so wait, you know the sun gives off heat?
yeah, that's the one thing that we say about the sun. It's a light
So
in the
wait,
sky.
there's an experiment that proves that we can test the sun. So now we know something about the sun. So now we just science the sun. We know the sun gives off heat. We just science the sun.
But where do we experience the heat?
What do you mean, where do we experience the heat?
Here on Earth, right?
In the sunlight. That's where we experience the heat. So now we just science the sun. We discovered a fact about the sun. We scienced the sun. We figured out the sun gives off heat.
All right, so now just put it in a hypothesis that I can test. What is the natural
hypothesis is that if you put an object in sunlight, it'll heat up.
Well, that's what
he wants you to formulate the hypothesis. Duncan. Do it for
The hypothesis is that if you leave a glass of ice water in the sun, it'll melt.
What are you observing?
That's
What's
my
your
hypothesis.
Right. What's your dependent variable, and then what is your independent variable that you, as the observer, manipulated? You're the researcher. What did you manipulate?
There's all sorts of different variables. There's the there's the ambient temperature outside, so you can can control temperature. No.
Okay. No. What I'm saying.
That's not a variable. The temperature outside is not a variable.
Okay. Can you just hold on, man? What your dependent variable is the thing that you're observing in nature. The independent variable is what the researcher varies and manipulates. So the
Snow
researcher,
melting. Snow melting.
Okay, wait a minute, dude. What the researcher has to do is vary and manipulate something. What is the researcher varying and manipulating in the cause and effect relationship of the dependent variable that they see in nature? Right?
So you have, so look, so you have two glasses of water, one with ice in it. Well, they both have ice in it. They're the same exact types, water, same temperature, everything.
So you're not testing the sun, you're testing the ice water. You got it backwards.
Let me finish. One you put in sunlight, one you keep in the shade.
Yeah, but just like Amish just came in and said, you're not testing the sun, you're testing the ice water.
No, I'm testing the effect that the sun has on the ice water.
Right, so you're swapping the IV and DV. Now you need to look at what the cause of the sun is.
Yep.
That's a separate question than what's causing water to melt.
I was asked to science the sun, to figure out something
you're trying to
about
science
the sun.
ice water, not the sun.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes, you
trying to
are.
figure out whether or not the sun gives off energy, heat energy.
Yeah, but
That's what I'm trying to figure out. So I
No,
need.
that's
I need.
not what we asked you to figure out. We asked you to figure out the cause of the sun.
No, no.
not
I'm
ice
sorry, you're
water.
wrong. I was simply asked to science the sun in any
Yeah.
experiment in any way. Science the sun.
Okay,
I
hold on.
just did. I
No, you didn't.
scienced the sun by figuring out that the sun gives off heat.
All right.
Yeah,
So
but
what you
It's
didn't
very.
do was tell us
It's
the
a very
cause of the
small
sun.
fact.
You
It's a
didn't tell
very.
us the cause of the sun. Is
I
what's in
wasn't
question,
asked
and
for
you
that.
failed.
I was not asked
You
for that.
failed.
I was not asked to. I was not asked to come up with the
Yes, you
cause
were.
of the sun.
So now
Yes, you
you're
were.
moving the
Simply
goalposts.
asked.
You're
I
moving
was
the
no.
goalposts,
I
kiddo.
was not.
All right, let
I
me
am
calm him
not.
down.
I
Let me
was.
calm him
just did.
Relax, dude. Relax. So what Larry said at the beginning, Duncan, was he wanted you to give him a cause for the sun. Remember in your conversation with him, he was asking you for the cause of the sun, and you couldn't run it through valid hypothesis test. So this is what we were attempting to do in your debunk of his telling you that you needed the scientific method for this, and you said yes, I can do it, and you came up with this source, right, with the things that kids can do, and he asked where in the source can you have a valid hypothesis test, and you pulled out this thing with sunlight. So this is where we're at with the conversation. Now you started talking about your own test with ice water. Has nothing to do with cause of the sun. It's more of what causes ice to melt. So we're looking at ice melting, not the cause of the sun. Hopefully I caught you up with everything where we're at, Duncan. That's where we're at right now. We're looking for the cause of the sun, not ice melting. Go ahead.
Right. We know that light, heats things up, right? A photon is an energy packet. That's allegedly what that is, right? So as these energy packets crash into material, they release that thermal energy, right?
He deafened.
Oh.
But yeah,
that's weird.
Well, he can't come off of mute, man. I'm trying to get him off of mute. He can't. Somebody get him off. I don't know. I guess it's not working for me currently.
What's the name?
Duncan Darth.
Okay. Can you hear me, Darth?
Yeah, don't server mute me for no reason.
It's not no reason, and we do it because you're keep going. You're like a bullet train. You don't stop, dude. We have to stop you.
Okay.
What?
So I
did you
have
hear-
4 different people. I have 4 different people talking to me at once.
Did you hear what was requested of you, sir?
So I'm
You're
gonna.
not gonna
I'm
go
gonna.
on.
I'm
You're
gonna.
not
I'm gonna
go
talk for
on.
like 30 seconds.
Not really. Not really.
Okay. So
we're asking you, sir.
at one point,
Did you understand what's requested of you, sir?
I'm gonna address previous things before I address the new thing.
Sir, did you understand what was requested?
I'm going to address previous
You're not
requests
going
before
to
I address the new
continue.
thing.
You're not going to continue unless you understand what's requested of you. You're going to ramble about something that's not something that was requested of you. And that's not what we do here. Either you understand what's requested of you and then go move forward, or not and then ramble and then get muted. Because that's what's going to happen. So either do you understand what's requested of you, sir?
So Larry asked me at one point to explain the cause of the sun.
Correct.
And then at another point, he said there's no possible way to science the sun. And that's the point I was refuting.
A valid hypothesis for the cause of the sun, which is what you were attempting to do in the beginning, which you couldn't debunk. Yes, sir.
Nope. No.
That's exactly what he was.
You were testing for the cause of ice melting. The cause of ice melting isn't the same as the cause of the sun.
Never at one point did I say I could. Did I claim to explain the cause of the sun? Not at one point did I ever do that.
So you're not with the conversation then.
Yeah. You're something. You're doing something else other than what Larry requested of you.
Larry said it's impossible to science the sun. It's not possible.
Yeah, he said draw a hypothesis on the cause for the sun at the beginning of your conversation, and you attempted to do it. You failed. So you're
No, I didn't. I never
Yes, you did.
attempted to. No, I didn't. You're mistaken.
I'll let Larry.
You
I'll
don't
let
have the
Larry tell
best
you.
listening skills.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
I was here from the beginning. I was listening. You said spectroscopy, right? I said you can't control for the helium and hydrogen in the Earth's atmosphere, space, and the heliosphere, which is the sun atmosphere. And you said there's still another way. to science the sun. You're talking about sunlight causes this and that, right? So let me give you an example. If Larry eats beans, I like churro beans, then I fart, right? If you study my fart, it's what I admit. What does that tell you about me? Nothing. It doesn't tell you anything about my body. So you can't science my farts, just like you can't science sunlight and then say that you know about the source.
There it is. Now just address what he said and don't go off on a tangent thinking that you know what you're talking about.
He's gonna play stupid games again. This is why he just got off a ban for doing. I told him, if you come in here playing stupid games, you'll win the stupid prize.
If you
So
deafen,
once again,
no,
Larry
listen,
just
that's not what we do. If you deafen, you're gonna be muted again and then kicked. You'll come back in 2 days. Yeah, let's just get rid of him.
Okay.
Did he deafen himself?
Yeah, he does this. I'll do it. I've been working.
2 days. Go ahead, Craig.
I've been talking to this guy in DMs, trying to get him on board, and he seems like he goes through phases. Like he wants to talk about flat Earth, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he'll just get this crazy hair up his ass, while he just hates everything we represent. And
Yeah, see you in 2 days, Duncan.
Turquoise Dragon, I see that you wrote something in the chat. I can't quite get your meaning out of what you wrote here.
Yeah, he's basically Turquoise is the same way, Crit. I just want to keep you aware if you were stepped away from your computer. He's doing his bullshit again. You know how he goes through his phases of like him coming back to flat Earth and going back to globe, coming back to flat Earth, going back to globe. Well, he just went back to globe this morning, kind of taking a dump all over Larry's point this morning. So
yeah, like he's like 5'6" flat Earth, but somehow that 1'6" just kind of like is a Hydra.
I'm gonna unmute him and let him speak for himself, but I'll let him represent himself because he thinks I'm strawmanning him.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to let you know that you should just maybe spend more time in the conversation and heard what I said.
I heard
what
everything
I was
you
referring
said.
to.
Yeah, I'll let you tell
You're
it.
talking-
Go ahead and tell the room what you meant. If I strawmanned you, go.
I'm not back on the globe, mate.
Yeah,
Whatever you
that
want to call
remain.
it. Right?
Well,
I
that's
never
you.
made any.
What
Talk,
claim?
yes, that's your question,
What
dude.
claim? What Turquoise? What claim did you make when Larry was speaking about the cause and effect relationship
No, it wasn't
of
a
the sun?
claim at all, dude.
Okay, yeah, just answer the question. This is what ballers do. They don't answer the question. I need you to answer the question. I want you to validate that I drew a straw man against you. You charged me with making the straw man against you. So if I didn't make a straw man, then go ahead and present your case. Go ahead and do that. What did you say when Larry was talking to the gentleman about making a hypothesis on the cause for the sun? Go.
Okay, Larry was saying you can't science the sun, and his spectroscopy will have interference with the atmosphere, and you can't define what is the sun and what's the atmosphere, and the hydrogen in the atmosphere, and the hydrogen in the space, and how can you tell the difference? And I was basically relaying what Jace told me, because he works in spectroscopy, which is if you aim at the portion of the sky without the sun, and then the portion of the sky with the sun, there'll be a variance and difference. And the difference is you'll be able to single out the atmosphere and the things in between to what is the sun and find out what the sun's made out of. That's basically what I said. I was nothing related to globe or flat or anything, just science and information and data.
Okay, I got a really good example. Let's say that you have cancer, right? And it's on your reproductive organs. So it's really important that we find out the truth of the matter, okay? And the doctor says, yeah, when we were looking after the car accident, we noticed something and we need to run a CT scan. So they run the scan. They're just looking and they're like, you got cancer. We're going to lob it off, right? We're going to amputate. And you're like, wait a minute, you didn't do a biopsy or run any lab tests. You just looked at it. It's like, yep, it's cancer. Well, is it malignant or benign? Well, we don't know, but we're just going to go with what makes more money, right? So we got to get our funding. So we're going to go with it's malignant. Going to have to amputate, right? Wouldn't you want to go to a second doctor and maybe put it in a lab before you started making factual claims about the makeup of the tumor? Or would you just trust the first doctor because they work on that sort of thing and they probably know better than you do? Hypothetically.
Well, I'm not defending globe ideas or anything, man. I'm just defending the act
Yes,
of
you
science. No,
No,
listen, dude.
what? The act of science? Are you
Yeah,
serious?
it's as a verb, yeah. Like science the shit out of it, you know.
Yeah,
Science.
yeah,
do
but what
science.
you consider science is the same thing that heliocentrism would put
Nothing
through
about
yeah, it is.
nothing about
Nothing. You
heliocentrism
can't
at all,
escape it.
man.
You can't escape it because you're defending a rhetoric. That's what you're
I'm
doing.
not.
And without any
Science.
validation, mind you, because you think that using spectroscopy is valid over the distance that they claim for the sun.
Doesn't mean the distance. Yeah, it doesn't matter about the distance.
Dude,
Doesn't involve. It's not involved in my thinking.
I don't give a shit what you think. It's not even up to you. The claim of the Earth being a globe and the sun being at the distance that they say that it is, all of it has to deal with what they're saying about spectroscopy, what they're seeing through their spectral lines, and seeing the sun's emitting whatever element that it has. So all of it has to deal with the globe rhetoric. You can't escape that, and you're
Well, Mickey,
defending it.
you have no problem telling everyone else what I think. So just
Yeah, well,
that's the straw man part, right?
it just seems like you're trying to defend quote unquote science, and you're not. You're defending a rhetoric that's already been stated by globalists, and so that's what you're in bed with right now. And you think you're just defending science, and yeah, you are. You definitely are. You're sharing.
So I'm
bed sheets,
defending
dude.
data
You are
and catalogs of
definitely in bed with them.
information that we've received.
you're
Nothing
not.
about any models.
Yeah.
Just
How are you going to control for anything as far as when they say looking with spectral lines on the sun? What are you doing to control for that? I need you to tell me if their science is so accurate and they're doing science with the sun. How do you control for that?
well, there'll be a difference in when you're aiming at the sun and when you're not aiming at the sun, wouldn't there?
What are they doing?
There'll be a difference in the reading.
It's your claim. It's your
Yeah,
claim.
I'm
Now
talking.
you need to defend it.
It's not a claim. I'm just saying how
It
spectroscopy
is.
works and how they
Your
remove
claim
the
is.
atmosphere's
Listen, I'm going to
effects
tell you
to
for
get
the
what's
rest of
out
the
there.
room. Turquoise's claim is that his buddy is doing science with the sun, with spectroscopy.
Yeah.
Is that not your claim?
Kind of what they do with anything.
Is that not your claim, sir?
A claim. It's what they do.
Is that not your claim, sir?
You want me to claim it? I'll
Yeah.
claim it. So you can knock it down.
Claim it.
Go on, then.
Stand on all 10 of your toes and say it proudly.
Right.
That's what you
from
want.
my knowledge, I've not done it personally. Just like none of you have measured.
I'm not
any
talking
more
about
than
that. You're
300 miles.
you're advocating for the position right now. I don't give a shit if you did it or not. You're advocating that that's science. So
I was
now,
explaining how spectroscopy gets rid of the atmosphere to get a more defined result from the end. You know, it's data. I'm just talking data and
I don't
instruments
give
that we
a
can-
shit. Can
That's
you
science.
science the sun with spectroscopy? Yes or no? Like you said your
Yes.
friend's doing.
I'm saying you can do.
There it is.
Yeah.
You said it. Now defend that.
I defend that. Well,
That's your claim. Now defend
the
it.
variable would be without the sun or with the sun. So you'd aim at where the sun is and you get a reading, and then you'd aim at where the sun is not and you get another reading, and then there'd be a difference. And then you just filter out what you know, the known variables, which would be the atmosphere and the things within the atmosphere, because we definitely know what's up there, right?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
So
Go ahead, Larry.
we don't
It's
get
your
any
point,
readings
sir.
back to our tools and
It's your
instruments.
point, Larry.
No, you don't know what's up there. Just like if you point your spectrometer at an airplane, you're not going to be able to tell what the people had for breakfast who
Oh,
are
shit.
in the passenger seats.
It's not going as that's a bit too defined, you know.
May I ask a question? Good afternoon.
Yeah, man.
What does
Afternoon.
what does spectroscopy tell us the sun is?
It just comes back with a reading of more hydrogen. So they say it's hydrogen, and that's just, I'm not carrying on the story, and I'm not jumping on the heliocentric model of the story in the distance.
Yes, you are. You're defending it. You shit all over Larry's point.
Listen to me. I'm talking to you, dude. It just comes back with readings. We've got tools and instruments and experiments. Nothing about the model. Then we create the model after that, right? I'm not worried about the model. I'm just worried about the data we get back, which would say there's more hydrogen in that zone of the sky where the sun is. So therefore, they imply that the sun is either giving off hydrogen, made of hydrogen, whatever. That's the story of it. Put whatever law you want behind that, but that's the information we get from our tools.
Okay. Do they say that this hydrogen is gas or plasma or something else?
I don't know if they can check the difference. Maybe they can with like charged particles or something. I don't know. I haven't really looked too deep.
Yeah, you don't know. That's the point.
None of you guys know. Else you can just fucking correct me in like 3 sentences.
You're agreeing with somebody that you have no knowledge. Sorry, Jedi. You're agreeing with some shit that you don't have no knowledge on, Turquoise. That's why you
That's
shit
the
on his
idea,
point.
dude.
You shit on his point for just to say that you don't have any
I wasn't-
idea of what they're doing. I just exposed you right now.
No, sir.
That's
You
yes,
misunderstood.
sir.
I wasn't
I'm not
shitting on
misunderstanding.
Larry.
You do not know. You do not know what the fuck you're talking about, and then you presume to say they're doing a correct thing with spectroscopy, which they're fucking not. And you
Oh,
just
just
said it.
Sorry.
Go on, Jedi.
That's my next question. When you're saying what you're saying, and not disrespecting what you're saying, are you repeating the narrative about, say, the standard model for the sun?
No, nothing. Just the information we received back from our instruments.
Okay. And that is
And how you can science the sun with those instruments. Nothing about the
Okay.
model. Nothing. Just the data we received back. How can you define what the sun's made out of, or emanating, or something? Is you aim at the sun and then you aim not at the sun, and the difference is the sun, right? What it's giving off.
Okay. So my area of contention would be, although this is investigation and research to the best of our ability, this isn't natural science where we're doing experiments to see what causes shit to happen. We're just pointing a device at the sun, and because of when we point this device at other things, we understand what other things give off when we're recorded in this device. So it's not necessarily natural science. Well, it's not natural science at all, but it's investigation and research. We can't prove any of this, though. This is the problem with the standard model of the sun. The standard model of the sun has been around for about 125 years, maybe 150 years. So before we really got to know anything about it, the standard model hasn't really changed. The information we've got back, like you said, is hydrogen. Yeah, that's why they say the sun is hydrogen. It's a gas, probably a plasma. All right, so it's a plasma gas made of hydrogen. That standard model hasn't been changed, but that standard model has always been under contention because of the spectral lines that the sun gives off. The
Yes,
spectral
sir.
lines, the spectral lines that the sun give off are a continuous spectrum. Gases and plasmas can't produce continuous spectrums. Do you understand the problem here now with spectroscopy? The standard model of the sun says it's gas, and it has done for 150 years, let's say. But the spectroscopy doesn't allow it to be a plasma gas, although that's what we're
Yeah,
told.
I'm quite literally not attaching myself onto the model just through observation. And
Yeah,
then
I know. I'm just
literally.
saying, just a little bit of history and what spectroscopy actually shows us with regards to what we're told that it shows us. If we investigate the information for ourselves, it can't be what they tell us because it's a continual spectral line. Gases and plasmas don't give off those lines.
Like if everything,
the
let me
second
decide.
half is
1 second.
the second
Go
half
on.
of that is that he advocated for a position that he doesn't really know anything about. He
I
just
wasn't
admitted
claiming
he
that.
admitted you admitted that here in the context of this discussion between us. So when asked how you know, advocating for a position because you didn't do it, some other person did. You claim to say, "Well, I think this is how it is. I'm not sure. I don't do it." So
Right.
that right there denotes the fact that even if you think that they're doing something that's correct, you have no knowledge that you could speak on because you don't even have all the information that would equip you to defend the point that
That's
they're
why I
doing
tried
it
to add
correctly.
into the conversation to fill in people's gaps.
So therefore, it would have been best to stay silent in this particular arena instead of opening your mic and telling Larry that you can science the sun with spectroscopy.
No, I didn't
That's
say
what
it
you
like
should
that
have
to
done.
him. You missed
That's
the
what you
point.
should have done. You should
I
have
was
not opened
answering
up your
Larry's
mic.
question. 1 second, man. I was answering Larry's question. How do they distinguish that it's not the atmosphere that they're interacting with a spectroscopy? And the answer was that all I gave was the aim at the sun and then the aim not at the sun, and the difference is, the emissions from the sun. Quite literally, they just cancel out what's in the atmosphere or what's the control basically without the sun, and the variable would be with the sun in the picture.
Right.
And then
But
that
did you hear what
information.
Jedi said? The problem with that, or no?
Yeah, but I'm not linking it with
All
a
right.
story. I'm
So
just linking it back to what they get in the
then you can't
spectroscopy.
science. Then the problem that he elucidated, if you understood, then you can't science the sun. That was the issue. That's why I
You got
told you
meanings
should
on
have just
science.
stayed quiet. You couldn't open up your mic and say you can science the sun because now you're in complete violation of everything that Jedi just said. That means that you still hold to your point that you can
But
science it.
Jedi's wrong. Jedi's wrong. Like, there's nothing about gases that you can't use spectroscopy to indicate what they are.
Excuse me, that's not what I said.
So you said because gases and plasma don't emit continuous spectral lines, that spectroscopy can't get a reading on them.
No, I didn't say
Is
they
that what you
can't get a
said?
reading. I said the spectral lines that the sun gives off. I started with that, so that's the reading they get before you jump in. So the spectral lines that the sun give off is a continuous spectrum. Gases and plasmas don't give this footprint. This has to come from something else, a condensed matter, a liquid, or a solid. Now, this isn't me saying this. This is the professor that I've put into the live stream. He mentions this when he tells us about the standard model for the sun, and how it's been developed over the last 150 years, and the problems with it. First problem, the spectral lines that it gives off can't be a plasma gas. Second problem, it breaks the second law of thermodynamics. But hey, that's not me saying that. That's a well-respected PhD. He has a PhD in
He's wrong.
spectroscopy. Right? He's got a PhD in spectroscopy, by the way.
Yeah, either he's wrong or you're misunderstanding what he's saying.
No,
So
no,
long
dude.
as,
no,
so
no,
long
hold
as,
on.
so long as.
You haven't
Shut
seen
the
the
fuck
videos.
up, dude.
Hold on. You haven't seen the
Seconds.
videos, heard what the guy's talking about, and you automatically have a thinly veiled personal attack that he's not capable, Jedi's not capable of understanding what the man said, and you haven't watched the videos. So you absolutely have no understanding of what the man said, and you're projecting that ignorance onto Jedi. Bad form.
And then just stay. That's why that bad form is the reason why he got muted, because he doesn't understand how this goes. If you want to debunk him, you better know your shit and come at him with how you know that what he's saying, and that professor who said that is incorrect, because he's basically just stating the professor saying this, and you're like, well, he's wrong, without stating how he's wrong. You can't just do that, man. You don't get away with that. Nobody does. You better come with a fucking debunk if you're gonna say someone's wrong.
Yeah, great. He's wrong because all you need is for that object to emit light or to absorb light or to have light bounce off it. If you can have any of those things, you can use spectroscopy on it.
Mm.
You understand what spectroscopy is? Can any of you define it?
Yeah. But I'm not engaging in this conversation because, like has been pointed out, this is just a thinly veiled attack. I've literally just repeated verbatim what Dr. Robert Tyler said. He's got a PhD in spectroscopy. He's very well renowned. Very well renowned. Now, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to go to the expert?
Give me an argument for why you can't use spectroscopy on the sun.
I haven't quite finished.
You're gonna learn how to stop talking over people,
So,
dogs. Really.
If we want to investigate the sun, we go to, you would do this, the people who tell us about what the sun is. People who've got the credentials, people who do spectroscopy. They would be the subject experts. Now, the standard model of the sun has been challenged for 150 years and is continued to be challenged today because of the two problems that I mentioned. One, breaks the second law of thermodynamics. Two, the spectral lines that it gives off can't be a plasma gas because of the way that the spectral line is produced. It has to be a condensed matter. Dr. Robitaille.
Go on, dog.
Oh, great. I'm unmuted. Anyway, just quickly, nothing about that says you can't use spectroscopy. And also, the second law of thermodynamics thing is very, very funny. And there is no problem with the second law of thermodynamics when gravity is involved. So please give me an argument against that.
Started off with a lie, dogs. I didn't say you
what was my lie?
This is the second time I've said this. I didn't say that you couldn't use spectroscopy on the sun. I started the statement with the readings that we get from the sun. So second time I've said this to you in this manner. Obviously, we do use spectroscopy and we do get readings from the sun. Idiot. So you started off
and
with
so what's your problem?
lie.
We can use spectroscopy to tell us what the sun is made of, right?
I want apologies. Basically, what's happening now?
Okay, I apologize for you thinking that I'm lying or possibly lying. I understand how it was a lie. But anyway, what is your problem with spectroscopy?
We don't do anyway in here. We don't do that.
Anyways, can you guys forget about that thing I said even though it was dumb?
Yeah, exactly. Go on, Jedi.
What do you want me to do?
Put him over your knee and spank him, dude. Like Turquoise, like you spanked him. Like this guy needs to spank it. Like they think they're just gonna get away with all kinds of like, gish galloping, saying what they want, nuh-uh, and then they don't have a refutation for this professor. Which I mean, honestly, Turquoise, he's just speaking out of his arse, and then Dogs Are Gods coming in defending just his bias. That's it. He doesn't have a refutation for what you said. He said that guy probably doesn't know what he's talking about outright without even defending his point. That guy don't know what he's saying, really, and you do.
Don't worry, Yui's gonna step in and take the helm.
I can do that. Would you like to? Would you like to tell me if you've read any of the critiques of this professor?
Sorry, what?
Have you read any of the critiques of that professor?
Yeah, I've read quite a few of them. Still
And what
going
are-
by what I'm
what
still
are the
going by.
critiques?
Critiques of the professor or critiques
wanna
of what
remind
the
us of-
professor said?
Oh yeah, the contents of their article. Yeah.
Go on then. Waiting, Yui.
Oh, I haven't read them. I'm asking if you have.
Oh shit! Fuck.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason I mention it is because it's like we all know one professor's word isn't going to amount to much.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, this
Of course.
again. This isn't necessarily one professor's word. This is been when I say it's been challenged for 150 years. Obviously, this man hasn't been alive for 150 years. It's the standard model for the sun. It being a ball of plasma gas in a vacuum has been a problem since the standard model of the sun. But they went with this idea. Now, it's being challenged today because of the 2 points that I brought up. It's been vigorously challenged, not just by this one doctor. I can cite a few of them if you want me to, all saying the same thing. That can't be a gas. And it can't be a gas full stop. The spectral lines dictate that, and the fact that they say it's a gas dictates that.
Would you mind if you have a spare time today or tomorrow or sometime this week? Would you mind getting me a few, just like maybe a handful of professors from articles that are related, and throw in a couple of papers that respond to them as well, so I can see what the critiques are.
No problem. So, when Dr. Robertal gives his presentations, he always cites his sources, like Quantum Eraser does, right? So he has a lot of citations going back through papers that have been released over the last 150 years. So there'll be professors in that. I can definitely stick you up with another two who say exactly the same thing that he does. Not a problem.
Yeah, because it's not necessarily an issue with the professor or what he's claiming, but there's always outsiders in the globe cosmology that have different points of view, and it's always worthwhile to read what they have to say in the critiques of them, why they might be flawed.
But you think a professor in spectroscopy would understand the spectral lines that stuff gives off?
I don't deny his credentials, no.
Yeah. So he should be able to look at spectroscopy data and tell you what it is and what it isn't. You would have thought.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that
Okay.
wasn't Dog's position. He outright said that then he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he already discredited him before he even understood anything about his position on the matter. So that being the case, you at least give him that. You gave that professor that much, that he is accredited to say that. But Dogs just outright said no. Then he must not be knowing what he's talking about. There's an issue here. Just because of a bias, then there's people just saying without giving us a valid reason why. You came at the argument through a critique. So the critique is what you're seeing. Like, how are people then challenging that notion that he's challenging? So that's not what Dog's position was. He was going straight out with the information. And Turquoise was saying that his friend does spectroscopy, and therefore, because he's not, Turquoise doesn't fully understand. But just based on that's true. Did you?
No, I was quoting how they do it.
Listen, Turquoise. Based on what you said, that's what I'm going off of. And now, if you're calling me a liar and you didn't say that, then I need to know. Did you not say that you didn't understand? You don't understand spectroscopy like your friend does. Be honest.
Okay, I was passing on information, which is the process of spectroscopy.
No. Be honest. I need you to be honest. Be honest, because don't. No, you called me a liar. I said that. I'm actually okay. Yeah,
I do know.
Yeah, so I am a liar. So now I need you. Here's what's going to happen. You just called me a liar. I need you to either agree or disagree that that's what you said about your friend. That you don't know all of the things that your friend knows because he does spectroscopy and you don't, right? So that you're not fully informed about it. It's what you told Larry. Now, am I a liar by saying that? Yes or no? Go ahead. Yes or no? Or you want a 2-day vacation? It's up to you, man.
2-day vacation is crazy.
Turquoise, you can just admit that either I'm a liar and you'll have a 2-day vacation, or at least stand for what you said. Just stand for what you said, man. I just want you to be honest. Your pride is gonna,
from
your
my
ego
knowledge
and
of-
pride is gonna get you in trouble. That's all I'm
Listen,
saying.
from my knowledge, I was just
Turquoise,
Just
listen for a sec.
answer the question, yes or no. Did you say that or not? Just
Turquoise,
answer.
here, Turquoise, just retract claims about people. Okay, the topic doesn't need to invoke anything about Miggy whatsoever, or Alpha. Sorry, that's really what the main skittle is here. You could come in here and say, "Hey, Alpha is the king of the MFers," and it's still off topic.
I'm not making anything personal, man.
Then say that. Just say it.
It's not personal, Mickey. I was relaying something I'd learned from somebody who does it. Just like I was like an apprentice.
Okay, I'm not gonna allow him to dude. You're gonna tell me either you said that or not, meaning that I misstated what you said and I painted you into be something that you're not. Either that or you say I did say that I didn't know what my friend knows. So either answer the question: did you say that or not? That's all I need to hear.
I don't know everything.
There you go. Thank you, sir. I just want to vindicate the fact that when I said that, I wasn't misquoting you, and you didn't. I'm not going to paint somebody that they didn't say something that I'm not going to do that. So I don't fucking. I'm not down with that. I want you to stand for what you say. Now, if you're saying you didn't say that, and then I repeated like, wait a minute, you did say that, and you're like, no, I didn't say that. Then we got an issue.
It's just the way you said it, man. It's just the way you said it. It was like
what?
It was just the way you said it, mate.
Okay. So there it is. So yeah, so it was Turquoise was disagreeing with it. Dogs Are Gods has a complete bias against it. We already know where he stands. And Jekyll's coming at it from a critique point. So point of view, so.
I mean, you didn't lie.
No, I mean he's yeah, of course not. I'm not going to misrepresent Turquoise. I just wanted.
Why he wasn't then lying about that?
About what?
That's my question, because he said you were lying. Now my question is why he was lying that you were lying.
Listen, I'll let him deal with that.
In a second.
Why you were lying?
No. Obviously,
no, yeah. You said
on
first
knowledge,
you
it's coming from my own experience.
No, I want to be you. Can you be a human being? Because you attack with the person saying you are lying. Now I find out that you are lying. Can you tell me now why you are lying?
Can we just skip past all this meta bullshit?
Not again, huh? It's not easy when you say it's so easy to say. It's so easy to say for some person you are lying. Then when you catched in the lie, it's so difficult to say I was lying. Is it?
You're so paranoid, dude. Just calm down, man. I'm going to mute up and have a nice day. Have a good one.
Enjoy.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to mute it. Dogs Are God, so at least he can chime in for his bias, at least.
Do you mind if I speak to him really quickly? Dogs Are God.
Yeah, go on.
Have you read the paper that I was talking about?
The papers? No, so I've read. Actually, I watched a Professor Dave video about this guy.
Right, and what did he say?
Got a video for that. He did a response.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, I'm suppressed currently, so I can't post anything in chat. So if someone could deal with that.
Get it for you.
A Professor Dave video. That should be enough right there to unfuck yourself.
If you look up Dr. Robitaille or whatever his name is, and Professor Dave, he's like one of the first that comes up.
Do you think Dogs Are Gods that being a Professor Dave's a professor who yes, I think he's a professor in chemistry, isn't he? So he'll have
No,
some
he's
sort
not.
No.
Is he not? Is he biology or something like that?
No, he's a starving artist. He's a musician who pretends on YouTube that he has some sort of
All right,
college
let's
degree.
not. I don't know. Like, I'm not denying this other guy's credentials. That's not just like
He has degrees, yeah. He has degrees. But that doesn't matter. I'm not using him as some sort of authority. I'm
He
saying that
dropped
when I
out
watched
twice
the
because he
image,
really hates
it was clear
chemistry.
this. Okay, so when I watched the video, it was clear that this guy hadn't had any of his stuff peer reviewed. It was just sort of like throwing shit out into the ether. Whereas the Professor Dave stuff, he cited a lot of like peer reviewed stuff, and he actually has experts write this information for him. He doesn't just like make it all up himself and put it in the videos, but like that's all behind the scenes stuff, so you don't know it.
So do you think it's worth? I mean, on for yourself, right? Like, rather than just taking Professor Dave's word, to read a professor's response to this guy, that Jedi
If
Scientist.
there's something I can actually read, I'd be happy to read it. Yeah, but I don't just want to watch a YouTube video about it.
If there was no critique,
I don't.
if there was no critique, as in like no responses to his paper, would you agree with me in saying that's probably not something we should take too seriously?
Yeah, if there's no responses to his paper, because I don't think he's had it actually published anywhere. I think he just wrote the paper and self-published it himself on like some obscure website, or maybe published it through some online journal where you can publish whatever the hell you want. But I don't think it's gone through peer review. That was part of the Professor Dave video.
Right, okay.
But anyway, I want to talk about what the actual claim with spectroscopy in the sun was. If it's not that you can't use it on the sun, what's the problem with citing spectroscopy to know part of what the sun's made of?
Yeah, you'll get your chance, but I'll let Jedi come in here.
Fourth time. No one's saying you can't use spectroscopy on the sun. You can point a device at it and you get readings. Fuck me.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
just wanted you to go ahead.
I'm going to respond to what you said about Professor Dave as well, because I've posted both videos. I've posted Professor Dave's critique of Dr. Robertal, and then I posted Dr. Robertal's response to Professor Dave. Now that's really interesting. If you want to see somebody get completely fucked known, yeah, that's a great video to watch. I suggest you watch it.
And, you know, Dogs Are Gods just said that he can't be bothered to watch a video. That's what his statement was in his last remark.
I don't really care then. He can fuck off. Right, this
But
is...
Jedi, wouldn't you say it's kind of like, I mean, based on what Dogs, I don't know if you know more about this than Dogs Are Gods, but wouldn't you say if the back and forth is just over YouTube and there's no actual peer review where other scientists have actually looked into the claims in detail, it's probably not that useful.
So Professor Robertal has released several papers with regards to this that his peers have reviewed. And this explains with the other video that I dropped by Professor Utzucker. Now, he is also a peer-reviewed guy who's released several books with regards to the standard model of the sun, it being a plasma gas. It can't be, says these two and many other physicists that will be presented in the presentations that these doctors give. Doctors. Now, if you want to say, it's on YouTube. YouTube is a fantastic educational device for people like professors who want to educate. Now, just because they go against what the standard model says, does that mean that we just have to discount them because they go against the standard model when they've got the credentials that you would have thought after decent explanation and citation? They're not wrong.
Well, I mean, personally, I don't know about you, but I would say that to examine a paper in detail is much more. I mean, I've not seen the video, so it might be very detailed, but to examine it in detail, usually you have to have these things written down, explained thoroughly, not like an YouTube video.
Yeah, we can give lectures with cameras in front of us, right?
Give lectures, did you say?
Yeah, we can give lectures with cameras in front of us.
Oh, yeah, you can give a lecture, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So just watch the video before you say anything else, man. And you don't have to do it now, just do it in your own time. It's a good piece of study. But at the end of the day, the crescendo to this point is this. You notice how they're all arguing about the standard model of the sun? Yeah, they can't verify it. How would they? They're just using spectroscopy.
Well, we'll see if Dogs is what he's got up his sleeve.
Oh, I ain't talking to him.
He can't be bothered to watch a video, so that's basically his point.
And this proof of
Well, I
that
asked
is
for a
that he watched
paper
the
so that I
video.
could actually read the paper. Like, that's more interesting to me than what the
Then go
guy's
get it.
opinion is or anything like that.
Yeah, but you watch
Well, I'm
Professor
looking for the
Dave.
paper and I can't find
hold
it.
on a second. No, fuck this, dude. You watch Professor Dave. What's up with that? You see him on YouTube.
I watch lots of Professor.
Okay, then watch this one. Okay, that's all you got to do. You watch Professor Dave. Watch your bias, and everybody knows that you do advocate for the Earth being a globe. But then again, you see other people on YouTube. Why can't you see this one? There you go. All I'm
So,
saying.
I don't take what's in Professor Dave's video to be the.
That's bullshit, dude. We all know you do. I'm not gonna have you here rambling about. Let's fucking go to a different point. You're just gonna keep going on. You're not gonna watch this video based on your bias.
Not going to listen to not a Professor Dave. I might listen to personally developed the world's most powerful MRI scanner that's used in hospitals. I might trust him a little bit more.
Can we say only Dave when we speak about it?
I can't help you with that. I still think
What is this professor's H index? Out of curiosity, since
He's
you're
not.
citing him as
He's not a
authority.
professor. He actually did an interview where people asked him, "Why did you choose Professor Dave?"
No, not that guy. I'm not talking about Professor Dave. The other guy you just cited, Robute or whatever.
Yeah,
the
because
French
Professor
name.
Dave is valid, right? The other guy isn't. We want to put a lot of rigor to that other guy. That's going against heliocentrism, right, Gabson?
Oh, no,
We don't
both.
want to
I'd be happy.
investigate Professor
I'd be
Dave.
happy to get an H index for both. If you can pull it up.
That'd be great.
Are you gonna get that or?
Sorry, I'm lost. What's a H index?
Like the scholarly reputation of the like how many times he cited,
okay.
combination of different.
Yeah.
Oh, then that's easy. Professor Dave is 0.
You're gonna get your fucking. There's nothing you're gonna squeeze out of that juice over there with Professor Dave.
Yeah, Professor Dave's negative. He's negative.
I'm asking for both. I'm asking for both.
So I'll look into it right now.
To be clear, you can't. And I know probably Miggy already knows this, but to the others who don't, you can't tu quoque a professor. Like if someone shows you a professor and they have a very low reputation, and then you say, "Well, but your professor does as well," that's tu quoque fallacy, right? You know,
my professor is better than your professor, kind of shit.
Yeah, if they're both
it's more of
shits,
the
right?
argument. It's more about the argument than it is the qualifications. Because, like, you know, I mean, it just depends on what professor you're talking about, the length of time they have in their seniority and all that other kind of shit. And that doesn't trump it. What it trumps is their expertise in the field.
Yeah, but if they're both shit, right? So, for instance, if Professor Dave's shit and whatever, like that's fine. People shouldn't really put too much weight on what he's saying. But that doesn't stop the idea that maybe Jedi's professor's kind of shit as well, right? So it's no good saying, well, you know, Professor Dave's shit, so you know, you justify that, right?
Yeah, I could see that, but I would say let the work speak for itself. So if the work is, you know, what we're based on here, if we're saying, is it possible to do such a thing with the thing that they speak of, and let's examine that. I think that's more of the critique I think you would rather have than versus, you know, are they credible enough to do what they're doing?
It's about the epistemology. Like when I hear like a commercial for brushing your teeth, and the Crest lady says 9 out of 10 doctors or dentists say you should brush your teeth twice a day with Crest. I want to talk to that 10th doctor who said fuck that. That's who I want to hear from. I don't want to hear roughly the same regurgitated, you know, parables and nonsense that they were sponsored by Crest to say exactly the same, you know, shit. I want to hear the guy who said, fuck you, fuck your money, I'm going to tell the truth.
Well, that's what we look for when we buy a product, you know.
But there is an element where it's like you do have to have some weight onto credentials because I would say that if someone has very low credentials and they're saying things about what they've done in the paper, but you know, we as laymen, we're not going to understand the intricacies of it. We're not technical specialists. We kind of like really hinge on what they're interpreting from data and their conclusion. And then you get a really good high regarded professor like smash that paper down, but at the same time, for a layman, you probably couldn't distinguish which paper was better, right? So yeah, credentials are important. Obviously, they're not like the be all and end all, but they are something we have to sort of look at when examining the quality of someone's paper.
Yeah, but you just threw everybody that can read that under the bus, man. Like, what the fuck, Jekyll? Everybody, so far as we
sorry.
can tell, like, we're all just fucking imbeciles looking at papers.
I've
That's weird.
never done this before. I've looked on the H index, and I've used Google Scholar for this guy. Now I've dropped the link into the live stream. 52 minutes past the hour. So if you're interested, have a look. This guy has been cited. Well, his first paper on the law of thermodynamic emissions was cited 103 times. Muscle metabolism during exercise, during blah, 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 cited fucking shitloads of times. So his papers are all dropped in here. He's cited by other scientists. I mean, I don't know what you want.
That's to Gapson, 1993. Gapson, if you're there. If you're still there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now.
Okay.
So I don't know, my friend, sorry, that's the first time I've ever heard of a H index, and I feel quite ignorant for it. But it's quite interesting that you maybe look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously, like if you're going to be citing like groundbreaking research in any field, definitely the first place to look is like, is this a reputable scholar? That's number one. Like, if you're writing a thesis or any kind of that's the first place you want to have a look. But I'll have a look at his.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know whether you heard. I said this just before you came into the conversation, but he is the developer of one of the world's best MRI scanners that's used in hospitals today. So he's done that. I don't know what other credentials and things that he's done. If you want to talk about groundbreaking research, yeah, he did that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, like, there are going to be some like voices in the community that are going to dissent from the norm. I guess if you want to get even more specific into it, there are going to be like fissures between different camps that disagree on certain things. Doesn't necessarily mean that in every particular subfield, or so like they might have an expertise in a particular subfield, but might not have expertise in the overall sort of like, I don't know, groundbreaking research into spectroscopy. I don't really know, but I'll have a look at what you've said.
Yeah, but I see like what's happening here is that because of somebody disagreeing with someone else, now we have to draw these factions as to whose side you're going to be on, because you could have both on both camps, or multiple camps, reputable people with credentials, and then you're going to be like, well, I'm just going to choose which one I think fits my paradigm best. That's what we're having at this moment. Like now everybody's just deciding which one they want to go with. Then there's no distinction whether or not the person that we're siding with is saying the truth or not. We're just choosing sides because we like the side that they're. Does that make sense? You guys are.
You are basically on the money. Yeah, you're on the money on 100% there. Like
you get what I'm saying?
If you have two sources and they're both very reputable people, and it's hard to distinguish. As for us anyway, I mean, maybe a scientist will have more gripes with it, but between us, we can't really distinguish which one's probably got the upper hand or which one's better. We are probably going to put a bit of our bias into which paper we're going to use, right? So you're right there. Obviously, you could use other things to sort of gauge, like the preponderance of evidence, like what is the general idea agreed upon,
Do you remember the two claims that I brought up that this professor brings up? One, and remember he is PhD in spectroscopy, so like I said, he should know what the fuck's going on. One is the claim about the second spectroscopy lines that we get from the sun. So there's been a few that have been done throughout the time. These particular ones, because the equipment's better, so they say, show a continuous spectrum. Now, we should understand that when we look at spectrum, they give off emission lines. Now, those emission lines can be continuous or discontinuous. The thing is, if they were continuous, they can't be given off by gases or plasmas, because gases and plasmas have discontinuous spectral lines. So that's just a basic understanding of spectroscopy. That's all that is. The signature shows this. but the standard model says it's a gas plasma, which is contradictory to what the results show. But hey, like I said, spectroscopy, right? Doesn't matter what results you get back, you still can't verify your claim.
Yeah, it just seems like people are siding with whatever bias they have towards whatever information that suits them. There's no, in this case, it becomes a debate because of that. But as far as we know, like, if people are using these buzzwords that have context, and meaning, then we have to explain what the context and meaning of that is behind it. Like, can you use the scientific method to find out the cause and effect relationship of the sun? And if that can't be, if the person that's being questioned cannot produce a valid hypothesis on what causes the sun, then we already know that they can't do it. So it's not possible if someone in here says, yes, you can do a cause and effect relationship, and they don't produce it, then it's just apparent that they don't know. So there's no need to argue further. It's just, can you do it or not?
Wait, is the argument about, in principle, whether or not you can use spectroscopy, or is it about whether the results from spectroscopy are discordant with the actual results?
I want to say it's multi-layered, but I'll let Jedi kind of.
Yeah, Alpha's right. It's kind of a bit nuanced, and there's a few different things. One, and I'll put it like this, and maybe other people have got more to say or disagree with what I'm saying, but this is why I'm bringing this forward. One is because of the standard model of the sun. What we're told, what the sun is, we are told that it is a plasma gas, hydrogen, right? Now, that's a problem with regards to the spectral lines that it gives off. Yeah, we can use spectroscopy and we can point it at the sun. Awesome stuff. But the lines that it gives off are continuous. Continuous lines are given off by condensed matter. Condensed matter is solid or liquid, right? Now, discontinuous spectral lines are given off by gases and plasmas. The spectral lines don't show this. So the contradiction is within the standard model. Standard model says it's gas plasma. The spectral lines don't show this. Now, this has been debated for 150 years because they said the sun was a gas plasma before they were doing spectroscopy, excuse me, and got anywhere near it, let's say off the floor and into the sky, a bit closer. So the standard model seems to be filled with bias. The reason why I brought up Professor Robitaille is because he's just echoing what other people have been saying for 150 years. I demonstrated that with the presentation he gave with the history to the standard model of the sun. So I'm just quoting what he says, the history of how we understand what the sun is. The problem is this, and according to him, which is something that flat earthers have been saying for the last 10 years, one, the sun, if we were to accept the standard model, is a second law of thermodynamics violation because it's plasma gas and you can't get pressure without a solid surface to press upon. So he says, like everybody else, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Also because of the way that it distributes the heat. It's hot, then it gets cold, then it gets hot again, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Second problem, we call the first one's point A and point B for number one. Second problem is, like I said, the spectroscopy lines that it gives off. It can't be a gas. And that's it.
That's the gaps in 1993, if you were listening.
Sorry?
Were you listening?
Yeah, I was listening. Was there a question at the end, or was, he just finished abruptly?
He made a statement of the 2 points that he was elucidating for the group.
I guess. Sorry. I should end it with. I should end it with point 3 because you did ask another question about the validity of using spectroscopy. I stand on this position. Yeah, you can point your device at the sun and it will give off readings, but you've got no way to verify those readings because you can't go to the sun. So 3 points there.
Yeah, we actually had this conversation with Mick West in our server years ago. Well, not this exact conversation, but we were questioning him on the validity of the claim of what is the sun.
Yeah. What is this? You talk about some kind of massive debates or schism between the, I don't know, traditional like classical model or whatever of the sun. Do you know what the name of this is, or can you drop like a link to like what this big raging debate in, I guess, astronomy has been going?